and jeweler.
Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical is proud to team up once again with Arizona Sports for Character Counts. We're celebrating high school athletes across Arizona who show integrity, commitment, and academic excellence. With over $100,000 in scholarships already awarded, we're excited to keep the momentum going. Nominate a standout student athlete today at CharacterCountsAZ.com. We'd love to share their story, and they could win $10,000 from Parker & Sons. KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Phoenix Suns fans, tonight could be the night where Jalen Green makes his Suns debut. He is listed as questionable for tonight's game against the Grizzlies. Jalen Green or not, the Suns will be without Dillon Brooks for the second straight game with groin soreness. Tip-off tonight will be at 7 in downtown Phoenix, and you can hear it here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This came through yesterday, but if you missed it, ASU quarterback Sam Leavitt will miss Saturday's Iowa State game due to injury, and wide receiver Jordan Tyson is listed as questionable, but here was head coach Kenny Dillingham on the Leavitt injury.
It's definitely something that's been lingering all year, so it's definitely something that could definitely turn into that for sure, just because it hasn't progressed like we hoped.
And last night in LA, it didn't go 18 innings, and the Dodgers didn't get a win. The Blue Jays stole Game 4 6-2 and have tied the series at 2 games apiece. This report is brought to you by the Berg Simpson Law Firm. Injured? Call the Berg Simpson Law Firm or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire. It's the greatest radio show ever.
Fire.
Good morning and welcome.
The world.
Dan Bickley.
When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to
Vince Marotta.
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinny has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jared Carlin.
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
And Sammy Cebulka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Mr. Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning. Happy Wednesday, Valley sports fans. Wake up, everybody. We're getting close to Halloween. For whatever that's worth.
You got your candy ready to give out there, Bick?
I've got a garage full of Halloween decorations that we have not put up in, I think, the last 2 to 3 years. I don't know what's happened in my house, but Halloween has just been phased out of existence.
That's because your kids are older.
Kids got older.
Yeah.
Your last kid finally got, outgrew Halloween until all the parties start, I guess.
Although there are a lot of people, I know people who have had kids that have aged out of Halloween, yet they still go all out on the decorations.
Interesting.
Are those the same people, though? Do they go all out for Christmas decorations as well?
Yeah.
Like, there's people that just love doing that kind of stuff, that just have holiday spirit no matter what the holiday is.
Yeah, that is true. It's a hard concept for me to grasp.
So, yeah, right. How
holiday
about it?
Spirit.
Yeah, so you still trick or treat, don't you, Jarrett?
I go with
with Bennett, right?
I go with my nephew and nieces now.
Okay.
It's great, yes.
But I'm sure you bring a bag, don't you?
Well, it'd be rude to go up there and have to put it in my hand.
Right.
What are you dressed up as, young man? I'm dressed up as the producer of Bickley and Marotta Morning.
I decided I am going to dress up on Friday.
Are you?
Okay,
yes.
good.
But it's not going to be anything crazy or anything. But I do have an outfit I can wear that will be appropriate.
Okay.
There was a stretch of time where I put a lot of energy. I was in my 30s.
You were good at it.
I put a lot of energy into my Halloween costume, and now I have absolutely zero desire to do it.
Do you go? I mean, do you go to events or parties or anything on Halloween?
I mean, back then I used to go to house parties and stuff, and there was always contests. But
same with me. I used to go to, every year I used to dress up because I used to go to parties with my friends and stuff, or go to bars. But now nothing. I just spend it with my family. I am dressing up for Halloween also, separate costume.
Really? What are you going to be?
Well, my 2-year-old niece is going to be Minnie Mouse, so I'm going to dress as Goofy.
That's perfect.
That is perfect.
Why does everyone say that?
It
just makes sense.
It just makes sense.
Do Minnie Mouse and Goofy have a thing going on?
Well, I don't want to.
Oh.
Well, no. I mean, there's going to be other cartoon characters throughout the family, I think, too. I just
like it. I like it.
Pretty cool. Pretty cool. All right, start the show, Jarrett.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
One quick note, real fast, before we jump into the Splash.
Sure.
I am. My heart is warmed by tales of Funkle Jarrett.
Yeah.
He's the fun uncle.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're a very attentive uncle. I give you credit for that.
Thank you.
It's another thing I'm terrible at being an uncle. The Arizona Cardinals back on the practice field Tuesday, an extra day of work since they're coming off the bye week, and they don't play until Monday when they face the Dallas Cowboys. Head coach Jonathan Gannon predictably did not give any new insight on the possible return of Kyler Murray, who's missed the last 2 games with a foot injury, calling Murray's return, quote, a hypothetical. We'll get into that. And the team is taking things day to day. Gannon also said he doesn't believe sweeping changes are the way to navigate out of a 5-game losing streak. Cardinals also opened up the 21-day practice windows for cornerback Garrett Williams and edge rusher B.J. Ojulari. Williams has been out since suffering a knee injury in Week 2 against Carolina. Ojulari's been on injured reserve since August of 2024 when he suffered a torn ACL in training camp. So looks like some help coming on the defensive side. Cardinals also did re-sign running back Michael Carter and defensive back Darren Hall to the practice squad. They released wide receiver Bryson Green, running back Dearness Johnson, and tight end Nick Muse from the practice squad. So,
salary cap shenanigans. You're right.
Yeah,
You're right.
It's got to be exhausting, doesn't it?
Yes.
For everybody involved?
Yes. Has to be.
Especially the players. Elsewhere around the league, the New Orleans Saints are making a change at quarterback. Head coach Kellen Moore announced Tuesday that rookie Tyler Shuck will start Sunday against the Rams. Shuck, another Valley product, attended Hamilton High in Chandler, second-round pick of the Saints out of Louisville. Saw his first substantial action of the year last week when he completed 17 of 30 passes for 128 yards and an interception after relieving Spencer Rattler in a loss to the Bucs. By the way, the Saints have gone 1-13 in Rattler's 14 career starts dating back to last year.
Ooh, that's not good.
And he's not horrible.
He's
No.
not. He's serviceable.
Yeah. But
They just don't win. Patriots cornerback Marcus Jones gets a contract extension. ESPN saying that Jones gets a 3-year bump worth $36 million. That runs through the 2028 season. He's been a standout for the New England defense. Patriots have raced out to a 6-2 record. New England also trading defensive end Keon White to the San Francisco 49ers for a 2026 6th-round pick, and sent former first-round pick Kyle Duggar and a 7th-round pick to the Steelers for another 6th-round pick next year. College football, ASU will be shorthanded again when they face Iowa State Saturday in Ames in a rematch of last year's Big 12 championship game. Various reports indicate that Sam Levitt will be unable to go with undisclosed injuries suffered in last Saturday's loss to Houston. ASU 0-2 over the last 2 years when Levitt misses a game, including a 42-10 loss at Utah earlier in October. Jeff Sims finished up last week's game. He'll get the start. Head coach Kenny Dillingham said that wide receiver Jordan Tyson, who missed the Houston game, is questionable for Iowa State, and he'll be reevaluated either Thursday or Friday. That's something we haven't seen over the last 2 years, is what ASU looks like without Sam Levitt or Jordan Tyson.
Oh, boy.
I'm not sure I want to find out the answer to that question.
No.
Suns start their first homestand of the season tonight at Mortgage Matchup Center in downtown Phoenix as they will host the Memphis Grizzlies. First of 3 games between the teams this year. Suns come in at 1-3. They've dropped 3 in a row, including Monday night's overtime loss to the Jazz in Utah. Memphis 2-2 early on. They lost to Golden State on Monday. Dylan Brooks will miss his 2nd straight game tonight with groin soreness. However, Jalen Green has been listed as questionable for the matchup, an upgrade. Green yet to play this season due to a hamstring strain for Memphis. Brandon Clark, Zach Edey, Ty Jerome, Scottie Pippen Jr. all out. Tonight's game tips after 7. You can hear all the action right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, beginning with pregame coverage at 6. 5 games in the NBA last night. OKC stormed back to beat Sacramento 107-101 SGA had 31. Thunder stay undefeated at 5-0. 76ers also unbeaten at 4-0 after their comeback 139-134 overtime win over Washington. Tyrese Maxey, 39 points for the Sixers. Bucks topped the Knicks 121-111 behind 37 from Giannis. And I mean 37 points, not the 37 steps he took on that one layup that went viral. Did you see that play?
I did see that.
My goodness.
That was unbelievable.
And then I just have to editorialize just for a second.
Yeah.
Those go viral, and there's always the know-it-all basketball fan that jumps in the comments. Yeah. Learn the rules, man. Those are his gather steps.
Those are his
Shut up.
You don't count you don't count the step where he picks the ball up, then you don't count the step where he jumps off the
I've never seen anything like it.
He
It was
went from
crazy.
the three-point line, which is 24 feet away, to the basket. Golden State shackled the Clippers with 98-79, and Miami scorched Charlotte 144-117. One little feature we'll have, maybe we should start this. Get a little production behind it for NBA season. Did Bradley Beal play for the Clippers? No. The World Series all tied up again as Toronto wins Game 4 6-2 at Dodger Stadium. Vladimir Guerrero Jr.'s two-run home run off of Shohei Ohtani in the third gave the Blue Jays a 2-1 lead. They would tack on 4 more in the 7th to put the game away. Shane Bieber out pitching Ohtani. Bieber allowing just 1 run on 4 hits and 5 1/3 innings. So it's knotted up at 2. A pivotal Game 5 tonight in Los Angeles. Blake Snell, Trey Savage in a rematch of Game 1. First pitch just after 5 o'clock, and you can catch all the action on Fox.
That's going to be a big-time pitching matchup. That Savage kid is filthy, and we know Blake Snell is filthy.
Yeah, to see Blake Snell get touched up in Game 1 was alarming because he's been almost unhittable in the postseason. But there you go. There's your splash for this Wednesday, October 29th. Coming up next, the Cardinals back after the bye. So what injured players can we expect to be back as well? We'll get into that and more straight ahead. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios at Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You don't have to be an athlete. Heck, you can play while you have a beverage. Dink and Dine Pickle Park in Mesa is the venue. The 2nd annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is the event. Compete for the coveted Golden Paddle and your share of cash prizes. Text the word pickle to 620-620 and sign up now. Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is presented by Sanderson Ford, benefiting Operation Santa Claus. Text pickle to 620-620. Rates may apply.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
We make the claims process easy so you can get back on the road in no time. It's why over 43 million drivers trust Progressive. See for yourself at Progressive.com.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. When it comes to your comfort, results matter. That's why Precision has been voted the #1 ranked AC company in the Valley for over a decade, delivering the best installation in the state. And now's the perfect time to upgrade. Get $2,500 off a new AC unit, plus receive the Valley's only 10-year workmanship warranty. Protect your home, lower your stress, stay comfortable all year long. Make the precision decision today. Call us at 602-FIX-MY-AC.
It's October everywhere, but at Tim Hovick Santan Ford, it is Bronctober. It's Wolf here, and all Broncos are on sale right now. Tim's got all the Bronco trim levels, a legit selection, all on sale. When affordability is your game, then Bronco Sport is the ticket. Select Bronco Sports priced below $29,000. It's the original Bronctober sales event at Tim Hovick Santan Ford, located at the Santan 202 Freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details. All offers expire 10/31/2025.
Do you have an estate plan that protects you while you're alive and when you pass away? Imagine becoming incapacitated after a serious accident or illness. Without a living trust, your family could end up in court, fighting over your money and even your medical care. A will does nothing to protect you while you're alive. And when you pass away, a will could send your estate into probate court, costing time, stress, and thousands in legal fees. That's why more Arizonans are turning to RJP Estate Planning to set up a living trust. It protects your assets if you're incapacitated and helps your estate avoid probate, so your home and other assets transfer smoothly to your loved ones. And right now, if you're 55 or over, you can save 55% on a living trust.
For your 55% savings, call 480-576-5457. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457. Offer ends October 30th.
And we're back with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, how is the service at Arrowhead Honda?
I trust my friends at Arrowhead Honda's service department to keep my Honda in tip-top shape. Their expert team always gets it right. From quick oil changes to major repairs, they will literally handle it all. Thanks, Arrowhead Honda.
Visit Arrowhead Honda today at the 101 and Bell Road or shop online at arrowheadhonda.com.
Tell them Michael Wilson sent you. Go Red.
YouTube TV customers, you could lose ESPN and the sports you love, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, the NBA, college basketball, and more. Take action. Go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN.
We'll discuss it at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke. Hey, it's Gambo. Can the Cardinals have their best offensive performance of the season against the league's worst defense? We'll discuss on today's Burns and Gambo show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Talk about a tease. I really want to know what Luke is going to talk about.
Right.
What are they going to discuss at 10?
I'll take blame for it because I didn't listen to it beforehand. But this is one of the, rejoins look-aheads that they put in, that Luke recorded that they put in.
Okay.
We'll discuss it at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
That's it.
Oh,
That's all there is. That's all there is to it.
I absolve you, Jarrett.
So that's got to be a Jesse Morrison mess up, right?
Yeah. Well, I'm sure.
Shut up, Jesse.
Shut up, Jesse.
We're not going to say shut up to our great listeners in Youngtown this morning. Want to say a good morning. We appreciate you listening out in Youngtown as we continue here on the Wednesday edition. Cardinals back in the building after the bye week. How is everybody feeling, Jonathan Gannon?
Rejuvenated and ready to go. They're ready to get on the grass, I think. I know. So it'll be good. They're ready to go. They know the challenge that's ahead.
Yeah, it was. Follow me here for a second.
All right. Will do.
It was an interesting media session yesterday from Jonathan Gannon, in my opinion.
All right.
And I might be the only one who thinks that.
Explain.
Interesting in the fact that the messaging is identical.
Yes.
This is, I'm not going to call it crisis territory. But this is some real dire stuff that the Arizona Cardinals are facing.
There's no doubt about it.
For their last 10 games.
No doubt
They're
about it.
2-5. They're in last place in the NFC West. Year 3 of a rebuild has not gone at all according to plan. And I know you can fall back on the fact that, hey, they've been in every one of these games, a play here, a play there, they win. The fact of the matter is those plays were not made.
Nope.
And you are what your record says you are, 2-5. I don't know if Jonathan Gannon behind closed doors and this staff feels differently and they're putting on the brave face like, hey, everything's fine. but the lack of any different messaging to me really stood out.
Well, yes, because I think that we are all conditioned to watch football coaches operate in a certain way, and you bring different levels of intensity and emotion to different games and different points of the season. And this is just not how Jonathan Gannon rolls.
He does not.
He just does not roll like that. Now, we know he has it in him because we saw the sideline blow up with Amari DiMercato.
That's really the only instance we have, though,
Ever.
publicly.
Ever. And but this is so you would think that maybe behind closed doors when he's addressing his players there's a little more energy. I think it's very important to him to have a very calm front-facing kind of leader. Mm-hmm. And that's just the way he rolls. Now, is it the greatest thing for the media? Of course not. You'd love a head coach who swears and kicks up the dust, and we live
talks about drinking Crown,
right? Exactly, right. But this is just kind of the way Jonathan Gannon rolls now. But
I will say this.
But you ain't kidding.
Before you move on, I will say this. I think Jonathan Gannon obviously has a respect for the media, and I think it's reciprocal. Mm-hmm. I think the media that's out there every day covering Jonathan Gannon and the Cardinals appreciates the relationship that they have. He just doesn't say a whole lot.
No, and so I agree with you. I think fans, when you listen to it, you want your head coach to kind of confirm the way you are feeling as a football fan. And if you're a Cardinal fan, you know we're at a crossroads right now, organizationally, because if you do not beat the Dallas Cowboys on Monday Night Football, you are going to be 2-6, then you're going to be 2-8, and then who knows how many games you're going to win. Mm-hmm. And this is going to be a massive regression year for this regime, with a lot of people to blame. You mentioned what the Cardinals have been wearing, or what people have been using as a praise point for the Cardinals. The 5 losses by a combined 13 points, all close games. But then you dig deep into those games, and there's a lot of coaching mistakes that are being made, where that you can flip that stat and actually use it as a negative, if you so chose to do so. Because there have been a lot of coaching misfires in fourth quarters. Collectively, as a group, the team has been at its worst in the fourth quarter. And so there's that. There's the fact that, we just know what it's going to sound like if you lose to the Dallas Cowboys on Monday Night Football. And this isn't even the Kyler Murray factor, which is a story in and of itself that we're going to get into today. Do you know what the solution is, Jarrett, for the Arizona Cardinals? David Johnson.
Well,
he's in shape.
David, did you see this yesterday?
I saw you retweet.
David Johnson was interviewed, I believe, from somebody from Cronkite, I think.
I think so, yeah.
He's in the best shape of his life, Jarrett. He's running the New York City Marathon this weekend, and he said he could suit up for the Cardinals right after that. He's a great guy, Jarrett.
I was just going to say. The only thing that's...
See, that was what was missing from your repost. I was looking for those 2 words, great guy.
Great guy.
The only thing more elite and in better condition than his physical body is what's inside of him. He's just the best guy. I thought you were going to say the only thing that could save them is my brilliant idea from draft day of getting Kyler Murray 6-inch platform cleats.
Yeah, that was right up there with the Jarrett specials.
Yeah.
The soups, the teaspoon.
It's a preposterous idea, Jarrett, because you can't move in those cleats. You could stand taller, but you can't move.
Well, with modern technology,
standing taller is part of the problem.
Yeah, it's true. No, that idea, even when I perfected it, it instantly went away. When somebody suggested, okay, well then all the defense can just wear them as well, and you have the same problem. So I said, oh yeah, okay. Anyway.
Yeah, football on stilts. I don't know if that's ever going to catch up. In Jonathan Gannon fashion, when he was speaking to the media yesterday, you're 2-5. Is this a time when you have the bye week after 7 weeks to come back with 10 games left? The Cardinals' season is salvageable / savable, whatever word you want to use. They can turn this around. So do you make sweeping changes, Jonathan Gannon?
If you look with a critical eye where we're at and how we got to this point, in my mind, there was no, I told the team that, I was going to come in today and be like, hey, all these drastic things, this is what we're going to do to win games. It is not that. That is not the answer. in my opinion. When I watch how these games have kicked out and how we're at where we're at right now, it was some minor tweaks and coaching the details a little bit better, playing a little bit better, finding our margins a little bit better, in-game decision making, play call. It's a bunch of different things, but there's nothing really drastic to me. If we didn't look like we looked with the same record, then you could think about, making some big time drastic changes, which I've been a part of that too. I don't think that was the answer for us moving forward. So I just want us to play a little bit better, coach a little bit better, and play a little bit better.
Yeah, I get the delicate nature of all of this, and it does have to do with the competitive nature of this team, but drastic changes. Overall, no, but drastic changes. And Jonathan Gannon mentioned it there, in-game. One word that I think needs to be ratcheted up for this to be turned around is the aggressiveness on both sides of the ball. And you go back to a fourth down call on the quarterback sneak that failed with Jacoby Brissett in a game that the Cardinals lost again by a couple of points. And was that aggressive? No, it wasn't aggressive because it was an analytics decision to go for it, first of all. But the play call was as passive as it gets.
Yes.
Or a few weeks ago, running the ball on 3rd and 8.
Yes,
at the end of
taking
the
the ball out of the hands of your quarterback. On the defensive side of the ball, the Cardinals have not generated much of a pass rush, but they also haven't been very aggressive in bringing extra rushers. Their blitz rate is among the lowest in the league. These are the things that I think need to change.
Yeah, I totally agree with that, especially the latter. I definitely believe that even though you're going to start layering in returning players to the defense, you need to ratchet up that pass rush. Their metrics are bad, and that's something that you can scheme against or scheme around, if you will.
Yes.
I'm totally behind that. That's one of the things on a checklist that I want to see Monday night in Dallas.
Well, and coaches will point to, hey, you got to win those individual battles. You got to win. You got to beat your man. Well, that's not happening to any consistent level through 7 games. So that's when you throw something different at the wall and see what sticks. We've seen it before. When Vance Joseph was here, there was a time where we were marveling. The whole Cardinals fan base was marveling at how he was generating a pass rush.
Yeah, I remember that.
And by the way, he's doing it again in Denver. With much better players.
36 sacks for the Denver Broncos.
Yep.
Lead the league by a mile.
Want to stay up to date on all our contests at Arizona Sports, from tickets to the Cardinals, to the Suns, to Innings Festival, and many more. Just text the word contest to 620-620. We'll send you the latest on all our giveaways. That's contest to 620-620. Coming up next, will we finally see the Suns' debut of Jalen Green tonight? That and more straight ahead on the Wednesday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I think special teams has been a disaster for them. I think if they didn't have the problems on special teams, they wouldn't be in the situation they're in right now. I don't blame not having Scadaboo. I don't blame the offensive line. I don't blame the defense. I really blame it on special teams. You can't have these possessions starting inside your 10 all the time because you're constantly having penalties on a punt return or a kickoff return. You can't have that. I kind of think that one thing is wearing them down.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I say it all the time. I'm a huge believer in your body's natural ability to heal itself. I'm a big believer in QC Kinetics and what they can do for you if you are suffering from any kind of chronic joint pain. And I say that because 92% of the patients who go to QC Kinetics are very, very happy with the outcome. I happen to be one of them. I've leaned on QC Kinetics twice. Once they helped me avoid surgery when I tore my meniscus 5 years ago. Just completed a 4-round treatment of a real bad case of tennis elbow. Markedly better, folks. This stuff works. At QC Kinetics, they tap into your body's regenerative power using natural healing factors that help restore and repair damaged tissue, reduce inflammation, and relieve pain at its source. And this is not science fiction. This is your body's comeback story, powered by the very cells that built you in the first place. And some other cool things happening at QC Kinetics. This Veterans Day, QC Kinetics giving back to our heroes. Veterans will get $500 off their treatment, and for every non-veteran who starts care, QC Kinetics will donate $500 to the Wounded Warrior Project. Great time to book your free consultation. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Reach them at 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Do you cringe when you have to smile for photos? Are you lacking confidence because of broken, discolored, or missing teeth? Struggle to chew food properly or just function normally? Have you even forgotten how to smile? Well, ProSmile can change all of that with dental implants. At ProSmile, from start to finish, everything is done on-site with your implants by Arizona's top oral surgeons, cosmetic dentists, and an on-site lab to provide immediate teeth with the highest quality. The all-on-4 implants can give you back the confidence to laugh and smile and look good doing it. ProSmile Dental is the only practice. We have oral surgeons and cosmetic dentists available on-site every day. ProSmile is family-owned, not a national chain. They have locations in Phoenix and Scottsdale, and they offer multiple financing options, including interest-free financing or financing up to 10 years. So whether it's the all-on-4 implants, an issue with wisdom teeth, or even a smile makeover with on-site custom-designed cosmetic veneers, text PRO to 620-620 or go to ProSmileAZ.com to book your free consultation. And let's get you into a smile you'll love.
My name is Wes Tunsaker, and I'm a partner here at the law firm of Morris Hall.
I'm Andrea Klaus, managing partner.
I'm Tim Hall, and I'm thrilled to be part of this firm with wonderful partners, associates, and especially great clients.
We put clients first. I can't say enough about the team that we've got.
What estate planning is taking your assets, your legacy, and making sure that we plan for and protect that so that it goes to who you want, when you want, and how you want.
Estate planning is really caring about what impact you make while you're alive and caring about what happens when you're gone, not only to your estate that you leave, but to the people to whom you leave them or to the organizations.
If you have questions about a current estate plan or would like to review estate planning needs, you can reach out for a complimentary consultation.
We often say that estate planning is not just our practice, it's our privilege and it's our passion. Please come to see us.
Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm for over 55 years. Visit morrishall.com today.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 in monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Off the bye week, the Cardinals will have a chance to get back in the win column Monday night in Dallas against the Cowboys. And here was head coach Jonathan Gannon on the players' attitude after the bye.
Rejuvenated and ready to go. You know, they're ready to get on the grass, I think. I know. So it'll be good. They're ready to go. They know the challenge that's ahead.
Some other good news for the Cards. B.J. Ojulari and Garrett Williams have opened their practice windows. The Phoenix Suns are back home tonight for the Memphis Grizzlies, and we might just get to see Jalen Green's Phoenix Suns debut. He's listed as questionable for tonight's game. Dylan Brooks, however, will be out. Tip from downtown will be at 7 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. ASU continues practice without their special teams coach, and the Devils will also be without their quarterback Sam Levitt on Saturday in Ames as he is dealing with an undisclosed injury. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Sundays belong to football watch parties with wall-to-wall action, special guests, food and drink specials, football promotions, and more only at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
Hey, it's Luke. Are we going to see a more consistent effort from the Phoenix Suns against the Memphis Grizzlies? We'll discuss that at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, so we did figure out what Luke was talking about. Nice.
This is other one.
Oh, go. Jalen Green. Will we see Jalen Green tonight in a Suns uniform for the first time? We haven't seen it, even in the preseason. Did not play a minute. Obviously sat out the opener. Suns went to China for the 2 games against the Brooklyn Nets. He re-aggravated the hamstring injury. And for a guy who had 2 seasons of full health, 82 games played in each of the last 2 seasons, a little bit of a bummer for him personally and for the team that he has been unable to go, but listed as questionable for tonight, beginning of this homestand for the Suns against the Memphis Grizzlies. And, you know, we all try to read between the lines now when it comes to injury reporting.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, at least the way that I view this, Bick, is when a player's been out and gets upgraded to questionable, that is almost, at least historically, it's almost a nod like he's going to play unless something bad happens.
That makes sense.
That shoot around.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. That makes perfect sense. And good.
And I'm glad because, A, I want to see what this looks like. But for a fan base that's only 4 games into an 82-game schedule, the morale is low. I want to see as many healthy players on the floor as we can for the Suns because I think the fan base needs it after that road trip.
Yeah, I'm curious, what did the fan base really expect, though? I mean,
that's a big question.
I've noticed this, too. I've noticed that the reaction to the Suns start has been very brusque, and there's a lot of anger, and it's like, what were you really expecting?
Because what was promised, for the most part, has been delivered upon.
Yeah.
And that is increased effort and energy. And no, that hasn't necessarily translated to defensive success, and that will come with time and communication and having healthy players. But what was promised over and over again it's been paid off.
Well, here's what I think. I think the fact that this team has gotten off to really bad starts and gotten into really big deficits, I think maybe a lot of people are turning off the television early. And maybe not watching the comebacks, or maybe the other half of what you were promised, maybe the Suns aren't delivering on that, and that is a basketball team you love to watch play. Now, we all admire the fight, but that's not the same as loving watching them play.
Well, let's look at it this way. They've played 4 games. Mm-hmm. I think the opener against Sacramento, at least the second half of that, was highly enjoyable basketball.
Very much so.
And they lost a frustrating game the other night in overtime. That was a hell of an entertaining game.
Absolutely. I thought the second half of the last game was fantastic.
Well, here's the thing. I thought it would take longer for this to happen, but saying that you just want to see fight and grit and heart is great to say in the offseason, but when the season actually starts, and even if you're seeing that you're losing every game, it wears on you.
Yeah, it gets old fast. So I think maybe it's the getting down big to teams, the fact that you were down 19-2 to the lowly Utah Jazz, and granted, we would be talking so much differently had they pulled that game off in overtime. It would have been like, oh, did you see what the Suns did? So it's fascinating to me, the prism in which we choose to view things when it could be remarkably different. But I'm excited to see Jalen Green because it's really going to be paramount. He's really going to have to put forth the best season of his career to date, and he's got the platform to do it. He's got a green light to shoot the ball probably as much as he wants, which he did not have in Houston. So I think there's a lot of things here that are working in Jalen Green's favor. I think that his athleticism, he can be a highlight reel at times, so I think he's going to provide a lot of excitement.
I can say this right off the bat without having seen him play 1 minute in the Suns uniform. He's probably a top 5 athlete in Suns history in terms of athletic ability.
Yeah.
He is explosive, about as explosive as it gets.
So how good are the Grizzlies? Because I know this from the little I've seen of them, they might have pulled off the steal of the NBA draft.
Cedric Coward.
Cedric Coward, man, this kid is legit.
Coward of the county. He was one of those draft prospects that people liked, but there was questions about him. Like, he only played this many games at Washington State. How good is he really? There's some really good rookies that were identified not at the top of the draft. But the Grizzlies, as they always are, they're dealing with injuries again.
Always. The Grizzlies have an interesting team. They have Kentavious Caldwell-Pope on a very weird roster. Sandy Aldama's back. A lot of people were going after him in free agency. But the biggest question, it always comes down to Ja and Jaren Jackson.
Yeah, it does.
That's what it. When those two guys are on the floor for the Grizzlies, as they should be, they just win basketball games. That's what they've done for the last 3 to 4 years. Will they be on the floor together a lot this season? That's the biggest question.
Well, like I said, it's a team that always is dealing with injuries, and Ja with other issues as well. But he's played so far. They don't have Desmond Bane anymore. He's moved on. He was another guy that was, I think, a member of the Suns Killer Club. So it's good that he's not playing tonight. Yeah. But I am curious to see, not just individually with Jalen Green, Bick, and what he looks like. And look, there's going to be a ramp up because he hasn't played a minute with any of these guys in a competitive environment. But also what it does, because Jalen Green, if he plays, I would assume he's going to start. What does that do? We talked a lot yesterday about tinkering maybe with the starting lineup. And as Grayson Allen bump into Dylan Brooks' spot while he's gone? Do they do something else at the forward to get a little bit more size at the 3 and the 4 because they don't really have that option right? They do have those options, but inexperienced options. Do you move Oso to the 4? He hasn't played very well so far.
No, he hasn't.
The Rasheer Fleming question is out there. Do you feel comfortable at this point throwing a rookie who hasn't really played that much into a bigger role without showing anything? I mean, these are all big questions.
I know we talked about this yesterday. I didn't know that it was as widespread as it was. There were a lot of Suns fans who were bummed out that they didn't give Rasheer Fleming a shot at containing Lauri Markkanen.
Yes.
Given the fact that he's a very athletic, rangy, long defensive specialist.
Like I said,
still much smaller than Lauri Markkanen.
Well, yeah.
I think
There's
people
no doubt
just,
about that.
in general, want to see the rookies just because they got so excited in the offseason about them, and we haven't really seen them at all.
There is a built-in feeling. You were exactly right. I remember last year, one of the big things, it was one of the first things that turned the fan base against Mike Budenholzer was not consistent minutes for Ryan Dunn.
That's right.
And we had talked about it, too, a team that wasn't playing hard on a consistent basis, and Ryan Dunn was playing hard individually on a consistent basis, but there wasn't a real carved-out role for Ryan Dunn last year.
And that's one of the things that's facing Ryan Dunn this year. Last year, his effort plays really popped because of the people he played with. That's not the case this year. And so now this year, his flaws as a shooter, as a reliable shooter, have been laid bare.
The positives don't stand out anymore. The negatives stand out now.
Yeah, last year, the hustle, the flying through, the dunks, it was like, wow, there's a kid that cares. We've got one.
Well, you're counting on offensive improvement from Ryan Dunn. I don't think the effort level has waned. I think he has shined at times on the offensive glass at his size because of it, increased effort. One of the things that I wonder about and I worry about with Ryan Dunn with increased minutes is he's seemingly always in foul trouble. I mean, when he's getting starts 8 minutes in, 6 minutes into the game, he's got 2 fouls.
You got to sit him down, and your rotations are all out of whack.
Yeah. So,
got it.
Suns and Grizzlies tonight from Mortgage Matchup Center. You can hear it all here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This year marks the 10th anniversary of Character Counts. Parker & Sons has awarded over $100,000 in scholarships to outstanding Valley students who show great character. Your child or a student you know could be next. Just text the word character to 620-620 and nominate them for a $10,000 scholarship. That's character to 620-620 for Character Counts. Coming up next, what is the reason for the early season offensive explosion in the NBA? We'll get into it straight ahead. It's Bickley and Murata mornings on this Wednesday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Gillespie taps it to himself into the forecourt. He comes. Numbers for the Suns. It's Booker for the jam time. Colin Gillespie tipped it up into the air, then gave it to Booker for the dunk.
The Suns host the Grizzlies tonight at Mortgage Matchup Center. Our pregame begins tonight at 6. 7 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
If you are looking for great deals on new Ford vehicles, you got to know about the amazing deals being offered right now at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. Hey, it's Vince Murata and Earnhardt Ford. That's where GM John Nissen and his team have marked down nearly every remaining 2025 Ford model. Like on the Ford Explorer 3-row SUV, it's now available 0.9% APR financing and $2,000 in Ford bonus cash. If you're looking for a truck, look no further than America's favorite F-150s. F-Series trucks, the best-selling truck in America since 1977. You can get an F-150 XLT EcoBoost. They're ready to roll with 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $2,750 in Ford bonus cash. You can find these deals and more on the rest of Earnhardt Ford's award-winning lineup, including electric and hybrid options. See dealer for full details. Approved credit is required. These offers do end November 3rd, 2025. Go see them in person at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, I-10 and Ray Road, because they've got the no-bull deals you've been waiting for. Or you can shop online anytime at EarnhardtFord.com.
Veterans Day is a moment where we express gratitude towards the folks who have served on our behalf, our veterans. And Navy Federal Credit Union celebrates veterans of all branches and their families on Veterans Day and every day of the year. They serve over 2 million veterans, and as a veteran, you can become a member and access exclusive rates, discounts, and financial tools for the whole family. Become a member at NavyFederal.org/veterans. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the name Sweet James on billboards all over the valley. It's a fun name, but what they do is serious business. When you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, the insurance companies that promise to protect you, they often pay you as little as possible or deny your claim altogether. That's why I want you to know about Sweet James Accident Attorneys. This world-class law firm with over 25 years experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims, with a 98% winning record. They're the only firm with an in-house trial team. Having the right attorney means the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. They've even been named among the best attorneys in America. If you're injured in an accident, you're going to want Sweet James Accident Attorneys. They are there for you, and you don't pay them until they win your case. Go to sweetjames.com. That's sweetjames.com. Or call 800-9-MILLION, 800-900-0000.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com.
This is an announcement to all United States vehicle owners who own a 2003 or newer vehicle with a manufacturer's warranty about to expire, or no warranty coverage at all. With a struggling economy and the cost of living on the rise, Endurance is now offering an affordable, low-cost vehicle coverage plan to the general public. As of today, you could be one of millions of drivers that now may qualify to have your vehicle protected under this coverage and have all future covered auto repairs paid directly to the repair shop for you. You pick your plan. You pick your deductible. You even pick the repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental coverage is included. Get your vehicle protected now and save your wallet from costly vehicle repairs. A toll-free number has been established for you to call for your free 5-minute quote and to see if you qualify. The number to call is 800-266-3845. Again, that's 800-266-3845. 800-266-3845.
YouTube TV customers, you could lose ESPN and the sports you love, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, the NBA, college basketball, and more. Take action. Go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN.
Come on. I'm burning. Come on. Come on.
Arizona Sports. Floor Burns with Bickley and Murata.
We are about a week into the NBA season, and one thing is abundantly clear. There's a lot of scoring in this league. Lots of teams putting up huge numbers. We've talked about the rash of 40 and 50-point games from individuals already. How many? I think there's been 4 50-point games so far in the first week of the season.
I believe that's the number.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You've had players off
and by players that you wouldn't expect.
That's true.
Aaron Gordon had a 50-point game.
Lauri Markkanen had a 50-point game. It was the first for the Jazz since Karl Malone.
The first one he's ever had. Mm-hmm. Austin Reeves had a 50-point game. They're coming fast and furious.
Austin Reeves has also had a 40-point game.
He's averaging 36 points per game. Austin Reeves.
We've had 16 40-point games in the first week of the NBA season. That's a record. And so what does that tell you? It tells you a couple things. It tells you, number one, the level of individual talent in the NBA has never been greater. In the history of the sport, the level of individual talent has never been greater. Number two, it is impossible to play defense in this league.
There is that.
And number three, we've got a free throw shooting plague in the NBA.
Look,
and a lot of three-point shooting.
Yeah, but
that too, yeah.
Let's focus on the free throw question.
Mm-hmm.
Last year, over the course of the regular season, the Denver Nuggets and Memphis Grizzlies led the NBA 23.3 free throw attempts per game. Pretty manageable number, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I know it's only a week. It's a small sample size. The Orlando Magic right now, through 4 games, lead the NBA. 35.8 free throw attempts. Houston at 35. Lakers 33. Memphis just under 33. Charlotte 32. San Antonio, Philadelphia 31. The same number that led the league over the course of last season, 23.3, would rank in the bottom 7.
That's
in the NBA this year.
That is unreal. And this is not good for basketball. I don't know anybody who loves basketball who enjoys watching dudes shoot free throws.
No,
So
it's
what is
part
a
of the
viable-
game.
yeah,
But when it's also just a march to the free throw line and a free throw shooting contest, which we have seen on occasion so far this season, there's nothing enjoyable about it. And it's really not enjoyable if you're root for a team that's not all that adept at getting to the free throw line.
I was just going to say, like, when these new trends happen and it's teams either being really, really good and really frequent at three-point shooting or getting to the free throw line a ton, and your favorite team does neither of those,
Yeah, right.
stinks at both of those,
Right.
it's really
But again,
shows.
as a consumer of basketball, everybody loves flow. Up and down the court. That's
She
what
was my favorite character on Alice.
Yeah.
Wow. I thought you were going to say progressive.
Kiss my grits, Jared.
Yeah.
That was once a thing. That saying was once a thing.
It was
right alongside with "Where's the beef?"
Don't give away possible future generation gap questions. These
Oh,
are
okay.
great,
Yes, you're
great
right.
stuff.
Good point. Good point.
Here come the judge.
Look, I just saw Sammy taking notes over there.
Yeah,
He's
exactly.
Very astute.
No, but see, offense in the NBA nowadays, and what you could be critical of it is, it's either just firing up a million three-pointers, or anytime they do drive to the basket, it's a foul, and they go to the free throw line. There is no flow in offenses. You're right.
Well, and you've got guys at the top of the league who are the top scorers, and I hate to say it because I don't necessarily like the term free throw merchant.
Yeah.
But when Shai Gilgeous-Alexander has got it down to a science,
Yeah.
he's going to get to the line
Yeah.
a ton every single game.
Yeah.
It's not enjoyable to watch.
No, there's got to Luka's that way, Shea is that way. It's
Giannis.
really an insidious element of basketball. I do not like it at all. I really don't. And I think at some point in time it's going to have to be addressed. It's like they keep adding things to the list of things that defenders can't do, right? It's
just like football.
Just like football. Exactly. It's exactly the same thing because they want scoring, they want points, they want
Except it's in football, you could argue that it's helping the game by making it higher scoring, more exciting offensive plays. It's not really working that way in the NBA. Just because the games are higher scoring, it doesn't mean that they're more exciting to watch the way the offenses are going.
That is, again, it depends on how many of those points are coming from the free throw line. Another free throw number that is alarming to me so far is the Sacramento Kings are at the bottom of the league right now. They don't get to the line, and they don't make their free throws when they do. I don't know if I've ever seen a team free throw shooting percentage, and I don't care if they're only 3 games into their season. They've only hit 64% of their free throws.
as a team.
As a team. That's college basketball. That's bad college basketball numbers.
Wow.
And it's a team with pretty good shooters. Who stands out on that team as a bad shooter?
They're just a bad organization. They're just a bad organization.
Hey, the Suns beat them.
ESPN's they're adopting NBA WAR. You know how the MLB made that big transition where wins above replacement is the biggest thing.
Yeah.
What, this, that, the other. Who do you think has the overall best WAR in the NBA?
Individual player?
Mm-hmm. They've broken it up overall offensively and defensively. It's pretty interesting.
Is it? I mean, I haven't really thought of this, but I didn't even know this existed until this morning. I would guess Austin Reeves.
No, he has the best offensive WAR in the National Basketball League. Victor Wembanyama has the best overall and defensively.
He's got like 8 blocks a game.
But it is really, it's cool because all the offensive people are your typical characters. Reeves, Giannis, Shea, Doncic, Curry, and Jimmy Butler. Half those guys get to the line just an absurd amount. And then defensively, it's Wembanyama, Jared Allen, Hartenstein, and Mobley.
The Giannis thing, he's off to a tremendous start in Milwaukee. They hosted the Knicks last night. He went off again, 37 points in the game. And there was a lot of talk because there's been this circulating rumors about Giannis in New York and the mutual flirtation. But he was pretty adamant about Milwaukee being his city.
Yeah. He was, the New York media, they came armed with a gaggle of questions about that after the game, and Giannis was tap dancing around it all. It was more relevant because Giannis just destroyed Karl Anthony Towns last night.
He's in the mode where he could have gone one of two ways before the season, in the kind of mopey, trade me Milwaukee, I want to be on a contending team. He's gone the complete 180. And has just put the entire organization on his back and some. Mm-hmm. And when a player does that, especially of his caliber, it's almost must watch night in and night out, at least for me.
Yeah, no, when he's allowed to take 19 steps to the hoop, it's a lot easier for those players to dominate.
It's not his fault, man. It's on the refs.
He's taking advantage of what's in front of him.
Again, early in the season, here's the headline from the New York Post last night on Cat. From Mike Vaccaro wrote the article. Cat call out. Knicks star can't have more games like this unacceptable dud.
See? Yeah. That's a real sports town for you.
How about Havlicek?
What does that have to do with the New York Post?
I don't know. It's a mad New Yorker.
Okay, gotcha.
He's so mad it's in his name.
Well, listen, it's also a thing because you got to remember, Knicks basketball right now in New York City, it is the thing. Mm-hmm. So it's all eyes are on that team.
And after the last 2 postseason runs, I mean, Knicks fever's about as high as it's been since the early 90s?
Since the day of Sammy's guy, Walt Frazier.
My man, Clyde.
You're a man.
And it's the last thing Knick fans are going to want to hear, but patience is realistically what they need to have, at least because Mike Brown has been there for a cup of coffee. Like, they're going to get better.
I don't know. Patience and New York
no, it doesn't,
and the Eastern Conference landscape don't really blend together right
yeah,
now.
Right.
Yeah. Join the excitement at the 2nd annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament presented by Sanderson Ford. It's going on November 14th at Dink and Dine Pickle Park. Compete for cash prizes and the legendary Golden Paddle. Proceeds will benefit Operation Santa Claus. And don't miss the epic mascot matchup that day featuring Big Red and the Suns Gorilla battling it out on the court. Text PICKLE to 620-620 to register your team now. Once again, that's PICKLE to 620-620 and secure your spot. Coming up next, what is Jonathan Gannon's plan to get his team on track after the bye? We'll tell you what the Cardinals head coach had to say on that front next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader, including Cardinals play-by-play.
Harrison goes up and stabs it for a touchdown.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
If you are a homeowner in Arizona, chances are very, very good that you've had a very, very bad experience with a contractor or a landscaper. Happens to all of us in Arizona, but this is one area where my friends at Turf Monsters knocks it out of the park. They're a one-stop shop that can build you the backyard of your dreams, from fire pits to barbecue pits, patios to pergolas, all the way to pickleball courts. If you've always wanted a sparkling lawn, they're a leading installer of artificial turf in the valley. All of their turfs are of the highest quality. If you're a golfer, they can build you a state-of-the-art state-of-the-art putting green. What could be better than working on your short game in the comfort of your own home? But more to the point, the character of this company is what stands out to a lot of customers. Turf Monsters believes in professionalism, staying on schedule, sending a devoted crew to your house so you're not dealing with different workers every time you look out the window. And bottom line, they are very concerned with your happiness with the finished product. Customers rave about their experience. Check them out online at turfmonstersaz.com or give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
Hey Arizona, Tom Chambers here. I've learned that great teams are built by hard work, ethics, and perseverance. That's exactly what you get with Right Way Roofing. Right Way Roofing is a third-generation roofing company that has built trust in our community through their commitment to excellence. They use the toughest, most durable materials to handle Arizona's extreme weather. Take it from me, Tom Chambers. When it comes to your roof, choose the team that delivers excellence, because there's only one way, the right way.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Every day, community, supporting, giving. Every day at APS, we support Arizona community organizations and our customers, giving back to help Arizona teachers, nonprofits, and families, volunteering to support and strengthen neighborhoods, working with local partners to provide customers with crisis assistance and other services when they need it most. To help your community or find assistance for yourself or someone you know, visit aps.com/brighter. This ad is funded by Pinnacle West shareholders. Do you have an estate plan that protects you while you're alive and when you pass away? Imagine becoming incapacitated after a serious accident or illness. Without a living trust, your family could end up in court, fighting over your money and even your medical care. A will does nothing to protect you while you're alive. And when you pass away, a will could send your estate into probate court, costing time, stress, and thousands in legal fees. That's why more Arizonans are turning to RJP Estate Planning to set up a living trust. It protects your assets if you're incapacitated and helps your estate avoid probate, so your home and other assets transfer smoothly to your loved ones. And right now, if you're 55 or over, you can save 55% on a living trust.
For your 55% savings, call 480-576-5457. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457. Offer ends October 30th.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro on them. It's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
24 monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended, balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro, 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Hey, I'm Ron Wolfley, and I'm sitting here with JT Lee. That's right, all of the legendary JT, Moving Team 6. Moving Team 6 actually has a culture.
Amazing culture. What I look at is it's God, family, country.
Love it, man. It's how you do things that make you guys different.
We just want to go in, get the job done with perfection, and make sure the customer's happy, and that's what matters.
That's movingteam6.com. Go to movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Phoenix Suns fans, tonight could be the night where Jalen Green makes his Sun debut. He is listed as questionable for tonight's game against the Grizzlies. Jalen Green or not, the Suns will be without Dylan Brooks for the second straight game with groin soreness. Tip-off tonight will be at 7 p.m. in downtown Phoenix, and you can hear it on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This came through yesterday, but if you missed it, ASU quarterback Sam Leavitt will miss Saturday's Iowa State game due to injury, and wide receiver Jordan Tyson is listed as questionable. Here was head coach Kenny Dillingham on the Leavitt injury.
It's definitely something that's been lingering all year, so it's definitely something that could definitely turn into that for sure, just because it hasn't progressed like we hoped.
And last night in LA, it didn't go 18 innings, and the Dodgers didn't get a win. The Blue Jays stole Game 4 6-2 and have tied the series at 2 games apiece. And this report is brought to you by Morris Hall Estate Planning. Major estate tax increases are coming. Don't regret not planning ahead. The attorneys at Morris Hall can help you maximize what you leave behind to your loved ones. For a complimentary consultation, visit morrishall.com today.
Hey, it's Gambo. Can the Cardinals have their best offensive performance of the season against the league's worst defense? We'll discuss on today's Burns and Gambo show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Coach and play better. Yeah, I can give you all the answers there, Josh, but it's not, there's nothing drastic, really not. If everyone does their job a little bit better, starting with me, we'll have a better chance to get the result we want.
That's Jonathan Gannon, the head coach of the Arizona Cardinals, yesterday, coming off the bye, their first day back in the facility, their bonus day of practice, as it was referred to. They've got the day off today, back on the practice field to start the real ramp-up for the Cowboys starting tomorrow. But that answer came from the question, if going over tape from in the bye week, did that indicate or teach him anything about why the Cardinals are 2-5? And he immediately went back to the coach and play better.
Yeah.
Again, I'm very curious to see how you're not going to get anything different in the lead up to this game in terms of what they talk about they need to do. Now the product could look different, and going back to what we just heard from Gambo in the look ahead to the Burns and Gambo show. Afternoons 2 to 6 here on Arizona Sports. They're going up against the worst defense in the league.
Yeah.
This, for a lot of teams, especially a team that has struggled offensively like the Cardinals have, this could be a get-right game. But
this should be a gift.
We're not going to know until Sunday when we actually see what this looks like.
No, listen, Monday. This should be a gift for Kyler Murray, because not only are you putting him back into a stadium in which he owns, you can check Wikipedia, but also you're giving him a Cowboys defense that can't stop anybody. The Broncos are not a high-scoring team. They laid 44 on them. So I think there's the pressure to that. I also think as it relates to Jonathan Gannon and his tone, and there are some listeners who have kind of reached out to me and likened him to Torey Lovello, but different, like the same thing after every game.
Look, there's a lot of coaches that operate that way. It's a comfort zone. They don't want to give away too much, so they'll rely on the same phrases and terminology that they use over and over again. I get it,
but I don't think. I'm not sure if let me rephrase this. No, I'm just going to say this. I don't think Jonathan Gannon fears for his job.
It doesn't sound like it.
It doesn't sound like it.
I don't think so right now.
As a coach in year 3 who has yet to post a winning record and who could be looking down the barrel of a disastrous season, it doesn't sound like he thinks, uh-oh, I might be out the door here. Remember, wasn't he asked about it, and he said he landed in the perfect place?
Yeah. But can we all agree that if this season does go down the worst path, like there has to be some form of
accountability?
Accountability, or I don't want to use drastic change, but something's got to give.
Look, going into the season, we thought this was the make or break year for Kyler Murray. That the organization would give sort of Jonathan Gannon a chance further than they would Kyler Murray. Like they would, if they had to stick with one of them going forward, you know what I mean, after a rough year. I mean, I guess it would depend on how truly, truly, truly awful.
Yeah.
if sweeping changes would come, but even then I think it would go with the coordinators before it would go with the head coach.
All right. Let's play the hypothetical game. And we'll get more into hypotheticals in a second.
Okay.
Let's say the Cardinals finish 4-13.
Mm-hmm.
They're in every single game. What do you do?
You brought this up earlier.
You got to know what it looks like because the Kyler Murray thing is a factor here. And I really do believe this. I do believe that, the relationship Kyler has had with the Cardinals, it's been wonky at times. We can all agree on that, right? Early on, it was pretty weird. The homework clause, all of it, right?
I mean, yeah, that's a fair way to say it.
Okay.
I think Kyler's demeanor has been relatively consistent.
Okay.
Throughout.
Okay.
Read that as you will.
Right. I think if Kyler Murray doesn't come out of this bye week and light it up and reach a certain level of play that maybe this organization, Michael Bidwell, I think Michael Bidwell is very comfortable with Jonathan Gannon and Monty Ossenfort, right? They don't seem to ask for a ton. You know what I mean? They seem to be low maintenance in that regard, right? Because Monty Ossenfort, prior to this year, really didn't have a ton of money to spend and still has a lot of money sitting on that cap that you could be spending right now. So clearly, if those are budget restraints, he's obviously okay with it. So what I'm trying to say is they've been very agreeable. So I think the way this thing is trending is that if the bottom falls out of this tub, they're going to point the finger at Kyler. They're going to say, okay, you guys tried to make him work. You gave it your best shot. You did everything you could, but I'm going to give you one more shot without him.
Which to me is hard to fathom. I'm not sitting here waving a flag and waving pom-poms for the Kyler Murray support team. I think he is what he is at this point. But I can also say with a straight face, the Cardinals are not 2-5 because of Kyler Murray.
That's of course not. Of course not. But he's so polarizing, and so much of this fan base is over him. Well, that I think you could point the finger at him and the fan base would go, yep, his fault. Yeah, I agree.
Going back to what you said, Kyler Murray breakout game in Dallas, all these things are lining up. Here's the other part of the hypothetical thing. Because Jonathan Gannon was asked, hey, what are the chances Kyler plays on Monday?
That's a hypothetical to me, I don't know.
A hypothetical? Look, he was back on the practice field throwing to first-teamers yesterday. He's playing.
Yeah, it seems that way. But here's the other thing about going forward with Kyler. Most likely, he's not going to be terrible.
Oh, he hasn't been terrible.
Most likely, he's not going to be consistently amazing. He's probably going to be 200 yards, a touchdown.
65% completions.
30 rushing yards every game.
One turnover, maybe.
And potentially the Cardinals will be in a lot of these games
He'll
and
have
lose.
3 or 4 throws that make you say, oh, my God, how did that throw get there? What a play. He'll have 3 or 4 throws that make you say, what the hell is he looking at?
That's what I'm saying.
It's basically the same prescription every single game.
That's right. So that's most likely what's going to happen now going forward for the rest of the season. So at the end of the season, they're not going to be able to point to and say, Tua in Miami where they're like, well, this guy has 3 interceptions every game and throws for 100 yards. It's not going to be like that, but they're also not going to be able to say oh my God, he carried us to 3 extra wins that we won.
That's the thing.
But
the class where Kyler Murray is and the group of quarterbacks that are around him that are similar and he's compared to all the time, and Tua is a perfect example. He's the steadiest of the bunch. Guys like Tua, Michael Penix Jr., whoever you want to throw in there, Trevor Lawrence, sometimes Justin Herbert, they fluctuate so wildly in their performance. Kyler doesn't do that.
Yeah, no, listen, you're spitting facts, Vinny. I just think that if you get to the end of this year and it's 7 years in and 0 playoff victories, you turn the page. And if you finish 4-13, you're going to have a chance to draft a quarterback and pair him up with Jacoby Brissett. And I'm guessing that would be enough change for Michael Bidwell, that this coaching staff, this GM remains intact.
That's the weirdness, too, of this for any team that's looking for a quarterback in the draft right now. What started in September as the elite of the elite in this draft class, quarterback-wise, has completely changed.
So true.
Fernando Mendoza. How many people had him high atop your draft?
Mendoza. Mendoza.
Coming up next, right now the Cardinals are in last place in the NFC West, but how much of that stems from their organizational strategy in the offseason? We'll get into that and more next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
And Grayson Allen clears it to Gillespie. Quickly into the forecourt. Back to Allen. He's open for three, left wing. That's good for Grayson Allen. And the Suns tie it at 130.
The Suns host the Grizzlies tonight at Mortgage Matchup Center. Our pregame begins tonight at 6. 7 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, here's some Sonic trivia for you on a Wednesday morning. So I met Reba McEntire on a cruise a few years ago, and I learned a couple of things. I learned she adores Sonic, and more specifically, she loves the tater tots at Sonic. And here's a true fact. Her fiance calls her Tater Tot. That is her nickname, and there's even a ceremonial Valentine's Day meal at Sonic dedicated to Reba. So her love of Sonic obviously runs deep, and why not? At Sonic, you get a unique experience, a diverse menu, and meals that are packed with flavor. They've got an all-star lineup of burgers from the Double Sonic Smasher to the garlic butter bacon cheeseburger. They offer iconic classics like those tots, onion rings, cherry limeades. They feature tons of new favorites like mozzarella sticks, groovy fries, soft pretzel twists, and their drink menu is legendary, featuring tens of thousands of different combinations. Finally, here's a pro tip. Make sure you order ahead with the Sonic app. You will score exclusive rewards like half-price drinks and slushes. Live free, eat Sonic.
Homeowners, are you wanting to move but feel stuck? Call Carol Royce of Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Many home sellers face a catch-22, risking owning 2 homes or none at all. Skip the stress with Carol's Guaranteed Sale Program. No double mortgages, no getting stuck. Carol will guarantee the sale of your home at your agreed-upon price and time frame, or she will buy it so you can move with certainty. Call Carol Royce today, 480-776-5231, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Remember when they used to ask, what do you want to be when you grow up? At Bank of America, we ask every day, what would you like the power to do? When you work here, you help build businesses, inspire communities, and forge legacies. And now we've raised our U.S. minimum wage to $25 an hour. So the opportunity to do more also comes with competitive pay. Learn more at bankofamerica.com/25. Bank of America, proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Cardinals fans, football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Whether you're posted up at home or cheering with your crew at Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe, Kilt Lifter is the ultimate game day companion. Arizona's favorite award-winning amber ale, bold, smooth, and brewed for Sundays. This season, lift your game with Kilt Lifter.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, let's talk fees. I hear people all the time saying, I don't want to pay too much for advice, but sometimes they're looking at it the wrong way.
Exactly, Gambo. Too many folks, especially the middle market, people with $750,000 to $1 million saved, get fixated on finding a discount advisor. But being penny wise and pound foolish can cost them way more in the long run.
Yeah, meanwhile, the ultra-rich don't blink at fees. They pay 2% plus 20% of the upside because they know the value is there.
That's the key. At Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax, we are fiduciaries. That means we're legally obligated to put your best interests first. And our pricing is fair, transparent, and reasonable without all the Wall Street games.
So folks, don't settle for cheap when your retirement is on the line. Call Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
YouTube TV customers, you could lose ESPN and the sports you love, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, the NBA, college basketball, and more. Take action. Go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN.
Hey, it's Gambo. Can the Cardinals have their best offensive performance of the season against the league's worst defense? We'll discuss on today's Burns and Gambo show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
It is the Wednesday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings as we come to you live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios here at Arizona Sports. Want to send a shout out to our listeners out in the West Valley today in Litchfield Park, LP. We appreciate you listening in Litchfield Park this morning and every morning here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Yesterday we had Mike Sando on. Great guest. Knows the league like the back of his hand. Whatever team you throw anything, just throw something from any team at him, and he's going to have an answer for you and real good thoughts on it. But we were talking about the Cardinals yesterday with Mike Sando, and you know the fact of the matter is they're 2-5. They're in last place. They've dug themselves a hole. Jonathan Gannon's own words going into the bye. Why have they been there? Well, we know what's happened in the first 7 games. It's been a play here, a play there, not closing out games. Some really frustrating losses, including 3 straight walk-off losses. But when you go back to March to July, Bick, when this roster was being put together, we know how the Cardinals attacked it. Monty Ossenfort looked at last year's offense and said, I think we're good there. We had these discussions in those months. He looked at the defense and said, this is not nearly good enough. This is where we need to invest. Nearly all of their draft capital went to the defensive side of the ball. Nearly all of their free agent dollars that they spent went to the defensive side of the ball. So I asked Mike about that very thing, the neglect, if you will, of the offense, not upgrading the offense and what we're seeing from it. And he had an interesting answer that got me thinking.
I mean, okay, I get it, but it made sense to me, and a couple other teams did this too. They had to get the defense better. Sure. You know, 2 years ago, they're the worst in the league. You know, last year they're in the bottom probably. I think they were 23rd by the rankings I use. And the disappointing part to me is that they're 21st right now. You know, I think that if they were 8th on defense right now, then whatever's going on offense, they're middle of the pack offensively, statistically right now. And it's a little worse than it was last year. But if the defense, all those investments that they made, I think the first 5 picks they took were on defense. Obviously, they spent a lot of money. If they had a top 10 defense, I think, okay.
That I was lying in bed last night trying to go to sleep thinking about this very subject. And to me, okay, that would make a lot of sense. What Mike Sando pointed out, putting all your resources on the defensive side of the ball because the defense was so not good last year. You've used the term underfunded for the first 2 years of the Monty Ossenfort / Jonathan Gannon era, talking about the defense. To me, being in that situation in year 3 of a regime is unacceptable.
I totally agree with you. Yeah, no, listen, that's a failure to me, if you want to be honest about this, because by year 3, especially given the patience of this fan base and the grace fans have shown this team in the first 2 years, buying in to this plan, because I think most Cardinal fans did. And I think it was easy because you were coming out of a regime full of dysfunction at the very end, a thing that got real sideways. And I think there was an air of professionalism and seriousness about this new regime. And by year 3, you should be humming. You should have all the assets you need on both sides of the ball. And you're right, ignoring the offense, that seemed to be a big issue. And it still does, quite honestly.
Look, and I will give Monty Ossenfort, from my perspective, a pass on the offensive line. I thought the offensive line was pretty decent last year, even though it was banged up at times when they lost Will Hernandez. I thought it was one of the strengths of the team. So I can see going into the offseason saying, you know what, we're good there. Losing your offensive line coach obviously has had ramifications for this team.
Way more than I ever anticipated.
It also goes to the draft strategy as well, and a lot's been made that Monty Ossenfort in 3 drafts now has picked 28 players. 11 of those have been offense. 17 of those have been defensive players. And I don't know if you want to call it mismanagement, bad luck, whatever. A lot of those players have not panned out on the defensive side of the ball.
You could rattle them off. Darius Robinson, B.J. Ojulari, as we have mentioned, Walter Nolan, who has not been able to get on the field yet, but his practice window is open. There should be some real, with all those draft picks selected, there should be some real impact players. We don't even have a Pro Bowler yet out of those 28 picks.
We'll say this. Will Johnson was named to, I think it was it The Ringer? The Ringer's midseason all-rookie team.
Okay,
so
he looks very promising.
That's a feather in the cap.
Garrett
right there.
Williams looks very promising.
Yes.
So I'm not saying this is disaster-like stuff, but
and a lot of those players have been injured too.
Here's the I know that. Here's the other thing. But you know what? In football, injuries are the same thing as not producing. You can't hold it against.
Your greatest ability
is availability. You can't hold it against the player, but it's part of your body of work. Okay, so here's the thing that troubles me is the Cardinals now, for all of these close games, and internally that's the messaging. Fellas, we're close. We could be 7-0. We're right there. We just need to do these little things better, and everything will turn around for us. National football experts aren't buying it. You check power rankings, Cardinals are landing right around 25. So they're not equating these close games to a really good football team waiting to explode.
You know why?
They're way down at the end.
Yeah, I think most people from a national perspective, sorry, Jared, I think more people would be putting the Cardinals in the category of more likely to implode as opposed to explode and start winning some of these games. I don't know if that's true either.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like they're very even-keeled, top to bottom, but you want to win games, something's got to change.
And here's the thing. For all those resources allocated to the defense, they are just not pressuring the quarterback.
No.
And this is the same issue they had a couple of years ago. They have 12 sacks in 7 games. Only 5 teams have fewer.
And you didn't admit Josh Sweat has been...
Josh Sweat's been good.
Decent.
He's been good.
Decent,
good.
But
I'll even go as far as good. He's been good.
He's been good.
But that's sort of like the other point that Sanda was making in that soundbite was that, like, okay, you could sort of excuse putting all the money and all the resources into the defense, but then that defense has to be really good.
Yeah.
Or elite.
And they're 21st, as he pointed out.
And it hasn't been. Then it makes the whole strategy look wrong.
When I envisioned this season before it began, and when I envisioned the most positive outcomes, I thought we were going to see a defensive front that just collapsed the opponent, that just wreaked havoc on quarterbacks.
And I think there's only been really one stretch of football that we've seen that at all, and that was early on, the first couple possessions of the Carolina game in the home opener when they threw the kitchen sink at Bryce
That's
Young,
right.
and it paid dividends.
Yeah.
They had a defensive touchdown, and I believe they forced it. Was it another turnover or a
I
punt?
think so. They scored a touchdown, a defensive touchdown. And
The first possession they scored the touchdown,
right.
yeah. But
only 5 players, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Only 5 players have sacks on the entire team. One of those is 600-year-old Calais Campbell has 3 sacks. And Josh Sweat, we mentioned, he leads the team in 5, but you got to have more.
Yeah, no.
And a couple weeks ago, there was a promo running for Burns and Gambo where Burnsy made the point, Calais Campbell might be the Cardinals' best defensive player. And I don't think that's a good thing. I think he's right.
Yeah. No, it's true. It's very, very true. And so that's something coming out of this bye week that they need to get that unit revved up. And again, I think getting guys back is going to help.
Well,
injuries have been a factor.
They have been, but they're going up against a really good offense.
Oh.
Does it, just apropos, related, but does it feel like Budda Baker has been less impactful this year?
Yes. Yes, it does.
I can't put my finger on exactly why, but it just feels like he's not.
He was everywhere last year.
Yeah.
And when you're that around the football on a consistent basis, man, his tackle numbers were ridiculous. But when there's a drop-off, it becomes real. And look, we've been watching Budda for so long, and you know what type of player he is. When that doesn't happen at a consistent level, I think it gets inflated.
Yeah.
Like, what's Budda doing? He's still having an impact, but it's a smaller impact than he's had.
I think Nick Rollis is going to have to kind of scheme some stuff up. He's got to get in the kitchen and cook up some soup. Yeah, Jarrett, there you go, Jarrett. Now I'm talking.
Finally, an analogy
I'm talking
I
your
understand.
language.
Yes. And make sure that soup is stirred before Monday night.
Make sure it's stirred.
Nobody likes that skin on the top.
Oh.
Yes.
Coming up next. Sammy's going to take us through the big stories on this Wednesday morning and the Rush Hour reboot. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Kyson Brown not playing. Xavier Alford, the heart and soul of their defense, hasn't played since the Mississippi State game. You mentioned Ben Coleman not playing. Prince Dorba, one of their best defensive players and pass rushers. Zyrus Fiaseu, all of these guys not playing in that game. It wasn't just Jordan Tyson who also didn't play. Then you have Sam Levitt in and out of the lineup. Part of the reason I thought ASU would get back to the Big 12 championship this year, Wolf, was because they had, so much of the same team from last year back.
Yes.
They're all hurt. None of them are playing now. That goes out the window. It's not the same team.
You just can't lose Sam Levitt and expect to be the same team.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Vince Murata back to tell you natural gas delivers good value, and Southwest Gas provides safe and reliable energy service its customers can depend on. Natural gas bills remain one of the lowest utility bills customers receive each month and continues to provide unmatched value for heating homes, warming water, and cooking meals. A typical new home, for instance, can save nearly $900 per year in energy costs by installing natural gas. And more than 92% of Arizona customers prefer natural gas service in their homes. But natural gas is more than an essential ingredient in the home and in the kitchen. It supports economic development and community growth as well. Southwest Gas takes pride in its critical role in supporting the region's growing economy by safely delivering reliable, sustainable, and affordable energy to more than 2 million homes and businesses. For almost 100 years, Southwest Gas has been there, helping turn neighborhoods into communities, houses into homes, and big dreams into reality. For more information on how Southwest Gas is supporting a sustainable energy future, please visit swgas.com.
My name is Wes Hunsaker, and I'm a partner here at the law firm of Morris Hall.
I'm Andrea Klaus, managing partner.
I'm Tim Hall, and I'm thrilled to be part of this firm with wonderful partners, associates, and especially great clients.
We put clients first. I can't say enough about the team that we've got.
What estate planning is taking your assets, your legacy, and making sure that we plan for and protect that so that it goes to who you want, when you want, and how you want.
Estate planning is really caring about what impact you make while you're alive and caring about what happens when you're gone, not only to your estate that you leave, but to the people to whom you leave them or to the organizations.
If you have questions about a current estate plan or would like to review estate planning needs, you can reach out for a complimentary consultation.
We often say that estate planning is not just our practice, it's our privilege and it's our passion. Please come to see us.
Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm for over 55 years. Visit morrishall.com today.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Smith with Oliver Smith Jeweler. Gold prices are at an all-time high, so if you've been procrastinating selling your watches, jewelry, or gold, you're in luck. Dad, you've been doing this in Arizona for almost 45 years. What should people know before they sell?
First, don't get scammed by those roadshows that pop up in hotel ballrooms, please. We're a local family-owned jeweler, and we've been advising Arizona families for decades.
Does someone need an appointment?
No appointment necessary. We'll evaluate your watches, jewelry, or gold and give you a check on the spot in minutes.
Have you ever seen gold this high?
Never. Do yourself a favor, search your jewelry box, find out if there's anything in there that might have value or things that you aren't wearing, and bring them in.
Weren't you an appraiser on Antiques Roadshow?
Yeah, that was the original reality show.
Sell your watches, jewelry, and gold with confidence. Visit Oliver Smith Jeweler in our 2 Scottsdale locations or online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
It's October everywhere, but at Tim Hovick Santan Ford, it is Bronctober. It's Wolf here, and all Broncos are on sale right now. Tim's got all the Bronco trim levels, a legit selection, all on sale. When affordability is your game, then Bronco Sport is the ticket. Select Bronco Sports priced below $29,000. It's the original Bronctober sales event at Tim Hovick Santan Ford, located at the Santan 202 Freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details. All offers expire 10/31/2025.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Off their bye, the Cardinals will have a chance to get back in the win column Monday night against Dallas. And here was head coach Jonathan Gannon on the players' attitude coming off the bye.
Rejuvenated and ready to go. You know, they're ready to get on the grass, I think. I know. So it'll be good. They're ready to go. They know the challenge that's ahead.
Some other good news for the Cardinals. B.J. Ojulari and Garrett Williams have opened their practiced windows. The Phoenix Suns are back home tonight for the Memphis Grizzlies, and we might just get Jalen Green's Phoenix Suns debut. He is listed as questionable for tonight's game. Dylan Brooks, however, will be out. Tip-off from downtown will be at 7 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And ASU continues to practice without their special teams coach, and the Sun Devils will be without their quarterback, Sam Levitt, on Saturday in Ames as he's dealing with an undisclosed injury. And that's what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Getting in a lot of mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning. Brought to you by Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Sammy's here to take us through the reboot, get us caught up on all the big Wednesday morning stories in the sports world. What do you got, Sammy?
Yes, good morning. First, want to give a shout out to those watching on YouTube, and you can too. Type Arizona Sports in the search column there, and we'll be the first one to come up. But want to start with the Phoenix Suns. Jalen Green is questionable to make his Suns debut against the Grizzlies tonight. So if he does go, what will you be looking to see from him and the way he has the impact on the team tonight?
For me, it's just how he eases the entire offense. I want to see what his ability is, and I know it was talked about early on, especially at Media Day, his ability to play point, because he did play it some last year in Houston. And that remains a question for the Suns, although I thought Devin Booker was way better in that capacity in terms of taking care of the basketball the other night. But for me, it's just how he eases the offense. Now, you can't really gauge it fully because Dylan Brooks isn't playing tonight, but we can get at least the individual look at Jalen Green.
I'm looking for what kind of excitement and energy he can bring to the floor. As Vinny said, this is a great athlete who can jump out of the gym. Suns don't have a lot of guys like that. Devin Booker is a fantastic scorer, but he's not a high-flying, dazzling kind of player.
Right.
So that's what I'm looking for. Because when you talk about a team that's exciting to watch, you need to have some players like that.
Right.
Who can throw down, who can get guys out and girls out of their seats. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's what I'm looking for.
Okay. And
what kind of energy he brings to the mix.
Right. And this can kind of tail end that. What is the best version of Jalen Green on this Suns team?
I don't know if I can answer that yet, because we don't have any sample. We have a sample of what he was able to do in Houston, especially, and look, he's defined by the playoff performance last year, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But I don't have an answer to that question until I see what he looks like here.
To me, the best version of Jalen Green is a guy that it comes out with his hair on fire because he is angry on the inside because he thinks his former team did him dirty. That he thinks his former team thought, we can lose him, we can discard this guy because this guy just can't get it done when it matters.
Okay.
I want a guy who's internalized all that and is going to bring that kind of heat with him every night now.
Gotcha. All right, so the Cardinals are off their bye week now. They play Monday night. Here was Jonathan Gannon on if this Cowboys game means more.
Yeah, we got to start digging out of our hole that we dug for ourselves, but they all count the same. But yeah, we got to play well. It's a good football team we're going on the road. We got to control today first, but we got to play well.
All right, so here's the good. The Cowboys since 2008 are 1-7 against the Cardinals, 0-3 in their last 3 home games. And you know what Kyler Murray does in Jerry's world. He's never lost. So how can they continue these trends on Monday night?
I mean, it's broken record territory for me. They have to run the football to enact their offense to its most effective form. But, I mean, again, we haven't seen it to any degree.
This should be a game that the Cardinals offense can really put their stamp on because of who they are playing. And the Cowboys are incredibly bad defensively.
Right.
And so this is a game and a team for everything that's like in the background regarding Kyler Murray and how will this performance stack up against what we saw with Jacoby Brissett. This is a game he better play well, and the numbers better reflect that.
Right.
Now, can the Cardinals defense equally do the same to the Cowboys offense? I don't know. I'm hoping.
Here's the struggle here. So Kyler in his career, he's 1-5 off of buys, and the last 3 games on Monday night, he's averaged 14 points per game. So if Kyler Murray is under center, do you expect the offense to look like Jacoby Brissett had it looking?
I think it'll be impossible for him to duplicate it because what Jacoby Brissett has that Kyler Murray doesn't, real size, real pocket presence. Kyler Murray can't get that overnight.
Yeah.
But he's got to be able to stay in and make throws that we know are there to be made. That's what Jacoby Brissett has proven, that these passing concepts, they're not flawed. There are guys open. Jacoby Brissett proved that. So that's what he's got to have, some of those plays to me.
I'm not going to sit here and say I don't believe that Kyler Murray can lead a productive offense because that's not accurate. But the way you asked the question, do I expect him to be under center and look the same? No, I don't expect that at all. I expect far less under center snaps for the Cardinals, just because we have 6+ years of evidence that he doesn't like to do that.
So Jonathan Gannon said something yesterday. He said, quote, I think we looked at a couple things that might help him out that he feels maybe a little more comfortable with in some things that we've been doing, but he'll be his normal self when he gets out there. So what are those couple of things that might help him out? I don't know.
Yeah, we'll see. All right, so Sam Leavitt is not going to be quarterbacking the Sun Devils this weekend, but could he be back under center for the Devils next year? What and where do you think Leavitt's future is right now?
Great question. Okay, so here's what you got to ask yourself if you're a Sun Devil fan. If Sam Leavitt and Jordan Tyson believe that they're going pro after this year, you may not see him the rest of the season. They've got injuries that may... Because at some point in time, if you're on a team that isn't playing or competing for a championship, the people around them are going to like, son, you got interest to protect here. I've been told that a general barometer here is if a quarterback is a first 2 rounds guy, then you're going. Mm-hmm. If Sam Leavitt finds that he is not projected to be the first 2 rounds, then he's probably coming back to play college football another year. The question then becomes, is that at ASU?
Yeah, this is a fascinating topic because everything we know about the way this program operates, everything we know about the 2 individuals in question right here in Jordan Tyson and Sam Leavitt is that they love being part of this team, this program, that it means something to them. I think I hadn't really thought about the Jordan Tyson just taking his ball and going home for the rest of the season. I don't know if they're cut that way.
Yeah.
And there's still something to be to play for. I mean, it would take a lot of help. But if ASU can win some football games, they could still make a push here. Is that a pipe dream? It seems like it right now.
There's still something to play for until there isn't.
Yes.
Like if they lose this week without, their injured players, then all of a sudden you're pretty much is no path to the Big 12 championship, and then you have to really weigh what are you playing for.
And it's interesting too because there's so much a package deal, but Tyson's draft stock has not been at all reduced.
No.
Sam Leavitt's has. Not only did he start as a Heisman candidate, he's no longer on those lists, but he was top 10 in a lot of mock drafts when the season started. I know a lot changes, but his draft stock has taken a hit, and I wonder how he views that because we know how big a chip he has on his shoulder, too. He wants to be the best. So
yeah, most definitely. So there you guys go. Happy hump day. All rebooted.
Sammy.
Thank you, Sammy. Rush Hour Reboot. Big stories every morning at 7:30. Coming up next, we will get into some World Series talk and what Shohei Ohtani has done and hasn't done. The phenomenon is fascinating. We'll get into all sides of it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You
don't have to be an athlete. Heck, you can play while you have a beverage. Dink and Dine Pickle Park in Mesa is the venue. The second annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is the event. Compete for the coveted golden paddle and your share of cash prizes. Text the word pickle to 620-620 and sign up now. Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is presented by Sanderson Ford, benefiting Operation Santa Claus. Text pickle to 620-620.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW, and reputations matter. They just do. Trust matters. That's especially true in making big purchases like buying a new car. Reputation and trust, two foundational reasons why you shop at Chapman BMW, Arizona's premier destination for luxury and performance. Talking about an award-winning family-run business for 58 years. They do everything just a little bit different in all the great ways. They've got employees who've worked at their stores for 30 and 40 years, which is unheard of in the industry. Lots of great stuff going on at Chapman BMW. Great reputation for elite service and handling, and a great reputation for making luxury attainable, as in a new BMW is not as out of reach as you might think. BMW is an automaker vowed to never forget the little guy. Chapman BMW takes it to the next level. They have got something for everybody in terms of price range. And remember this, you have got a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. Take a test drive, find what you like, go get your hookup. Ask for Shane O'Hanrahan by name. He's the GM of both locations. He's hooked up a lot of our listeners already. You can be next. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. Two great locations, one great experience.
Protect your liver and give it the support it deserves by making Active Liver from New Nordic part of your daily wellness routine. Find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or online at Amazon, or at NewNordicUSA.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Do you have an estate plan that protects you while you're alive and when you pass away? Imagine becoming incapacitated after a serious accident or illness. Without a living trust, your family could end up in court, fighting over your money and even your medical care. A will does nothing to protect you while you're alive. And when you pass away, a will could send your estate into probate court, costing time, stress, and thousands in legal fees. That's why more Arizonans are turning to RJP Estate Planning to set up a living trust. It protects your assets if you're incapacitated and helps your estate avoid probate, so your home and other assets transfer smoothly to your loved ones. And right now, if you're 55 or over, you can save 55% on a living trust.
For your 55% savings, call 480-576-5457. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457. Offer ends October 30th.
YouTube TV customers, you could lose ESPN and the sports you love, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, the NBA, college basketball, and more. Take action. Go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN.
Back to the top in Ohtani. Started this game with a double. Comes back in. It's lifted to deep right field. Towards the corner. Goodbye. Ohtani goes deep. And the Dodgers lead game 3 on a pair of solo home runs, 2-0.
Yeah, one of 2 home runs in game 3 for Shohei Ohtani. He also walked 5 times. I don't know if you heard this. Shohei Ohtani reached base 9 times in this game.
Okay, you and I vibed on exactly the same element of last night's game. And you know I love talking about this because we as sports fans, when we get incredible local performances from either a team or an athlete we love, you want to marinate in it a couple of days. Mm-hmm. The problem with the World Series is there was a game within 24 hours. That game on, what is today, Wednesday? That game on Monday night ended right about midnight. And they were playing basketball within what? Or they were playing baseball within whatever it 19 hours, whatever it turned out to be.
It was like 18 hours, I think, until first pitch.
But it seemed like even the people broadcasting the game couldn't turn the page and focus on the moment in front of them.
I was sampling SportsCenter, and it was one of the late editions of SportsCenter last night. Normally at 4 a.m. at this time of the year in Arizona, that's when they do the new SportsCenter for the day, 7 o'clock Eastern. So I'm watching one of the older ones from last night, and I didn't see the whole episode. I have to freely say that. But they kept talking about Game 3. Toronto won Game 4 to tie it up 6-2.
Yeah.
And they did it against Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah.
All of the talking points, all of the video montages. They had Tim Kirkjian on for a live hit from Dodger Stadium. The first question, what do you make of Shohei reaching base 9 times in Game 3? And I'm like, there's another team in this series that happens to be tied with the Dodgers. And I'm not trying to sit here and poo-poo on Shohei. The guy is ridiculous. He wasn't exactly ridiculous last night.
No, and not only that, he was, dare I say, not even good last night. As a pitcher, he didn't.
He was okay.
He was okay.
6 innings, 4 runs.
He didn't.
Six strikeouts.
Not even a quality start.
Yeah, it's not a quality start. That he didn't
As
have.
I predicted.
He didn't have. No, you did, and I was wrong. He didn't have that pop on his fastball, and it just wasn't the same guy. So you had this incredible juxtaposition of people still in the Shohei moment from the night before, watching him, and everybody seemed to use the same word after the game, look mortal.
It was also an 18-inning World Series game.
Uh-huh.
So everything about that game was so memorable compared to the 6-2 game that the road team won yesterday that wasn't that exciting. So I get it. I get, like, using part of your time to discuss that, but you're right. It sucks for Blue Jays fans, but we knew that the Dodgers were going to overshadow this entire World Series anyway.
On Shohei, was he affected by the 18-inning game the night before, Dave Roberts?
I don't know. You know, Mark asked him in the 6th inning how much more he had. He said he had 3 more innings. So he's very, self-aware of his body. I thought the 6th inning was one of his best innings, and where he was at, the way the ball was coming out, I felt good, and just kind of happened right there where, Varsho gets a base hit, and then Clement hits a ball in the gap, and it just kind of happened right there where I just felt we needed to find a way to get a punch out, and trying to get Banda on three lefties. Obviously, they hit France right there at the top for Lucas, but yeah. He gave us a good effort. He really did.
Yeah, and again, listen, 6 innings, 6 hits, 4 runs, walked 1, struck out 6. He gave up a home run, the big home run that kind of turned the whole game early from Guerrero. But at the plate, he didn't get any hits. He struck out twice. He walked once. He was 0 for 3.
Now, Jared brought up something as well that, in fairness to Shohei, he was asked to do all of this after an 18-inning game in which he was getting IVs. He was battling dehydration in Game 3. You read the stories about that. He was getting.
Hey, it can be taxing walking 90 feet to first base 5 times.
So, but to me, it's like it was just weird because we had this moment after watching that Shohei game, which was the second time this postseason that he has done something otherworldly that is confirmed that we are looking at the greatest baseball player of all time, and yet that reflection didn't get to last. We didn't get to marinate in that the way you normally would because he's out there pitching and doing so not in a dominant way. That's all. Either way, this is a really good sign of the fight inside the Blue Jays.
It's just real funny. It is funny that we're saying, like, oh, that guy who got on base that hitter who got on base 9 times and hit 2 home runs the night before, all he did was strike out 6 guys and go 6 innings the next night in the World Series.
Yeah,
but you're proving my point.
In
because
the
we're
context
looking
of,
at him in a different context now. We're looking to be amazed every time he plays, and it's not the way baseball works.
The disservice to me in the coverage anyway is that, I get the phenomenon, but on the flip side of it, how great of a story. I mean, he was outpitched last night by Shane Bieber, a guy who has pitched in 9 regular season games over the last 2 years because of injury and has been a godsend in the postseason for Toronto. Nobody's talking about that.
No.
Nobody's talking about anything.
Because he doesn't hit.
Like, we talked about going into the World Series, but the Blue Jays are one of the more anonymous teams to make the World Series, partly because they get so overshadowed by the Yankees and Red Sox in that division. They have Vlad Jr., but they don't have a lot of, they have Max Scherzer, who's
Come on,
60
they got
years old,
Boba Fett, man. They got
do.
that
They have
Star
Boba
Wars
Fett.
grade. They got
have a lot
Boba
of
Fett.
they have a lot of sons of stars that we used to know from the 90s.
They do. But
I like that team a lot.
Yeah,
I like their roster.
Here's a fun fact I saw. This will be the first time in baseball history that the very first game of the season and the very last game of the season will both be played outside of the United States. Because the season started in Japan.
Definitely now. That's right.
What a Jared fact. And it's actually accurate.
Right. Like he came up with that.
Well, no, I said I saw it.
Where'd you read that, Ferret?
I saw it on Twitter.
Here's another question for you. And it's amazing how when trades are made, you view them a certain way. And then as time goes by, your viewpoint changes on the trade. Are we, as we sit here this morning on October 29th, are we sure the Diamondbacks still won the Varsho for Gurriel?
Yes. They didn't win.
Yes.
Good for both teams. Good for
both teams.
Yeah.
But
not an obvious win.
I would love for Dalton Varsho to be in a Diamondbacks uniform right
Wow,
now.
that's a good question.
I'm still, obviously, I mean, Lourdes is going to miss a lot of next season. And we're still waiting for the season-long breakout from Gabby Moreno. I still think it's coming, but
yeah,
Dalton Varsho has been amazing for the Blue Jays.
Yeah, you're not kidding. Back to Shohei for a second, because I wonder if right now, we are in this area when it comes to sports and technology and science and medicine and nutrition and analytics and artificial intelligence. This is probably peak humanity in terms of athletic
technology.
Achievement.
Athletic achievement. That's the word I'm looking for. In terms of, we're watching a guy like Shohei who is doing something that nobody's ever done at a level that he's doing it. In the NBA, you've got Victor Wembanyama, who's 7'5", and he's got handles.
I think he's 7'6" this morning.
Oh,
he might an inch every day this season.
Right,
yeah.
but he's doing things we've never seen from a man of that size before. The way he handles the ball, right? So you got Travis Hunter, who really hasn't taken off as a two-way guy in Jacksonville, but
he's still doing it.
It's still doing it
in the NFL.
Yeah. So I wonder if we're just on the
shelf life on that. By the way,
what's that?
I think there's a shelf life on that. Maybe I'm wrong.
You think he's going to just be a one-way player soon?
Yeah.
And you could even extend that to we're seeing players and athletes go longer at elite levels. The 40-year-old quarterbacks, obviously tennis players who used to be done at age 30 are now going to age 40.
30 used to be ancient for a tennis player.
It was unheard of for a women's tennis player.
Yes, it was.
They peaked at 17 back in the day.
Boxing is not what it was, but boxers are able to go now into their mid-30s, 40s, and still be elite. So it's just athletes all over.
Jake Paul at some point.
Right.
The fascinating part on the back end of all of this is the copycat factor. We know it exists. Use the Steph Curry example. When Steph Curry started doing what he was doing for the Golden State Warriors, everybody's like, what is this guy? What are those shots? If he was my player, I'd bench him.
Yeah, that's right.
And now he's completely changed the way the sport of basketball is played.
That's exactly true.
Do we see more people pursuing the Shohei path?
I thought so.
More? I mean, I think the rarest of all of it is going to be the Wembanyama thing, because he's been touched by bigger powers to have that ability in that body.
Yeah.
You just can't say, "Hey, I'm 7'5", I'm going to be Wemby."
But I think
it doesn't work. No.
But the big man who can do more than just post up has been trending for the last 20 years.
Absolutely. If you go back, that's one of the things. If you went back and found a whole game on YouTube, and you can do it. There's old games that exist, and watch a whole game. And there's a guy that happened to be 7'3", like a Tom McMillan or a Tom Burleson or a Chuck Nevitt. They were freak show end of the bench guys that couldn't do anything. Now they can
Big, clunky,
Sean Bradley.
dudes.
Now they can actually play. And
yeah, you're right.
The thing you mentioned, the handle that Wemby has, where it really just alarms me is after watching Kevin Durant for 2.5 years, and Kevin Durant's handle for his size is pretty good. But he'd get his pocket picked. If he tried to cross over, he'd lose the ball a lot.
Oh yeah.
To see a guy who is like 7 inches taller than Kevin Durant handle it with ease that way,
it's insane.
And by the way, now he's shooting a lot less 3-pointers. His scoring efficiency, I mean, it's frightening. There are general managers that are genuinely frightened about what's coming.
Yeah.
And they should be.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
He's going to be in town this week, too.
Ooh.
Coming up next, we kick off the second half of the Wednesday show. Bickley's got your blast.
Fire.
Straight ahead, Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I worry about a lot of stuff. I'm not worried about Kenny Dillingham leaving ASU anytime soon, but there is, and he'll never say it, and maybe it doesn't exist, but I got to imagine there is a program or 2 or 3 that you just can't say no to. If they come asking with all that money and all that power and all those resources, I don't know how you're supposed to say no to at least probably a half dozen jobs out there in college football that you just can't turn down.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, when it's time to ride, Arizona, time to tackle all the AZ has to offer, you know what's made for the desert, a Bronco or Bronco Sport at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Take that 2025 Ford Bronco, engineered to dominate. The Bronco off-road racing legacy, it's made on meticulous design, merciless testing, from rock crawling showdowns to grueling desert courses. It is Ford performance at its best. Even better, right now, get $399 a month for 36 months on a red carpet lease with $2,709 cash due at signing. Plus, Jeep owners get $2,000 cash back when you lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Big Ben SUV. Or check out the Bronco Sport, because right now, get $299 a month for 36 months on a red carpet lease with $2,219 cash due at signing. Plus, Jeep owners get $1,000 cash back when you lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Ben SUV. Both exclude taxes, titles, and license fees. Just click buyfordnow.com.
You know, in the game of life, a lot of people are in the red zone close to retirement, and they haven't thought about what happens after they're gone. It's not easy. Paul Calvise here. That's why I went to Matt Dagas and his Bright Wealth Management team. Matt.
And that's a tough conversation, Paul, because the retirement red zone is one of the most important times of life. And estate planning isn't just about money. It's about making life easier for the people you love.
So what happens if someone doesn't have a proper plan?
Well, their family could be left with court battles, confusion, and a lot of stress during an already difficult time. And that's where we help people create a full strategy for that next phase of life.
Because it doesn't have to be that way, right?
Not at all. And a simple estate planning session can give you peace of mind. And we'll walk you through the next steps to make sure that your legacy ends with a win and not a turnover.
Call Bright Wealth Management at 844-726-9116 or click brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Why are more Arizonans becoming members of Global Credit Union? Dave Burns here, proud member. That's because at Global Credit Union, their members pay low to no fees on their accounts and get a better interest rate than they can at the bank. And as a result, Global members collectively saved $195 million last year. It makes a difference. You can become a member today. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
We are back with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, how's your new Honda?
Man, I love it. It's so smooth, reliable, and perfect for my busy life. Whether I'm heading to practice or a game, my Honda from Arrowhead Honda gets me there in style.
Visit Arrowhead Honda today at the 101 at Bell Road or shop online at arrowheadhonda.com.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program,
You'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
At Bank of America, we asked our people, how do you take ownership of your career?
I'm able to grow my way by putting the priorities that I have for my career first.
I thrive on being a leader who's behind the team, not in front of the team.
Every few years, I'm being re-energized because I get to do something different and learn something new.
See how our teammates are growing in their careers at bankofamerica.com/great place to work. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Phoenix Suns fans, tonight could be the night where Jalen Green makes his Sun debut. He is listed as questionable for tonight's game against the Grizzlies. Jalen Green or not, the Suns will be without Dylan Brooks for the second straight game with groin soreness. Tip-off tonight at 7 will be downtown, and you can hear it on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This came through yesterday, but if you missed it, ASU quarterback Sam Leavitt will miss Saturday's game at Iowa State due to injury. And last night in LA, it didn't go 18 innings, and the Dodgers didn't win. The Blue Jays stole Game 4 of the World Series 6-2 and have tied it at 2 games apiece. And this report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. We're looking for the next student athlete to win a $10,000 scholarship. Text character to 620-620 and nominate a student today.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
The Arizona Cardinals are coming out of the bye week and into the storm. They have a low-key quarterback controversy percolating on the back of the stove. They've got a 5-game losing streak that has eclipsed what seemed like a promising future under a promising new regime. And if they lose on Monday Night Football in Jerry's world, the narrative of the season will change dramatically. We will all enter that horrible realm of the tankathon. Already, the Cardinals have a 20% chance of snagging a top 5 pick in the 2026 NFL Draft. Their remaining schedule is second hardest in the league, and if they are 2-6 after Monday night, a large portion of the fan base will unplug and disconnect, and others will cheer for the team to start racing toward the bottom to get the highest draft pick possible to select a new starting quarterback. Now, we all know from limited experience that tanking is a dubious strategy. The Suns and Coyotes each tried it once and were seemingly punished by the draft gods. The message was literally tanks for nothing. And either way, it would be a terrible way to spend the next 2 months. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
Yeah, we got to start digging out of our hole that we dug for ourselves, but they all count the same. But yeah, we got to play well. It's a good football team on the. We're going on the road. We got to control today first, but we got to play well.
That's Jonathan Gannon addressing the media yesterday. Asked if there's more on the Cowboys game. Is there more on the line because of the losing streak? We're going to get back to that in a second because I think you've hit on a fascinating discussion in the blast today.
Thank you.
But want to update something that was posted earlier today from Ian Rappaport of NFL Network about Cam Scatterbo. Running back Cam Scatterbo, placed on IR yesterday, suffered not only a dislocated ankle, but also a fibula fracture and deltoid ligament rupture.
Oh, boy.
Sources say. Surgery was right away to close the wound, and it was a success. Giants expect him back for the offseason program. I was today years old when I learned that you have a deltoid ligament in your ankle.
Wow. I am still stunned by the story you brought out yesterday of the Eagles sending all that stuff to his hospital room.
It was Big Dom showed up in person.
You're right. That's incredible to me.
Steaks and pizza.
But it's just what it is there's a lot of football players who don't like football, who do it because they're big and large and strong. There's a lot of football players who say they love football, but their play doesn't really suggest that. There's no doubt with Cam Scatterbo. He full blast every moment of his football life, and it's garnered so much respect from people inside the game. So props to Cam. Hope he gets better soon.
Yeah, it's a major blow. But if there's anybody built to overcome that, I think it's Cam Scadabo. I think we would feel confident in saying that. All right, back to the fascinating point of all of this. The Cardinals are 2-5 coming out of their bye. I think there are and what was the percentage chance of landing a top 5 pick?
19.6.
19.6. I do think there's an element of Cardinals fans that have already joined that 19. Hey, you know what? Let's just take care of business and get a higher draft.
The percentage is a lot higher than their percentage to make the playoffs.
Yeah,
so
that is true.
Yeah.
I think that number will grow precipitously if they lose on Monday night.
Yeah, I think you're right, because then you realize that there will be no playoff berth, and you've got this idea of clinging to a new franchise quarterback if you can find the right guy in the draft. Now, you had also mentioned that as of right now, I don't know what the quarterback rankings, what the quarterback draft class is going to look like, right? I know a lot of Arizona fans would love to see Sam Levitt on the Cardinals. They'd love to see Jordan Tyson and Cam Scadabo. It's the way it works.
Yeah, but I can I just make a point here?
Sure.
And I want to ask you a question in response to that. From what you've seen from Sam Levitt this year, do you feel confident that he's ready to make the jump to the NFL, regardless of what the scouts? I mean, I don't know if I can answer that question with a confident yes right now. I think someday, yes. But right now, and I'm not just saying this because I'd love to see him come back to ASU for another year.
Yeah.
I just haven't seen the jump that I was expecting to see.
Right. I think just the operating in the pocket and the throwing game, he obviously has all the leadership you want. He's got all the athleticism you want. He can make plays off schedule. That is very, very obvious. He's very, very tough. So there's a lot of things that boxes that he does check. But I do agree with you. Maybe a little seasoning would do good for him.
All right, here we go. I pulled up a mock draft pick.
All right.
This is from CBSSports.com. Cooper Patagna, who I just learned of his existence right now.
Who is that, Vinny?
Lineman, Utah?
No, he's the guy that wrote the article.
Oh.
Round 1, pick 1. Saints take Ty Simpson, quarterback from Alabama. Round 1, pick 2. New York Jets take Dante Moore, quarterback from Oregon. Round 1, pick 4. Fernando Mendoza goes to the Browns, the quarterback from Indiana.
He's had a fantastic year.
By the way, they got the Cardinals picking 9th and getting Mekhi Lemon, the wide receiver from USC. Where's the rest of the quarterbacks in the first round? Lenoris Sellers going round 1, pick 19 to the Pittsburgh Steelers. That might be it for the first round quarterbacks as of right now.
And those first two guys can go back to school, Ty Simpson and Dante Moore. So they're not like...
Where is Arch Manning falling in all of this?
He's going back to school.
He has to, right?
He's already renegotiating his NIL deals for next year.
So, but again, that's what it's going to be like if the Cardinals don't win this game on Monday night. It's going to start sounding very weird around this football team. It's going to be exactly that. They need to lose. They need to lose out.
But
what are you doing winning a game? You ruined it. It's a weird energy. We've lived this.
The other potential outcome, though, is I think there's going to be a little bit of lifting of the clouds if they win that game. And we come in on Tuesday morning and talking about being 3-5 without knowing what happens elsewhere around the division. You could start to pump some sunshine into that situation, and especially if they look good.
You're 3-5, and then your next two games are against divisional opponents. You've got Seattle and the 49ers coming out of Monday Night Football. So if you win and get real lift on Monday Night Football, you can talk yourself into contention here because you're going to have the games to do it.
Especially because you've lost to those teams by the last play of the game.
Yeah.
The Niners and Seahawks.
Yeah.
You can talk yourself into if you beat the Cowboys, then you're going to two teams. Both are at home. Both are at home? No.
One Seattle's on the road.
Yeah. Seattle's
at home. Yeah, Seattle's in Seattle. 49ers are here.
Yes.
But you've been in both those games.
Mm-hmm. Then there's this other thing that's kind of weird about this is the trade deadline being the day after that Monday night game. Mm-hmm. So you talk about a fork in the road. The Cardinals literally could be sellers or they could be buyers. Now, this is not a football team or an organization that spends money freely, so I wouldn't get my hopes up. But say you put a resounding victory on the field in Dallas, you might seize the opportunity to try to find some reinforcements. Maybe a running back, maybe an offensive lineman. Who knows what's going to be out there?
It is interesting because you can build a case that because they didn't upgrade certain positions in the offseason that they might be able to get. There was a piece on ESPN today that went team by team on trade deadline maneuvers, what stance they might take, who they might trade, who they might acquire. And the ESPN piece said, hey, the Cardinals, it would make sense maybe for them to go after an A.D. Mitchell, the wide receiver from Indianapolis, who's fallen out of favor out of the rotation ever since he didn't cross the goal line with the ball in his hands. But he's a good receiver with really good stats, and maybe they go down that road. And it's not just a move for this year, it's a move for the future.
Yeah, exactly.
Coming up next is tonight the night the try-hard Suns turn into the win-some-game Suns. We'll get into that and more next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on this Wednesday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. The Suns list Jalen Green as questionable while Dylan Brooks is out for a game against the Grizzlies. A lost Cardinals season could result in a massive NFL trade deadline casualty. And Arizona State special teams continuing without assistant Charlie Ragle will be a tall task. Those are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Trajan Wealth, and with Halloween approaching, here's a really good reminder for all sports fans in the Valley. Your costume should be scary, your retirement should not. So if you are wondering about your future, if you're worried about retirement, if you've got a hard time making sense of it all, take the fear out of your golden years by scheduling a free appointment with Trajan Wealth, because it's one thing to save for retirement, it's quite another to feel totally prepared, and that's why you need the right plan. Trajan Wealth will give you answers and personalized strategies. They're not just financial advisors, they're fiduciaries, which means they are duty-bound and obligated to act in your best interest at all times. And I'm a client today because they earn my trust. And if you want to take the stress off your shoulders, call Trajan Wealth. Get your plan started today. 480-990-3300. Online at TrajanWealth.com. That's TRAJAN Wealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, the Scratch Kitchen delivers lunch in the clutch. I mean, where else can you order a 29-degree draft beer and a quickie combo on your lunch break? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Hi, I'm Becca, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As an in-house designer, I can't wait for you to see our incredible selection of stylish and stackable rings. If you're shopping for your wedding bands, we have high-quality designs for every style and budget, from romantic to modern. If you're looking to add to a stack, your options are endless. Discover styles with clusters of gemstones, sleek all-metal designs, updated cigar bands, and signet rings perfect for an engraving. Because a friend knows you like options. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
When you give a diamond, it's not just jewelry, it's a promise.
My dad, Diamond Dave, has seen it again and again, how one diamond can change everything.
I've helped people find engagement rings that start a lifetime together, anniversary gifts that reignite the spark, and holiday surprises that bring real tears of joy.
Because it's not about the size of the diamond, it's about what it means when she opens that box.
At Desert Wholesale Diamond, we make sure every piece tells a story, your story. Custom made or ready to go, you'll find something unforgettable.
And if you've been waiting for the right moment, this is it.
I'm Diamond Dave. Call, DM, or come see me, and let's create that memory that lasts forever.
Call Diamond Dave at 480-397-2450. That's 480-397-2450. Or follow him on Instagram at Diamond Dave Cantor. That's at Diamond Dave, Kantor.
Ready! Hi, my name is Brent Sanderson with Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. What makes Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning a great choice for customers is that you know when Ready comes to your home, you're going to get an honest assessment, a positive experience from start to finish, a very comfortable, no sales experience. Our mission is to come in, assess the situation, troubleshoot, and solve your problems and leave you smiling.
ReadyServices.com. Ready. YouTube TV customers, you could lose ESPN and the sports you love, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, the NBA, college basketball, and more. Take action. Go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN.
Hey, everybody, it's Dave Burns. The Phoenix Suns are back home tonight. Can they get back in the win column against Memphis? It's the Burns and Gambo Show. It starts at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
The Wednesday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings continues. A shout out to Casa Grande / Casa Grande. A city so nice, we've thanked them twice in a row, 2 straight days. Thanks for listening out in Casa Grande. We appreciate you.
Yeah, I mean, we got to figure that out going forward. I think we've been down either 15 to 20 in the last, actually all of our games, even the one we won. So we got to figure that out quick, and we got to start better, and then we got to finish quarters better. But yeah, the fight was good. The fight was there. We competed, but unfortunately lost the game.
That's Colin Gillespie, who was a big-time performer in Monday night's game in Utah, a game that the Suns fought back but lost in overtime, 138-134. They're back home tonight. And I think to a person, if you asked every member of the Suns coaching staff, every member on that roster, what needs to be corrected, what needs to be worked on and figured out quickly, it's that very subject, what Colin Gillespie brought up, and that is falling behind in games. And he's exactly right. The Suns have played 4 games. They've trailed by at least 20 points in all 4 of those games. On one occasion, they were able to come back and win the game. On one occasion, they were able to come back and force overtime. On 2 occasions, not really all that close. But that is no recipe for success. They have to figure this out.
Yeah, no, they do. And I think that is where you've got to start. Because if you promise that you're going to be all of these things, that you're going to be attentive defensively and disruptive defensively, and you're going to play with pace, and you're going to be a team that people love to watch on a nightly basis. These are things that are non-negotiable. You've got to bring the energy from the opening tip, and you can't get down 19-2 to bad teams like they did against Utah, because I'm quite certain that maybe a good percentage of basketball fans might have turned that game off and missed a very terrific second half.
So what is it? Why is it just having a less dynamic, talented starting lineup than the other team? Is it not being ready to play?
No, I think what it is I think that it's one thing when you're practicing in the build-up to a basketball season to think that you're playing with the requisite energy and pace. You don't know until you really compare it against other teams. And I think the Suns have kind of they need to kind of – I think they need to further latch onto this identity and come at teams early. Make these other teams feel you early. Like, put them on notice that you mean business.
Yeah, I think, obviously I don't have the magic elixir here, Jarrett, but I think part of it, too, is that they have run into teams on 3 of these occasions that came out shooting lights out. I mean, Utah made 8 3-pointers in the first quarter the other night. They shot 57% from behind the arc, and they got to the free throw line 10 times. That's part of it. The Suns' defensive intensity, I think, really, the first 6 minutes in the opener against Sacramento, they came out and they played hard from the outset. They just couldn't put the ball in the basket. And again, Sacramento shot really well. But I think maybe that's something that needs to be ratcheted up as well. We see it kind of wane throughout the game, and sometimes it'll increase, sometimes it'll decrease. But this team, I think, needs to have a more consistent energy, effort, and communication level on the defensive end. It's got to start from the tip.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that. Then there was I think I brought this up before, the Denver head coach noticed that the Suns, because they really want to be a crash the glass kind of team, create possessions. Jordan Ott is really big on creating more possessions because they lead to more points. Woohoo! Yep. Smart guy, aren't I? That their guards have cheated, and they have been getting burned in transition. And so all of this little stuff kind of funnels into the same thing.
Yep. Mark Williams, who had a standout game on Monday night, also had some thoughts on the slow starts for his team.
The start was tough, but for us to fight back, I don't know how much we were down with 20-something seconds left. Just, put some big shots, executing down the stretch, winning that jump ball, going timeout. We did a lot of good things to give ourselves a chance. I think we just got to start the game better. Some lapses, some fouls that, don't change the game.
Yeah, again, Williams was fantastic off the bench. He's not on the injury report for tonight, and I think that's a positive because he did play over 30 minutes in that game. But we're all wondering, okay, is Jalen Green going to play? If he plays, you would assume he's going to be in the starting lineup. Could another tweak be Mark Williams into the starting lineup? Because not only did he show very well for his biggest workload of the season so far, but the guy who has been starting, and I'm not going to pin the slow starts on Oso Ighodaro and Ryan Dunn, but those guys have kind of struggled so far.
Yeah,
and they're both in the starting lineup, and I think maybe a change of perspective or a change of roles might be one of those things to avoid those slow starts.
Yeah.
Maybe Mark Williams gets plugged into the starting lineup tonight.
Yeah, and maybe Oso at the 4, possibly?
I got to look at what Memphis is throwing out there, but if they're a bigger team, I could see them going with Grayson and Royce O'Neal at the 3 and the 4, but possibility.
Okay, there will be excitement to see Jalen Green because, like I said, he can be a very exciting basketball player, above the rim kind of guy, and the Suns don't have a lot of those guys. So I think that's something that's going to create some temporary optimism, and I'm really hoping for the best because if he does put it all together and he does ascend here in Phoenix, then we might look at that KD trade through a different lens in a couple of years. That's the best case scenario. Your point about Ryan Dunn is accurate as well. I said this earlier, but it bears repeating. Ryan Dunn, as a super extreme, try-hard kind of guy, really stood out on last year's team because there weren't a lot of guys trying hard. There were a lot of guys watching the basketball, not diving on the floor for it. So what Ryan Dunn brought to the court last year really stood out. Now you're on a team where the try-hard is a collective mantra. Ryan Dunn's got to be good at basketball. He's got to be better at making shots.
On a team that lacks scoring, like he could be a defensive-only specialist on a team that had Bradley Beal and Kevin Durant and Devin Booker. But when you get rid of 2 of those scorers, especially without Jalen Green so far this year, you can't just be one-dimensional really anymore.
Yeah, it's interesting to note that Ryan Dunn's overall shooting percentage is up 10% from where it was over last season. 53.8, that's a good number, but we're all counting on some more three-point shooting from Ryan Dunn. It's down slightly, 30%, which he shot 31% from three-point range last year. He's going to continue to work on that, and I think it's going to come around. I don't think he's ever going to be a 40% three-point shooter, but if he can get that to 33, 34, it's a lot more palatable.
Completely.
Yeah. And staying out of foul trouble is key for Ryan Dunn.
Very much so.
Coming up next, ASU will again go into battle shorthanded on Saturday against Iowa State. We'll talk Sun Devil football with the man who calls all the action on the Sun Devil Radio Network, Tim Healy. We'll join Bickley and Murata mornings next here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Gillespie taps it to himself into the forecourt. He comes. Numbers for the Suns. It's Booker for the jam time. Colin Gillespie tipped it up into the air, then gave it to Booker for the dunk.
The Suns host the Grizzlies tonight at Mortgage Matchup Center. Our pregame begins tonight at 6. 7 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. I've been telling you for some time why you should forego the big box stores and head on down to see my friends at Waltz TV and Appliance, but you don't have to take my word for it. Step into Waltz, you will see the difference immediately. A great selection of big screen televisions, all the way up to 115 inches, a great selection of outdoor televisions. Now is a great time to put an outdoor television in your backyard, and they'll also give you a knowledgeable staff that will show you what products work best with live action sports. Kind of important if you're a sports fan. At Waltz, you will hear the difference. Great selection of audio components from speakers to sound bars, and when you put that right audio component together with the right TV, you will have magic. You will feel the difference. I know because Waltz did that for me. They gave me a great price. They'll do you one better. When you're at Waltz, drop my name. You get 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free. You can find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. You can find them online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
My name is Wes Tunsaker, and I'm a partner here at the law firm of Morris Hall.
I'm Andrea Klaus, managing partner.
I'm Tim Hall, and I'm thrilled to be part of this firm with wonderful partners, associates, and especially great clients.
We put clients first. I can't say enough about the team that we've got.
What estate planning is taking your assets, your legacy, and making sure that we plan for and protect that so that it goes to who you want, when you want, and how you want.
Estate planning is really caring about what impact you make while you're alive and caring about what happens when you're gone, not only to your estate that you leave, but to the people to whom you leave them or to the organizations.
If you have questions about a current estate plan or would like to review estate planning needs, you can reach out for a complimentary consultation.
We often say that estate planning is not just our practice, it's our privilege and it's our passion. Please come to see us.
Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm for over 55 years. Visit morrishall.com today.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level, and the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Every day, reliable, comfortable, connected. Every day you rely on power. At APS, we work around the clock to deliver some of the most reliable power in the country. But with Arizona's extreme weather, outages can happen. Stay safe and informed with alerts by keeping your contact information up to date. And visit our outage center for updates online or on the APS app. For more ways to stay safe and informed, visit aps.com/brighter.
Hey, it's Gambo. You all know that Christian Brothers is your go-to company for all AC and plumbing needs. But did you also know they can help with any electrical issues you may have at your home? Christian Brothers offers an electrical safety inspection for just $69. This includes a panel inspection, testing all the breakers, tightening down all the wires, and much, much more. Mention me, Gambo, to get the $69 special for your electrical inspection. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535 or online at cbrothers.com.
When you give a diamond, it's not just jewelry, it's a promise.
My dad, Diamond Dave, has seen it again and again, how one diamond can change everything.
I've helped people find engagement rings that start a lifetime together, anniversary gifts that reignite the spark, and holiday surprises that bring real tears of joy.
Because it's not about the size of the diamond, it's about what it means when she opens that box.
At Desert Wholesale Diamond, we make sure every piece tells a story, your story. Custom made or ready to go, you'll find something unforgettable.
And if you've been waiting for the right moment, this is it.
I'm Diamond Dave. Call, DM, or come see me, and let's create that memory that lasts forever.
Call Diamond Dave at 480-397-2450. That's 480-397-2450. Or follow him on Instagram at Diamond Dave Cantor. That's at Diamond Dave, Kantor.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Off their bye week, the Arizona Cardinals will have a chance to get back in the win column on Monday night in Dallas for the Cowboys. And here was head coach Jonathan Gannon on the players' attitude after the bye.
Rejuvenated and ready to go. You know, they're ready to get on the grass, I think. I know. So it'll be good. They're ready to go. They know the challenge that's ahead.
Some other good news for the Cardinals. B.J. Ojulari and Garrett Williams have opened their practice windows. The Phoenix Suns are back home tonight for the Memphis Grizzlies, and we might just get Jalen Green's Phoenix Suns debut. He is listed as questionable for tonight's game. Dylan Brooks, on the other hand, will be out. Tip from downtown will be at 7 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. ASU continues to practice without their special teams coach, and the Devils will be without their quarterback Sam Levitt on Saturday in Ames as he's dealing with an undisclosed injury. And this report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Football watch parties have taken over Sundays. Join the excitement and don't miss a play at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
Hey, it's Luke. How much can Garrett Williams improve the Arizona Cardinals defense whenever he returns from injury? We'll discuss it at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
A tough loss in a number of ways for ASU football last week. They fall to Houston. They fall out of the top 25, and they lose their starting quarterback, Sam Levitt, who will not play this week in the rematch of the Big 12 championship game against Iowa State. So an uphill battle for the Sun Devils, but here to talk Sun Devil football with us, the voice of the Arizona State Sun Devils, Tim Healy, joining us via video, all decked out this morning, too. Tim, how are you, man?
I'm doing great, guys. Gee, Vince, way to start the day with all that cheery news, huh? Jeez. Yeah.
Not to
At
say
least the sun's out this morning.
Yeah,
At least I think
right?
it is.
Yeah, I think it is.
We woke up this morning. We're here. Let's just start with the big burning question. I thought, and Beck and I talked about this on Monday morning, Jeff Sims pressed into duty in and out of that game against Houston and didn't get it done at the end, but the hole was pretty big. I thought Jeff Sims did some good things. How encouraged are you with what you saw from Jeff Sims at the quarterback position?
I agree with you, Vince. I thought he did some good things as well. And the thing that I just keep thinking about with Jeff Sims is how physically talented that young man is. In fact, I was having a conversation with Danny White, who may be the all-time greatest quarterback in the history of the program, a couple of weeks ago. And Danny and I were both marveling. He was saying that he thinks Jeff Sims throws about as good a ball, as tight a spiral as he has ever seen. And he's got great arm strength. He can chuck it 60, 70 yards. Plus he's big, 6'4", I think 220 pounds, a good runner, physical type runner. Physically gifted young man, and he's such a good kid. He had opportunities to go elsewhere in the transfer portal this past offseason to conclude his college career, and yet he chose to stay at Arizona State, knowing that he would be the number 2 guy in all likelihood, simply because of how much he likes Kenny, how much he likes Marcus Arroyo, the offensive coordinator, and how much he appreciates the culture. In fact, we asked him that at practice, after practice yesterday, and he concluded his answer by saying, "Where else would I really rather want to be?" And you just like to see a kid like that have a moment, that game where he comes in, rides to the rescue, or in this case, a game he's going to start from the get-go and lead this team to a tough win on the road against a good opponent that ASU faced last year in the Big 12 championship game.
All right, Tim, Kenny Dillingham obviously has high aspirations for this program. He wants to become, the team of the decade in college football. What do you think is important for this team to accomplish going out if a repeat performance in the Big 12 championship game is not viable? Are there other markers that can keep this team on that trajectory even without the rewards we had last year?
Yeah, I think so, Bick. I think, if they were to finish, and I'm not one that gets much into the hypotheticals, like I think they'll probably lose this game or they'll win this. I don't predict the team's record at the end of the year, but what are they now, 5-3? Let's say if they were to finish 8-4 and then go to a bowl game and potentially even win the bowl game, I think, to me, that would be a successful season. I think a lot of fans had hoped that because they won the Big 12 last year and returned the overwhelming majority of their starters, the overwhelming majority of their 2 deep from last year, that anything short of a return trip to Arlington would brand this season a failure. And I don't buy that line of thinking at all. if they were to somehow end up with 8 or 9 wins in this season and, get to a bowl game and win it, I think it would be a successful year. And you'd ask Kenny, and I bet you he'd tell you the same thing. Kenny would probably, his answer would probably be one of his favorite phrases, and it's one that I like too, and I think it applies to all of us in everyday life, is just go out and be the best version of yourself today, or for his team Saturday, go out and be the best version of yourself against Iowa State, which simply means go out and play the very best you can, and accept the results when they come. But I do think this season can be dubbed a success short of a trip to Arlington. And let's be honest, now that they've lost 2 conference games, getting back to Arlington is going to be a challenge. It's not impossible.
Yeah.
In fact, they had 2 conference losses last year. They were 7-2. In fact, people sometimes forget they were actually in a 4-way tie for first place last year. But because of the tiebreakers, it was ASU and Iowa State that got to go to Jerry World and play for the conference championship. But I think there is a way to have this season be a success, and clearly this program has the right coach. I mean, Kenny is a square peg in a square hole coaching at Arizona State. This is where he wants to be, and as you said, Vic, he wants to build this thing, the trajectory is still very, very good for this program.
The voice of the Sun Devils, Tim Healy, our guest here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings. And we've already talked about one quarterback in Jeff Sims, but Bick and I were discussing, Tim, earlier the season and the difficulty that Sam Levitt has had at times. And he's very important to this team. And I give Sam a ton of credit for playing through at least a portion of the game, what he played through. He really lays it out there on the line, but it's been a bit of an up and down season for Sam Levitt. What do you make of his season so far?
Well, I think a lot of it is that he has played. I think a lot of this season hurt.
Mm-hmm.
He originally, as best we can tell, injured himself in the Baylor game. Which is almost a month and a half ago, and I don't know that that's ever gotten right. He came back out and played the following week against Texas Tech. And then, TCU, and then came the bye week, and then he had to miss the Utah game. And since then, I think, like you said, I think he's just been playing on guts. He's such a competitive kid that he really, really wants to be out there, if at all possible. And I think what they're doing now is I think they're just stepping back and saying, okay, let's get this thing right. And, so Sam will not play this week. Then you get the bye week and an extra week, hopefully, of healing, and see and hit reset after that and see where he is. And then you have your final 3 games of the season against West Virginia, Colorado, and the U of A. So I think a lot of what we've seen this year is a kid that hasn't been playing at 100%, playing on guts, just competitive, wants to be out there, wants to help his team. And he's had moments where he's been pretty doggone good, even though he's got that gimpy wheel. Would he throw for over 300 yards against Texas Tech, and, battled and helped, bring the Sun Devils back in a game where they looked dead in the water last Saturday, down 24-0. And yet, even though he wasn't on the field at the end, they had one last possession to possibly go down and tie the game, even though they had poor field position and eventually weren't able to do so.
All right, Tim, I think the defense has been really good at times. It's been not really good at times. They've allowed quarterbacks to gash them in the running game. What does the defense have to do to kind of button that up and help this team finish the season strong?
Well, I think they've got to do what they have done well the majority of the year. They have been very good, by and large, in defending the run. They're still one of the top, I think, 30 or so teams in the country in rushing defense. And they got to get back to getting after the quarterback. They still rank in the upper echelon of Big 12 teams in quarterback sacks. And they just got to get back to being able to pressure the passer, collapse the pocket, and be stout against the run. And of course, one issue last week is that they didn't have arguably their best pass rusher in Prince Dorba, who was out with an injury. And Prince, along with Jordan Tyson, is still regarded as questionable to return for this week's game. We'll probably get further updates from Kenny later in the week in that regard. But I think those are two keys. And because, as you guys know, watching football over the years, a really good defensive front and really good defensive pressure on the quarterback can masquerade things that, in the back end of the defense, and helps the back end of the defense so much. And the linebacker play has been terrific this year. Keyshawn Elliott and Jordan Crook are their two leading tacklers and two of the best linebackers in the league. Keith Abney has emerged as one of the best cornerbacks in the league. And when he's been healthy, Boogie Wilson, stepping in for Xavier Alford, has done a terrific job in the secondary at safety. Keep in mind, one X factor, if you will, for Saturday is that their outstanding, their other safety, Ghost Rouser, will not be able to play in the first half. Remember, he got a targeting call late in the Iowa State or the Houston game, and he's out for the first half at Iowa State on Saturday. So that's going to be a loss that they will have to compensate for the first 30 minutes.
Tim, always a pleasure to have you on the show. Good to talk to you. Have a great call in Ames on Saturday, and hopefully we can talk again soon.
Great to see you guys. Thanks for having me on.
The great Tim Healy,
Thanks,
voice
Tim.
of the Sun Devils on the Sun Devil Radio Network. He joined us here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Coming up next, load management continues to be a hot topic in the NBA. What did the greatest player of all time have to say on the subject? You won't hear from LeBron James next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I think you need to see the kind of play out of Marvin Harrison Jr. that justifies him being the fourth pick in the draft. Whoever's throwing him the ball. Kyler or Jacoby. Show me why we picked you fourth overall. Show us that guy. Where's that guy?
So he is projected to have, 58 catches, 962 yards.
Fewer catches, but more yards.
Yeah, I would expect like a top receiver to go over 1,000.
No matter, honestly,
and not
that
50 or 60 receptions.
Not totally dependent on who the quarterback is either.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Nobody wakes up and says, hey, let's go window shopping, as in let's go get new windows. But if you're a homeowner in Arizona, you know the scorching hot sun can do a number on your house, especially your windows, and it can lead to very high energy bills. And if you're like me and you're getting really high energy bills, got a great deal for you from Advanced Window Products. Fall special, you get $2,500 off any purchase of 10 or more windows. And I'm telling you, you will not be disappointed. I'm a customer of Advanced Window Products. They redid my entire home. My new windows look incredible. The installation process was fantastic. It was professional right down to the cleanup process, which was immaculate. Highly recommend Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company that sells directly to the public. There are no middleman markups. They've got their own factory in the valley. They'll build your windows. They'll install your windows. They'll guarantee them for life, and that lifetime warranty is transferable. And with financing options available, great time to invest in your home. 480-764-2002, online at advancedwindows.com.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
It's October everywhere, but at Tim Hovick Santan Ford, it is Bronctober. It's Wolf here, and all Broncos are on sale right now. Tim's got all the Bronco trim levels, a legit selection, all on sale. When affordability is your game, then Bronco Sport is the ticket. Select Bronco Sports priced below $29,000. It's the original Bronctober sales event at Tim Hovick Santan Ford, located at the Santan 202 Freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details. All offers expire 10/31/2025.
1
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. I know finding a dream engagement ring can be overwhelming, but don't worry, we got you. As director of diamond sourcing, it's my job to make sure every single diamond at Shane Company is truly the best of the best. Our team travels the world to see diamonds up close, in person. We handpick each one for its unique fire, brilliance, and scintillation. Diamond buying is an art. Of course, we look at cut, color, clarity, and carat, known as the 4 C's. But that's not all. We also look at how each diamond looks on a hand, where it will be worn, how it makes you feel, and if it's worthy of a Shane Company customer. That type of expertise only comes from working for a company that's been a family business since 1929. We also think about your budget. We only pick the best in each grade in all shapes and sizes. Your diamond is guaranteed to be the most beautiful because a friend wants you to pick from only the best. Drop by your store or shaneco.com and see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
YouTube TV customers, you could lose ESPN, the sports you love, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, the NBA, college basketball, and more. Take action. Go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN.
Hey, it's Luke. Are we going to see a more consistent effort from the Phoenix Suns against the Memphis Grizzlies? We'll discuss that at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
Bickley and Murata Mornings taking you until 10 o'clock here from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports. Basketball season is upon us. I think people are adjusting to the new television setup.
Okay.
I've got some thoughts on that I'm going to bring up in Off the Grid.
Okay.
But one of the big changes is NBC back in the fold. Kind of cool. Mm-hmm. It's nostalgic.
It is.
For people of our age. I got such a kick out of it, too, just on a side note real quick.
Yeah.
Before last week, the first doubleheader that they had on NBC, the open to the broadcast had all of these young players of today being, hey, what does NBA on NBC mean to you? And they're like, absolutely nothing. I wasn't even born the last time these games were on NBC. But they have Michael Jordan in the fold, the greatest player ever to lace up a pair of sneakers.
No doubt about it.
Thank you.
No doubt about it.
That was for you, Jarrett. But he's part of the coverage, and his part of the coverage right now. I don't know if this changes as time goes by, but he does like a pre-taped interview, and he was sitting down with Mike Tirico, who's one of the voices of NBC's play-by-play of NBA coverage. And the topic of discussion on last night's sampling was load management. Very big subject in the NBA. Here was some Michael Jordan thoughts about load management, which I think the term didn't exist when Michael Jordan played.
Yeah.
I think the concept existed to a degree, but here he was talking about feeling an obligation not to do that.
It shouldn't be needed, first and foremost. You know, I never wanted to miss a game because it was an opportunity to prove. It was something that I felt like, you know, the fans are there to watch me play. I want to impress that guy way up on top who probably worked his ass off to get a ticket or to get money to buy the ticket.
You really cared about the guy who sat in the top deck at the Palace in Auburn Hills to watch you when you came to Detroit?
Yeah, because I know he's probably yelling at me, and I want to shut him up. You know, he's calling me all kinds of names. I definitely want to shut him up.
Right.
You have a duty that if they're wanting to see you, and as an entertainer, I want to show, right? So if the guys are coming to watch me play, I don't want to miss that opportunity. Now, physically, if I can't do it, then I can't do it. But physically, if I can do it, and I just don't feel like doing it, that's a whole different lens.
Real quick, because Jarrett's camera wasn't on. But
yeah.
Sorry.
Jarrett was shaking his head in
almost
disbelief
off my own shoulders
the whole time.
That is such BS.
You don't think that's legit?
I think 100% he wanted to play every game for himself because he is a maniacal competitor and he didn't want to.
You still don't get him.
I don't think he cared at all. He did not care about the fans. Are you crazy?
You're so wrong about that. You couldn't be more wrong, and you're saying it with 100% conviction.
Yes. Well, explain it to me because I misinterpreted it. I guess.
Listen, one of the fundamental differences between LeBron James and Michael Jordan is Michael Jordan's respect for the sport of basketball is authentic. It's not a joke. It's not something that he does to make himself look better. He lived this. He never took a practice off. You ask any of his team, practices were hell. I
agree.
Okay,
but it's not because of the fans.
Yes, but it is. It is all the same thing to him. It's an obligation to the sport of basketball, and that includes performing for the paying customers. There's a lot of other things that fall under that umbrella, but part of the reason why I defend him so vigorously is there is so much to admire about what he feels about the sport and what he felt about the sport of basketball, and he lived it. He lived it.
Can I get in between you two guys on this subject?
Sure.
Jarrett, his use of the term maniacal competitor is accurate, and I think that was part of it.
That is accurate.
And I also think what you're saying is absolutely true. And I think what Michael Jordan said, too, and credit to Mike Tirico for questioning him, you cared about that? He did want to shut those fans up.
Oh, yeah.
He wanted to rub everybody's face in everything, which goes back to the maniacal competitor thing. We've never seen anything like Michael Jordan from a competitive standpoint. Kobe Bryant was the closest in my lifetime. I will say this. I'll criticize LeBron for a lot of things. I think LeBron has a deep respect for the game of basketball.
I'm not arguing that.
For history, for all of it. But times
But he's
are
done some
different now.
damaging things to the sport of basketball as well.
I'm not going to deny that.
Yeah, that's the whole point.
Those things were not done out of lack of respect for the game, though.
No,
I think they were done for self-interest.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. So you're assuming that Michael is just like LeBron in that way, and he's not. And it's not to say Michael Jordan isn't selfish and have self-interest, but he really does have a reverence for the sport of basketball. It's very, very real. On the flip side, I don't know if you've heard this, but there's a new book out on the Lakers. It's the book where Russell Westbrook calls LeBron James fake. I heard an interview.
Did you read the excerpt, by the way, that was released?
I haven't, but I've heard interviews with the author of the book. And it's funny because all of the LA media covering the Lakers are pretending this book doesn't exist. None of them have ever cross-referenced any of the anecdotes. They're all acting like it doesn't exist.
The anecdote that was shared as kind of a preview for the media, and this happened while I was away, so I had a lot of time to read a bunch of stuff. But it was a story about a team meeting, and Will Smith was part of this team meeting. And at the time, I think it was Darvin Ham was still the head coach.
Will Smith, the actor.
Will Smith, the actor, not the Dodgers
Not
catcher.
the Dodgers catcher. Well, it's L.A.
Right.
But they would have this series where they would bring in people from the outside to talk about greatness and whatever. And Russell Westbrook was part of the team. And so they get done with their team meeting, and Darvin Ham says, "Hey, I'm bringing in Will Smith for this talk of this ongoing series." And both Anthony Davis and LeBron James are like, "All right, cool, we're out." And they left. So Darvin Ham's like, "Well, Will's ready to go. Can I bring him in?" And the rest of the team that remained, and this focuses on Russell Westbrook and his disbelief that these two team leaders are leaving this big, important seminar, if you will. So Russell Westbrook says, "No, we're not quite ready yet." So they tell Darvin Ham what's going on. Darvin Ham goes back in the hallway, retrieves his two superstars, and brings them back in. Then the story goes, Will Smith comes in, not knowing any of this transpired, but he's talking, he's answering questions. And apparently LeBron, who wanted no part of this exercise, dominated. He was the guy in the meeting that would not stop asking questions and just extended it. And it focused on Russell Westbrook just continually rolling his eyes like, I can't believe this stuff. And there's actually pictures. You can go, they've been posted on social media. Pictures from when it wrapped up. There's a team meeting. The look on Russell Westbrook's face looks like he wants to kill somebody.
Can't believe that didn't work out with the Lakers.
I was in a meeting room with Team USA in Vegas before they headed off to Beijing in 2008, and all the players were in there, and Jerry Colangelo and Mike Krzyzewski bringing Miles Brand from the NCAA, who is no longer with us, but at that time he ran the NCAA. So he introduces himself, and before he gives his pep speech to this team, LeBron goes, "Excuse me, who are you? Where are you from?" He goes, "Like the NCAA." And LeBron goes, "Oh, sorry, man, I missed you."
That's funny.
It was funny. The whole room cracked up, but it was so inappropriate and disrespectful. The whole room was rolling. Because of LeBron's chutzpah.
Right.
Yeah.
It is just finally put a bow on it on the Jordan stuff. You always wonder what great athletes would be like in a different era. Because in his era, there wasn't really load management. If he played with his same mindset in today's era, where the teams and the coaches and the owners had the mindset they have now, I wonder how that would have jived.
That's interesting. You should ask that, because there was something like that. Do you remember when Michael Jordan had that love of the game clause written into his contract? The Bulls did not want him doing anything in the offseason.
Yes.
He said, no, I'm not playing by those rules.
That is true. I also, look, money, as it factors into everything, money is a factor. Michael Jordan's profile when he played before the days of social media, he was an enormous superstar. He was a global star without the benefit of all of that. Had he been born 20 years later and been playing right now, 25 years later, been playing right now, his star would be unfathomably large. His salary would be unfathomably large.
Yeah.
His endorsement dollars would be off the charts. Those are things that can affect your mindset on load
that's
management.
Fair. No, that's fair. That's absolutely fair. And I also accept Jared's point that if he were in this modern environment, maybe his thinking would be skewed and different. I do acknowledge that. Everybody's a product of their times.
I think one of the most amazing statistics from Michael Jordan's career, real quick as we close this out. As a 39-year-old on a terrible Washington Wizards team, which he probably should have never played for, in his last season in the NBA, Michael Jordan played in all 82 games and averaged 37 minutes per game.
That's amazing.
Now, his stats were not up to his standards, but that, you want to talk about a guy who loved playing basketball? That was that guy.
That's good stuff.
Coming up next, Sammy's going to take us through some social studies on this Wednesday morning. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
This is it. When we talked about coming into this season, this was going to be a pivotal year for Kyler Murray. And I think Kyler Murray would say that himself coming into this season.
He's a competitor.
He would acknowledge that. He's a competitor. Exactly right. Well, you know what? Here it is. The die is cast over the last 10 games of the season. They need excellent quarterback play to win 6 of them. They're going to need excellent quarterback play. Not just good, but excellent. And we'll see if he's got that.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, by now, I'm sure you know Sweet James, the official accident attorneys of the Phoenix Suns. You've probably seen the television commercial of Sweet James dunking the basketball. I say it all the time. I don't know whether that vertical leap is real or if it's artificially and digitally enhanced, but I do know this. Sweet James and his stable of accident attorneys, great at dunking on the opposition, primarily the insurance companies you're going to be battling if you're ever injured in an accident. They're a law firm full of extremely talented accident attorneys who are not afraid to litigate. They have extensive trial experience, which means a great deal in their line of work. It means when they send that demand letter to insurance companies on your behalf, those insurance companies know they can't nickel and dime or deny Sweet James, not when they're more than willing to tell your story in a court of law. This is why they not only win 98% of their cases, big and small, they win big, consistently delivering some of the largest settlements in the country. And remember this, you pay nothing until they win your case. Call for a free consultation at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, sweetjames.com.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 and monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Do you have an estate plan that protects you while you're alive and when you pass away? Imagine becoming incapacitated after a serious accident or illness. Without a living trust, your family could end up in court, fighting over your money and even your medical care. A will does nothing to protect you while you're alive. And when you pass away, a will could send your estate into probate court, costing time, stress, and thousands in legal fees. That's why more Arizonans are turning to RJP Estate Planning to set up a living trust. It protects your assets if you're incapacitated and helps your estate avoid probate, so your home and other assets transfer smoothly to your loved ones. And right now, if you're 55 or over, you can save 55% on a living trust.
For your 55% savings, call 480-576-5457. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457. Offer ends October 30th.
Hey, I'm here with Tim Lee, the owner of Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com. Why do you do what you do?
We were talking earlier, and I was talking with the boys and talking about what's our purpose, what's our mission. Your move is our mission, but what's really our purpose in life? What are we driven to do? And our family is a family of faith, and what's God's purpose for us on this earth?
Amen.
And we have this business, and it's going well. What can we give back? What can we do? What can we do for vets? What can we do for homeless? What can we do for people that are struggling in their life? How can we help them? And I think we can use some of our skills and our network of people to make a difference. That's really what it's all about.
What separates you from other companies that are out there?
I really believe it's people on our team. I'm a firm believer it starts with the people at the top, and when the people at the top believe in everything they're doing, the people will follow.
The standard is the standard.
Yeah.
Go to movingteam6.com. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Phoenix Suns fans, tonight could be the night where Jalen Green makes his Suns debut. He's listed as questionable for tonight's game against the Grizzlies. Jalen Green or not, the Suns will be without Dillon Brooks for the second straight game with groin soreness. Tip-off tonight at 7 in downtown will be, you can hear it here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This came through yesterday, but if you missed it, ASU quarterback Sam Leavitt will miss Saturday's Iowa State game due to injury, and wide receiver Jordan Tyson is listed as questionable as well. And here was head coach Kenny Dillingham on the Leavitt injury.
It's definitely something that's been lingering all year, so it's definitely something that could definitely turn into that for sure, just because it hasn't progressed like we hoped.
And last night in LA, it didn't go 18 innings, and the Dodgers didn't get a win. The Blue Jays stole Game 4 of the World Series 6-2 and have now tied it at 2 games apiece. And this report is brought to you by CW7 Arizona. Don't miss the NASCAR Xfinity Series Championship live from Phoenix Raceway this Saturday at 3:30, only on CW7 Arizona.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by HigherPrice.com. Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Oh, time for some social studies on this Wednesday. Sammy's here to take us through it. What do you got for us today, Sammy?
Yes, good morning. First and foremost, if you're looking for us, we're at Bickley_Murata on X, where we'll post the questions daily, at Bickley and Murata on Instagram and Facebook and on YouTube. Shout out to those 188 of you watching right now. Just type in Arizona Sports on YouTube and we'll be right there. And we'll start with the Phoenix Suns. What one word best represents what you want to see from the team this season and why?
Championship.
Hey,
all right, there we go.
All right,
Hey.
clip it.
Excitement.
Okay.
No, I mean, more realistically, growth.
Yes.
Growth from an
Okay.
individual standpoint for some players, and we talked about some of those players, and Oso and Ryan Dunn earlier. Growth as a team, growth as an organization. That's my word.
I had progression for those same
Okay.
reasons.
All right.
Daylight Film says alignment. Isn't that what they sold the fan base? Jordan says health. Can't judge them until they have the full squad together. Injuries hitting them hard to start the season. And then Buddy Thompson said gumption. We haven't seen it for 2.5 years, and it can make
There's
up
that
for a
word.
lot of shortcomings.
Daryl Lee.
Yep.
He's thinking the way we were thinking, too. His word, exorcism. Because we got to get rid of this curse.
No doubt about
Leslie
it.
M. A good one. Hope. hope we would all like to have. Chris, tank is not a good word because the Suns don't have their draft pick next year, so you don't want to do that.
Can't do that. All right, the second question is for Cardinal fans. Who is Monday night's game versus the Cowboys most important for, and why? Here are your options. Is it most important for the Cards team as a whole this season? Is it most important for Kyler Murray, Jonathan Gannon, or Drew Petzing and Nick Rawlis?
I'm voting Kyler is what I'm doing, I know it's a big deal for the team, but this really is either the beginning of the beginning or the beginning of the end. See what I did there?
Yeah, it's more likely going to be the beginning of the mid.
Or the end of the end.
Or the end of the end, right.
This question is multiple choice, but it's a real thinker.
It really is.
I'm going to say Jonathan Gannon.
Oh, okay.
Ooh, okay.
Gotcha. And that's kind of where Darryl Lee said his response. He said, this game couldn't be less important for Kyler. If he elevates, we know that he can occasionally be good, and we know he can elevate a crowd that isn't his home crowd. We already know these things. He said this game is about Gannon. Can he coach, make situational decisions? I'm not sure. Tony Height said, answer E, Kyler Murray and Drew Petzing. Dallas has the worst defense/secondary in the NFL. Okay in this game from them is not going to cut it. And then lastly, Seabacker44 says, Kyler is polarizing, but the truth here is Petzing and Rawlis both have to change things that they've been doing to put players in better positions to win games late. So,
what are the poll results there, Sammy?
Yeah, the poll results actually 63% Kyler Murray.
Wow.
So that's where the 144 votes are leaning. 22%.
We don't even know if he's going to play.
Hey, jeez.
Oh, it's all hypothetical. I should have put hypothetically Kyler Murray.
22%. The Cards team as a whole this season, 8% Jonathan Gannon, 6% Drew Petzing and Nick Rawlis.
I am absolutely shocked that the coaching numbers are that low.
Hey, there's been almost 2 weeks for everyone to forget about it.
Here's a response we got, too, from Got Yips. When you lose 5 consecutive games by 4 points or less, it exposes poor coaching. Gannon needs to get better or go.
With 2 different quarterbacks, by the way.
Yes, and I'm not saying I endorse that statement, whatever. But I'm surprised that more people in their vote didn't reflect that.
Got you.
Agree.
Indeed. All right. Lastly, with Halloween right on the horizon on Friday, what Halloween candy best represents each of these Valley athletes and why? Kyler Murray, Devin Booker, and Corbin Carroll. If they were candy.
Shame on me for not looking at this question before this segment because I don't have anything ready to go.
You guys think,
and typically I suck at these type of questions anyway.
Yeah. Let's go out to the
Let's go out to the phones.
Let's go out to the phones.
And as one would think,
George in Tempe, what do you think?
Steven Ruiz just nailed it out of the park. He said, Corbin, it's a tough one. Is there a candy that is obviously great, pretty much everyone recognizes it, but that Jarrett thinks is just okay?
Yes. Reese's peanut butter cups.
Oh, you.
Oh, come on.
I don't like peanut butter.
Come on.
Okay.
I'm not the biggest peanut butter fan either, but that candy is from the heavens.
Where are you on peanut butter? Sammy,
put the Reese's in the fridge, get it cold. Oh, man.
I mean, nobody's going to advocate more than for peanut butter than our own Dave Burns.
Oh my God!
I think if you cut him open, peanut butter would pour out.
I don't know if it's. He used to have a big jar of peanut butter, and he used to carry around the loose spoon, and he used to go in.
There was a movie once where somebody kept an uncovered jar of peanut butter on the counter so they would be able to stick their finger in whenever they walked by.
Well, that was one of those special movies that you watch late at night. A few people said Kyler Murray. It was candy corn.
Yes,
because it's so divisive.
Mm-hmm.
That's fantastic.
The people that love it, but most people hate it, and there's not a lot in between.
Yeah. Let's see. Steven Ruiz also said for Kyler Murray, now and later. We've been chewing on this thing forever because we were told it was going to be good. We're still waiting.
And his answer for Devin Booker is fantastic,
really
too.
He said, Reese's Pumpkin. They're fantastic. Everybody loves them, but enjoy them now. They might be gone soon.
We have very clever listeners.
Yes,
and
do.
Tony
they always
Heights.
give good answers.
Tony Heights for Corbin Carroll is good. The Tootsie Roll Pop, because we all know we haven't even gotten to the best part of it yet, which is the center. And then Eddie V, he says for Devin Booker, Reese's Peanut Butter Cups, the king of candy, classic and reliable. And he also said Sour Patch Kids for Kyler Murray. Not bad, not great, but small and will make most grimace sometimes. So there we go. Today's social studies. You know where to find us at Bickley_Murata on X, at Bickley and Murata elsewhere, and on Arizona Sports on YouTube.
I'm very impressed with the candy answers
Yeah,
from,
that was
from our audience.
They were good.
Very, very well done. Thanks, Sammy. Social studies every morning at 9 o'clock. Want to remind you that you could join Wolf and Luke next Monday. Backyard, Desert Ridge from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Your pregame for Cardinals versus Cowboys on Monday Night Football. Stop by for your chance to win Cardinals tickets and Innings Festival tickets. If you want more information, head to the contest page at ArizonaSports.com. Coming up next, our weekly NFL discussion with the one and only Mark Schlereth. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios at Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
And Grayson Allen clears it to Gillespie. Quickly into the forecourt. Back to Allen. He's open for three, left wing. That's good for Grayson Allen. And the Suns tie it at 130.
The Suns host the Grizzlies tonight at Mortgage Matchup Center. Our pregame begins tonight at 6. 7 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, it's Vince Murata back to tell you about Spinato's Pizzeria. And with the end of October upon us, you've only got a couple days to enjoy a fan favorite that Spinato's brought back on the pizza menu, the Wizard of Za Spicy Chipotle Peach Pizza. It's got all kinds of sweet heat, and they're also pairing it with a Hazy Peach IPA from 100 Mile Brewing. If you love peach, you got to check it out. It is bold, it's different, and somehow it just works. And that's good only through the end of October. Also want to tell you that if you're having the gang over for some football viewing action at your place, Spinato's has got you covered with their legendary catering menu, Chicago-style pizzas, pastas, monster wings, meatballs, fresh salads, and a lot of gluten-free options to keep everybody in your group happy on game day without missing a play. And it's easy, too. Hit up the catering menu, place your order, and you will be the MVP of game day. Whether it's game night, pizza night, or you're just hungry for something awesome, Spinato's always delivers. They've got 6 Valley locations: Central Phoenix, North Phoenix, Tempe, Ahwatukee, Scottsdale, and Gilbert. And they're the official pizza of the Cardinals, Suns, and Mercury. Take care of all your game day catering needs. Order online at SpinatosPizzeria.com.
Join the Bud Light Football Face-Off Thursday, October 30th at Dirty Blonde in Chandler, starting at 5 p.m. Compete for your chance to win tickets to the Cardinals game versus LA on December 7th, plus a chance to go to Vegas for the final face-off where you could score a trip to the Super Bowl.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
When you give a diamond, it's not just jewelry, it's a promise. I've helped people find engagement rings that start a lifetime together, anniversary gifts that reignite the spark, and holiday surprises that bring real tears of joy. At Desert Wholesale Diamond, we make sure every piece tells a story, your story. I'm Diamond Dave. Come see me, and let's create that memory that lasts forever.
Head to DiamondDaveCantor.com or follow Dave on Instagram at Diamond Dave Cantor. That's Diamond Dave, Kantor.
Have you heard about the lonesome loser? Sit down, take a look at yourself.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. NFL analyst Mark Schlereth talks football with Bickley and Murata. Brought to you by Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. Shop local. Shop EarnhardtFord.com.
Yeah, we continue here on the Wednesday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings. We continue with a shout-out and a thank you to our great listeners out in El Mirage. We appreciate you out in El Mirage this morning and every morning that you listen. Cardinals back at it Monday night against the Dallas Cowboys, coming off the bye at 2-5. Big game to try to turn their season around. Here to talk Cardinals and NFL with us. He happens to join us every Wednesday, the 3-time Super Bowl champion, NFL on Fox, Denver Sports, the Stinkin' Truth podcast. Mark Schlereth, our guest on the Arizona Sports Line. Mark, good morning to you, sir.
Good. Did you guys say El DeBarge? I mean, I love their music.
Did you like?
They were awesome.
Did you appreciate his work more as the unit DeBarge or more of his solo work, Mark?
I think more of the family DeBarge. Yeah. I think is kind of where I went with.
Fair.
But, regardless, all of it just tremendous music.
Everybody always tries to figure out, regardless of what situation a team is in, did the bye week come at a good time? You could say that for winning teams that might be banged up. In the Cardinals' instance, they've lost five straight one-score games by a total of 13 points. This is historic stuff. But in your experience as a player, what kind of effect did the bye week have on individuals, regardless of how your season was going, whether it was good or bad?
Well, I always think, get away from it a little bit is always kind of a good thing to get healthy. A lot of guys, I always seem to have a surgery. So I was always having surgery and a rehab. It wasn't like vacation for me. You know, it was always one of those things where I was holding off to have something done so that I could get it done and then get back out, to rehab and do all that stuff. So it was always a little bit different for me. A lot of guys are going to Vegas, hey, 3 days, we're going to Vegas, woohoo. And I'm like, all right, I'll be, on an operating slab. So, it was kind of different. But, yeah, it's always, it's always nice, one, to get, heal up some of the bumps and bruises and some of the issues that you have. And then, two, just to step away for a minute, get your mind off it for a minute. And then, then you kind of roll back into it. But, hey, man, this is great opportunity for them coming off a bye week and then facing, league's worst defense in the Dallas Cowboys. I mean, if you can't run it against the Dallas Cowboys, then you might as well hang it up and quit. I mean, you may as well just quit on the season because they are awful. I mean, just absolutely awful. So it should be one of those situations where you come out of the bye week, even though you've got some rust, you should be able to produce offensively and hopefully come away with the victory.
I know we've talked a lot about Jacoby Brissett and Kyler Murray with you. I want to ask you it from a different perspective. So they're likely going back to Kyler Murray this week, and I guess that's proper. You need to get to a resolution with this guy one way or the other before the end of the season. But inside the locker room, what is happening inside that locker room when the backup comes in and feeds everybody and elevates the offense? Are people – what normally happens in a locker room in that kind of situation? Mark?
Well, I think there's a lot of times when you look and you say to yourself, well, who gives us the best chance to win? That's what everybody wants is a victory, right? And it's not about the best chance to be flashy. it's the best chance to win a football game. And then everybody wants to be involved. We always make fun, or at least I do, of diva wide receivers. But every guy wants to touch the ball. Every guy wants an opportunity. People don't just want to shrink in those moments. They want to have an opportunity to affect the game and produce. And so, what guy gives you the best opportunity to do those things? And at this particular point in time, it's Brissett. I mean, it's been Brissett, but they're still not winning. So, you hope that there has been this moment of an epiphany, if you will, about, hey, man, this is how you have to play this game to be successful. We've talked about this a bunch, and you hope that Murray maybe looked at that and takes that to heart. Will that happen or no? I don't know. I mean, I guess ultimately you have to make a decision going forward. I know we've spent a lot of money, but is this the guy to lead us to an opportunity to compete in this division and to be a playoff team and to, compete for a championship? Or are we going to continue to have the same issues that we've had since he's been the starter here? And I think you really have to come to grips with that. And then I don't want to hear about salary cap garbage because it's fake. The money's fungible. And, look, here in Denver where I live, people were telling me for the last 2 years, oh, my gosh, we're going to be in salary cap purgatory. There's no way we can be competitive having to pay Russell Wilson. It's just going to be, we're just going to go through the 2 years of despair until the money comes off the books. Really? Really? 'Cause it's monopoly money. It is so fake. So the good teams and the teams that are well managed aren't afraid to rip off the freaking Band-Aid. Rip it off and move forward. If that's the decision you're going to make, and that's what you're doing for the rest of the season. This has got to be one of those situations for the next however many games. We have to make a decision, and this is a big boy decision. This is an adult decision. This is not about, hey, we spent a lot of money, so what? You know what? Where are you going, and how is he going to take you there? And if he can't take you there, then you have to make the move.
Great point.
Mark Schlereth, our guest every week here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings. 5-game losing streak for the Cardinals. Jonathan Gannon came out yesterday and said, hey, I don't think sweeping changes is the way to attack this thing. And Jonathan Gannon has been very, very publicly consistent with his messaging, what he tells the media, and then thereby telling the fans. In your experience, though, Mark, as a player, how different is head coaching messaging publicly as opposed to what you guys get in the locker room and in meeting rooms?
Yeah, I mean, there's always going to be a difference. There's always going to be some of that. We're not going to air our dirty laundry. So sometimes, you're in one of those meetings and they put up the film and say, like, what are you doing? Like, what kind of effort is this? What kind of whatever, and then, you blanket that statement by saying, hey, we're not playing with good enough effort, or we're not playing with enough, with enough football intelligence, so to speak. We're making too many mistakes. You don't call a guy out for doing those things, but behind closed doors you do. At least you should. Like there should be, like I talk about this all the time, the biblical fear, which is awesome reverence and respect, and then the fear of if you don't do your job, your ass is going to get cut. and I will air you out in front of the team if you're not doing your job. And there should be that level. I know we live in a kinder, more gentler world, and we're afraid to hurt anybody's feelings. And what if we hurt a guy's feelings? Oh my God, what are we going to do? So I know that that's part of today's culture, and we're just raising generations of wussies. But bottom line is you've got to be able to get aired out occasionally, and it's got to be important to you. And you can't keep doing the same stupid stuff over and over and over again and not be held accountable. And I will say this, just being in a locker room, my entire adult life, is that if you don't hold those guys accountable, if you don't call those guys out, then the rest of the team will oftentimes just be like, what are we doing? Like that guy, And it becomes one of those things that's an irritant for the rest of the players in that locker room.
Fair.
All right, lastly, the Cam Scadaboo injury was gruesome to watch. He looked like he wasn't even in pain, but what the great thing of this story is he's in the hospital, and that dude who roams the sidelines for the Eagles, he brought him a gift package on behalf of the city of Philadelphia. Why does a player like Cam Scadaboo speak to so many people in such a good way based on the way he plays the game?
Because it's exactly opposite of what I just talked about.
Yeah, you're right.
He doesn't need to be pampered. He doesn't need to be, he's going to go out there. I mean, come on, the dude is, and you guys know him well because he was an Arizona State guy, but the dude is undersized. He's probably, he's just probably one of those guys that doesn't check any of the quote unquote, height, weight, speed boxes. And yet he just goes out there and dispenses justice. He plays with passion. He makes you feel like he's a man of the people, right? Like he doesn't have all the accolades or all the gifts that a lot of guys have, and yet he just goes out there and changes the culture of an organization. And the energy which he brought to the New York Giants is it's phenomenal. And it's and everybody feeds off of that. And the whole fan base of the Giants fed off of that. And so, he's very respected that way. Big Dom is who you're looking at.
That's it. Yep. Big Dom. That's it.
Bringing the pizzas and everything else. Big Dom is in charge of Philadelphia, by the way. He's just in charge.
Seems like it.
In trouble in Philadelphia, you call Big Dom. He's like one of those TV lawyers. He'll get you out of that. He'll get you out of that trouble.
I can see it now. Mark, you're the best.
You never disappoint, brother.
Thanks so much for the time. We'll talk to you next week.
Guys.
See ya.
Later.
Mark Schlereth joining us on the Arizona Sports Line.
He's like one of those TV lawyers.
Mark doing the Jacksonville-Vegas game along with Chris Myers on Fox later this week. He joined us on the Arizona Sports Line. Coming up next with Halloween looming, a very spooky edition of Mock My World. We'll get into it straight ahead. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Kyson Brown not playing. Xavier Alford, the heart and soul of their defense, hasn't played since the Mississippi State game. You mentioned Ben Coleman not playing. Prince Dorba, one of their best defensive players and pass rushers. Zyrus Fiaseu, all of these guys not playing in that game. It wasn't just Jordan Tyson who also didn't play. Then you have Sam Levitt in and out of the lineup. Part of the reason I thought ASU would get back to the Big 12 championship this year, Wolf, was because they had, so much of the same team from last year back.
Yes.
They're all hurt. None of them are playing now. That goes out the window. It's not the same team.
You just can't lose Sam Levitt and expect to be the same team.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
They call Life Changer Loan the loan the big banks don't want you to know about, and that is because for ages the home buying process has remained archaic. You apply for a mortgage, you put down a big down payment, then you spend the next 30 years of your life paying it off. A lot of people reconcile this because they think they have a really good interest rate, like one of our listeners named Jack, who before he switched over to a Life Changer Loan realized it wouldn't be until year 22 of that 30-year mortgage when he was going to finally pay more principal than interest, and at the end of it all, he was going to pay over $700,000 for a $300,000 home. Life Changer Loan, a better plan. You do your banking inside of your mortgage. You pay all principal first. You get 24/7 access to your equity. A Life Changer Loan client, on average, pays off their home in 5 years. Great deal, but it is not for everybody. You've got to have the right set of financials. You've got to be a good fit. If you are a good fit, though, I'm guaranteeing you're going to love the results. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Every time I turn around, my friends at Pure Talk give me one more reason to feel good about switching. This month, for instance, they're supporting Canines for Warriors, a terrific organization that trains rescue dogs and then pairs them up with combat veterans struggling with PTSD. The result? They're saving lives on both ends of the leash. This is why I switched to Pure Talk. I like being in business with an American wireless company who shares my values. Yeah, I appreciate unlimited talk, text, and plenty of 5G data for just $25 a month, and I bet you will too. But I think you'll really appreciate doing business with a company who gives back to the men and women who volunteered to defend our country. Just dial #250, say micro. With Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team, you can switch in as little as 10 minutes. Again, dial pound 250, say micro, to switch to an American wireless company who actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Football season equals the tailgate season, which means the Ford F-150 at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvisi are just the best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. All right, so how? Why? Well, it's no one thing. It's the combination of everything, right? From smart tech to powerful engines. You want productivity? How about available built-in electrical power and a convenient tailgate work surface? You can customize the F-150 pickup to fit your needs. And right now, get 3.9% APR Ford credit financing for 72 months plus $2,750 in cash back on a 2025 Ford F-150 XLT 2.7-liter truck. Yep, get 3.9% APR Ford credit financing for 72 months plus $2,750 cash back on a 2025 Ford F-150 XLT 2.7-liter truck. But hurry, these deals won't last long at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. That's buyfordnow.com.
YouTube TV customers, you could lose ESPN and the sports you love, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, the NBA, college basketball, and more. Take action. Go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Off their bye week, the Cardinals will have a chance to get back in the win column Monday night in Dallas against the Cowboys. And here was head coach Jonathan Gannon on the players' attitude post-bye.
Rejuvenated and ready to go. You know, they're ready to get on the grass, I think. I know. So it'll be good. They're ready to go. They know the challenge that's ahead.
Some other good news for the Cards. B.J. Ojulari and Garrett Williams have opened their practice windows. The Phoenix Suns are back home tonight for the Memphis Grizzlies, and we might just get Jalen Green's Phoenix Suns debut. He's listed as questionable for tonight's game. Dylan Brooks, on the other hand, will be out with a sore groin. Tip-off from downtown will be at 7 right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And this report is brought to you by CW7 Arizona. The NASCAR Xfinity season comes down to one race. It's the championship live from Phoenix Raceway this Saturday at 3:30 on CW7 Arizona.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports poll question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
Today's Arizona Sports poll question, brought to you by Sanderson Ford, is which Valley sports team will make the postseason next? The Diamondbacks, Suns, or Cardinals?
Ooh, boy.
Diamondbacks.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's the safe answer.
Yeah, 89% of the vote, Diamondbacks.
They seem like the only one that could make it in their next or current season, right?
That's it.
Yeah. So there you go.
Well, will you believe that on Monday or Tuesday morning after a Cardinals win?
Huh?
I hope we're having this conversation.
What was the percentage on that?
89%.
Oh, wow.
Diamondbacks.
A real thinker today
Yeah.
on the Sanderson Ford poll question. And you can vote on it now at arizonasports.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Mock-ups are the bane of my existence, guys.
If you cut me open, mock drafts would pour out.
Bickley and Murata. Mock my world.
That's gross.
That's such a good soundbite, though, for the Open that I'm surprised that it hasn't been used before. That, if you cut me open, mock drafts with Paul.
Yeah, because I said that a few years ago.
Yeah.
Of course, now my little handy-dandy grid on Excel is not one. There we go. Mock My World is back. Well, I'm back.
Yeah.
Mock My World happened without me. I don't know what happened over the last 2 weeks. What was the subject last week, Jared?
I mean, I
Who can remember back that far? You guys remember it? Sammy, Big?
I got it here.
Yeah.
It was athletes who had the most aura.
Oh, I did see that. I was actually glad I missed Mock My World last week because
Yeah, it was a tough one.
I know nothing about aura.
Yeah, we all kind of brought our own little definitions to the table in that.
Because I think it's swagger, but I don't know that might not be right.
I don't know if that's quite the definition, but I kind of drifted into that lane, and I'm not sure.
I got first, you got second, Dan,
Okay.
so I think we had it kind
Okay.
of right. Sammy, on the other hand.
I mean, my team, woof, it was great.
Nope.
Whatever.
But this week.
All right. This week, this sounded like a great subject.
Yeah.
In our show prep meeting.
Yeah.
It's a tough subject. With Halloween right around the corner, coming up on Friday, we are going down the road of popular figures in sports and pop culture with spooky names.
Spooky, scary.
We do have a ruling. I don't know if anybody told you, Sammy, but we are allowing nicknames.
Great. Okay.
Yeah, we communicate very
As
well
long as
on
they're
this
like
show.
well-known nicknames.
I have no nickname.
All right.
All right, as long as you're covered.
Yeah.
Or stage names.
We have Sammy, random.org.
Yes.
Determine the draft order. So Sammy's going first. Bick, you will go second. I will go third, and Jarrett will go fourth. 4-round snake-style draft on spook. You have to say it like that too.
Yeah, you have to say
Spooky names.
Spooky.
Sammy.
Yeah. So this
How do you
is
do it,
just
Jared?
I'm not doing that.
Yeah, so this is just an unideal draft to have the first pick in because I have no idea. Since we are doing nicknames, I'll take the Slim Reaper.
Kevin Durant off the board, ladies and gentlemen.
All right.
With my first pick,
Reaper.
Give me former running back and boxer Frank Gore.
Yeah, great.
That's a good one.
All right. Where am I going with my first pick? This is tough. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go with an ASU player who's been mentioned earlier today. Miles Ghost Rouser.
Okay.
The crowd goes nuts.
I thought when Tim Healy brought that name up,
You jotted him down?
Yep, jotted him down.
All right.
All right, I'm going with singer/director Rob Zombie.
Oh, that's a great one.
Great one.
And then I'm going with
I can't believe that's still available.
actor/serial killer Mike Myers.
Mike Myers. Jared off to a strong start.
That is pretty.
See, this is what happens when you do research instead of paying attention to the show. You guys should try
We noticed.
it. All right.
Going with another ASU defensive back.
Okay.
Who made headlines in a couple of different ways. Mitchell Fright Night Friedman.
Okay.
You remember him?
I
Sammy
do.
doesn't. Bick does.
I have no idea.
Bick, back to you.
I'm not sure we should have done nicknames in second thought, but that's all right, whatever. Give me former Cardinals quarterback John Skelton.
On my list. Dang
A
it.
little more current than Red Skelton, who I also
Yeah, that's what you had on your list.
All right, I got two here.
Such a good pick.
I'm going to take PGA golfer Boo Weekly.
Good pull, Sammy.
And then
You ever interview that guy?
no, I haven't.
What a redneck.
Yeah, very much.
Here, hold on, I got something.
Yep.
Boo Weekly.
Weekly. What the Bickley and Murata Mornings audience does every Friday at 9:30.
All right, and then I'm going to toss it back to 1954. He's a baseball player. Spook Jacobs.
Spook Jacobs off the board.
I know a lot of those old-time players. I don't think I know Spook Jacobs.
Fun Spook Jacobs fact. In his 2-year MLB career, he never hit a home run.
Wow.
There you go.
Oh.
All right, Bick, back to you.
Back to me?
Yep.
Give me former Cardinals GM Rod Graves.
Oh.
Graves.
Oh, that's a good one. I like it. I was going to go with, and I will go. I'll piggyback off you a little bit, but I did have this at the top. The first name I jotted down, 2025 Diamondbacks reliever, Kendall Graveman.
Oh, that's a good. Oh, that's a good one.
We're picking teams spooky names.
All right,
Jared, you got 2 picks.
I got
to
2
complete your
picks.
team.
I'm going to go with the guitar player for Guns N' Roses, Slash.
Oh,
All right.
Jared, you are killing it today.
And I'm going, this is a little more obscure, but a very famous producer / murderer, Phil Spector.
Jarrett has 0 sports.
Phil Spector.
Yeah.
He did very well.
Spector is a...
I mean, the show hardly...
I don't know if you noticed, Jared doesn't spend a lot of time in the sporting world,
No,
Sammy.
the show hardly suffered for all of Jarrett's research.
I forgot one library, that's it. Otherwise...
It's all right. It's okay.
Vinny, last pick.
My last pick, I got so much to pick from. Do I go with Depeche Mode songwriter Martin Gore? No, I don't. I'm going to go with noted 70s stuntman, Evel Knievel.
Oh, that's good. That's a good one. Yeah, that's very good. I didn't think of him.
I mean, it's not spelled evil, but it's
No,
pronounced
it's close.
that way.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Spectre is spelled differently, too, I think.
No, it's not.
Oh, it's same?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Vic, back to you
All
last
right,
pick.
I will close out my team with former 49er Dick Witcher.
Wow. All right. And
Dick
No,
Witcher.
we're running out of time here.
I can't believe he's still on the board. I'm going to take Cam Scattaboo.
Sammy just won
on the last pick.
Sammy for the win.
Oh, man. How did we miss
Sammy for the win.
It's still
How
there.
did that not dawn on any of us?
Because it's not spelled that way, but it is pronounced that way.
Come on.
Good job, Sammy.
All right, good job, everybody.
Nobody went with
Wolfman Jack.
Wolfman Jack.
That's a great one, too.
Brandon Webb.
Jermaine Curse.
Russ Grimm.
Jermaine Curse is good.
There was a former
Miroslav
defense-
Shatan.
That's a great one, too.
Rip Torn. R.I.P. Torn.
Scooby Wright.
What were you going to say, Vic?
There was a former defensive end named Frank Steen.
I saw that in my
DJ
Did his
Killing.
middle name begin with the letter N?
That would have been fantastic.
Spida Mitchell.
Yeah.
All right, spooky names. Our teams have been picked. The Slim Reaper, Kevin Durant, Boo Weekley, Spook Jacobs, and Cam Scattaboo. The team Sammy. Bick's got Frank Gore, John Skelton, Rod Graves, and Dick Witcher. I've got Miles Ghost Rouser, Mitchell Fright Night Friedman, Kendall Graveman, and Evel Knievel. And Jarrett went with Rob Zombie, Mike Myers, Slash, and Phil Spector. I think it's a 3-horse race between you three. And Jarrett and Sammy knocked it out of the park.
Yeah, they really did.
It's like they don't have to have conversations for most of the morning. We'll get this up on X. You determine the winner of our spooky edition of Mock My World. Some final thoughts on this Wednesday. Up next, it's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You don't have to be an athlete. Heck, you can play while you have a beverage. Dink and Dine Pickle Park in Mesa is the venue. The second annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is the event. Compete for the coveted golden paddle and your share of cash prizes. Text the word pickle to 620-620 and sign up now. Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is presented by Sanderson Ford, benefiting Operation Santa Claus. Text pickle to 620-620. Rates may apply.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and Arizona is finally cooling off, which is great news. But before you kick on the heat, make sure your system is ready. A fall HVAC tune-up from Parker & Sons gets that done. It's fast, it's affordable, and it can save you from a chilly surprise down the road. So put that on your to-do list. Also, cooler weather means open windows in Arizona, which is even better. But what about the air quality in your home? From duct cleaning to air purifiers, Parker & Sons can keep your family breathing easy. They have ways to clean the air in your house 24/7. Great idea because people don't realize how much gunk they're breathing in their home and with cold and flu season ahead. Keep your family healthy. Get your home holiday ready by calling Parker & Sons, the company you call for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
With Progressive, it's easy to reach customer service with our app, website, chat, or by phone. Because when getting help is hard, it's not help at all.
Little help. A little help over here.
Thank you for calling Bench Press Assistance.
What?
Due to excessive gym volume, all available spotters are currently lifting heavy weights off the chests of other bench pressers.
Seriously?
Please continue to hold, and we will remove the barbell from your chest in the order in which your cry for help was received.
Getting assistance should be easy. With Progressive, it is. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Oh, it's here, the best time of year, and no, I'm not just talking about football season.
Wait, Wolf, what could possibly top football?
Robert, it's shade season, baby. I'm at the compound, on my patio, cool, comfortable, no glare on the TV, thanks to All Pro Shade Concepts.
That's exactly what we do. Our shade solutions block the sun, cut the heat, and keep your patio game day ready all year long.
Make your season complete. Visit allproshade.com today for a free estimate, because you gotta have shade.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
YouTube TV customers, you could lose ESPN and the sports you love, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, the NBA, college basketball, and more. Take action. Go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata, Song of the Day.
Don't know why that started over.
This is a really good version of this song, by the way. This is the Atlanta rhythm section.
It is.
It's got a smoking guitar solo.
You know the name of the song?
Spooky! Spooky! Jared, what is it? Spooky!
When you go trick-or-treating with your nieces and nephews, do you scare kids on the street?
Unintentionally, yes.
Dang it, you took my joke. Had to do it. This song's a bop.
Yeah.
Atlanta rhythm section. Spooky. Today's song of the day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
Items that we didn't get to today that we wanted to. There's, I don't know if it has graduated to rumor status just yet.
All right.
But the LSU head coaching job is open. It is the most coveted job that is currently open in college football. There's some other big ones, including Penn State. Paul Feinbaum, is he still running for office? Do we know this?
I don't know.
He was considering stepping down to run for office, but as of now, he's still covering the SEC, and blowing the horn for the SEC. Listen to what he had to say on a potential candidate through his view for the LSU job.
It's actually a very
legitimate question for this reason. Nick Saban was the coach at LSU. He won the national championship there in 2003. And Saban left in 05 to go to the Dolphins. Wayne Huizenga offered him this deal. And in many ways, he always regretted it. While Alabama was where he made his mark, it was only 6 national championships.
Yes.
There was this gravitational pull about Baton Rouge. His family loved it. And it probably is the only place that could get a conversation with Nick Saban. So let's go ahead and finish this. What would it take to get Nick Saban to leave the game day set, sitting next to McAfee every Saturday, to go to LSU? It would take more than he made at Alabama, which was about $10 or $11 million. But if they came up with a package, Rich, I think you could literally fill in the number. Do I think Saban would think about it for a minute? Yes, I do.
That's interesting.
Look, Paul Feinbaum is under the ESPN umbrella.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if he's saying that unless he's got some inkling of talking to Nick Saban himself, or he's got people around Nick Saban maybe making this known. It's very interesting because everything we were led to believe is that Nick Saban left Alabama because of the sweeping changes to the sport of college football, and he dominated under those old-time parameters.
Yeah.
And these new parameters are a little bit more difficult to deal with and have created more parity in the sport. I think this would be fascinating if he went back to LSU.
Yeah, I agree with you that Paul Feinbaum probably doesn't say that unless he's heard something from somebody. And I just wonder what the time away has done for Nick Saban. I mean, do you really want to get back into that game when that game has changed so much? Now, it's a great school to work for because you have an unbelievable fan base, an unbelievable game day atmosphere, unbelievable commitment from the school and the institution, and you've got a wealth of football players to recruit from in Louisiana.
Mm-hmm.
But it's still a different era. I don't know. It would be certainly a home run hire for them, that's for sure.
Just couldn't imagine. I thought he was getting out when the getting was good. And he's a really good analyst, too. Like
I've been surprised at how good he is.
I think he's added an element to game day that's been pretty cool.
Yeah. Yeah, listen, I think, this is just my opinion, I think he's the best football coach in history, personally. I know Bill Belichick
at any level?
At any level. That's who I think is the best. Nick Saban's incredible.
It's hard to argue.
I mean, you would never go and seek out a speech from Bill Belichick. You'd be asleep in 15 seconds. Nick Saban is fantastic at messaging and delivering motivational speeches. I think the world of Nick Saban. Now, I know he's not. I know he can be a little bit prickly at times, but I think from a coaching standpoint, he is as good as there's ever been.
Although I will say this, it might have been boring, but whatever Bill was doing messaging-wise worked pretty well, too. This came up earlier in the show because it was a retweet from Dan Bickley. Jake Garcia from 12 Sports, I want to give him credit for putting this out there because he tweeted this, and he did the interview. He interviewed David Johnson, and Jake's X post, the Cardinals are running on fumes at running back. David Johnson is in the best shape of his life. He's set to run the New York City Marathon this weekend. He said he could suit up for the Cardinals a week after that. Listen to some of this interview.
I never ran more than, 4 miles. My first marathon in New York. I heard New York is one of the best ones to ever run in, so I am very excited for that. I did hit a low, man. I was like, really antsy. I was argumentative with my wife. I was short-tempered with the kids and just trying to figure out what else I can do besides football.
I don't know how serious he was about the returning thing. I'm going to say this. David Johnson, he's become sort of a punchline on this show.
Yeah.
He's one of my favorite Cardinals of all time.
And he is so typical of the Arizona sports condition. For 2 years, we thought we had the most dynamic running back that has ever played the game, and it just went away.
The 1 year, the 2015 year, he played a role on a great team.
Mm-hmm.
His 2016 season was tremendous,
incredible,
the best. And it's not close. The best single season running back season anybody's ever had for the Cardinals since they moved here. But man, did it fall off quick.
From fan favorite to fall off after getting paid.
Yeah,
was Eric Burns-esque.
Yeah,
in the Valley.
He lost his taste for it. He as many running backs do, you take such a pounding at that position. One day you wake up and you go, I don't want to do that anymore.
And I think fans hold a grudge because when David Johnson wanted to get paid, it spurred Jarrett to write a song parody every day for 40-plus days.
I think we did 43 different ones.
I don't think this market has ever recovered.
43 different ones.
Real quick, I wanted to squeeze this in, too. And this came to my attention, and I think there's something to be said for this. I had a friend reach out to me and say, look, I'm looking for the Knicks-Bucks game. I don't have Peacock. Everywhere I look, it says it's on NBC/Peacock. That game was not on NBC. Was it?
No, my father was fuming.
Not here. Just say it's on Peacock, and you don't get it unless you subscribe to Peacock.
To confuse people by saying...
It's false advertising to say it's on NBC.
Market by market kind of thing? I don't know.
I don't know if there's a doubleheader on the East Coast that didn't apply to the West Coast. Maybe that's what it is, and they get away with saying it.
Yeah.
But we only got one game of that doubleheader in Phoenix, Arizona, and it was the Golden State Clippers game. I hate that.
Yeah, I'm with you.
We're still adjusting to this new TV setup. I don't know where to find anything. Thanks to Tim Healy and Mark Schlereth. We're back tomorrow morning at 6. Wolf and Luke up next. Have a great day, everybody.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
He's hit. He's sacked. It's Calais Campbell.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Today at Berg Simpson, we'll get a call from someone who needs our help. We'll learn about their loved one's injuries. We'll listen to their concerns, and we'll promise to fight for them. Then we'll use our resources and experience to deliver the best possible results we can for that client. So today, when that client calls Berg Simpson, we hope they feel they've done the best thing for their family.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
Did your AC unit just go kaput and now you need a new one ASAP? Christian Brothers has been servicing the Valley since 1976. They carry Train, Goodman, and Bryant units and offer 18 months interest-free financing with no prepayment penalties. They also can replace most units the same day, so no need to stay in a hotel for days waiting for some other guy to get to you. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535 or go online at cbrothers.com, and let's make sure you get the right AC unit at the right price.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
To honor the brave men and women of the U.S. military, your Valley Chevy dealers are proud to offer eligible service members $500 cash allowance on most Chevrolet vehicles. That includes popular SUVs like Trax and Equinox and the hard-working trucks like the Silverado and Colorado. At your Valley Chevy dealers, not available with some other offers. Must take new retail delivery by 1/2/26. Visit GMMilitaryAppreciation.com for program eligibility details and a list of eligible vehicles.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. stock exchange, but there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. Private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today. 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Is every step or reach a reminder of what hurts, a reminder of what you're not able to do, and how far you've drifted from the life without pain? Well, do I have good news for you? Because relief is closer than you think. At QC Kinetics, we tap into your body's own regenerative power using natural healing factors that help restore and repair damaged tissue, reduce inflammation, and relieve pain at its source. No surgery, no pain pills, no long recovery. Just your body remembering how to feel alive again. Let QC Kinetics regain what pain took away. And this Veterans Day, QC Kinetics is giving back to our heroes. Veterans will get $500 off their treatment, and for every non-veteran who starts care, QC Kinetics will donate $500 to the Wounded Warrior Project. It's a great time to book your free consultation. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Off their bye week, the Cardinals will have a chance to get back in the win column on Monday night in Dallas against the Cowboys. And here was head coach Jonathan Gannon on the players' attitude after the bye.
Rejuvenated and ready to go. You know, they're ready to get on the grass, I think. I know. So it'll be good. They're ready to go. They know the challenge that's ahead.
Some other good news for the Cards. B.J. Ojulari and Garrett Williams have opened their practice windows. The Phoenix Suns are back home tonight for the Memphis Grizzlies, and we might just get Jalen Green's Phoenix Suns debut. He is listed as questionable for tonight's game. Dylan Brooks, on the other hand, will be out. Tip from downtown will be at 7 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. ASU continues to practice without their special teams coach, and the Devils will be without their quarterback Sam Levitt on Saturday in Ames as he is dealing with an undisclosed injury. And this report is brought to you by America Roofing. Why should you choose America Roofing as Arizona's largest roofer? An A+ with the BBB and the winner of the 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year. Save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brother, are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Wednesday morning. It's the Wolf and Luke Show. Wolf,
what's going on, Luke? How you doing, buddy?
Good. Not quite as good as Aiden Hutchinson, who just got $180 million.
Yeah,
but,
he's doing, which is nice for him.
It's good for him.
You know what? It makes me happy, Basonians, when I hear that for some guys that have worked really, really hard. Of course, some football players, knowing how difficult it is to play the game, the beating that your body takes. Yes, there's a lot more money involved today than back when I was playing, yet I could have said the exact same thing when I came into the league in 1985. There were so many other guys that plowed the road for us. That's right, when I came back in 1985.
Early today.
And right now, I just want to say this quickly, YouTube. You may want to go ahead and check us out on YouTube. You just might want to go ahead.
What are you going to do?
The Wolf and Luke Show on YouTube right now. Because you're not going to see my hair this long ever again. You're not going to see it. It's borderline freak.
I think you need to just go for it now. Once you reach that threshold, you just need to let it look like, I don't know, just go full like rock star from the 80s look.
You know what? I've never YouTube. I have never actually had my hair this long ever during the football season. You know the ritual that I perform every year, of course, when August comes rolling around, and we're going to go on television and do the preseason games. Boom! The razor comes out, and we cut that thing down.
The razor sounds a lot like the blue juice when you do that.
Well, it's kind of like that. Yeah, it is. A little bit.
Then you have to go get your suit.
Yeah, we go. So YouTube, you might want to look at it now because the freak that I am is in full fold.
I think you should just stick with it to the end of the season. Though.
Seriously?
Yeah,
Come on, stop it.
Just
grow a beard.
Playoff beard.
Oh my goodness, that'd be kind of wild. Just start growing my hair out, brush it over. actually have a part, maybe.
What would be
Is
weirder?
that what you're saying? Then all of a sudden grow a beard?
I was going to say, we need to get command and control in on this. What would be more concerning if Wolf was gone for like a month or whatever and came back with long hair combed over to one side or a beard?
If it was long hair combed over to one side, I would be worried that he's losing his hair.
What about a bowl cut?
Well, actually, that's not, a bowl cut.
Yeah, get the 90s bowl cut.
Oh, no,
like Jim
there's no
Carrey.
way I couldn't do that, man.
You just have so many options right now.
Yeah, well, you know what? That would look like Mark Duda. Google it, my young
We did that thing again where we asked Jamal a question.
Dudes, I love you, and you know it.
And then we just keep talking before he can answer. So, Jamal, what would be more alarming to you?
Is both an answer?
Yeah, right.
The beard and the long hair?
Long hair and a beard and just like a tie-dye shirt.
The problem is if I went ahead and did that, if I grew my hair out, base audience, and grew a beard, I think there would be people that start coming up to me. Santa, how are you? I'm just saying.
Can you imagine if Santa was a wedge buster? That's a whole different show.
Thank you to all wedge busters.
Yes.
Thank
Paul Kelby be all over me. Are you kidding me? Wolf, here's the Santa suit.
He's going to be all over you either way.
You know what, though? Honestly, Paul, here's an elf suit. Put that on for me, will you please?
Just an elaborate way
for
you to call Paul an elf on the
Here you
air.
go, Paulie.
That's what this was all
Put
about.
these boots on that have bells on them, okay? Let you walk around, Paulie.
All right, now that we've effectively trashed Paul Calvisi, the first
where
5
are we
minutes of
going
the
in
show,
this beautiful part of the program?
I actually want to talk about the Suns. It wasn't even
By the
supposed
way,
to be about
YouTube,
the
check it
Cardinals.
out. I'm just telling you because it's gone tomorrow.
No, it's
check it out.
Unruly is the
Actually,
word.
it's gone by Saturday. We have to cut it on the weekend.
Oh,
We have
that's
no
how long
time.
it is?
Yes.
You can't even do it on a weeknight. You need the full weekend
Then
to get
again,
it done.
you know what's Hoopy, of course.
Yeah.
My mother,
How's Hoopy doing?
Well, she's doing fantastic. She said I look younger with my hair being longer.
You just keep it going then.
I was like, no, Hoop, that's not going to work. Thank you.
You got to
Okay,
listen
now
to your
get
mother.
to it. Now, will you please, Luke? Will you get to it?
I have on the show sheet, it just says, rip Paul Calvisi for the first 2 hours.
All
For
right,
some
and
reason,
then
we
mention
scripted that
Hoop.
out.
Okay,
yeah,
right.
That's just
There we
implied.
go.
No, how about this for the Phoenix Suns? Jalen Green is questionable for tonight. And I'm going to go ahead and put that in the positive category because, well, that's really all we have in the city right now when it comes to sports. Jalen Green is questionable is maybe the most positive thing going on right now.
Yeah. What do you expect to see if, in fact, he's going to play? What do you expect to see? Luke?
Points.
Points?
And
Okay.
points and shots. That song
Man.
is played over and over again.
He's going to shoot the ball.
Yes, he is.
Ron Wolfley reporting.
I think
If he plays, of course.
I'm
My
surprised
sources.
he hasn't thrown up a few shots even from the bench already.
Wouldn't it be so cool, base earnings, if Jalen Green comes back and suddenly the Suns click?
Just drops
a little
40
bit?
on Memphis.
Wouldn't it be really, really cool if suddenly that happened? Wouldn't it be the bomb if the very person that people didn't think could play with Devin Booker actually became the difference?
Yeah, he has to be able to play with Devin Booker. Otherwise, we got real problems. He doesn't have to click with him tonight. We don't even know if he's playing tonight. But whenever Jalen Green starts playing, he has to click with Devin Booker. Otherwise, I don't know where this is all going.
Wouldn't it be cool if Jalen Green was the difference?
Yes.
The exact dude the Phoenix Suns need.
That
Wouldn't
would
it be
become his
cool?
nickname on the show, the difference.
But
If-
as soon
if
as
he actually is
I the difference,
Yes.
I like that.
But he has to be the
Write that
difference
down. Jalen the difference Green.
Should I write it on this piece of paper or just carve it into the studio desk?
Should we say the difference or difference? Jalen difference Green.
That sounds like an actual middle name. If
Yeah.
you do it
The
that way.
difference.
I think it's got to
The
be a difference.
difference. Okay.
Not just different.
But you know what, base earnings? As soon as I start talking this way, I feel like we got KD. Here we go. It's going to be KD and Book all over the right, dude.
No, you got to have somebody with Book.
I'm just saying. It kind of feels like, wouldn't that be great if he? At this point in
It's a
time, you
lot of
got to
ifs.
see it. I'm sorry.
It's ifs on top of ifs on top
I
of more
believe we
ifs.
just have to see it.
Didn't Devin
right
Booker
now.
tell us a few years ago if ifs were, what was his ifs were fifths? I don't remember what it was. I'll have to go look that up. But there's been a lot of ifs since then.
If we're fifths, are you serious?
That was his line, yeah.
Somebody out there has got to know how to finish that because that sounds like that is like that's something out there that people say all the time.
Sounds like it's going somewhere important.
If ifs were fifths,
Well,
yeah, oh yeah, somebody's saying that.
Look, he might play tonight, and I'm going to take the he's questionable as a positive because if he doesn't play tonight, I'm guessing he's pretty close to coming back, whether it's Friday or whatever. we joke about it just because it highlights how absurd of a run we are on in this city lately, where you bring in players that never get hurt and they're immediately hurt. But this is a guy who doesn't miss games. He's missed 6 games in the last 3 years. Now, just think about that for a second. In NBA terms, you have a guy who plays an average of 80 games a season over the last 3 years, 80 of 82 games. That's unheard of in the NBA.
You're right.
So
unless you're Mikal Bridges.
Unless you're Mikal Bridges, then it's unheard of, because why would you miss 2 games ever? But if you're Jalen Green, you got to think
what a stud Mikal Bridges is. Seriously.
When is he a free agent again now? It's like 2031 or something.
Go get him.
Once he comes back, once Jalen Green comes back, you feel like he's going to be a part of this. So, yeah, the quicker they can get him back, the better. They clearly need him. They are not the sort of team right now as currently constructed that can afford to play without him or Dylan Brooks or Devin Booker, obviously.
Game 5, it looms, does it not? Game 5. What is the one thing you'd like to see?
Well, 41-0 at home is still on the table.
41-0 at home. Okay.
So I mean,
is that what you'd like to see?
I'd like to see a 41-game winning streak in downtown Phoenix. Yes.
Okay. That's Luke Lipinski. You know what? What I'd like to see more of, I think, in Game 5 is I'd like to see toughness and tenacity. That's what I'd like to see. And I don't think we've seen it the way that we were told we are going to see it so far. And it's okay. It's still early in the season. I would like to see it collectively, a toughness and a tenacity to this team that will show up in the fourth quarter.
I would like to see that with or without Dylan Brooks. I don't want that to be 100% contingent on him playing.
Yes.
Because they already lose too much when he's not on the floor just in terms of basketball play. But the toughness and tenacity shouldn't only be coming from him, or he shouldn't have to be there to trigger it in everybody. Join us next Monday at Backyard Desert Ridge from 10 to 2. Your pregame for Cardinals Cowboys on Monday Night Football. Stop by for your chance to win Cardinals tickets and Innings Festival tickets. Head to the contest page on ArizonaSports.com for complete details. And Wolf, this seems like a good time to remind you that we are doing the show from Backyard Desert Ridge next Monday. So don't come to the studio.
Okay, thank you for that.
That's good. All right, when we come back, how do you feel about how the Cardinals are responding to their 2-5 start? Jonathan Gannon actually gave us a pretty long answer to a question about major changes. We'll play that for you next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You don't have to be an athlete. Heck, you can play while you have a beverage. Dink and Dine Pickle Park in Mesa is the venue. The 2nd annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is the event. Compete for the coveted golden paddle and your share of cash prizes. Text the word pickle to 620-620 and sign up now. Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is presented by Sanderson Ford, benefiting Operation Santa Claus. Text pickle to 620-620. Rates may apply.
All right, Baysonians. Ron Wolfleger from my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. When you do right now, you're going to see the Bronktober sales event is going on right now. Oh, yeah, the original Bronktober sales event where all kinds of other incredible lease deals are going on. That's right, Ford. What is it that you love? The Mustang, the Expedition, the Ford F-150, the entire Ford lineup is going on right now with the original Bronktober sales event. Check this out. About $299 a month on a Bronco Sport. Man, that's a great deal right there. $299 a month. Or how about this? $399 a month on the big Bronco. That's right. Not just Bronco and Bronco Sports. It's all on sale and lease specials as well. They're going to make your eyes bulge. And for all these lease deals, not everyone qualifies. 36-month lease terms. See Santan Ford for details. Some fees apply. All offers expire 10/31/25.
Every time I turn around, my friends at Pure Talk give me one more reason to feel good about switching. This month, for instance, they're supporting Canines for Warriors, a terrific organization that trains rescue dogs and then pairs them up with combat veterans struggling with PTSD. The result? They're saving lives on both ends of the leash. This is why I switched to Pure Talk. I like being in business with an American wireless company who shares my values. Yeah, I appreciate unlimited talk, text, and plenty of 5G data for just $25 a month, and I bet you will too. But I think you'll really appreciate doing business with a company who gives back to the men and women who volunteered to defend our country. Just dial pound 250, say micro. With Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team, you can switch in as little as 10 minutes. Again, dial pound 250, say micro, to switch to an American wireless company who actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level. And the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hi, I'm Lacey, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. And yes, I'm actually a jeweler. I bring dream engagement rings to life every day in our jeweler's workshop. When I hand set your diamond into your ring, I think about creating a piece you'll wear for a lifetime. I pay attention to the smallest details and treat every ring with the same care and craftsmanship, no matter the size or price. Come check us out at your nearby store. Our engagement rings are made with love from our hands to yours, because a friend knows your love deserves the highest quality. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. The Suns list Jalen Green as questionable while Dylan Brooks is out for a game against the Grizzlies. A lost Cardinals season could result in a massive NFL trade deadline casualty. And Arizona State special teams continuing without assistant Charlie Ragle will be a tall task. Those are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com.
All right, welcome back. It is Wolf and Luke on a Wednesday morning. I want to thank our listeners in Sun Lakes, Wolf. Thanks to
Sun Lakes. Man, it's been a long time since I've been out to Sun Lakes. Long time.
Well, maybe you should take a trip to Sun Lakes.
As I'm saying it over this dude screaming.
This has to be the used. Is this the used? I think this is the used. Just a lot of screaming.
Sounds like the used. His voice has been used.
Yeah. He sounds like a college football coach by week 8 of the season.
I think I could do that. I honestly think I could have done that in concert.
Yeah.
Live. We'll do it live. Screaming! Ah! I could have done that.
Yeah, well, every time you do this, I feel like you're angling towards a Pantera call-out.
Yeah,
towards
that's right.
You got a big Monday night game coming up, maybe. Yeah. I'm not going to volunteer you for a Pantera call-out, but I could see one between now and Monday.
See. All right.
I'm just saying. Otherwise, I'm going to have to do one, and then I'm not going to have a voice.
Let's
and you're gonna
put that on the back burner, as some people like to say.
I'm also going to put that in the positive category.
Okay.
Because I'm looking for positive items right now.
We've got a lot of negativity that is out there based on our needs. Hold on to your butts.
I've decided to just ignore the negativity, and there's 2 options here. We can just focus on the positive, or we can just lie and say, hey, the Cardinals are 7-0, looking to go 8-0 this weekend.
Yeah, okay.
I'm not there yet.
Luke.
Yeah.
You can do that. I won't do that, but you can.
None of the sound that we have will support my lies. So I'm just going to play Jonathan Gannon.
And then again, our numbers might be bad.
Jonathan Gannon yesterday said, you know what? Sweeping changes are not the answer. And before I play this, Wolf, this is not a 3-second soundbite from Jonathan Gannon.
Okay.
This is lengthy.
If you look with a critical eye where we're at and how we got to this point, in my mind, there was no, I told the team that, I was going to come in today and be like, hey, all these drastic things, this is what we're going to do to win games. It is not that. That is not the answer, in my opinion. When I watch how these games have kicked out and how we're at where we're at right now, it was some minor tweaks and coaching the details a little bit better, playing a little bit better, finding our margins a little bit better, in-game decision making, play call. It's a bunch of different things, but there's nothing really drastic to me. If we didn't look like we looked with the same record, then you could think about, making some big time drastic changes, which I've been a part of that too. I don't think that was the answer for us moving forward. So I just want us to play a little bit better, coach a little bit better, and play a little bit better.
So what do you think JG means by that when you listen to that, Luke? What do you think he means? Because you have to define wholesale changes.
Well, yeah. I believe this is one of the toughest things to do in sports is walking that fine line of you are 2-5. There is no getting away from the fact that you're 2-5. That's your reality, and your punishment is you got a long ways to go before you can even have a conversation about the playoffs where people aren't laughing in your face. But you are 2-5, and every game has been close. So if you're talking about, if he's talking about sweeping changes, I'm assuming, somewhere baked into that is a quarterback switch or an offensive coordinator switch or drastically changing how you're doing things on defense or whatever, or how you're attacking things offensively. I understand why he wouldn't want to make wholesale changes mid-season because they easily could have won any of those 5 games. The reality, though, and JG knows this, he's already alluded to it, if you don't turn things around in the next 10 games, that stuff's on the table in the offseason.
Yes. It's interesting because I believe wholesale changes really means at the quarterback position and what you're going to do.
It definitely includes
position.
That. It has to.
I believe you're right. It does include that. I think it might actually define
just be that.
What it is that he is saying, that we're not going to have any wholesale changes. We're not going to do that because of everything he just said. And he does build a case. The Arizona Cardinals, they could be, Basinonians, they could be. They could have won all of the games on their schedule. They could be 7-0, and they could be 0-7 when you stop and think about it. That's not even a massive exaggeration.
It's not.
It is not.
Their point differential is -1.
Okay,
for the season.
now exactly -1 for the season. That feels so good. Maybe a positive one would have been better.
It's so 500-y. Is that a word?
It is, and that's pretty much the way they played. They had the opportunity to win every game, and they had the opportunity to lose every game. I think wholesale changes for me, it deals with Kyler Murray at the quarterback position. If we were going to make a move, and I think that may have been code for that.
Yeah, it brings up a question, and I don't know if I want to take us down this path, but I feel like JG just kind of did, ironically. How long do you think the leash is for Kyler? Because you're in this backward situation where if Jacoby Brissett comes in and plays the way he did, he doesn't do anything differently, but the Cardinals win those 2 games, then I think you have to really look long and hard about continuing to play Jacoby Brissett, because at 4-3, you're in the playoff race. Because they lost, I feel like now you almost have to just commit to playing Kyler for the next 10 games. See what you have. Figure it out, because you got to make this decision. He's going to have to make it for you over the next 10 games. But if this doesn't get better and we get like 3 more weeks into this and they are 2-8 or 3-7 or whatever, and Kyler's not playing any better, I don't know. Like, how long is his leash? I think for me, it would probably be longer than most people because of where they are and because of this being year 7. I would almost just play him till the very end of the season now, no matter what.
Yes. No, that is what I think they're going to do, because they've got to make a decision on this, and we've been talking about it once again coming into this year. We say it over and over and over again, but I think it's really important to reset.
Over and over and over.
We get it, Marshawn.
And over and over and over.
Do you get it? Because Marshawn has more to say.
We've said it so often that this year was going to be the pivotal year. This was going to be the fulcrum season, if you will, for Kyler Murray. And I think Kyler Murray would agree with that and say he had to come in. The Arizona Cardinals had to win games, had to make that jump into the postseason. This had to be the year that happened. This is year 3 of the rebuild. Of course, Kyler Murray being in this offense for 2.5 of those years right now, this was the critical season. And right now, it has not gone very well. You have to win games, and Kyler has to play well in games you win. How many more of these are left? Well, we've got 10 games right now.
The sweeping changes conversation too. That's not just a Cardinals conversation. When you look at the other teams around them in the standings, and again, we just established how the 2 and 5 is on one hand deceptive because they're not Cleveland, they're not the Raiders, they're not the Jets and the Titans and these teams that are they lost to the Titans, but they're not teams that are
okay. But that one hurt
because they're not.
That's gonna leave a mark.
They're better than those teams. If you had to pick a team to go win a game this weekend, and I gave you those teams and the Cardinals, you'd be like, "Oh yeah, give me the Cardinals." If you had to say this is my team, I have to pick them to go out and beat some generic opponent. And I gave you the option to take the Jets or the Titans or the Saints or the Browns or the Cardinals. You'd take the Cardinals, but their record is what their record is, and so it puts you in this spot where wholesale changes are considered, and yet. Look at the other teams around them. I'm sure Miami's considering the same things. I'm sure the Jets are. I'm sure the Saints are. The Browns always are. The Raiders, I'm sure, are. It's not a specific, hey, everybody's picking on Kyler thing. It's not just Kyler if they keep losing that's going to be on the hot seat. But B, this is what happens in the NFL if you're consistently missing the playoffs.
Yes. And, again, it's a situation where all of this is not on Kyler Murray. It is not. No. Their 2 and 5 record is not on Kyler Murray. Yet at the same time, Basinonians, when you talk about one possession games in particular, if you can't point to your quarterback winning more games than he's losing in those situations, it's a tough sell. It is. It's a tough sell to your team as well.
It is. And we could go back into this. I'm sure we'll get back into it later on in the show. You could also make the argument, my biggest thing with Kyler in the 2 wins was, hey, close out these games. I guess even the losses, close out these games. But you could go back and make the argument, they took the ball out of his hands on 3rd and 8. They were just running the ball on 3rd and 8. Maybe they need to trust him more to win some of these games. I think everything's on the table now.
But that goes ahead and plays into why don't they trust him?
That's another question. We could do this for 4 straight hours,
Correct.
But we're not going to. When we come back, how many legitimate Super Bowl contenders are out there right now, and who are they? We'll get you a power poll heading into Week 9 next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
My brain went to wondering, especially when Kenny said that this might be a multi-week thing for Sam. He didn't rule it out. Let's put it that way. He didn't rule out that this could be a multi-week thing for Sam. Right. Are we experiencing Sam Levitt's last year at ASU? Or because this year went the way it did, is there a chance he could be back next year?
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. Installation is all done by their in-house team. That's right, All Pro Shades. They're going to come over. They're going to give you awnings. They're going to give you shades. And there's never going to be any subcontractors. The installers are shade experts, and they've installed, thousands of shades in the basin right now. They'll work around stucco or tile, work on your pillars for a seamless fit, of course, and you can extend your outdoor living space with a custom fit awning as well. Hundreds of designs and colors to choose from to match any home, and they will work with your HOA for approvals as well. Motorized retract with a remote control, all with LED lighting to light up your patio under the awning. That's right. What you need to do, brothers, is go to allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. You gotta have shade.
Let's go. You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-1728. That's 800-275-1728.
Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical is proud to team up once again with Arizona Sports for Character Counts. We're celebrating high school athletes across Arizona who show integrity, commitment, and academic excellence. With over $100,000 in scholarships already awarded, we're excited to keep the momentum going. Nominate a standout student athlete today at CharacterCountsAZ.com. We'd love to share their story, and they could win $10,000 from Parker & Sons.
Football fans, every Sunday, the ultimate watch parties are going down at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Get ready for an unforgettable game day experience with special guest appearances, mouth-watering food and drink specials, all the big plays on massive screens that make you feel like you're in the stadium. Whether you're rooting for your favorite team or just there for the good vibes, you won't want to miss a minute. So bring your friends, your game face, and catch every thrilling moment every Sunday at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
Hey, when it's time to ride, Arizona, time to tackle all the AZ has to offer, you know what's made for the desert, a Bronco or Bronco Sport at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Take that 2025 Ford Bronco, engineered to dominate. The Bronco off-road racing legacy, it's made on meticulous design, merciless testing, from rock-crawling showdowns to grueling desert courses. It is Ford performance at its best. Even better, right now, get $399 a month for 36 months on a red carpet lease with $2,709 cash due at signing. Plus, Jeep owners get $2,000 cash back when you lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Big Bend SUV. Or check out the Bronco Sport, because right now get $299 a month for 36 months on a red carpet lease with $2,219 cash due at signing. Plus, Jeep owners get $1,000 cash back when you lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend SUV. Both exclude taxes, titles, and license fees. Just click buyfordnow.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns are home tonight for a matchup with the Memphis Grizzlies. Tip-off is at 7 with pregame coverage beginning at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And Game 5 of the World Series is tonight in Los Angeles between the Dodgers and Blue Jays. First pitch is shortly after 5. Toronto beat LA 6-2 last night to even the series at 2 games apiece. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. Why should you choose America Roofing? It's Arizona's largest roofer, A+ with the BBB, and winner of the 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year. Save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Who is the best in the NFL? Wolf and Luke's NFL Power Poll.
All right, Wolf, this is getting tough. Power poll?
Oh, yeah.
I think
that's right. It's getting hard.
Have you started yours yet?
Yes.
By my count, I think I see 8 teams that could legitimately win the Super Bowl this year. If you told me I can have these 8 and you get the other 24, I think I would be comfortable with those 8, but you can't fit 8 teams into the power poll. So I think there's 6 that have to be in here, and I'm obviously going to have to cut one of them out. But here we go. Let's start with number 5.
Number 5.
All right, I think number 5, they have to be on the list. I actually don't think this team has any, I shouldn't say no shot, but I would be kind of surprised if they win the Super Bowl. But Indianapolis deserves to be in the Power Bowl, so I have them at number 5. That's where I have the Colts right now. And their one loss, not that beating Tennessee does anything for me, but at a certain point, you got to give them credit here. It's 7-1, and with probably the offensive player of the year as their running back, I got the Colts at number 5.
Yeah, okay. Not bad. My number 5, give it to me.
What the number?
Number 5.
I'm going with my Buffalo Bills at number 5. That's right, 5-2. There's a lot of 5-2 teams that are out there right now. A lot of good 5-2 teams, 6-2 teams, depending on when you had your bye. Tampa Bay just misses out. It was between Tampa Bay and the Buffalo Bills. And, of course, I went with my homies from Orchard Park, the Bills, at 5-2.
The Bills. All right, on to number 4.
Number 4.
See, this is where I'm struggling because I felt ridiculous not having the Colts in there at number 5. I think I'm going to leave Tampa out of my top 5 too, only because they're so beat up right now. But I do think they could win the Super Bowl. But I'm not going to have them in the top 5. I'm going to have Green Bay at number 4. Green Bay continues to look anything but dominant, but they've lost one game this season. And
one game.
I feel like they're getting better and they're getting healthier. They've got like 17 receivers now for Jordan Love to throw to. If Tampa and Green Bay were playing in the playoffs tomorrow, I'd be picking Tampa if they were healthier. But I think Green Bay's still getting better, so I got to have them at number 4.
Wow, that is really, really low to me. Number 4. Give me number 4 here.
Number 4.
I have the 7-1 Indianapolis Colts at number 4 right now, and I know that might be a little bit too low, but Daniel Jones remains. The memory remains, and Daniel Jones remains, Basedonians. It's very difficult for me to look at this and believe that what we're seeing is real. Once again, nothing against Daniel Jones. I'm not rooting against him at all. But right now, when you're talking about this offense is incredible. It is number 1 in yards per game, and it's number 1 in yards per play. Coming into this season right now, I just raise your hand if you thought the Indianapolis Colts were going to have the number 1 offense in the National Football League, the number 1 offense in the football universe, and it's not even close. They're scoring 33.8 points per game. That's number 1, Basin Earnings. You know what number 2 is? 30.8. It is literally a 3-point difference.
That's a big jump.
That's a huge
in the
jump.
NFL to have that big of a gap.
Huge.
Usually it's like, oh, this team scores 27.4, and this one only scores 27.3.
It is amazing, man. Daniel Jones is all that in a bag of chips. He is doing very, very well. I'm not rooting against him. I just think the Indianapolis Colts, I'm going to put them at number 4. Sorry.
You have them higher than I do. They have 7 wins, and they have all been blowouts except against Denver and Arizona. Denver and Arizona were the 2 close games. Now, again, I'm not taking like I don't believe in the Colts tact, but if you want to take that, you can say, well, that's great. They beat Tennessee twice. They beat Miami. They barely beat Arizona. They barely beat Denver, and they beat the Chargers. I think they are legit in the sense of that's a playoff team and probably going to win that division. But when we get into January and they have to play the Bills or the Chiefs or some of these other teams, there's nothing they can do in the regular season that's going to make me pick them in those games. Not yet. I mean, if they win in the playoffs, that changes things. All right, on to number 3.
Number 3.
All right, number 3. I still think this team has issues. It's hard to just ignore the fact that they don't always seem to be on the same page, but they did just win the Super Bowl and they're back on track and they're 6-2. So give me the Eagles at number 3.
Wow. Okay.
Plus, they can run that play that not only is extremely boring now, the officials don't even know how to officiate it because everybody's offside and they don't know when to blow the whistle for forward progress anymore on the tush push either. So they have that at their disposal.
Yeah, they do. Well done by you, I think, Luke, on that. Okay, I'm going to go. Give it to me, Luke. You're
not going to have the Eagles in your top 5, are you?
Number 3.
Yeah, the Philadelphia Eagles at number 3, Basedonians, and largely because of Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts is playing quarterback in the National Football League at a very incredible level right now. Through almost half the season, Jalen Hurts has a quarterback rating of 114.4. 114.4. That is number 3 in the National Football League. He is playing quarterback at an incredibly high level. Their offense is scoring, 26 points per game? That's number 9 in the National Football League. It's really the offense that is winning more games for the Eagles.
Which is weird when
the defense.
You watch them because A.J. Brown's not putting up numbers. A little bit better lately. He was hurt last week. Saquon's not really putting up numbers. I mean,
Saquon.
He had a great week this past week before he got hurt. But, yeah, Jalen Hurts actually is putting up numbers somehow. All right, on to number 2.
Number 2.
Number 2 is the one that I'm interested to see if you have them on your list, Wolf, because I would be surprised if you have them in your top 2. But I definitely have the Chiefs. I'm not going to ignore the way they look right now. I know, what are they, only 5-3? But
We've seen this 5-3 before.
We have, and Mahomes has weapons now. And if you look at their last 3 games, they handled Detroit pretty well. They destroyed the Raiders, big deal. They destroyed the Commanders on Monday Night Football. I get it. They were going up. They weren't facing Jaden Daniels. Fine. Washington's a mess anyway. Chiefs-Bills this weekend, by the way, from Orchard Park. But, yeah, give me the Chiefs at number 2.
Okay. Yeah, for me, give me number 2.
Number 2.
The Green Bay Packers at number 2, Basin audience. That's right, the Green Bay Packers.
Wow.
I'm starting to come around. Jordan Love is a top 5 quarterback in the National Football League. He is a top 5 quarterback in the National Football League right now, Jordan Love. So you give me a top 5 quarterback, and then you give me a defense that is number 6 in yards per game allowed and number 2 in yards per play allowed. You give me a rush defense that's number 3 and number 4, respectively, in rushing yards per game allowed and rushing yards per play allowed. And then you give me a defense that is 15-1 in terms of their pass defense. That's right, number 15 in passing yards per play allowed or per game allowed, and number 1 in passing yards per play allowed. They are a buttoned-up defense. And you've got Jordan Love developing the way he is. Yeah, you know what? Give me the Green Bay Packers with 1 loss at number 2.
All right, so top 5 quarterbacks. You have Love in there. And Mahomes, Allen, Baker, Mayfield, Joe Flacco. Is that your top 5 in some order? Oh. All right, on to number 1.
Number 1. Numero uno.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, I'm going with Detroit.
Yeah.
They didn't play this week, but that, to me, right now is the most complete team top to bottom. And now Aiden Hutchinson is, instead of being hurt like he was last year around this time, he is extremely rich.
Yes, you go ahead and look at the Detroit Lions, their offensive rush, the line of scrimmage, number 7 and number 11. Number 7 and 11 in rushing yards per game and rushing yards per play. Number 4 and 11 in rushing yards per game allowed and rushing yards per play allowed. The line of scrimmage, they're in the top 3, or the top third, I should say, in both categories. This is a team that is built on the line of scrimmage. Give me the Detroit Lions with Jahmyr Gibbs going off.
We actually ended up, our power poll, they're pretty different, except we do have 4 of the same 5 teams. They're just in a much different order. We both have Detroit at number 1, though. The only team...
That felt different.
Yeah, it did. The only one I had that you didn't have was Kansas City. You're going to regret that by the end of the year. And you had Buffalo, and I didn't. But you have to leave out Tampa. You have to leave out Denver.
I'm never going to regret anything with the power poll.
I know you sit up at night on Wednesday nights like, how could I leave this team out of my power poll? Join the excitement at the 2nd Annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament, presented by Sanderson Ford, happening November 14th at Dink and Dine Pickle Park.
Bring your jeans.
Compete for cash prizes. Yeah, come see Wolf play pickleball in his jeans. And the legendary Golden Paddle proceeds benefit Operation Santa Claus. Don't miss the epic mascot matchup at noon, featuring fan favorites like Big Red and the Suns Gorilla battling it out on the court. Wow, at high noon. Text PICKLE to 620-620 to register your team now. That's PICKLE to 620-620 and secure your spot. When we come back, when are we going to see Sam Levitt playing for the Sun Devils again? And could he extend his stay in Tempe beyond this season? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Gillespie taps it to himself into the forecourt. He comes. Numbers to the Suns. It's Booker for the jam time. Colin Gillespie tipped it up into the air, then gave it to Booker for the dunk.
The Suns host the Grizzlies tonight at Mortgage Matchup Center. Our pregame begins tonight at 6. 7 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Rick, what do you say you bring me that Brooklyn beat, if you don't mind? Yeah, there it is right there, Basinonians. Gather around the transistor and impress the air. We, the Wu Fang Clan, we love our Brooklyn Sedona hybrid mattress from Brooklyn Bedding. One of the best mattresses I have ever slept on, and you would agree, I would imagine. The autumn wind is blowing, of course, and that means football. Oh, football is here, and the fall sale at Brooklyn Bedding is here as well. Now through October 30th. You got one more day, brothers. Everything in store and online is 25% off as I nail the post. Sheets, pillows, mattresses, adjustable frames, everything at Brooklyn Bedding is 25% off. Now listen, the game plan to score on this great deal is to head on over to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 Basin locations. Tell them Wolf sent you for the fall sale at Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding. Go to brooklynbedding.com.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-1728. That's 800-275-1728.
It matters who your lawyer is. At Berg Simpson, we truly care about the quality of work we do, that fair compensation is given, and that our clients are getting the best possible representation. We're always working hard and are committed to doing everything we can to give our clients the best opportunity to have a great result. We're proud of that, and it shows.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my good friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can literally make your dreams come true.
Bick, you know I love your show and your listeners, and I want everybody in the audience to know that you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. This is not lip service. Come down, take a test drive, find what you like, then ask for me by name, and get your hookup. Find out how easy it is to do business with a great family.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
One great experience.
Red Sea, rise up for Monday night. Wolf and Luke are live from Backyard Desert Ridge ahead of the Cardinals-Cowboys Monday Night Showdown. Score big, win Cardinals tickets and merch, and get up close with Wolf and Luke. Monday, November 3rd at Backyard Desert Ridge.
Hey, YouTube TV customers, you could lose ESPN and the sports you love, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, NBA, college basketball, and more. Take action. Go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN.
Now the script's about to kick off. This party looks whack. Let's take it back to straight hip-hop and start it from scratch. I'm about to bloody this track up. Everybody get back.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Thursday morning. We'll give you all the latest on the Cardinals as they get ready for their Monday night showdown in Dallas. Join us starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, who comes back first? Sam Levitt to play a game or Wolf back into the studio from his break?
You know, he walked by, I think, when the red light was on.
The red light,
we
that
just
was
got
the
him back
fascinating
in.
part right there, is the red light was, in fact, on. But that's the question right now. And Wolf,
and you know I hate being late.
The question I threw out there to the audience, to anybody that wants to weigh in on the YouTube live chat or on X, was who comes back first, Sam Levitt for an ASU game or Wolf coming back from the break?
Okay, wow, you actually had that much time to ask a question. That's interesting. I was down there. Mike Broomhead, one of the most fascinating dudes on the face of the planet, ladies and gentlemen. Okay,
he's an amazing Arizonan.
Just talking and talking and talking, bro. Really, bro? I got a show to do.
This is a typical Wolf.
This is my favorite part of the show.
Is he blames it on somebody else.
And I'll give you credit because it's somebody different each time. And I don't know if it's somebody you were talking to or just the first person you see walking by.
What is the law of the locker room, Luke? What is the law of the locker room?
There's a lot of laws
the
of the
law
locker room.
of the locker room is, you know what? If you've got an issue, you make sure everyone else has the same issue worse than you. Correct? It's what you do. Well, ladies and gentlemen, honestly, if your hair is receding, oh my goodness, you're going bald. I can't even believe it.
Just turn it around on everybody else.
Everyone else is 10 times worse.
That's good. That's all right. That's take that, Broom. Sam Levitt is not going to play this weekend. We already knew that yesterday.
Yes.
But Kenny Dillingham was also asked, so does that mean he's just back for the next game? Remember, they have a bye after this. It was Iowa State, then a bye week. This is what Kenny said.
I don't want to say that yet. It's definitely something that's been lingering all year. So it's definitely something that could definitely turn into that for sure, just because it hasn't progressed like we hoped. I mean, he's been dealing with this for pretty much the whole year. He hasn't been at full speed. So, we'll definitely reassess it during the bye and make a decision from there.
Man, I really do wonder what it is, Luke. What is it? It's everyone says it's his foot.
Yeah.
Right?
This is not inside information. I have a feeling it's more than one thing at this point. I mean, they were talking about it being his right arm on the Okay, I went back and rewatched the game again last night.
You're just checking yourself.
Yeah,
what was on the record and what was off?
No. I'm taking a step back all the way. I rewatched the game last night because doing Sparky's Den tonight. Let me just tell you, not a fun rewatch, that game. But when he left the first time, the TV broadcast was talking about they thought he was holding his right arm in the tunnel. Now, who knows if that's the case or not when he was walking off the field the first time.
Okay.
But he's been beat up, and he keeps running and taking more hits this season. I wonder if it's more than one thing. But either way, the gist of that, what Kenny was asked was if it's possible Levitt could miss multiple weeks.
Yes. You know what's interesting is just listening to Kenny talk about the fact he's been fighting it pretty much all year. That makes me think that it has something else to do. He wasn't Rick. Was he not wearing a boot? Of course he was wearing the boot.
Yesterday at practice, yeah.
Yesterday at practice, wearing the boot. So I'm just going to assume that is what Kenny is talking about.
I think that's what's keeping him out.
Yes.
Is that. But I think I don't know. It just seems like he's banged up to the point where, we've talked about this before. It's a fine line. If their game this week was the Big 12 championship, does he find a way to gut it out? But it's not the Big 12 championship.
Yeah.
And there's more games after this. And you got to think about Sam Levitt's post-ASU career. Or, as you brought up earlier this week, maybe he comes back for another year. Is it crazy to even think that?
I don't think it's crazy to think that. I do not think it is. And maybe Sam's listening. That dude, not only does he have super long hair, but he's just 63,
You should get the Sam Levitt haircut. That's what Wolf should get.
I don't know. What do I got to do? I got to get it all in front, man.
We will pull our money, and we will give you all the money we have, me and Command and Control, if you get an actual, if you let your hair grow out like Sam Levitt.
That's not going to happen, okay? But, once again, I do wonder about this. I think the conversation, Basin audience, is pretty much the same conversation. You can't have a shutdown. Sam, we're thinking of shutting you down for the rest of the year conversation and not talk about next year as well. Can you? I think you have to have that conversation with him. What are you thinking, Sam, right now? What are you thinking? Because you're still going to be drafted into the NFL. You're going to be drafted. It's just a matter of where you might be drafted at this point in time. And I think we'd all agree that his stock has fallen only because he just hasn't played enough games.
Yeah, it's, the college quarterbacks, especially this year, just because I've been watching the Heisman race and just kind of looking at who's favored each week just to see how – it's fascinating to me how much it changes every single week. And – I think you're right with Levitt. I mean, if he could still play, if he was playing this week and then he was definitely going to play the 3 games coming out of the bye week, I think he could easily raise his stock back into first-round status. I really think he could because it's just so fluid right now. Like the top quarterbacks in most of these mock drafts right now are Ty Simpson, Dante Moore, and Fernando Mendoza.
Yes.
Not guys that were at the top of any of these mock drafts, certainly coming into the season. They weren't even in the conversation. It was Sam Levitt and Carson Beck and Drew Aller and Cade Klubnik. Anybody remember him?
Yes.
He was supposed to be the first pick. So it changes so much. But I think you're right in the sense of if he's not a guaranteed first round pick, I think that conversation has to be had because he hasn't. You just heard Kenny say he's been beat up pretty much all season. And he's already missed a game. He's going to miss a second game. He was in and out of a third game. So he's really only played this season in 6 full games. And according to the timeline for when he got hurt, he was beat up for 3 of them.
Yes. And once again, would you say that Sam Levitt is a little bit different? Would you say he's a different dude?
Yeah, I would think that's
than some guys that are out there,
yeah.
right? I don't think it's all about Sam. It's all about me. I don't get that vibe from him at all. And Basinonians, there are some people that would have said that about me because I was so hyper-focused on doing my job and doing what God had given me the ability to do and do it as hard as I possibly could for his praise, honor, and glory and to take care of my family. I was single-minded. You talk about Japanese fighting fish, single-minded of purpose, deadly and single-minded of purpose. That was me in regard to, it was all about me. It's one of the reasons why. How can I be a good teammate to you? I can be a good teammate to you by me doing my job. Me doing and supporting you, doing your job. That Sam Levitt is not about himself. That is the feeling that I get, and it's not just me. It's people that I know him, people that talk to him. They say the same thing about him. It's not about Sam. Sam is one of the most team-centric guys on the face of the planet. So I'm wondering if that is true, Basinonians, would he consider coming back and saying, you know what, this year was just it was wash, it was bad, it wasn't great, I don't care if my NFL stock was falling, I'd rather come back and I'd rather try to complete a season and do it better than what this season was all about.
He definitely gives off the vibes of, you could see him sometime in the offseason be like, well, we have unfinished business. I had to come back. He's definitely the guy that would say that. Now, look, if he was projected to go number 5 in the draft, I think you got to go.
Correct.
But he isn't, and I don't think it's because he's played poorly. I mean, the games against TCU and Texas Tech, those are really good performances. But, again, I'll go back to, if you dissect his season, he's played in 7 games. One of them he was in and out of against Houston, so he's played in 6 games. Baylor, TCU, and Texas Tech, he was beat up in all those games. So you talk about games he played healthy, there were 3. NAU, all due respect to NAU, but nothing you do against them is going to raise your draft stock. Texas State, same thing. And Mississippi State, which was probably his worst game as a Sun Devil. So we haven't just seen Sam Levitt go out there and have a Sam Levitt season. And the only reason that's relevant is because if he came back and played a full season, he would raise his draft stock.
Yes. What we have seen Sam Levitt do is share his NIL with other players on his team.
Yeah, I don't think you see that a lot across the country.
Once again, I give you evidence-based audience.
Just think it's a conversation now. When you brought that up on Monday, I was like, yeah, he's not. And then I took a step back and I was like, Tyson can't come back. He's the first receiver off the board. You'd really have to feel like you had unfinished business to come back to college. But Levitt could. All right, we come back. Has a rookie maybe been the best part of the Cardinals season so far? We'll explain next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolf, leader from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. Choosing the right financial advisor is one of the best investments you can make for your financial future. That makes a lot of sense. Let Trajan Wealth's fiduciary advisors help you craft an income plan to meet your goals so you can focus on what matters most. Call Trajan Wealth today. Here it is, 480-360-7900. Did you know leaving a 401k with a previous employer can create higher investment costs? I did not know that. Maybe you did. If you have an old 401k you aren't sure what to do with, you know what? Call Trajan Wealth today. That's right, Trajan Wealth. Call them to discuss how to optimize those funds and get that money working for you again. 480-360-7900. Trajan Wealth. Plan smarter, dream bigger. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC. SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement, additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I'm Scott Hansen, host of NFL Red Zone. Lowe's knows Sundays are for football. That's why we're here to help you get your next DIY project done, even when the clock isn't on your side. Whether that's a new Filtrete filter or Bosch and Cobalt power tools, Lowe's has everything you need to feel like the MVP of DIY. So get it done and earn your Sunday. Shop now, in-store and online. Lowe's, official partner of the NFL.
When you switch to Progressive, you could save bundling your home and auto. Then you could put that money towards some of the surprisingly more expensive things in life.
May I help you? I just wanted to request a late checkout, please. Of course. That's $30 per hour for up to 4 hours. Huh. Okay, but if you can offer a late checkout, then that probably means no one is staying in that room. So if it's empty, maybe I can just stay a few extra hours. Oh, aren't you adorable?
Life costs a lot, so bundle and you could save with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey y'all, it's the Rocket Roger Clemens here. Spent a lot of time pitching heat. Years later, the pain in my joints remind me of those days, but I'm not looking to sit still, and I definitely am not interested in going under the knife. That's why I chose QC Kinetics.
Not just for elite retired athletes. QC Kinetics gives everyday folks joint pain relief using regenerative treatments that work with your body to help repair joint damage.
No surgery, no long recovery, whether it's your knees, hips, shoulders, or back. My friends at QC Kinetics will help you get moving again so you can get back to doing the things you love.
QC Kinetics medical professionals will look at your x-rays or MRI to determine if you're a good candidate.
I trusted QC Kinetics to help me feel like myself again, and I'm proud to recommend them to you.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-691-6641. That's 602-691-6641. 602-691-6641.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns are home tonight for a matchup with the Memphis Grizzlies. Tip-off is at 7 with pregame coverage beginning at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Jalen Green could make his Suns debut as he is questionable for the game. And Game 5 of the World Series is tonight in Los Angeles between the Dodgers and Blue Jays. First pitch is shortly after 5. Toronto beat LA 6-2 last night to even the series at 2 games apiece.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Suns back in action tonight. We'll talk about them tomorrow. Tune in at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, or the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hour number 2 of the show, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. It is Wolf and Luke on a Wednesday. I almost just rounded up to Thursday, but it's definitely still a Wednesday. Wolf, we've talked a lot about the negative with the Cardinals over the last week and a half. If I put you on the spot, even though I already told you I was going to do this, and asked you to tell me what the biggest bright spot of the season has been right now, do you have one that jumps to mind, or would you really kind of have to think about it?
Yeah, I think I would have to think about it in regard to players specifically. And when I think about players that I think have delivered, I do think of Will Johnson as one of those guys.
Yeah, I think... So
I guess I wouldn't go collectively.
Yeah, there hasn't been much collectively.
There really hasn't been a style of play that I think you could look at and go, wow, they've really played very, very well in the run game, or, running the ball themselves, or I just don't think they've played collectively very well. I think individually you can look at it and you could point out some bright spots, and Will Johnson would be a guy I'd start with.
Yeah, because collectively, we talked earlier about, hey, when you're evaluating if you're going to make wholesale changes, you do have to take into account that they've been in every game. And some of those games have been against the Colts and the Packers, who have the 2 best records in the NFL, and Seattle and San Francisco, who are both looking like playoff teams. You have to take it into consideration. But when all is said and done, nobody's going to care that the Cardinals were close in losses, when you get away from this season.
Yeah.
Whereas a guy like Will Johnson, like you just brought up, if he is going to have a really good rookie year and he's going to be something for this team beyond this year, that is relevant beyond this season.
Yes.
And I think I would agree with you. The Ringer put out their midseason all-rookie team, and he's on it, Will Johnson.
Is he really? Okay.
And that kind of got me thinking, is he the biggest bright spot for this team this season? Because the only other one that really jumps out to me would be Calais.
I was just going to say that.
Yeah? Okay.
Now, juxtapose Calais Campbell and Will Johnson. We got one guy who's a rookie and another guy who played 18 years in the league. We got one guy who's a corner and an athlete, I might say, and one guy who's a 3-time. Take that, Calais. How's that feel, big dog?
They'll make Calais come down here.
Is he's an athlete, Basinonians. He was just an absolute specimen. I don't know if he's got the athleticism now. I hope he's listening. That's for you, Calais.
There are times where I love you. They show the slow motion of him, I think it was the San Francisco game where he was breaking through the line coming after Mac Jones, and the Niners. It was the Niners that took the penalty for the safety, right?
What he is
he looked like a lion hunting like a deer on the open plains.
What he is he's still productive.
Yeah.
He still is doing a great job, so much so that people are talking about at the trade deadline, let's move him to some other team. Okay, let's go ahead and do that and reward him. I don't even know if Calais would be okay with that. I think Calais is fine right where he is, mentoring 2 young defensive linemen.
Yeah, somebody wrote in yesterday, and they were like, you have to consider moving Calais if he is if he wants to go to a Super Bowl contender. And I agree with that. If we got to the point where Calais is like, hey, this is my last year, and the Cardinals came to him and they're like, we have an offer that's not terrible. It's a 5th rounder or something.
Right.
And you can go play for the Chiefs or something. And he wants to do it. I do think he deserves that. If you lose to Dallas and you're 2-6, but I'm kind of with you. I don't think he wants to leave. I think he came here for a reason.
So much of what you just said, it would all be about Calais and how Calais felt. What did he want to do? How did he, if this is going to be his last year, how does he want to go out?
Yeah.
I would act accordingly based on how he answered that question.
I'm looking in the YouTube live chat to see if anybody could come up with another name. Because I'm having a hard time coming up with one that isn't Will Johnson or Calais Campbell. Gray Mantle threw in Zaven Collins. Charlotte said there isn't any. I'm getting a lot of there isn't any. There aren't any bright spots.
Can I just say Bam Knight has surpassed a lot of what I expected from him, just in regard to what he's shown.
I'm interested to see him be the starter on Monday night.
Yes. Also, too, I would say that Michael Wilson has been very, very quiet. I wouldn't call it a bright spot. I think when you're 2-5, it's very difficult to look at a player and say this is a bright spot. It's difficult to do that, even with Will Johnson, who's played very, very well.
But that's disappointing to me because even the last 2 years, so last year they win 8 games. I'm not sure they're going to win 8 games this year. The year before they won 4 games. Even in the 4-win year, you could find players where you're like, hey, they might have something here, you know? And whereas this year, I mean, we're not including, I guess, Trey McBride because you just kind of assume he's going to do what he's doing. Trey McBride's having a great year. But in terms of, like, takeaways through the first 7 games, it's tough to be like, hey, you know what? This has been a pleasant, not even surprise, but like a good development.
Yeah, Trey McBride to me is the sun, basically. It's okay. He's not a bright spot.
He just is the sun.
He's the light spot. He's the source of that light. Let's put it that way.
I mean, that's the same with Buddha. Like, Buddha and Trey McBride have been the 2 best players.
I'm not going to look at Buddha's been a bright spot.
No, because he just is Buddha.
No, he's Buddha.
I did this exercise before the show today, and I shouldn't have. But I was looking at receiving yards per game. And I was looking at a site that didn't have them numbered. So I had to count. Do you care to guess where Marvin Harrison Jr. is in terms of receiving yards per game this season?
No, I don't care to.
40th.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You know, once again, coming into this season, did we talk about this, ladies and gentlemen? Did we have our conversations in regard to Marvin Harrison Jr. and our expectation for Marvin Harrison Jr. and Kyler Murray and how this was going to happen? I will say this: I have not lost all hope in regard to Kyler Murray and Marvin Harrison Jr. actually picking it up in the second half. Seriously, we were talking about this before. If you want a tough road to hoe, Basinonians, look at the Arizona Cardinals' remaining 10 games. It is very, very difficult.
Yeah.
It is. They had to make hay in the first 7 games before the bye. We talked about it ad nauseum all offseason, and now here we are with these 10 games remaining. And they look like they have the toughest schedule in the National Football League. Now, we know that can change week to week because of injuries and things like that happen, and this is the National Football League. But this is going to be an incredibly difficult road to hoe. And if, in fact, you want to do well in the second half of the season, you're going to need Kyler Murray and Marvin Harrison Jr. to do well. I haven't given up hope that might be the case.
Oh, this conversation was supposed to be bright spots, and then there just weren't any, so it turned negative. But what you just said is very true. Part of the reason you have this conversation is more than half the season is still left. Certainly guys could emerge over the next 10 weeks, for sure. Just because you brought up Kyler, in terms of passing yards per game this season, he is 28th in the NFL.
28, there you go.
Like, that just will naturally get better coming out of the bye week, I would
And as
think.
soon as you say 28th, you feel that, don't you, bro?
You do, because I know Kyler has a lot of critics, but his numbers are never that low. You know, they just aren't. He's typically middle of the pack. All right, we want to stay up to date on all our contests in Arizona sports, from tickets to the Cardinals, Suns, Innings Festival, and more. Just text contest to 620-620. We will send you the latest on all of our giveaways. That's contest to 620-620. When we come back, all right, what do you expect from the Phoenix Suns in their return home tonight against a pretty decent Memphis team? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
And Grayson Allen clears it to Gillespie. Quickly into the forecourt. Back to Allen. He's open for 3, left wing. That's good for Grayson Allen. And the Suns tie it at 130.
The Suns host the Grizzlies tonight at Mortgage Matchup Center. Our pregame begins tonight at 6. 7 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, this is Ron Wolfley. Go to Aria Dental Implant Center. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, Aria Dental Implant Center. This is your health, Basinonians, not a sales pitch. Come experience the Aria difference. Aria is helping patients regain their quality of life while saving thousands of dollars compared to the corporate dental implant centers that are out there. That's right, choosing dental implants is one of the most important health decisions you're ever going to make. That's why I want you to check out Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix. They're locally owned, and they're proud to offer world-class care and a state-of-the-art facility With decades of experience and thousands of smiles restored, Dr. Joe and their expert team deliver results that you can trust. There's no gimmick dentistry, no bait and switch pricing, fake limited time offers, or surprise add-on fees. With Aria, you'll always know what to expect. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
Mitch Vareld is here for Ojos Locos Sports Cantina, the home of the 29-degree beer and the legendary 100-ounce Balón, served ice cold and even better during happy hour, Monday through Friday, 2 to 7 p.m. Wind down with more deals that bring the flavor and the fun. With 4 Arizona locations, the party's always close. Ojos Locos, más tacos, más wings.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Hi, I'm Dallas, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. You know she loves her Shane Company engagement ring, but you also want to surprise her for her birthday, anniversary, or just because she deserves it. Why not get her a bigger diamond with our easy trade-up program? We'll give you the full credit of your original natural diamond purchase toward a new one. Her new diamond only has to be $1 more. You only pay the difference. How's that for an easy trade-up? Visit us in-store or at shaneco.com. Because a friend wants you to win the gifting game. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Being hurt in an accident can change your life, and we want you to be empowered in that situation, and that is why we tell you to call Sweet James. Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and when one of our listeners got hurt in a motorcycle accident, he was shocked by the lowball offer he got from the insurance company, and he called Sweet James, and his new team of attorneys helped him get the medical care needed to get on that bike again, and then they fought tirelessly to deliver a $400,000 win. Now, no firm can guarantee outcomes, but if you're ever hurt in an accident, you need a team of local attorneys who have the care, the skill, and the resources to win the most for you. And Sweet James brings over 500 trials of experience to every case, big or small, and that is why they win 98% of the time, and they win big. Call Sweet James at 800-9-million. That's 800-9-million. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Hey, everybody, it's Dave Burns. The Phoenix Suns are back home tonight. Can they get back in the win column against Memphis? It's the Burns and Gambo Show. It starts at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube. I thank you to the listeners in Maryvale right now. Maryvale.
What's up, Maryvale?
Maryvale. And thank you to everybody on YouTube, Wolf. Some good commentary in the YouTube live chat on that conversation we were just having. Garrett threw out Josh Sweat and Mac Wilson as potential bright spots.
Okay.
I think it was Tyler said the defense doesn't give up a ton of points. I'm torn on the defense because he's right. The defense has been good. I just expected borderline great from the defense, but a lot of guys on the defensive line haven't been playing. Let's see. Kind of the conversation went to a lot of what you've been saying. It's irrelevant until they fix the offensive line. That conversation has been brought up.
Have to get that offensive line straight. They have to. Can they do that in the second half of this season? That's going to be, again, job one. If you're talking about what needs to be fixed, you have to fix the offensive line if you want to see if Kyler Murray is really going to be able to develop in this offense the way that you think that he should. and that Marvin Harrison Jr. and Kyler Murray will have some type of chemistry in the second half of the season and get that going. We've seen flashes of it. We just haven't seen any consistency with it. And a lot of that is because of that O-line.
Charlotte brought up a really good question that I'm sure we'll talk about, in future shows. But the question of, do you think Kyler could have more success on a different team? And I wouldn't be shocked if the Cardinals move on from him in the offseason, depending where he lands, if we're not talking about him kind of finding his spot in a year or two. But at the same time, if it's not here and it's not going to be here, then that's almost irrelevant to the Cardinals. I mean, it's a real thing. If you move him and he ends up on the Steelers and he's having a great year next year for Mike Tomlin, that's going to sting. But if you know deep down, and I'm not saying they do, I think the next 10 games matter, but if you know deep down he's not going to have it here, then you're just wasting your time.
I would say, based on these, this is the way that I'm going to say it, and I'm just going to say it because you know me. I'm never going to say anything that I don't mean. For me, I would be shocked if Kyler continued to play the way that Kyler has played this year. I would be shocked if he were here in 2026.
Yes. We'll get back into that. The Suns have a game tonight against Memphis, just the second home game of the season, and they're undefeated at home. They are winless on the road, though. Matt Ishbia last week brought up Cullen Gillespie specifically as an example of what he wants his team to be.
Absolutely. Colin's a great example of like what we're talking about, right? You guys, when you watch Colin play tonight, you'll be like, I get it. That's how he plays. The same thing with Dylan, right? But those two guys are raising everyone else to that same type of level. And there's a lot of guys, Oso, and of course Book. I mean, we can go through all the names. I'm not gonna name every name. Grayson does that. But we had to be consistent with that 1 through 14, 1 through 17, however we want to think about that, and the coaches and everyone through the organization with that mentality and that mindset. And we weren't before. We didn't set that tone, and that's, like I said, I took the blame for that. But it's very clear now what we're doing, and you'll see it. And once again, we're not going to be perfect. It's not going to be 82 games, 48 minutes a game. Like, oh, I see it. You're going to be like, oh, that's not what they're talking about. And then we're going to look at the film and get better. We're going to talk about it, communicate, and then improve.
Yes. For me, once again, just looking at Cullen Gillespie, and we've talked an awful lot about him lately, I would say, what is the number one thing? What is the number one attribute that you have when you think about Cullen Gillespie?
Cullen Gillespie's a tough player.
He's tough.
He's tough. He's had to fight for everything. You're talking about an undrafted player from Philly. I mean, he
tries hard.
If I just said undrafted guy from Philly, you'd be like, he's probably like an energy guy. He's probably pretty tough. If he's undrafted and he's hanging around, he's getting, important minutes, he must really be just a grinder. And yeah, he is. If you put undrafted guy from Philly into an AI simulation, Cullen Gillespie's what they would spit out, but that's fine. That's exactly what this team needs, honestly.
Yeah, no, I'm so impressed with Cullen Gillespie. He is tough. He tries hard. You watch him. This matters to him. And I know that he's a young guy trying to make his way, year 3 in the league right now. I know he's a young guy and he's trying to make his way, but to me, you can just see it based on audience. This guy tries hard. He's not the most athletic guy. He's got some talent. He's got some skills. He can shoot the 3, and I think this is something he's got to continue to work on and develop. This is a guy that I believe might, by the end of this season, might actually be the best alternative the Phoenix Suns have at the point guard position. Yeah. I could see him developing into that.
I'm torn on this. I like Cullen Gillespie a lot, and especially after we talked to him out there media day, he's another one of those guys that you kind of get a sense of how he got to this point, and he is somebody you want on this team. I don't know that I want him to be one of the 3 best players on the team. You know what I mean? I'm looking at a story on Bright Side of the Suns. They're saying, hey, he's earned his shot in the starting lineup, and I agree the way he's played. I mean, and the situation. Again, like I said yesterday, if he was on Oklahoma City, no. If he was on Houston, no. But if he right here on the Phoenix Suns, yeah, he's earned that shot. I want to make sure I say this the right way, because he's the sort of guy I want on the next Suns playoff team. Whenever that is, I want Cullen Gillespie on it. but I don't want them leaning on him to be one of their 2 or 3 best players on it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I wouldn't. Yeah, I think I get where you're coming from in terms of 2 or 3 best players.
He's a guy that I could see him making big plays for you in big games because the effort level is steady and it's high all the time. And when you say like the guy's an effort guy, it makes it sound like he's not a great player. He's a good player too. I don't want him to be your only guy that's out there playing like gritty basketball. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do know what you mean. For me, though, once again, it's okay if he goes out there and he happens to develop and be one of your best players by the end of the season. I've got no problem with that. This season to me is all about development. It's all about who's going to develop and who is not going to develop, especially within the culture that they've been talking about. And right now, honestly, just looking at Colin Gillespie go out and compete and go about his business on both ends of the floor, that's exactly what Matt Ishbia was talking about.
Well, we said this yesterday before. I mean, that cut was out there, but I wasn't.
I mean, you're going to be okay if he develops into, by the end of the year, he is one of their best players
that's fine.
On the floor.
That's fine.
I mean, are we ever going to say, I don't want somebody to develop no matter what position he plays? I don't think so.
I think you and I were talking about this yesterday. I think he's the personification of what they want this team to be. And then that cut from Matt Ishbia kind of reiterates that. Do you feel like they are, and I'm not talking about results, but through the first 4 games, do you feel like you see the collective effort and toughness that they are touting for this season? I don't think so either, but I do think we're seeing it from Colin Gillespie.
Yeah, we are seeing it. And once again, it starts with one. It starts with somebody doing it. And then you've got to model it. That's right. You have to.
See, I was ready for it that time. I turned my headphones down.
You did? Okay,
yeah, because I could see Rick reaching for the computer.
This is exactly what this team needs, is toughness and tenacity. I was talking about this. And they need it on the defensive end of the floor. They need it to show up on the defensive end of the floor. And so much of that, the communication is there. I get that. But you know what also has got to be there? Effort has got to be there. Their entire culture was going to be built on a team approach that Suns fans could be proud of. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I wonder how...
That was what Matt Ishbia said.
I wonder how he... And I know he
That's
just
what
said
Brian
in that cut...
Gregory said.
And I know Ishbia just said in that cut, it's not going to be all 82 games right out of the gate, and it is only 4 games. But I wonder how he has felt through these first 4 games watching it.
The effort, Basinonians, was going to be part of who they were. The resiliency was going to be apparent to all. And I think you could argue that the resiliency has been evident from time to time.
Yeah.
Coming back and making it a game, at least against Utah, I would say.
In Sacramento, they were way down. They came back.
In Sacramento, they were competitive in those 2 games, but they were handled by the Clippers and the Nuggets. And I know that they are much better teams, of course. But the defensive breakdowns in those 2 games, the Clippers and the Nuggets, that was dramatic. And that really discouraged me.
Gave up 138 against Utah, too. I know the game went to overtime, but it didn't go to 4 overtimes. You know, Utah is not Denver. So there's a lot to be worked out here, but now as we start to get a week into this season and we start to get a little bit deeper, for me, it's becoming clearer what to watch for and what to kind of just set aside for a second. And, yeah, they can't be giving up 130 points in all these games. That's obviously not going to work. But especially when you're touting that as what you want your identity to be a really strong defensive team. Ishbia didn't come out before the season and be like, we're going to win 60 games, just watch us. He said we're going to be tough, we're going to be really good defensively.
Yeah.
Those are things you can control. That's not results oriented necessarily. All right, when we come back, let's get back to the Cardinals and let's get into the quarterback discussion, because there is one thing Kyler Murray could still do this season that he really hasn't done before, and I wonder if that might win some people over if he does it. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You don't have to be an athlete. Heck, you can play while you have a beverage. Dink and Dine Pickle Park in Mesa is the venue. The 2nd annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is the event. Compete for the coveted golden paddle and your share of cash prizes. Text the word pickle to 620-620 and sign up now. Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is presented by Sanderson Ford, benefiting Operation Santa Claus. Text pickle to 620-620. May apply.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Smith with Oliver Smith Jeweler. Gold prices are at an all-time high, so if you've been procrastinating selling your watches, jewelry, or gold, you're in luck. Dad, you've been doing this in Arizona for almost 45 years. What should people know before they sell?
First, don't get scammed by those road shows that pop up in hotel ballrooms, please. We're a local family-owned jeweler, and we've been advising Arizona families for decades.
Does someone need an appointment?
No appointment necessary. We'll evaluate your watches, jewelry, or gold and give you a check on the spot in minutes.
Have you ever seen gold this high?
Never. Do yourself a favor, search your jewelry box, find out if there's anything in there that might have value or things that you aren't wearing, and bring them in.
Weren't you an appraiser on Antiques Roadshow?
Yeah, that was the original reality show.
Sell your watches, jewelry, and gold with confidence. Visit Oliver Smith Jeweler in our 2 Scottsdale locations or online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters, a leading installer of artificial turf in the Valley. And Mike, you've got a great special going on if people sign up for the turf maintenance program.
Turf maintenance and cleaning is very essential to the longevity of your turf. Give us a call. We're giving up to $250 off on all cleanings, depending on size of project. We offer a 3-step process like none of our competitors in the business.
623-263-7388, online at turfmonstersaz.com.
Hey, Vince Marotta here, letting you know that the biggest savings of the season have arrived at Earnhardt Buick GMC. General Manager Brad Gunlickson and his team are rolling out fall savings on their entire lineup of award-winning Buick and GMC models. Like on the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab, save up to $12,000 off MSRP, or while they last, get 0% APR financing on remaining 2025 units. Or go all electric in a 2025 GMC Hummer EV SUV or pickup model with huge savings up to $15,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of 0% APR on these too. All offers require approved credit and they do end soon. All this and more in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models, APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 11/3/25.
There's never been a better time to experience Sun Devil football.
Pressure coming. Levitt throwing for the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown by Jordan Tyson. The Levitt to Tyson connection clicks again.
Don't miss your chance to be a part of the action, tradition, and unmatched atmosphere at Mountain America Stadium this season. Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns are home tonight for a matchup with the Memphis Grizzlies. Tip-off is at 7 with pregame coverage beginning at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. And Game 5 of the World Series is also tonight. That'll be in Los Angeles between the Dodgers and Blue Jays. First pitch is shortly after 5. Toronto beat LA 6-2 last night to even the series at 2 games apiece. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. Why should you choose America Roofing? It's Arizona's largest roofer, A+ with the BBB, and winner of 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year. Save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. Can the Cardinals have their best offensive performance of the season against the league's worst defense? We'll discuss on today's Burns and Gambo show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Well, it's true. Cowboys defense is pretty much the perfect defense to play against if you're Kyler Murray, if he does in fact come back from injury on Monday, and that's his first game back. If you are viewing these final 10 games as important, whether it's, if you're a player, you're still thinking about the playoffs. If you are looking big picture, front office, or just, Cardinals fans watching, you're looking at maybe, is he your quarterback beyond this season? Dallas is about the best defense to go up against to really get off, like a good launching pad into this second half of the season.
There's no doubt about that, Luke. That is well said by you. And if you're hoping that the Arizona Cardinals are going to turn it around, it's going to have to happen on the offensive side of the ball. I think going into this game against the Dallas Cowboys, when you look at how bad the Dallas Cowboys defense is, and oh, by the way, the Dallas Cowboys offense, pretty doggone good.
Yeah.
Pretty
You're
good.
not beating them 13-10.
I'm talking about really, really good. So I think the onus is on Kyler Murray and the Arizona Cardinals offense to go out and take advantage of the Dallas Cowboys defense. Take advantage of them and go out and win this game. The responsibility. Now, does that mean the defense is absolved from how they play against the Cowboys? Of course not. Of course not. The defense, all three phases. Transition as well. Control field position. This is going to be a very fundamental game for the Arizona Cardinals. If they want to win this game, they're going to have to be fundamentally sound all the way through it. But they're going to need Kyler Murray, and they're going to need Marvin Harrison Jr. They're going to need them to step up and be everything that we thought they were going to be going forward against a highly suspect Dallas Cowboys defense.
Cowboys, by the way, on their offense real quick, you mentioned how good their numbers are. They didn't even have CeeDee Lamb for 3.5 of their 8 games. He has 1 touchdown. And they're still having a season where Dak Prescott has already thrown 16 touchdowns. And CeeDee Lamb only has 1 of them.
Really, really incredible.
So
they're number 1, by the way.
Yeah.
They're number 1 in passing offense in terms of passing yards per game. Dak Prescott.
Yeah. He's having a revival.
Unbelievable.
If only they had held on to Micah Parsons, they might be a good team. You stumbled on this. At least you made it sound like you were just stumbling on it. Maybe this was part of your master plan all along, Wolf. But
of course it was.
In prehab, I don't know that it was.
I stumble into master plans
because when I brought up to you, also in prehab, hey, that's a really good. That's a good conversation. You were like, what? What is? Kyler Murray. So the Cardinals' schedule the rest of this season, it's tough. Dallas is probably the easiest game. Maybe Atlanta, depending which Atlanta you get. Is there a more Jekyll and Hyde team in the NFL than Atlanta? Maybe Cincinnati.
But at Cincinnati's always tough.
And maybe Burrow's back for that game if they're somehow still in it. They probably won't be. I don't know. But the schedule's tough. You got San Francisco, you got the Rams twice, Houston, Tampa, Jacksonville, Seattle. But then I thought about it. That's the biggest critique of Kyler Murray coming into this season. How do you finish a season? And it's not going to be easy to finish this season strong. But if he did that, I'm trying to come up with ways where he could play well enough where you're like, you know what? Maybe he is the guy. Maybe it wins people over. I think the only thing that he could really do is go out there and just put together a monster second half, something he has struggled with even when the schedule's easy, and do it against that schedule.
Here's the difficult thing about this, Masonese. Even if Kyler Murray went out in the last 10 games and played so much better, played like Jacoby Brissett over the last 10 weeks of the season, they still might lose 7 games.
Yeah.
Honestly. And if you don't believe that is possible, just look at what Jacoby Brissett did against 2 of the really good teams, 2 of the better teams in the NFL. The Green Bay Packers, of course, and the Indianapolis
If they
Colts.
had played like that on offense against San Francisco and, let's say, Tennessee, they win both those games.
Yes.
They just couldn't quite do it against the Colts and Packers.
Yes, so that's the difficult part of this. What if Kyler Murray goes out there and plays better? Oh, my goodness, he's playing so much better. He's throwing for 270 yards a game. He's running the ball as well. He's scoring some touchdowns. He's playing so much better. He's playing like we expected Kyler Murray to play in the first 7 games. But you win 4 games.
Yeah.
More.
And
all of a sudden, you're going to finish the season 7-10.
Yeah.
I don't know, honestly.
I just think we'll know it.
6-11, I should say.
I think
I was doing math live on the air.
I didn't know what kind of math, but I didn't know if this was like a new metric system or something. I think we'll know it when we see it, because you're right. The least clear picture comes if Kyler plays better than he did in the first 5 games, but not great, but better. And they go 5-5 or 4-6 the rest of the way, and they finish 6-11 or 7-10.
Listen, if he were to go out and throw for 270 yards a game,
yeah,
that would be significantly better.
And I think that's the key. If I don't want to,
you just can't be better. You've got to be one of the reasons why you were even in that game, let alone winning games.
I don't want to come out of this season, and I think this would be the cutoff point for me. If you're making the decision of if he's your guy going into year 8, if your argument is, well, yeah, they missed the playoffs, but he came out better than he did in the first 5 games. That's not good enough.
No.
It's if you tell me either they make the playoffs with him as the quarterback, then he's your guy. Or if you miss the playoffs, but you know what? In that second half, they went 7-3 or something, and he looked significantly better. He was one of the best quarterbacks, a top 10. Let's say, is he a top 10 quarterback the rest of the season? I don't want to do the whole, he wasn't anything in the first 5 games, but he was slightly above average in the second half of the season, so you got to keep him. You're talking about years and seasons. You can't just be throwing them away. Now, again, not all his fault by any means.
Of course.
But does he look like a solution in the second half?
Does he look like a solution in the second half? And you know what, honestly, boy, wouldn't that be the best time that a quarterback that is on the hot seat, a quarterback that has question marks hanging all around him right now, wouldn't it be the best thing for a quarterback to go out and play super good football, play the quarterback position at an incredibly high level? So much so where they went out and won games nobody thought they were going to win. Wouldn't that be the ultimate litmus test for Kyler Murray to go through this schedule and somehow, some way, the Arizona Cardinals get back into the playoff conversation in December?
Yeah, and it's not, I don't necessarily think it's going to happen. But I don't want to build up the rest of the schedule like, well, they only play Detroit and Philadelphia and Kansas City the rest of the way. There's nobody on this schedule that should be considered unbeatable. In fact, I'm looking at it, Wolf. Yeah, the power poll we just did.
Yeah.
None of those teams are on their schedule the rest of the way. Now, they've already played a few of them, the Colts and the Packers.
True.
But these teams the Rams are going to be tough. Tampa's going to be tough. San Francisco, they're all going to be tough. Houston's defense is brutal. But none of these teams are like, oh, that team's definitely going to go start a dynasty. None of these games should be unwinnable if Kyler Murray is your guy beyond this season.
Yes. But, once again, wouldn't it be super cool if that's what we're getting ready to see? I know that's what JG would love to see. Kyler needs to be the solution, as you said. He needs to be the reason why the Cardinals are even in the playoff conversation in December. Or bust, if you know what I mean.
And if he could go out there and play really well in the second half of a season, especially this one, that would be something different. I feel like it's time to start seeing something different.
Totally.
All right, coming up next, we're going to take you through the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch a little bit early. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
One word that I think needs to be ratcheted up for this to be turned around is the aggressiveness on both sides of the ball. And you go back to a 4th down call on the quarterback sneak that failed with Jacoby Brissett in a game that the Cardinals lost again by a couple of points. Was that aggressive? No, it wasn't aggressive. On the defensive side of the ball, the Cardinals have not generated much of a pass rush, but they also haven't been very aggressive in bringing extra rushers. Their blitz rate is among the lowest in the league. These are the things that I think need to change.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. A question I get all the time is, how did we become the largest injury firm in the world? We have over 1,000 lawyers in all 50 states and close to 6,000 coworkers. Our call center is on duty 24/7. You can reach us at any time at forthepeople.com. But the real reason is we won a lot. When you visit our website, go to our verdicts and settlements. There you will see what our clients were offered and what they were awarded at trial. All those verdicts help us resolve many cases fairly and early. You see, nothing beats reputation. The insurance industry knows who we are. We even have insurance adjusters call us for representation because they know too. We've made it easy. On your mobile device or computer, go to forthepeople.com and we will get busy. It's that easy. Call today. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Enter to be the next Arizona sports fan of the game, presented by Redbird Farms Chicken. Win tickets to a Cardinals home game, be featured on the Jumbotron, and receive a $100 grocery gift card. Text Redbird to 620 to enter to win today.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my good friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can literally make your dreams come true.
Bick, you know I love your show and your listeners, and I want everybody in the audience to know that you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. This is not lip service. Come down, take a test drive, find what you like, then ask for me by name, and get your hookup. Find out how easy it is to do business with a great family.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
1 great experience.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy place every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey folks, it's Vince Marotta here to let you know about the amazing deals being offered now at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. General Manager John Nissen and his team are marking down nearly every remaining 2025 Ford model. Like the Ford Explorer 3-row SUV, now available at 0.9% APR financing plus $2,000 in Ford bonus cash. Or America's favorite, the F-150 truck XLT EcoBoost, ready to roll with 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $2,750 in Ford bonus cash. Find these deals and more on the rest of their award-winning lineup, including electric and hybrid options. Just stop in, tell them I sent you. All offers require approved credit, and they've got the no-bull deals you've been looking for. Check them out online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the no-bull protection package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers, APR terms limited. 3.9% financing is $1,560 per $1,000 finance. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers end 11/03/25.
Red Sea, rise up for Monday night. Wolf and Luke are live from Backyard Desert Ridge ahead of the Cardinals-Cowboys Monday Night Showdown. Score big, win Cardinals tickets and merch, and get up close with Wolf and Luke Monday, November 3rd at Backyard Desert Ridge.
Hey, YouTube TV customers, you could lose ESPN and the sports you love, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, NBA, college basketball, and more. So take action. Go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, can I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
All right, it's almost noon on a Wednesday. It's time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Rick is here. Rick, what do you got?
All right, guys. The Phoenix Suns host the Memphis Grizzlies tonight. Tip-off is at 7. Pre-game begins at 6. You can listen to it all right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Jalen Green, who has yet to make his Suns debut, is questionable for tonight's game. What type of boost do you guys expect Green to give this Suns team?
Well, scoring, which has not really been their issue so far. Scoring, I mean, I guess it was against Denver and the Clippers in the sense that you needed to put up 130 to win those games. So right out of the gate, I think Jalen Green, the scorer, more than anything. Obviously, this guy that put up 21 points a game last year that was number 1 on the Houston Rockets, a team that was the number 2 seed in the Western Conference. But more than anything with Jalen Green, it's how does he evolve this season and how does he pair with Devin Booker? And what does that look like? And I'm not going to judge that after one game, you know?
Yeah, I'm fascinated. I think we all are fascinated to see Jalen Green go out and do what he's going to do. And what can we expect from him? Right now, the baseline is lower for me because, again, they're going to ask him to do some things that he wasn't asked to do in Houston. Coming in here, how is he going to mesh with Devin Booker? That is going to be a big part of all of this as well. I'm fascinated. We were talking about Colin Gillespie and how much he has developed, and he's developing right now. Same thing with Jalen Green.
Yeah.
Even though this guy has lit it up, even though this guy has been in the association, he's still a work in progress. How much better can he get defensively? How much better can he get as a player overall?
The work in progress who was the number 2 overall pick in 2021. So there is crazy upside there. I mean, he's only 23 years old. But, you got to bring it out of him.
And it's not like he can't score the basketball. Isn't that right?
He can definitely score the basketball.
As I've said, I think he's the key to this whole team.
I think he is too, just because if he doesn't answer a lot of their questions, I don't know where they're getting that guy.
Correct. All right, the Ringers' Deontay Lee listed Arizona Cardinals cornerback Will Johnson on his midseason all-rookie team. Has Will Johnson been the bright spot for this team so far this season?
Yeah, it was kind of a depressing exercise earlier to try and figure out what they were. I thought the YouTube live chat came in with some good answers, but you and I, Wolf, independently, both came up with Will Johnson and Calais Campbell, two guys on very opposite sides of their career. So in the sense of Will Johnson, that is something that plays well beyond just this year. So that is a good thing. I don't want that to get lost in the shuffle. It just, through the first 7 games, he doesn't have a ton of competition on the Cardinals in terms of bright spots.
Yeah, bright spots are kind of like, surprise!
Yeah.
Not that Calais Campbell was going to be a surprise, but when he's posting the kind of numbers he has...
You just notice him every game. He's just a force out there.
It is a surprise. It is. Year 18. And right now, he's their best defensive lineman.
Yeah.
Surprise to me, again, posting numbers.
Which is a cool story for this year. It's a great story.
Yeah.
But it doesn't answer any questions beyond this year. At least Will Johnson doing what he's doing is we probably have a pretty good cornerback now going forward for a while.
Yep.
Our Sanderson Ford poll question is up now at ArizonaSports.com, and it's related to 3 of the Valley's teams. Which Valley sports team will make the postseason next? The D-backs, the Cardinals, or the Suns?
Oh, my goodness.
I remember when the question used to be, hey, which team is going to win a championship next or first or however you wanted to say it? Which team makes the postseason next? Probably the Diamondbacks. I think the Diamondbacks would be my vote. I think they could do it next year, although they're not going to have Corbin Burns or their closer or their number 2 closer for the first half of the season, so they're going to have to finesse that. But, I'll say D-backs.
Can I just protest the question? Can I just do that, brothers? Honestly, that's an exercise in futility right now, although I would agree with Luke in regard to, okay, if you're going to metaphorically put a gun to my head and say, tell me who you think is going to make the playoffs first, it would have to be the Diamondbacks.
I feel like once we get out of the calendar 2025 year for Arizona sports teams, anything's possible. Once we get out of 2025. So that would be the Diamondbacks.
I don't think anything's possible.
No, I know. I was trying to was trying to give myself hope.
I know what you were trying to do, Luke, and I love the fact you were trying to do that. Some type of positivity. You're trying to do something.
Trying to conjure something out of thin air.
Just can't. There is no conjuring at this point.
You just came in with this giant hammer and just knocked me right
in the
off
Wolfley
that pedestal.
compound.
You know what, though? Not having any hope, it's kind of just, hey, nothing to lose, everything to gain. Maybe I'll lean into that for a while.
Well, I'm still on the Suns are going to make the play-in and then make the playoffs. And their season ends before the D-backs season ends, obviously. So I'm going to vote for the Suns. I'm going to overrule you guys.
Wow. Of all the times to overrule us.
Yeah.
This is got to be difficult.
Have you seen anything in the first 4 games to indicate that you feel like you're going to be right?
No.
Okay, good.
Not at all.
As long as we have that cleared up. Okay.
I thought they would look much better, but they haven't. But Jalen Green's maybe back tonight,
Okay.
Maybe. And that I think will change a lot. But, yeah, the D-backs are far and away leading this poll.
Really? Okay.
89%.
Okay.
And you got 7% riding with me, the Suns.
Oh, jeez.
And then 4% Cardinals.
Wow.
You know what I think, honestly? You know what would be really fascinating? What was the biggest letdown in terms of expectation? Was it the Suns with KD, of course? Was it them last season? Was it the Diamondbacks? And now the Cardinals? The biggest letdown going into the season, what the expectations were. What is the biggest letdown?
See, I think
that's the biggest kick in the cradle.
That's different for everybody because my biggest letdown was the Diamondbacks.
Yes.
Me personally.
I would agree with that.
But they did have a pretty rough run with the injuries, so I can at least not understand it, but it doesn't make me think they have problems going forward.
Yeah, once again, it wasn't really about why.
Okay, the biggest letdown.
Letdown.
Because I thought the D-backs could contend for the National League title.
Think about it. The Diamondbacks, the Suns, and the Cardinals. We have had 3 huge expectations going into it, and it just hasn't happened. It's dissolved.
For me, the Diamondbacks, I thought, could be one of the last 2 teams standing in the National League. I thought the Suns should be a playoff team and win a series. I thought the Cardinals would win 8 or 9 games. And so the Diamondbacks had the farthest to fall.
All right, last one real quick. The Blue Jays took down Shohei Ohtani and the Dodgers 6-2 last night. And Game 4 of the World Series to even the Fall Classic at 1 game apiece. Game 5 goes down tonight at Dodger Stadium. First pitch will be just after 5. What stood out to you guys from Game 4, and what do you guys expect tonight in Game 5?
Still expect 7 games. What stood out to me in Game 4 is that the Blue Jays just do not get rattled. You lose an 18-inning games in the World Series, that could rattle you. I will say, in all our Brad Paisley research yesterday, when the Dodgers won that 18-inning game in 2018, I think it was, they lost the World Series.
Yep.
So I'm not saying that's going to happen here, but I do think it's going 7.
Yeah, for me, what does Game 4 mean, Basinonians? Well, it means that this series is destined to go 7 games, and I thought the Dodgers were going to sweep. Once they started the postseason 9-1, I thought they were going to sweep, especially with the staff that they had, and of course, Shohei Ohtani, not to mention Freddie Freeman and Mookie Betts as well.
I think the Dodgers probably need to win tonight with Blake Snell pitching, to be honest. I still think it goes 7 either way, but if they want to win this thing, they would do well to win with Blake Snell on the mound. All right, that was Wolfing Down Your Lunch. When we come back, the reason we did Wolfing Down Your Lunch early is because K-Ray is going to join us. What is he expecting from the Suns as they make their return to Mortgage Matchup Center? The Phoenix Suns broadcaster will join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader, including Cardinals play-by-play.
Breaks a tackle, heads for the end zone, touchdown!
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. What if you found your dream home and instead of waiting around and trying to figure everything out and everything gets complicated, you just move in right away. You don't have to wait around to sell your old place first. You're still going to need to sell the old place, but you don't have to wait around before you buy your new home. It sounds perfect, right? It's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now, get that all secured, then sell the old one later, and here's how. Orchard gives you cash. That way you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. You don't have to wait around for a bunch of other people. You don't have to do showings. You don't have to bend your schedule around a bunch of strangers' schedules. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home, so you attract the right buyers because Orchard agents are local experts. They're some of the most experienced around town. Plus, they're equipped with smart tools and products to help you sell your home for more. It's what they do. They've already helped over 10,000 customers sell their homes this way. Their Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first. Sell your old home later. Buy before you sell. Still get top dollar for your old home. If you want to figure out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Let's go!
On the CW, the NASCAR Xfinity Series playoffs are down to one final race.
Absolute chaos. My heart is pounding right now.
The title is up for the taking.
Survival is what it's all about in the playoffs.
And nobody
Contact made hard.
Timbers are flaring. Is going down without a fight.
These guys are out of control.
The NASCAR Xfinity Series Championship, live from Phoenix.
Coverage begins Saturday at 3:30 on CW7 Arizona.
Are you ready for a smile makeover? Have you dreamed about a beautiful new smile that you can be proud of? If the answer is yes, then let's get you in for a free consultation with ProSmile Dental, where they specialize in no prep or minimal prep cosmetic veneers. Have Arizona's top cosmetic dentists customize your smile with the Valley's only on-site cosmetic dental lab, where they custom create your designer smile with the exact color, shape, and size that you want. ProSmile has locations in Phoenix and Scottsdale. Text PRO to 620-620 or go to ProSmileAZ.com.
Message and data rates may apply.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
People always tell you to stop and smell the roses, but I couldn't bend over to smell the roses. Now I can.
Chronic pain and stiff joints place limitations on life, but QC Kinetics gives patients amazing relief to finally live their best lives, like Andrea Southard.
It's amazing the freedom that these injections have given me. I'll be 49 in June, and I am too young to be in that much pain and that debilitated.
Extreme pain from osteoarthritis is no match for QC Kinetics. These are sophisticated, all-natural biologic solutions that directly target pain, restoring and repairing damaged tissue in your knees, back, hip, or shoulders. No surgery, downtime, or steroids.
I got my life back. I got my smile back. And I guess best of all, I got my laugh back.
Ready to shed the pain and get your life back? Call QC Kinetics.
602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-7246. QC Kinetics. 602-837-PAIN.
Got a question. Did you buy your home in the last, say, couple of years? Well, here's the deal. You could be throwing away thousands on a high interest rate. Whoa, who knows anybody who wants to do that? The Lund Mortgage Team, Arizona's trusted family-run lender, just launched a powerful new refinance program that can lower your rate and boost your savings. It's fast and it's local, and it's available for you right now. Don't wait. Lund Mortgage. That's LUNDmortgage.com, where Arizona saves.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns are home tonight for a matchup with the Memphis Grizzlies. Tip-off is at 7 with pregame coverage beginning at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Jalen Green could make his Suns debut as he is questionable for the game. And Game 5 of the World Series is tonight in Los Angeles between the Dodgers and Blue Jays. First pitch is shortly after 5. Toronto beat LA 6-2 last night to even the series at 2 games apiece.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Catch it in from the corner.
Wolf and Luke.
Brings the boom. And catching bodies on his way to the rack.
Suns, game day with K-Ray.
I'm ready for whatever. I'm ready for whatever.
Well, it is hour number 3 of the show, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Wolf and Luke on a Wednesday. Suns back in town to take on the Memphis Grizzlies. And Kevin Ray is joining us on the Arizona Sports Line. You can see him wearing a Metallica shirt if you're watching on YouTube. What's going on, Kay?
Hey, it's Wednesday. It's game day. I've listened to Enter Sandman 3 to 6 times already, probably 4 more times before I get to the arena. It's that kind of day, boys.
You know, I was listening to a little For Whom the Bell Tolls, K-Ray, as a matter of fact, before we actually went on.
You were. You could hear it in the newsroom. Some pre-show Metallica.
So, Kay, I'll ask the question, brother. For whom does the bell toll? Who needs to step up for the Phoenix Suns going forward, brother?
Yeah, you know, it's going to take a number of guys. We can say with certainty that unfortunately Dylan Brooks will not be on the floor tonight against his old club. That would have added some real spiciness to it. And I know he's chomping at the bit to get back, but it's early. And again, you want to be cautious with something like that. I can neither confirm nor deny, but I have a strong inkling that we might see a certain guard making his son's debut tonight.
We shall go unnamed.
Nice.
Yeah, it's, you know, in TV they have what they call the green room, and hopefully that's what we'll be seeing tonight.
Yeah, that would be nice if that certain individual could make his son's debut tonight. K-Ray, let's say Jalen Green made his debut tonight, or whenever he makes it, what are you expecting he can bring to this team right out of the gate?
Well, look, he brings a dynamic that this team has not had in a long time. Has the ability to get downhill, such a electric first step, can touch the paint on pretty much any possession that he wants to. So you're putting pressure on the defense in that regard. So you open up the floor exponentially with the ball in his hands. And not only, you know, the scoring opportunities that it sets up for him, but moreover for his teammates, one in particular, who will be, I would think, salivating at the chance to be on the floor with them, and that is the guy that wears number 1, Devin Booker.
Yeah, you know what? Not only Devin Booker, there are a lot of guys that have piqued my interest, of course, in this early part of the season. But there's one guy that really has piqued my interest, and that is Colin Gillespie. What have you seen from this guy? And Kay, he seems like he's in the process of developing. Who knows how good he could be?
Yeah, I will tell you this. I am seeing exactly what I expected to see from Colin. I talked to him first couple of days of training camp, just asked him, you know, what he was up to, you know, what he did during the summer. And he just said hoops and golf. Like he lived at the team's practice facility, and you could see how much he has worked on his craft. This is a guy that's just, you know, he's got that kind of Philly pedigree. He's an Eagles fan. We'll give him a pass on that. But
he doesn't walk around with a D battery in his hand, does he?
I think Wolf actually asked him that at media day.
But he steps on the floor with that mentality. I mean, I think that's why Dylan Brooks called him, dubbed him Villain Jr. But you can see the work that he has put in, and it is paying dividends. He has a level of confidence in himself now. Those first couple of years, I mean, look, he was injured there in Denver, so it was kind of a lost year. And it's so tough when you come in as a rookie, drafted, undrafted, doesn't matter, and you lose that first season. And so I think it took him a couple of years for him to really get that back. And we saw the real fruits of his labor those last 15 games last season. And now he's just picked up the torch and carried it. His teammates love him. It just absolutely grinds every single day. And I love every time he checks in, because he is going to make an impact on the floor.
We're talking to Kevin Ray. Kay, maybe Colin Gillespie's your answer here, but through 4 games, who has been the biggest, I don't want to say surprised, but like who's impressed you the most through the first 4 games, I guess?
Colin is certainly there, because we haven't seen Mark in every game. He only just missed the one of the back-to-back, but he has stood out. But I'm going to give you 2 kind of off-the-radar guys. Nick Richards, guys, has been massive. And first and foremost, like his attitude in the offseason, because you think, how many times have we seen, whether it be with the Suns or another team, where a guy who, was traded for, played a central role in a team's, success this previous season, and he comes in and is like, wait a minute, you just added 3 more dudes in my position, basically. But his attitude, his work ethic, you look at his numbers the other night, 10 rebounds in 15 minutes, blocking one shot after another. So Nick has been absolutely huge with his attitude, his work ethic, and what he's been able to deliver in very small doses. And, I shouldn't say this surprisingly, but Royce O'Neal just continues to display the Swiss Army knife that he is. His stat line the other night was just ridiculous, doing something that only a handful of guys in NBA history have done. And you're not going to get that every night from Royce, but when you needed him, and yes, it came in a loss, but he had to step into the starting role. And to get that kind of delivery, it just speaks to, his work ethic, what he's done, his approach. And if you're Jordan Ott with this particular roster and moving ahead, you relish having guys like that.
I was just going to say, Kay, do you think Jordan Ott and this coaching staff, do you think they lean on Royce O'Neal a little bit more than the other coaching staff did?
Royce certainly was valued and was important. I think it's a little different just because of the roster construction, Wolf. Because his role is a little bit different. It is certainly more elevated than it was last year. But you get that veteran voice, you get the veteran work ethic from training camp, in practices. And so in some ways, I think the value is focused there versus, necessarily being on the floor. But then when you call his number, he's like, okay, I got you. And if you needed me to play 35 tonight, I can play 35. If I'm only playing 15, then I'm only playing 15. Nothing's going to change with Royce and his approach.
K-Ray, great stuff as always, man. We're looking forward to the Suns being back home tonight.
Yeah, for a while. You got it, boys.
Yeah.
Nice shirt.
That's Kevin Ray joining us on the Arizona Sports Line. Of course, you can see him on YouTube right there if you were watching as well. And Wolf, 41-0 at home is still in play.
Yep.
When we come back,
good luck with that.
We'll stick with the Suns. How badly do they need Jalen Green back right now? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Even if he goes out and does it, I'm not sold on Kyler Murray.
Oh, no.
You're supposed to do it against this defense.
100%.
You are supposed to do it against Dallas's defense.
1,000%. If he comes out and dominates against Dallas, it doesn't mean, hey, we're fine. We're good. Everything's okay. No. It just means that one box checked. He came back. He did what he was supposed to do against Dallas. I'm worried about the opposite. If he doesn't do it against Dallas, what if it's a struggle? What if it's more of the same?
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. Maybe you got a bad back. Maybe it went out on you. You were mowing the lawn. You were moving furniture. Whatever it may be, you need to go see my brothers over at DISC. Listen, I've had a condition. It's spondylolisthesis in my low back, of course. The spine surgeons at DISC, they have helped me in the past. I give them my highest recommendation if you're battling spine or back issues. DISC surgeons, they utilize the broadest array of treatment options, including non-surgical, endoscopic spine surgery, and ultra-minimally invasive spine surgery as well. The DISC founder pioneered endoscopic spine surgery, and now their surgeons train other surgeons in the U.S. and worldwide, Basinonians. Enjoy life again. Get back to living. Go to sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900 for DISC.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Here's the tale of the daily Medfill. Same old pharmacy, same old bill, but those prices kept rising higher still.
Till the savings wrangler rode in, cool as can be. Tap Good RX, saving massively.
No plan? Don't matter none. Up to 80% off. The deals are done.
Discounts hitting harder than Ma's chili. Dang. That one little app does all the rest.
Save time and money on prescriptions.
Check Good RX. Good RX is not insurance.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Football season equals the tailgate season, which means the Ford F-150 at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvisi, just the best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. All right, so how? Why? Well, it's no one thing. It's the combination of everything, right? From smart tech to powerful engines. You want productivity? How about available built-in electrical power and a convenient tailgate work surface? You can customize the F-150 pickup to fit your needs. And right now, get 3.9% APR Ford credit financing for 72 months plus $2,750 in cash back on a 2025 Ford F-150 XLT 2.7-liter truck. Yep, get 3.9% APR Ford credit financing for 72 months plus $2,750 cash back on a 2025 Ford F-150 XLT 2.7-liter truck. But hurry, these deals won't last long at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. That's buyfordnow.com.
Hey, everybody, it's Dave Burns. The Phoenix Suns are back home tonight. Can they get back in the win column against Memphis? It's the Burns and Gambo Show. It starts at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
All right, I want to thank our listeners in Tempe, Wolf. Tempe, Arizona.
Tempe?
I'm a fan.
Yeah.
Big fan, actually. Not to pick one city over all the others, but if I had to.
Some people say Tempe. You don't want to say it like that, though, do you? You want to say Tempe, correct? Yes.
Tempe?
Yes. You don't want to say.
I'm not going to walk around Tempe where I'm going directly after the show and say.
To put the emphasis.
How's everybody doing
Tempe?
here in Tempe?
Yes.
No, I'm not going to do that.
Hey, what up, Tempe? And YouTube.
Yeah, and YouTube, of course. And as Wolf pointed out earlier, you can see his out of control hair.
Just a freak, ladies and gentlemen.
You can barely even see Wolf underneath all of it.
I know.
Looks like
I'm just going to grow it as long as it can possibly grow in time. Maybe this weekend.
Yeah, you're not going past this weekend.
Yeah, you know what? It's getting bad. It is.
I've got this isn't news, but I've got some hope and some whatever the opposite of hope is. Which one do you want first, Wolf?
That'd be despair.
Despair. Let me give you the despair first. Because that poll question today really, really hit me, where the question was just, hey, which one of our teams might make the playoffs next? Not which one of our teams is going to win the championship next, who has the best chance, whose future is the brightest. Do you think one of our teams in this city could make the playoffs someday? So I went ahead and pulled up the list of all the U.S. cities that have all 4 major sports.
No.
Okay.
Okay.
Now,
Well,
granted,
just you started with that.
I know,
Just
but that's
why would you? Okay.
That felt like the best way to do it. Just the one. I wasn't going to go through every U.S. city.
I thought you were going to do something positive. This
No,
is an exercise in negativity.
This is the despair, but it's going to lead into
okay.
the
that's
second
right.
part.
Yeah.
You asked for the
okay,
despair.
That's right.
first.
I did.
So there are 12 U.S. cities that have all 4 major sports. Now you might be thinking to yourself, "Hey, don't we?" No, our hockey team is gone and has one of the best records in the NHL. But that's really maybe where all this started. But I'm looking at all the 12 cities that have all 4 major sports. They all at least have teams contending for a championship.
I see.
Or multiple teams in the playoffs. Like the only one I looked at was like, oh, Miami. The Marlins are kind of down. The Dolphins are a mess. The Heat are just kind of mid.
Yeah.
But the Florida Panthers win the Stanley Cup every year. So if it feels like this is kind of unreasonably rough right now, that's because it is.
Yes, it is rough. This entire beautiful part of the program is rough, as a matter of fact, with the despair. Starting with the despair. What is the good news?
So the good news, again, it's not news. It's just maybe something to keep an eye out for. It is possible that the next star player on one of the teams in this city is making his debut tonight in Jalen Green.
Okay.
It's possible. Possible. The positivity is if on top of if on top of if.
Oh my goodness, yeah. The good part of this, the hopeful part of this, Luke. I just think the despair part of it has already crushed the hopeful.
Well, I can't make
part of
stuff
it right
up.
now. Oh my
you
goodness!
already told me
No,
earlier
that
I
was
can't
good.
just lie and then say the Cardinals are 7-0 and
no,
the Suns
you just
are the
can't
team
do
to
that,
beat.
of course, and I know you would never do that. Yeah, it just the level of despair that we're feeling right now.
I'm doing my best over here.
Honestly, I think why don't you do this, based on needs, wherever you might be right now, just Google the cities that have 3 professional sports teams in it. Okay, just 3, and then we'll put the exercise like Luke is doing.
Well, we had 4, and we just gave one away.
And we don't have 4 anymore.
You know what, though? That's a good point, Wolf. I should see which major U.S. cities have really impressive landfills that they value over sports. Should I put that in there, too? I'll check that out. Oh, that's just us.
Yes.
Okay, so
Thank you.
I was looking for hope, and you sent me down the path of despair again.
Okay. Right now, I feel like I've been kicked in the face. Have you ever been kicked in the face, based on earnings? I have. Back alley, kicked in the face.
I've not been kicked in the face.
It hurts.
Trust
really? Me on that.
I would have thought it would have been pleasant.
Just kind of feel like, kicked in the face. Okay, good. Where are we going to go from here? That is the question we have to ask ourselves.
I actually was serious, though.
Were you working towards something with that driver? Were you driving us towards something that kicked me right in the face?
Well, it's because of the poll question. So I was led towards that face kick.
Okay.
The Jalen Green part of this, though, I understand in comparison there's a lot there. But it is possible that the next real big name in Valley sports makes his debut tonight. Like Kevin Ray was on with us last segment. He wouldn't say he's definitely going to play tonight, but soon he's going to make his Phoenix Suns debut, and it kind of seemed like he was going to, even though he didn't say it officially. And this is the guy that you are asking to be basically the number 2 guy on the Phoenix Suns, and not just tonight or this week or this season, like for the foreseeable future.
Yeah. Jalen Green was the most valuable piece, I think many people believe, that the Suns got back. Now, you could argue that in regard to the number 10 pick overall in the draft, that being Kaman Malawach and what you turn that into, of course, and Dylan Brooks. You could also argue that maybe Dylan Brooks is going to have a bigger impact on this team, period, because of not only what he does between the lines on the floor, but off the floor as well.
Yeah.
And bringing that toughness and that mentality with him. I think most people schematically felt like Jalen Green was going to be the biggest difference maker that they got back, at least this year. That remains to be seen. And I know that there were some critics that were also out there in regard to Jalen Green being acquired that said, what is Devin Booker going to do? What is Jalen Green and Devin Booker? How are they going to be able to play with each other? You know what? I think these guys are smart enough to figure that out. And I do believe that Jalen Green is still developing.
Yeah, I think that there's potentially something real here. I mean, your point of that being a fear for a lot of people, okay, can these guys fit together? Can he fit with Devin Booker? And not just like, can these guys get along, but like, can they complement each other's games? You know, I think that's a legitimate thing to keep an eye out for, especially when you're trading for Jalen Green. But I don't think that you should let that potential issue get in the way of big moves. And like, you know, not to take this back to 2018, but there were people going into that draft that were like, yeah, I do think Luka's better than DA, but he could never play alongside Devin Booker. I never bought that for a second. Just because you have two great players doesn't mean they can't play alongside each other. So this is a little bit different because you have Jalen Green. You went out and traded for him. Is it possible it doesn't fit? Yeah, it is. But it's also possible that Jalen Green is really good. I mean, that is absolutely on the table. We're talking about the number 2 overall pick not that long ago. Wolf, if you just look at age for Phoenix Suns players, I'm going to read you the youngest players in order, okay?
Okay.
Your boy, Kaman Malwatch, obviously. Rasheer Fleming, okay, obviously, he's rookie as well. Kobe Brea, just got drafted. Ryan Dunn by a couple months over Jalen Green.
Ryan Dunn.
So Jalen Green is one of the youngest players on your team. He's certainly your highest draft pick, even though you didn't pick him. He was number 2 overall pick, and that wasn't like a reach. Everybody knew he was going to be a top 3 pick that year. And it's not like he's been bad. You know, his game isn't where you totally want it to be. I think even Jalen Green would say that. But he led the Rockets in scoring last year.
Yeah, he also led the Rockets in shots, did he not?
He does shoot the ball a lot,
He shoots the ball an awful lot. He really does. And I'm just wondering, this is something to watch early on. And I know we're not going to overreact. Basinonians, we are not going to overreact, all right? Let's get that out there immediately. If he does play tonight, let's just not overreact.
I might overreact.
Based on one game that we see.
Probably going to overreact.
Man, I can't believe how many shots Jalen Green took.
I'm going to overreact.
I think it's time for some overreacting.
Why are we going to do it? Basinonians don't overreact.
Because I've got to champion my victories. You know, if he goes out there and has 35 points.
That's right. Rick is invested in this.
Yeah, and I've got to champion my victories.
Invested.
That's true. Rick needs 40 more wins this season.
If he has 16 points on 5 of 15 shooting, then I won't say anything.
Okay. That's all right. We will.
Ignore your defeats.
That is, no, it's just, I'm not going to overreact based on one game and what we see in one game. I'll give it 3. I'm joking, Basinonians, kind of.
Are you?
Well, I'm just saying.
We are definitely going to
We all
react
understand
to what
1's a
Jalen
point,
Green does
2's a trend, 3's a pattern. I'm sorry. And I know, even though you're talking, I want to see something. I want to see something flare in 3 games. I don't think that is, it's kind of like looking at the Suns generally. They've played 4 games. I just haven't seen what I wanted or expected to see yet. And that bothers me.
That's fair. I think it's fair. I think both sides of that are fair.
I realize it's only 4 games, but man, I thought for sure we would see a lot more intensity.
I think on
the defensive end of the floor.
What you're looking for doesn't take 40 games to see if it's there. Now, 4 is not enough.
Yes.
But you're not saying, hey, I really expect the Suns to win, 50 games this year, or to be a playoff team, or to be a home court advantage in the playoffs team. You're looking for intensity and toughness and defense.
Competition.
That should show up within the first month of the season, I would say. And
first month, yeah. I'll first couple of weeks, please. And we see one game or
tonight, maybe? I don't know. All right, when we come back, are the Cardinals anywhere near considering wholesale changes? And if not, should they be anywhere near considering wholesale changes? 2-time Super Bowl champion Max Starks will join us in here for that conversation next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Gillespie taps it to himself into the forecourt. He comes. Numbers for the Suns. It's Booker for the jam time. Colin Gillespie tipped it up into the air, then gave it to Booker for the dunk.
The Suns host the Grizzlies tonight at Mortgage Matchup Center. Our pregame begins tonight at 6. 7 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfleader from my brothers over at Presidential Pools and Spas. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. Listen, Presidential Pools isn't just in the Basin here. They do pools across the state with a location, of course, in Tucson as well. They provide the highest quality pool with a leading warranty to back it. So if you're looking for something that is unreal and resort-focused, man, they can do that for you in your backyard. If you want a basic pool to save money and not break the bank, they can do that as well. But it's not just about the money, Basinonians. It's about the memories, too. And my kids and family love to just sit and swim and hang out in the backyard for barbecues with friends and family, of course. If you want to finance your pool and do a set payment each month, Presidential Pools has in-house financing as well. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. That's presidentialpools.com, Arizona's #1 pool builder.
Feel that chill in the air? Now's the perfect time to layer up. The outerwear shop is now open at Untuckit with sharp new jackets and vests made for this season and beyond. You'll find all the right layers to keep you warm and looking sharp, including cozy sweaters, sweatshirts, and more. But hurry, fall weather won't wait, and neither should you. So don't miss the outerwear shop, open now at untuckit.com in more than 80 stores worldwide. Untuckit, shirts designed to be worn, untucked.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-329-2121. That's 800-329-2121. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
There's never been a better time to experience Sun Devil football.
Pressure coming, Levitt throwing for the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown by Jordan Tyson. The Levitt to Tyson connection clicks again.
Don't miss your chance to be a part of the action, tradition, and unmatched atmosphere at Mountain America Stadium this season. Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
At Fry's, you never compromise. You get high quality and low prices. Like you never compromise your meal with our spring salad mix that's guaranteed fresh. And you never compromise your budget with low prices in every aisle. Fry's shoppers never compromise. Fry's. Fresh for everyone.
It's BOGO week, so use your card for buy one, get one free deals on Kroger brand apple juice, Screamin' Sicilian pizza, and more participating items. Fry's. Fresh for everyone.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns are home tonight for a matchup with the Memphis Grizzlies. Tip-off is at 7 with pregame coverage beginning at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Jalen Green could make his Suns debut as he is questionable for the game. And Game 5 of the World Series is tonight in Los Angeles between the Dodgers and Blue Jays. First pitch is shortly after 5. Toronto beat LA 6-2 last night to even the series at 2 games apiece.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Suns back in action tonight. We'll talk about them tomorrow. Tune in at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, or the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
It doesn't even matter how hard you try. Keep that in mind. I designed this rhyme to explain in due time. All I know, time
time is a valuable thing. Watch
All right, welcome back to the show. It's Wolf and Luke on a Wednesday. I know one thing that a lot of Cardinals fans want right now is sweeping changes.
Yes.
Not all Cardinals fans want that.
Yeah.
But there's a good amount. And Jonathan Gannon actually talked about that yesterday. This is what he said.
If you look with a critical eye where we're at and how we got to this point, in my mind, like there was no, like I told the team that like I was going to come in today and be like, hey, you know, all these drastic things, this is what we're going to do to win games. You know, it is not that. That is not the answer, in my opinion. When I watch how these games have kicked out and how we're at where we're at right now, it was some minor tweaks and coaching the details a little bit better, playing a little bit better, finding our margins a little bit better, in-game decision making, play call. It's a bunch of different things, but there's nothing really drastic to me. If we didn't look like we looked with the same record, then you could think about, you know, making some big time drastic changes, which I've been a part of that too. You know, I don't think that was the answer for us moving forward. So I just want us to play a little bit better, coach a little bit better, and play a little bit better.
It's hard to argue that, Luke. It really is hard to argue that when every game has been a one-possession game.
Yeah.
The games you've won and the games you've lost. It's really hard to argue that. They could be 7-0 and they could be 0-7.
Yeah. It's hard. I think it's probably this way for a lot of Cardinals fans to sort of separate the, you know, hey, they could be 7-0.
Oh, yeah.
Well, it's true. I mean, all 5 of the losses have been by 1 score. 3 of them were on a last-second field goal. The other 2 were to 2 teams that have the best records in the NFL.
Yes.
I think it's hard for people to separate that, and I don't blame you for this. It's hard for me to do it too. To, you know, 10 years of, well, hey, we could make the playoffs this year. Hey, if this, I mean, they haven't won a playoff game since 2015 season.
Yes.
So I think with that as the backdrop, if the Cardinals had just made the playoffs last year or something, and then this was happening, it would be more of a like, man, this is brutal. But yeah, don't overcorrect. And I think to your point, I think there's a lot of truth to what JG's saying. You want to change the results, obviously. These results aren't working.
Yes.
But if you overcorrect, you risk getting to a point where you're not losing by 1 or 2, you're losing by 14 or 15, which you might say, okay, well, what's the difference? True, in terms of your ultimate record, but in terms of being able to potentially turn this around, you don't want to overcorrect what you're doing right. You need to change what you're doing wrong.
Yes, you know, I love that, the way you're going with that, overcorrect, because as we had this discussion earlier in the broadcast, Basin Earnings, we were talking about wholesale changes. What does define wholesale changes?
Yeah.
What does that look like? And for me, it looks like making a change at quarterback, moving away from your franchise quarterback, a guy that you have paid to be a franchise quarterback. Moving away from him, to me, is the wholesale change. Now, once again, that may not be what JG is talking about. But that could be the overcorrect part as well that you're bringing up.
Yeah. It's a tough spot to be in, and it goes back to our conversation earlier of you want some clarity out of these next 10 games.
Clarity is what you want.
Because things aren't real clear right now through 7 games. What's clear is they have such an uphill battle to make the playoffs. It's not worth talking about unless they go on like a 3-game winning streak or something. That's clear. I get it. But for everybody that's yelling right now, well, it's clear you got to change your quarterback. There are other people saying, no, it's not Kyler's fault. You got to keep him. And it doesn't really matter what any of us think. It matters what Monty Austinfort and Jonathan Gannon and Drew Petzing think.
Yeah.
I think it also really, in terms of that, and it matters what Kyler Murray does here in these final 10 games. But as far as having any clarity, there isn't much right now because you're not getting blown out of these games, but you're also not winning these games.
Yes, you're not. But you've been really, really competitive in every game that you have played this year. Now, as we all know, they won 2 of those games, but they've lost 5 of those games. And, you know, moving forward right now, I think they're going to give Kyler Murray every opportunity to go out. We were talking about this the other day. I think I'm at that point in my belief in terms of Kyler Murray that they're going to give him every opportunity to say, you're our guy or not. But make no mistake, this is it.
It's fluid, too. You know, Gannon didn't say we'll never make them. He said this is not the time to make them. You know, he said, and you could tell, I mean, we joke about how a lot of Gannon's answers right now with the way things are going are 5 seconds. When we play audio from him, it's a 4-second answer, 5 seconds. That's a minute-long answer. You can tell he put a lot of thought into that topic before he was ever asked the question. But it's, you know, they go out there and they lose to Dallas, Seattle, and San Francisco. I think they're going to beat Dallas. But let's say they go out there and they do that, and Kyler's just kind of,
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. He played tackle in the NFL for more than a decade. Max Starks. Maximum football.
Please welcome, from the University of Florida, tackle Max Starks.
Yeah, I got to finish the point, otherwise it's going to be half a sentence. If they go out and do that and we get to week 11, week 12, and they still have 2 wins or 3 wins, then maybe things change. But as you said, you know, 2 weeks ago, Wolf, once you choose Jacoby Brissett over Kyler Murray, they haven't done that up to this point. Once you do that, there's no going back. So you better be real careful about doing that. All right, Max Starks is joining us right now. Max, well, you walked right into a quite the discussion. How you doing?
I'm doing good, guys. You know, this is definitely one that is not a light subject matter, so I can only imagine what has been discussed in my absence, but I am hopefully here to either muddy the waters or provide clarity. We'll see how this goes.
You made a wrestler-like entrance right there with that music. But my what I was going to say, what we were kind of talking about, we just played a cut of Jonathan Gannon saying it's not time for wholesale changes yet. So I guess my question to you is, do you agree? And if so, you know, is that something that gets explored later in the season, or is that more of an off-season discussion if things don't get better?
Well, I think it's in context. I think kind of what I came in on the backside of your conversation was that, you know, the Kyler Murray situation, Kyler or Jacoby. And I think you have to say, yes, you're close, but how many wins do you have with either, right? Mm-hmm. And so to your point, Wolf, if you make that change, it's the land of no return, right? You know, you just hey, everybody, hey, burn the ships, boys. We're not going back home. You know what I'm saying? Like,
that's right. Yeah,
it's true. If Kyler plays on Monday, he's your quarterback until he isn't. You know, like you could have still done the whole like, hey, you know, Jacoby Brissett's going to play against Dallas because Kyler's still coming back from injury. But once he plays, he is your quarterback until he isn't your quarterback anymore.
That's right. He is it until, and you put ... And that means if you do actually officially bench him, then, you know, that's what you have to do. But you're going to have to ride or die with whatever decision, whoever plays Monday, you've got to ride with that decision. And, you know, hey, if it's one way or another, right, if it isn't Kyler and you try and pass off this excuse of health and everything else, what message are you sending to your team and what message are you sending to the quarterback in that moment that you're still trying to explore the other option? Or you know, at least if you do start Kyler and say things don't go well and you still at least have a way of, all right, Kyler, we're going to pull you, you know, you're not quite there yet, and then, you know, put in Jacoby Brissett. You can kind of play with that so you don't kind of blow up the team dynamic. And I think, and honestly, when it comes to these kind of changes, at this point, it isn't anything major. There's no, like, glaring thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, when you watch the game tape, you are in or leading almost every single game.
Yes. Yep.
until the end of the second half. It's like it just there's not the endurance there or consistent decision making by all parties involved. Because I'm not going to sit there and try and point at one because it's literally all over the place. Like when somebody does not do what they're supposed to do, and so it doesn't necessarily mean a blow up or a wholesale change or the whole hockey line shift type of mentality, because you have to get chemistry and you got to get experience, and you got a lot of new guys, a lot of young guys that are still figuring that out. And, you know, it takes time to learn how to win. And so I would say it's just you have to be consistent. I mean, look at what Dan Campbell of Detroit did, right? They went through how many losses before they finally figured out how to win? But it was that patience on figuring it out because they were making incremental progress. Then now we would all argue where's Detroit in the power rankings right now? Where have they been the last 3 years in the power rankings?
Yeah.
So that's why I don't think it's as drastic as everybody might think it is.
Join us next Monday at Backyard Desert Ridge from 10 to 2. Your pregame for Cardinals Cowboys on Monday Night Football. Stop by for your chance to win Cardinals tickets and Innings Festival tickets. Head to the contest page on ArizonaSports.com for complete details. When we come back, how quickly can the Cardinals fix their run game, and how big of a role will Bam Knight play in that potential solution? Two-time Super Bowl champion Max Stark sticks around next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
In the midst of this 5-game losing streak, you've had 3 games with Kyler Murray at quarterback where they've lost, but they've been in position to win.
Mm-hmm.
That's the similarity in the situation, is Jacoby Brissett had them into position to win as well. They're close, but all signs point to Kyler Murray returning.
And again, part of me thinks that given where the record is, maybe this is what we need to see. Maybe we need to see this right here and now. Whether or not this offense can look just like it did with Kyler as it did with Jacoby Brissett.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks. You know what you could be doing today? You could be eating wings. That's pretty much the perfect time to do it. I mean, it's always the perfect time to eat wings, but football's here. Now, you got football all day Saturday and Sunday. You got it on Monday. You got it on Thursday. Plus, now you've got postseason baseball, and you're only going to have that for a few more days. Lock in on your favorite barstool and watch the road to a title unfold, because we're going to have a champion here very soon. Plus, look, you got basketball, you got hockey going, you got a lot of great fights going on right now. Get to Twin Peaks. It really is the perfect solution when you and your friends are looking for somewhere to watch all the action. Grab a table, order some food and drinks, live it up with their TVs that are everywhere. You won't miss 1 second of the action. And then while you're there, you can enjoy their outstanding food selection. It's not just the wings. They've got an entire menu made for MVPs. Burgers, flatbreads, loaded fries, sweet and smoky ribs, green chili chicken soup. They got some great lunch combos, 11 to 3 every weekday. So actually right now, whatever you need, Twin Peaks has you covered with the great scenery they're known for at 5 convenient Valley locations. So never settle. Stop by and experience the lodge mentality at Twin Peaks.
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Progressive knows you've got enough to worry about in life.
Hi, it's your life again. Feel like another year is just slipping away? Yeah, remember all those New Year's resolutions you made? You still haven't finished the first book. Just 19 more to go. I mean, if we're being honest, it wasn't a very realistic goal. Have you ever considered that you intentionally self-sabotage? So what's that about?
So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
One of the most influential guitarists ever, Steve Hackett, playing Genesis greats, Slam highlights, and solo material. Coming to the Celebrity Theater November 11th. And December 19th, experience the music of Pink Floyd, The Gilmore Project. Celebrating the release of Pink Floyd's Pompeii 4K. Tickets for both shows on sale now at celebritytheater.com. Brought to you by Danny Zalisco Presents. Red Sea, rise up for Monday night. Wolf and Luke are live from Backyard Desert Ridge ahead of the Cardinals-Cowboys Monday Night Showdown. Score big, win Cardinals tickets and merch, and get up close with Wolf and Luke. Monday, November 3rd at Backyard Desert Ridge.
Hey, YouTube TV customers, you could lose ESPN and the sports you love, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, the NBA, college basketball, and more. So take action. Go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN.
Arizona Sports. Max Starks. Maximum football. With Wolf and Luke.
All right, Max Starks sticking around to join us here for this conversation about the running game. And Max, earlier this week, the Cardinals let Michael Carter go. It sounds like he may end up back on the practice squad. In fact, has that even officially happened yet?
Yeah, he's back on the practice
squad.
squad.
So there you go. But he's not on the active roster. So it really now pretty clearly opens a door for Bam Knight. And so I guess let's just start there. I mean, they don't have a whole lot of options to jumpstart the running game, but they obviously need to. What did you think of that move?
You know, I think it's kind of telling that, you know, you think that there's a better option out there and that, you know, Michael Carter is not providing the boost that you see. And I mean, you know, for Bam Knight, Bam's going to have to get some more reps in, you know, before I can truly trust him in third down situations. You know, just watching that Green Bay game, it was like, man, I want to believe in him. I'm like, I liked him in preseason, but you know, I guess it's a little bit different when Quay Walker and Edgerrin Cooper are coming downhill the A gap, and you got a business decision to make. So I mean, there's going to have to be some improvement. I don't know where you can go. You know, obviously we're nearing the trade deadline. I don't know what is going to be out there for the Cardinals to trade, and if there's even anything worth trading for. You know, if you are the Cardinals, to go out there and get. But if you're riding with, you know, the back, and it's just been unfortunate, right? You know, I mean, I think that's the other thing. It's been unfortunate. Like, you lose not only James Conner, that you lose Trey Benson as well, and you had a 1-2 punch, and now it's Bam Knight and Emery DeMarcado, you know, right? I mean, that's kind of where you're at. And like you said, you know, Michael Carter, I thought might have had it, but you would think you'd want to carry three running backs in this situation. Yes. But you know, you're going into this with two.
Max, do you think they're going to go into a game with only two running backs on their roster? I don't see that happening.
I don't see that happening. But also, I'm like, where else are you going to go? Is there a trade that's imminent? You know, can we figure that out if you're going to bring somebody in? Because I don't know why you demote Michael Carter at this point then, if that's the case.
Yeah, I think it's just moving him back down to the practice squad. We're going to have to see how that all shakes out.
And then elevate him back up on Saturday?
Yeah, I think that's probably what is going to happen. You know, once again, that's just my guess. But having said this, when you look at the offensive line, does it matter? You know, you need your offensive line to play better. And when I say that to you, where do you start?
I mean, I don't think it really matters. I think because there is no like additional move to be made, you know, unless you like from the interior, like looking at what you have, and it's going across the board. There's no other shifting you can do that I think that would be effective. I think any shifting now is counterintuitive for the most part. And you're already using 6 offensive linemen to run the football, like using packages where Kelvin Beachum comes in. And so it's like, come on, what you know? Yeah. Now we're dressing 8 guys, and now you're trying to figure out what it is. So I think it's kind of, you have to just go with that group and make it as simple so that they can be effective and play fast. Versus, and I get, you know, the shifts and everything are fine, but you have to just decide we're going to go downhill. Like, that's it. You know, yes, some lateral, some pin and pull stuff is nice. Some gap stuff is good. But get them good at just going north. Like, go hit somebody in the mouth. You know what I'm saying? Like, just establish a mindset with your inside zone. with some of your man and double team schemes, right? And then now use some gap stuff, to change it up so you can get a little power and speed going. But I would love to just keep it in a phone booth. If it's me, I would keep it in a phone booth for the offensive line and let them figure it out, right? Yeah. It's like, hey, baby bird, kick you out the nest. Let's see. Are you going to spread your wings and fly?
I know it's very limited what we've seen from Bam Knight so far, and I mean it's not like Amari DiMercato is not going to play a role on Sunday or Monday, and Michael Carter I'm sure will play some sort of role as well. But it does seem like they've sort of opened the door for Bam Knight to at least be the guy for a game, and he's going up against the defense, Max, in Dallas that has not been very good. What does this look like going forward? How much of an opportunity does he have here? Because the other part of this is Trey Benson should be back pretty soon, hopefully.
I mean, opportunity, right? It comes down to opportunity, and like I said, Emery DiMercato is still climbing his way out of the doghouse. Dropping the ball before you get across the goal line.
Did you see, by the way, just to sidetrack you for a second, you watch the Colts, Adonai Mitchell still isn't playing in meaningful. He plays at the very end when they're up by 30, which is every game. But
yeah, he's like, where you can't affect anything and the win is pretty much imminent, that's when you get to come in.
If you drop the ball at the goal line, it doesn't matter because we're up by 30. They don't play him. It's been like 4 weeks with the Colts.
It's a Sicilian message.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, thank goodness there's no horse head in his in his bed. But I think for Bam, it's like for as bad as things have been, that Dallas Cowboys defense is atrocious. I mean, they are right there with my Steelers, right now, as far as being able to kind of stop what's going on. So if there is an opportunity to give a young guy a chance and let him get some confidence and see what he can do, this would be the perfect game for that. So I think you already know what you had with Emery. And you kind of know what you're going to be using Michael Carter for, change-up guy. So why not give Bam Knight a true chance at seeing if he's a bona fide NFL running back?
It's amazing. They have actually used Calvin Beechin 16% of the time.
Because they have to keep announcing him as an
eligible
receiver.
Yes. 16% of the time in rundown situation, man, they have used him. It's truly amazing. Have you noticed, though? This is something that has happened with a few teams across the league, going to 6 offensive linemen. Have you noticed that?
Oh, yeah. Well, the Steelers do it every week.
Okay.
So we've done it since week 2. We've utilized a guy by the name of Spencer Anderson, who's our 6th offensive lineman. He plays all 5 positions.
And you guys have a massive blocking tight end already.
Well, but apparently we want 2 of those massive guys on the line. Like you put Darnell Washington and Spencer Anderson. You're like, is this goal line package? No. Oh gosh, he's humongous. So it doesn't surprise me. That's been a shifting trend because most of your tight ends now that you're getting are more of the receiving style, right?
Yes.
Blocking is secondary for a lot of these guys, and because of the way that tight ends are utilized now in offenses. You need that guy out in the route. You need him creating separation, creating the mismatch because of the new, not so new anymore, but protections by tight ends. Like you can't redirect like you used to back in the day. You could jam a tight end at 5 yards and you could push him and shove him, throw him off his point as a check down. You can't touch him now. And that's created a lot of comfort for a lot of quarterbacks, and it gives a lot more freedom of movement to those tight ends to where you're isoing them on the backside, you're lining them up in split and slot. You're also bringing them in H-back positions. You're changing the way the deployment spot of those tight ends. So now it's not, you don't have the room for just a blocking tight end. You know what I'm saying? And even for like a Tip Ryman, like Tip is a really good blocker, but you still want to get him out in the route. He still has that capability, and that's the priority. So because they prioritize now, like, well, why don't we just use a 6th offensive lineman? Heck, that third decoy on the route is not – the quarterback's not going to get to that read because the defenses are so fast. So why not just eliminate that and let him work with the guys that he's probably going to throw as the primaries?
All right, we come back. I want to get back to that conversation, Wolf, you and I were having earlier and get Max's thoughts on this. Does Kyler Murray actually have an opportunity in front of him right now to do something he's not ever really done before in the NFL? We'll explain with 2-time Super Bowl champion Max Starks sticking around next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings.
Mark Schlereth, our guest every week here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings.
We've talked a lot about Jacoby Brissett and Kyler Murray with you, likely going back to Kyler Murray this week, and I guess that's proper. You need to get to a resolution with this guy one way or the other before the end of the season.
This has got to be one of those situations for the next however many games. We have to make a decision, and this is a big boy decision. This is an adult decision. This is not about, hey, we spent a lot of money, so what? You know what? Where are you going, and how is he going to take you there? And if he can't take you there, then you have to make the move.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolf here from my brothers over at Legacy Green Solutions. Go to LegacyGreenSolutions.com for more information. For over 25 years, Legacy Green Solutions has been family-owned and rooted right here in the Basin. While other companies come and go, Legacy stands by their work today, tomorrow, and for years to come, brothers. From design to certified installation, no shortcuts, just quality craftsmanship and the best warranties in the Basin. Whether it's a backyard retreat, a pro-grade putting green, or any hardscape project, they do it all and within a budget. They've been voted best of the Valley, and after seeing their 5-star work firsthand, I know exactly why that has been the case. So don't wait. Text GREEN to 620-620 right now to visit LegacyGreenSolutions.com and save 15% and transform your outdoor space. That's GREEN to 620-620. Legacy Green Solutions. They make it look good, and they make it last.
Every time I turn around, my friends at Pure Talk give me one more reason to feel good about switching. This month, for instance, they're supporting Canines for Warriors, a terrific organization that trains rescue dogs and then pairs them up with combat veterans struggling with PTSD. The result? They're saving lives on both ends of the leash. This is why I switched to Pure Talk. I like being in business with an American wireless company who shares my values. Yeah, I appreciate unlimited talk, text, and plenty of 5G data for just $25 a month, and I bet you will too. But I think you'll really appreciate doing business with a company who gives back to the men and women who volunteered to defend our country. Just dial pound 250, say micro. With Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team, you can switch in as little as 10 minutes. Again, dial pound 250, say micro, to switch to an American wireless company who actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical is proud to team up once again with Arizona Sports for Character Counts. We're celebrating high school athletes across Arizona who show integrity, commitment, and academic excellence. With over $100,000 in scholarships already awarded, we're excited to keep the momentum going. Nominate a standout student athlete today at CharacterCountsAZ.com. We'd love to share their story, and they could win $10,000 from Parker & Sons.
Who is Farm Bureau Financial Services? At our core, we're relationship builders. We're home and auto bundlers, life insurers, farm and ranch protectors, and retirement planners. We're neighbors, community members, and friends. We're the people you can count on now and for years to come. Find a Farm Bureau agent at fbfs.com/protect. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company, Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company.
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. Dave Burns here. As nationally renowned trial lawyers, they're here to change lives for the better by fighting in court and getting families compensation for their injuries. Berg Simpson also makes it a priority to give back to their community. It's at the heart of everything they do, helping people when they need it the most. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Smith with Oliver Smith Jeweler. Gold prices are at an all-time high, so if you've been procrastinating selling your watches, jewelry, or gold, you're in luck. Dad, you've been doing this in Arizona for almost 45 years. What should people know before they sell?
First, don't get scammed by those road shows that pop up in hotel ballrooms, please. We're a local family-owned jeweler, and we've been advising Arizona families for decades.
Does someone need an appointment?
No appointment necessary. We'll evaluate your watches, jewelry, or gold and give you a check on the spot in minutes.
Have you ever seen gold this high?
Never. Do yourself a favor, search your jewelry box, find out if there's anything in there that might have value or things that you aren't wearing and bring them in.
Weren't you an appraiser on Antiques Roadshow?
Yeah, that was the original reality show.
Sell your watches, jewelry, and gold with confidence. Visit Oliver Smith Jeweler in our 2 Scottsdale locations or online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns are home tonight for a matchup with the Memphis Grizzlies. Tip-off is at 7 with pregame coverage beginning at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And Game 5 of the World Series is tonight in Los Angeles between the Dodgers and Blue Jays. First pitch is shortly after 5. Toronto beat LA 6-2 last night to even the series at 2 games apiece. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. Why should you choose America Roofing? It's Arizona's largest roofer, A+ with the Better Business Bureau, and winner of the 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year. Save 12% at americaroofingco.com.
Max Starks, Maximum Football, with Wolf and Luke.
All right, final hour of the show live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Wolf and Luke on a Wednesday, and Max Starks is joining us for some more Maximum Football right now. All right, Max, you weren't here for this, obviously, before the show when Wolf stumbled into something potentially real interesting, and then he tried to play it off like he did it on purpose later. Yeah. But we were talking about the Cardinals' schedule and what's in front of them, and everybody focuses on how difficult it is, and that's fair. It certainly is. And then I don't remember what you said, Wolf, but it was just like, wouldn't it be something if Kyler in this prove-it year starts slow the way he has, yes, but then decides to prove it against this schedule coming up? And if you think about it, Max, that is the one thing Kyler can still do here this season that he really hasn't done before. I don't know about you, but I'm just looking for anything different right now from this team.
Yeah, I feel you. It would be nice to have your quarterback prove it in these tough circumstances. But you know what? I mean, let's just be honest. Can I get easy prove-its? Hey, can you jump over that line right there? That's about 3 inches wide. Can you jump from there to that? Why do I have to say, hey, man, I bet I can long jump, 11-7. No. Why can't we do the easy things? Hey, can you just pick up your left foot and put it back down? Like, can I get those type of easy prove-its?
You just beat Tennessee and not be 2-5.
Just beat Tennessee. I mean, but I mean, if there is an opportunity to show that he has guts, he has grit, and he has tenacity, and that he'll follow through, and he's a competitor. Yes, it would be great for that to happen. Have we seen that? Not really, so it would be something almost like a first in these moments to do it consistently at the end of the season.
Yeah, it would just be so, again, when you think about it, Kyler Murray in the second half of the season has not had good second halves of the season over the last couple of years. And wouldn't it just be really confusing if, in fact, Kyler Murray got it together in the last 10 games, played so much better, and this team played so much better, and they won some of these close games that they're in right now, knowing that the schedule, Max, I don't know if you've looked at the second half of the schedule here for the Arizona Cardinals, but it is brutal. It's really, really tough. And if you are really going to muddy the waters in your quarterback search for clarity, if you were going to muddy the waters, it would be the second half of the season where Kyler Murray goes out and actually plays really well, and you win more games than you lose. Now, is that going to happen? I don't expect it to happen, but I will say it's possible.
Yeah, there is a possibility, and kind of when you look at the history would not be in his favor necessarily, but once again, if we're in this now prove it realm, then it would make things a lot tougher for the
Yeah,
future
I'm just saying,
decisions
Max,
that you have to
allow
make.
yourself
Okay.
to
Okay, here we go.
allow yourself to
Max is
say,
like, well, it is a possibility.
That could possibly. I mean, once again, can you imagine how muddy the waters would become if that is in fact the case? If that were to happen, that'd be trouble.
It would be trouble, and I will channel my best Stuart Smalley right now to picture this fantastical land. And it would be tough because like you said, you've devoted a lot of resources to Kyler over the last number of years. You haven't seen the ROI, right, the return on investment for what you've put into it, and all of the bantering back and forth to get to that point as well. There's been a lot of static around Kyler and even getting to the extension. Did he deserve in the first place? So it would almost, be a tough situation for anybody to be in if it's like, hey man, we were feeling this type of way, and then all of a sudden you changed our mind in the 11th hour.
Yeah.
And now we have to make some decisions. And I feel like if you are going to make that move, if you do feel that type of way, just like a relationship, right? That might not be good, but yet you have those great moments. In the long run what happiness is really going to look like. Just go ahead and end it for both parties involved. If that's the case, if that's the way that you're going to move, and I think Monday will kind of be that moment to really see how they feel. And is this something you could do? And if he even gets the opportunity to do that, right? Because we still don't know if he will be starting or not starting come Monday night. So I think it's, to put it in the easiest terms, I haven't seen it yet, so I can't expect something I have not seen yet.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. There you
And
go.
I think that's the toughest part about it.
Yeah.
I would love to believe that. I would love to have that hope credo flying through, but I haven't seen anything that gives me that warm and fuzzy feeling that this can happen, that he can overcome this type of adversity and rise to the occasion, because I haven't seen it. Well, so it's tough to be there.
Max, how big, I guess, just because Wolf and I have sort of been on this same page going into the season even, and nothing in the first 7 games has really dissuaded us off that path. How big of a prove-it run are we about to go on here for Kyler, do you think, these next 10 games? Like, how much do you think hangs in the balance in terms of his future with the Arizona Cardinals? And if you think there is a lot on the line, what does it look like in your mind for him to show that he should still be the guy for year 8 and beyond?
Well, I think the ability is you got to win games. Like that's really where the standard stops. It starts and stops at the same spot. You've got to win games. You've got to pull out those games when you've had the lead and not, Ricky Bobby Daz's situation, right? You can't be scared of a good time, and, not going to getting kicked out of a Rustler Steakhouse. Like, you have to be able to, when the moment strikes, when it's time to put the foot to the pedal, you hit the gas and you have no brakes.
Yes.
You've got to be able to show that you can do that and not get timid, not shrink in the moment, and kind of flourish in that. And when it is down, you have to be the guy that's going to get everybody motivated. I know that this is not a thing where Kyler has been the most vocal leader type, but when you're the quarterback of a team, it can't be by example. It could be by example at a lot of different positions. Tight end, a linebacker that doesn't really talk, which I don't think I've ever found one of those. Just ask Rizzo Alexander.
Yes.
But, to find a defensive lineman that doesn't really talk, but the dude just balls out and just throws guys back into the court. Like, those are the positions, offensive lineman, right? You lead by example. You're not really vocal. But at quarterback, I mean, when we look at the top guys, Josh Allen, right? We look at a Lamar Jackson. We look at, Patrick Mahomes. We look at Justin Herbert. We look at all these guys are vocal guys. They're very physical, outward emoting guys. And you can't be the quiet, silent type at the quarterback position. Like, the last one I can think of is maybe Joe Flacco, right? I mean, him and Jay Cutler have the most, just awkward looks on the sidelines, like in the middle of a game. But you've got to be that guy that's talking. You've got to be that guy that's getting everybody else motivated. It's the general, right? Before you're about to charge the field, he's got to be at the front of the line on his horse with sword in hand and tell everybody, charge, right? You have to give the order and give the commands. And that's what I haven't seen from him. We've been waiting for that. We've been coaching that, and we've been seeing like little incremental progress. But you've got to be full board, full sail in. To me, show me that you actually are different. Show me that you have improved.
Yeah, Max, I got 10 seconds. It doesn't sound like you think Kyler Murray's going to get the job done in the last 10 games of this season. Is that correct?
That's where the emotional sway is going right now as it stands.
Yes.
All right, when we come back, when are we going to see Sam Levitt back in action for the Sun Devils, and what has this season potentially done to his NFL timeline? Max Stark's going to stick around for that. Next, it's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
And Grayson Allen clears it to Gillespie. Quickly into the forecourt. Back to Allen. He's open for three, left wing. That's good for Grayson Allen. And the Suns tie it at 130.
The Suns host the Grizzlies tonight at Mortgage Matchup Center. Our pregame begins tonight at 6. 7 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfleger from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. You can check out all their 5-star reviews from people just like you. You don't want to move yourself even though the weather's nice. Oh, it's so tempting, right? You want to move yourself. Don't do it. You need the professionals. You need Moving Team 6 to come in and help you out. Moving Team 6, they use a military-like approach, man. They're going to be professional. They're going to be efficient. They're going to show up and be on time, and they're also going to be reliable. It's one of the reasons why they proudly support and hire veterans. I love that about Moving Team 6. And you know what? You can trust Moving Team 6 because you can trust the Lee family. That's right. Tim Lee is the owner-operator of Moving Team 6. He started the company all the way back in 2012 with his sons Garrett and JT. It's a family-run business, and you can trust Moving Team 6 to move you and do it right. Go to movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Hey, when it's time to ride, Arizona, time to tackle all the AZ has to offer, you know what's made for the desert, a Bronco or Bronco Sport at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvi's here. Take that 2025 Ford Bronco, engineered to dominate. The Bronco off-road racing legacy, it's made on meticulous design, merciless testing, from rock crawling showdowns to grueling desert courses. It is Ford performance at its best. Even better, right now get $399 a month for 36 months on a red carpet lease with $2,709 cash due at signing. Plus, Jeep owners get $2,000 cash back when you lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Big Bend SUV. Or check out the Bronco Sport, because right now get $299 a month for 36 months on a red carpet lease with $2,219 cash due at signing. Plus, Jeep owners get $1,000 cash back when you lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend SUV. Both exclude taxes, titles, and license fees. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Do you have an estate plan that protects you while you're alive and when you pass away? Imagine becoming incapacitated after a serious accident or illness. Without a living trust, your family could end up in court, fighting over your money and even your medical care. A will does nothing to protect you while you're alive. And when you pass away, a will could send your estate into probate court, costing time, stress, and thousands in legal fees. That's why more Arizonans are turning to RJP Estate Planning to set up a living trust. It protects your assets if you're incapacitated and helps your estate avoid probate, so your home and other assets transfer smoothly to your loved ones. And right now, if you're 55 or over, you can save 55% on a living trust.
For your 55% savings, call 480-576-5457. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457. Offer ends October 30th.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. He played tackle in the NFL for more than a decade. Max Starks. Maximum football.
Please welcome, from the University of Florida, tackle Max Starks.
All right, I want to thank our listeners in New River right now. New River.
Ah, it's a new river, is it not, Poopy?
And anybody that's watching on YouTube right now can see Wolf and his monstrous 80s hairband hair.
Yeah, that's right. Just ridiculous right now. Just vanilla ice without the face. Just really, really bad
Vanilla
right now,
ice
based
without
on
the
hands.
face.
You know what? I just want to say this quickly. You know, Hoopy was coming in to surprise you today, Max. Did you know that? Yes.
No.
She was coming. Yes, Stephanie was going to bring her in. The Warrior Queen was going to bring her in and surprise you. Surprise. And that obviously is not going to happen. But you know what? Maybe next time, buddy, we'll get that. We'll make that happen.
Hoopy's hanging around for a little bit. Right?
Oh, yeah. She's
Okay,
going
that's
to.
good.
Yeah.
That's good. All right, Max, I think you're a good guy to get perspective on this conversation on. We were talking about Sam Levitt earlier, and we were talking about, we know he's not playing against Iowa State. Then they have a bye week. Kenny didn't rule out the possibility. Kenny Dillingham didn't rule out the possibility he might be out multiple weeks. There's not that many weeks left in the season, honestly. And where the conversation kind of went was, is it just a given that Levitt would leave at the end of the year? And where Wolf and I kind of landed on it was, Sam, he's a different kind of guy. And he may look around at the end of the season and say, you know what, I've got unfinished business here. But also, if there's NFL teams banging down the door saying, don't do that, you're a top 10 pick or you're a first round pick or whatever, that complicates things. You see a lot of quarterbacks around college football because you call college football games too, and the quarterback landscape this year has shifted. It seems like every single week. Where do you think Levitt's draft stock is right now?
I think Sam is definitely a first round talent. I mean, given what we're looking at in the landscape, but the question is where. I mean, you could have the Bo Nix type of deal, right? Where it's like, yeah, you're not the top 5 quarterback, and you're not this top 10 guy, but you'll go in the first round. You'll go maybe I'd say anywhere from probably about 13 to 18, probably in that range. I'd probably put him even to 20 because I mean you look at the quarterback play of a lot of teams, and there's the opportunity for upgrades. I mean, we've had a long discussion about a team right now that sits at 2-5 that could possibly make that decision sooner rather than later, or at least by the offseason. And, you just take stock. Look what the Raiders are going to need a quarterback after everything that went on with Geno Smith. The Saints are probably going to be in the market again for a quarterback because they don't really have any answers, and they got to get competitive. And that's just coming off the top of my head. We still don't know what the Minnesota Vikings experiment with J.J. McCarthy is going to look like in Minnesota. There's too many questions around this league for quarterbacks, and we've also seen how drastic a shift can happen. I mean, was it far-fetched to think that you could go back-to-back years drafting first-round quarterbacks? Well, it wasn't until it was, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, so you really don't know the thought process, and then how things have gone don't necessarily mean, for a guy like Sam Levitt, you have to weigh that. Like, where am I stacking up against the Cade Klubniks, Drew Allers, will or will not Arch Manning come out, right? Ty Simpson. You have all these different saying and all these guys to weed through and see where that pedigree stands. And when you're a younger quarterback, higher upside, you have a little bit more flexibility and how you can do things because, Sam can say, you know what, I don't want to just be a top 5 quarterback drafted. I want to be the number 1 quarterback drafted. Well, you come back. I mean, you roll the dice, but there's a good possibility you could be that guy. And does he really feel comfortable with taking that next jump is going to be the next question to ask.
Max.
So yeah, there's a lot of stuff to add on the table.
Yeah, I just got to jump in here and ask you, do you think ASU, do you think they would try? Do you think they would try? Because they also have to consider other kids that are being recruited right now in the NIL that might be out there. Do you think they would even try to convince him to stay for another year?
I mean, I think you would have to at least give it a try because he gives you one of your best options to be successful. You've seen it live and in person, so you'd have to try and see, is that even a real viable option? I definitely think that you try. And with the way the rules are changing and the way that, they're changing the portal requirements to where you don't have all these transfer periods.
Yeah.
You could see how it could be intriguing to see if you can get a commitment from him. Because then also, hey, I don't have to go waste all these other resources on other kids or trying to get a guy to transfer. Because that's really what this market looks like now. It's more so transfers than it is bringing in true high school kids for a lot of these programs, and with the rule changing, if JUCO does not count against your college eligibility, that's probably going to be a titanic shift where you're going to have kids leaving high school and having to go JUCO first and then go D1 because a D1 coach is going to want a guy who's 2 years more mature physically, 2 years more mature mentally. Coming into a program still with 4 years versus an 18-year-old kid that's never left his parents' house, and you don't know what his habits are. You don't know how serious he's going to take it. So there's a lot of factors to weigh into that.
Max, everybody's different, obviously, so there's not like a hard and fast answer for this. But, Wolf and I were talking before, and it's like I look at Jordan Tyson, and he could be in the same spot of like, okay, we have unfinished business at ASU, but he's probably going to be the first receiver off the board. So I never say never, but I think it'd be really tough for somebody in that position to come back to school. But as far as a quarterback, where do you believe that line is where, let's say it gets to the point where Leavitt does want to come back because he wants to play another year here and he thinks it'll help his draft stock, but it only takes one team to step in and say, hey, we're going to take you at 15 or 18 or something. Where is that line typically at where you're like, you know what, I almost have to go into the draft because I'm being told I'm going to be taken here?
I think when you get that Blesto report, which will come out, what is that? The Blesto report, I want to say comes out usually end of December.
Okay.
End of December is when you get that Blesto report. Now, obviously earlier, if you have a, air quotes here, guys, air quotes, marketing agent working for you from the NIL side that might also happen to be loosely or directly affiliated with an actual representation of the agent nature. Did I sell it, Wolf? Did I sell it?
Yeah, you did.
Anytime you say air quotes
you're really
twice,
good at
yeah. Then that can also skew it depending on how good that marketing guy is. It's just so funny to say that.
But like, are you saying like first round? Like if you're being, if the info
Yeah.
you're getting is like, hey, you're going to be a first round pick, as opposed like I would think like, considering where Sam Leavitt was projected coming into this season and kind of through no fault of his own because he's been banged up all year, if he's getting told he's probably going to be a second-round pick and he kind of wants to come back, I think there's a conversation. If some team in the top 10 is telling him, no, you're our guy, I just feel like you have to go at that point.
Yeah, you do, but I don't. But that type of assurances you usually don't get.
Yeah, okay, that's fair.
From a lot of guys. So it would, and I think with Sam, there's a lot more to prove. And like you said, why not take the chance of being the first quarterback overall taken in the draft when you do make that move and you are ready for that type of moment? That would be what I would be searching for instead. But I mean, obviously later in the first round, more resources available to you at certain teams. But looking at the teams that really need quarterbacks, the resources aren't that great.
Yeah.
So. And they're usually going to be drafting higher anyways.
A lot of teams that need quarterbacks.
So you would be taking the backup role. Now, granted, is the backup role at the Cincinnati Bengals better than being the starter in New Orleans? Probably. But, you also run the risk of being behind a starter who's going to be there another 7-8 years from now. Always run to sit on the shelf.
You always run the risk of ending up on the Browns, too. And that's not great if you're
that's
a quarterback.
high possibility.
Great if you're a defensive player, but not great if you're a quarterback. Max, thank you so much, man. We appreciate
Max.
No, my pleasure as always, guys. Take care.
All right. You too. That's Max Starks joining us right there, as he does each and every Wednesday during the football season. Join Paul Calvisi, Ron Wolfley. Wow, I've never called you Ron Wolfley before. Let me try this again. Join Paul Calvisi, Wolf, and Cardinals legend Adrian Wilson from 6 to 7 Thursday night for the Big Red Rage at Flanker Kitchen and Sports Bar, located on the Great Lawn at State Farm Stadium. Fans can meet A-Dub and score some great giveaways and prizes as well. That's the Big Red Rage with special guest Adrian Wilson, Thursday at 6 from Flanker Kitchen and Sports Bar on the Great Lawn at State Farm Stadium. You can also catch the show right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM. When we come back, sounds like we're getting closer to the returns of Garrett Williams and B.J. Ojulari, so what can we realistically expect from those guys when they do come back? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I think special teams has been a disaster for them. I think if they didn't have the problems on special teams, they wouldn't be in the situation they're in right now. I don't blame not having Scatterbo. I don't blame the offensive line. I don't blame the defense. I really blame it on special teams. You can't have these possessions starting inside your 10 all the time because you're constantly having penalties on a punt return or a kickoff return. You can't have that. I kind of think that one thing is wearing them down.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. I've been asked many times how Morgan & Morgan became the largest injury firm in the world. I think I know. When someone comes to us for an on-the-job injury, we have a huge workers' compensation practice. But many times we find a defective product that was responsible for that injury. Luckily for them, we have a product liability section headed by my son, Mike. In addition to the comp case, there's a product case too. Other times, the injured worker is fired or harassed for bringing that claim. We have them covered. Our employment lawyers handle retaliation claims as well as wage theft and discrimination cases, and in some cases need to file for Social Security benefits. No problem. We became big for a reason. 30% of our new cases come as referrals from former clients. Hiring us is easy. Go to forthepeople.com on your mobile device or computer, or call Pound Law on your cell, pound 529. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Every day, community, supporting, giving. Every day at APS, we support Arizona community organizations and our customers, giving back to help Arizona teachers, nonprofits, and families, volunteering to support and strengthen neighborhoods, working with local partners to provide customers with crisis assistance and other services when they need it most. To help your community or find assistance for yourself or someone you know, visit aps.com/brighter. This ad is funded by Pinnacle West shareholders.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
No, it's not too soon to start holiday shopping. Ulta Beauty's early Black Friday event is happening now through November 22nd. Shop $10 beauty minis from brands like MAC and Too Faced. Take 30% off Lancome and Touchland fragrances and body mists. With new offers dropping every week, our associates can help you find the perfect gifts. Head into Ulta Beauty today to shop our early Black Friday event. Ulta Beauty. Gifting happens here.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
that hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns are home tonight for a matchup with the Memphis Grizzlies. Tip-off is at 7, with pregame coverage beginning at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Jalen Green could make his Suns debut as he is questionable for the game. And Game 5 of the World Series is tonight in Los Angeles between the Dodgers and Blue Jays. First pitch is shortly after 5. Toronto beat LA 6-2 last night to even the series at 2 games apiece. This report is brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Now's the time to score big savings at Freeway Chevrolet. Chevrolet, let's drive together. Let's drive. Freeway Chevrolet off the I-10 and Ray Road.
Hey, it's Gambo. Can the Cardinals have their best offensive performance of the season against the league's worst defense? We'll discuss on today's Burns and Gambo show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Well, they are going to be facing one of the worst defenses in the NFL. They're also going to be facing one of the best offenses in the NFL when they take the field against Dallas on Monday.
And yet, at the same time, I look at that, and I think the onus is on the Arizona Cardinals offense to go out and take advantage of the Dallas Cowboys defense, just the way that multiple teams have done, many teams.
Yeah, I think, I don't know. I don't know that one game is going to make everybody feel better, but
if it doesn't happen in that one game,
yeah.
though, tell me that people are not going to be reading into that.
I don't know how you can't at that point, and that's kind
I'm
of where
talking
I was
about
going.
people that have mouth guards and helmets.
That's what I'm saying. Like, how can you – because the offense hasn't given you a ton to believe in this season. You have to stretch to find stuff. Well, I believe in this. Oh, I believe in that. Okay, well, yeah, I believe in Trey McBride. And I believe in Paris Johnson Jr. That's what I believe in the offense right now. I know they've had a lot of moving parts. I do ultimately believe Marv is going to be a very productive receiver in this league, but they don't score points right now as a team. 20 against New Orleans, 27 against Carolina, but remember there's a defensive touchdown in there. Yeah. 15 against the Niners. And remember the defense got you a safety in there too. 20 against Seattle, 21 against Tennessee, 27 against the Colts, and 23 against Green Bay with Jacoby Brissett.
Yeah.
But you need to see a game where the offense just looks really good. There's no reason for the offense to not look good at some point.
Yes. The quarterback rating, of course, for the Arizona Cardinals, number 17, right in the middle of the pack, 91.6. As you would imagine, it was much lower before Jacoby Brissett played those 2 games as well.
Yeah.
But the defensive quarterback rating, oh my goodness, the defensive quarterback rating for the Dallas Cowboys is number 32 in the league at 112.
Jeez.
112 Basinonians. Think about that. And it was way higher. Their last 3, averaging their last 3, over their last 3 games, their defensive quarterback rating for the Dallas Cowboys has been 101.2. So imagine how bad it was 6 games ago.
Yeah. And, I'm looking at their schedule right now. It's not like they've been facing Mahomes every week. They played the Giants in week 2. That was Russell Wilson that went off against them in that game. They played the Jets in week 5. So was that Justin Fields? They played Carolina in week 6.
Man.
It's not like they're facing these amazing quarterbacks, and they can't stop anybody. Kyler Murray is better than a good amount of the quarterbacks that they have faced this season. He should put up crazy numbers against Dallas.
Yeah, it really is. It's incredible. Historically bad defense for the Dallas Cowboys right now. And, once again, that might be in and of itself more pressure than if you were playing a good team.
Maybe, yeah. But,
the expectation of you've got to go out, Kyler, and do what everyone else has done against the Cowboys.
Did you see what Russell Wilson did against this
team?
But I think if you're a quarterback, at some point you like the pressure. That fuels something in you, hopefully.
Hopefully it does, yeah.
As far as defense, B.J. Ojulari and Garrett Williams, the news was out there yesterday that these guys, that the practice window is opening for them. And Jonathan Gannon was asked specifically how happy he is just to see B.J. Ojulari out there. You got to remember, B.J. Ojulari's last game was January 7th of 2024. So that's almost 22 months ago. It is 2 seasons ago. So here's JG.
Yeah, I'm sure more for him than us too. I mean, both, you know what I mean? But obviously have a high opinion of him, and I think he can help us.
Here's David Collins on how much B.J. Ojulari can help when he gets out there.
I've helped a little bit here and there. He sits just to the left of me in the meetings, and we pretty much sit in the front. Our meeting room's small, but he still gets asked questions by Coach Finney. He's done a really good job of asking B.J. questions and including him in every game plan. So B.J. actually knows a lot about every game plan week to week, even though he wasn't really playing. So that's a good sign. He goes and practices or work out, do whatever to try and get back as quick as possible. And when I see him, he seems like he's doing really well. He's there mentally with the game and all the things that we do, knows the playbook in and out. So I think when he is available, it's going to hit the ground running.
Guessing every meeting room is small when you're 6'4", 270.
I have no idea what he meant by that in regard to just how small was the meeting room. I don't know, but I thought that was fascinating. And I thought it was also fascinating that he let us know that, he sits right there. B.J. Ojulari sits right next to him, and they sit there, and the coach asks him questions all the time to hey, listen, how ready are you? I get that. I know what that's like, man. You better be on top of it as a player. If you do have a coach that is on you, asking you questions out loud, you better have it right. You better know what you're talking about.
Here is I haven't heard this yet because it just happened, but here's Nick Rawlis talking about he was asked if Ojulari working in the classroom was Ojulari's decision or the coach's decision.
Both. That was something that we very intentionally wanted to make sure that he was getting his extra work. And, when we told him that, it was kind of like a little bit confused, like, yeah, what else? What other option was there? So it's both. He is a pro's pro, so that was going to happen, I think, regardless of whether we said anything.
There are some legendary stories that I can tell you, brothers, about some guys. I will not mention their name. I will not. But there were some incredible players. I'm talking about great players that really didn't know what they were doing, okay? And there were
now I want to hear the names.
Legends that are out there where a coach would call on him just to hear what he was going to say so he could tell the other coaches later and have a laugh about it.
And they were great players?
And they were great players because they just went out and whipped the guy in front of them. Didn't care one way or the other, whether they were blocking. Don't ask him a question about what he's supposed to do. There was one guy that broke the huddle every play and went up to the line of scrimmage and asked the center what I'd do. And
is this
the
why?
Center told him, and he went and did it.
And he went and did it well.
He was awesome. He was a great player.
I think we may have just got some insight into why every time the play calling conversation comes up, Wolf's like, you know what? Why don't you just go out there and execute?
Why don't you just do it? I mean, there were guys, I can't tell you how many guys I've played with over the years, Basin underneath. They just were better. They were just better than the other dude. They didn't need to know. They just, you know what? Let this guy go, coach. He's a wrecking ball out there.
Just go hit that guy with the ball, however you want to get there.
Make the play, dude.
I'm shocked Rick didn't just play you singing Wrecking Ball. And I think I'm going to take that as my cue to go to break right now.
Yeah, okay, good.
Join the excitement at the second annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament presented by Sanderson Ford, happening November 14th at Dink and Dine Pickle Park. Compete for cash prizes and the legendary Golden Paddle. Proceeds benefit Operation Santa Claus. Don't miss the epic mascot matchup either. That's at noon, featuring fan favorites like Big Red and the Suns Gorilla. Battling it out on the court. So text Pickle to 620-620 to register your team now. That's Pickle to 620-620 to secure your spot. When we come back, Suns Grizzlies tonight. Who specifically are you keeping an eye on in this one? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
But came in like a wrecking ball.
You don't have to be an athlete. Heck, you can play while you have a beverage. Dink and Dine Pickle Park in Mesa is the venue. The second annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is the event. compete for the coveted golden paddle and your share of cash prizes. Text the word pickle to 620-620 and sign up now. Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is presented by Sanderson Ford, benefiting Operation Santa Claus. Text pickle to 620-620. Rates may apply.
You know, people talk a lot about saving for retirement, but they don't talk enough about what happens when they start spending that money. Paul Calvisi here, and that's why we're talking with Matt Dagus from Bright Wealth Management.
And that's the part, Paul, that no one prepares for, taxes. If you've got a 401k, IRA, or a pension, Uncle Sam is lining up on the other side of the field, ready to blitz your retirement income.
All right, so in football terms, how do you avoid getting sacked?
You've got to have a plan with intention, and we help clients build strategies to reduce unnecessary taxes and keep more money in their pocket.
And you're offering folks listening right now a chance to come in and talk through it?
Absolutely. Call Bright Wealth Management today at 844-726-9116, and we'll show you how to prepare for the tax hits before they happen.
No gimmicks, just smart local planning right here in Phoenix.
Exactly. Let's help you retire with a game plan.
Call Bright Wealth Management today, 844-726-9116.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro on them. It's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
The 24 monthly bill credits on Experience Beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended. Balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement. iPhone 17 Pro, 256 gigs, $1,099.99, and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan without a pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1H2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level, and the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hey, it's Mitch Vareldis for Ojos Locos Sports Cantina, where bold flavor meets big energy. Ice-cold 29-degree beer, massive 100-ounce bolones, and street-style tacos and wings that don't hold back. Wall-to-wall TVs, fight nights, football, and the kind of deals that keep the crew coming back. 4 Arizona locations. This is how real fans do game day. Ojos Locos, Mas Tacos, Mas Wings.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and is every step a reminder of what hurts, a reminder of what you're not able to do, and how far you've drifted from a life without pain? Well, I've got great news for you because relief is closer than you think. At QC Kinetics, they tap into your body's own regenerative power using natural healing factors that help restore and repair damaged joint tissue, reduce inflammation, and relieve pain at its source. This is not science fiction. This is your body's comeback story powered by the very cells that built you in the first place. And this Veterans Day, QC Kinetics giving back to our heroes. Veterans will get $500 off their treatment, and for every non-veteran who starts care, QC Kinetics will donate $500 to the Wounded Warrior Project. It's a great time to book your free consultation. Call QC Kinetics with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Hey, YouTube TV customers, you could lose ESPN and the sports you love, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, NBA, college basketball, and more. So take action. Go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN.
What are we watching in tonight's Phoenix Suns game? It's Staring at the Suns with Wolf and Luke.
All right, hold on. Before we get to staring at the Suns, Wolf, can you tell us who is here
distracted.
right now?
Yeah, so distracted. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, we have my mother, Hoopy, walking around. Esther, I will say, is her first name. Nobody calls her Esther.
I've never heard you call her that.
Nobody even calls her mom for the most part. It's Hoopy is what she is. Yes, Hoopy, ladies and gentlemen, is here in the basin, of course. Staying with us, has been for a week now, has about another week ready to go. So I'm very excited that Hoopy is here. She was actually going to come in and dive bomb Max.
That would have been hilarious.
Max Starks, because Max does know, and typically Max comes in to the studio, Basin Orleans. He comes in, and Hoopy was going to dive bomb him because Max knows Hoopy well.
This is exciting for me because I've heard stories of Hoopy. I've heard her on the phone. We've never met her in person. This is I love this. This is great.
The legend of Hoopy is vast and varied, Basin Orleans. I've told you many stories about her over the years, of course, and she made it her life's work, I would say, to not only love her children, yet embarrass them greatly over many multiple situations and in various scenarios.
Good. We need more of that with you.
Yes.
All right. Well, she's here, so no pressure, but you just need to deliver a perfect segment because Hoopy's here.
I know, exactly. Here we go. Okay, what do you got for me?
All right. Well, staring at the Suns. Who specifically are you watching tonight? I've got one. I've already got my answer, and
this
I'm
is
going to
great. I'd love to hear yours.
Well, it's got to be Jalen Green,
it
doesn't it?
It has to be, of course.
I feel like we're not typically. I don't think we've given the same answer for a game yet this season. But if Jalen Green's really going to play tonight and make his Suns debut, yeah, it's Jalen Green. It's probably going to be that way for a few games now.
Yeah. Okay. If he does play.
If he does play. Even if not, we're just going to stare at him on the bench and be like, why aren't you playing?
That's right. So why aren't you? You're walking around in street clothes, high-fiving guys. What are you doing? When are you going to play?
He is into it for a guy that hasn't played.
He is.
He is into it.
I absolutely agree with that. Okay, but I'm going to give a different answer. Can you play the music? Can you give me the music underneath it,
why
Rick?
would you
I mean,
do
it
that?
just kind of feels
Called
that way.
for the music back again.
I mean, we're staring
I just
at
ate.
the Suns.
I'm trying not to throw up everywhere.
You know what, Colin Gillespie? Yeah, that's what I'm going to say. Colin Gillespie. How many more games? How many more games are we going to watch this guy go out and play well? And then at what point in time, why are we potting it down once again?
It ran out.
Oh, it ran out. Okay, now that's logical. That makes
I assume
sense.
listeners wrote in and
Can I just say, honestly, this guy, what are you becoming, Colin Gillespie?
So your question was how many more games is Colin Gillespie going to play well this season?
Yeah.
I feel like the answer is about 78, honestly. I feel like that dude is going to show up and give you his all every single night.
And that is something that, once again, I really am focused on and concentrating on with the Suns. When I watch these games, brothers, I mean it. It is watching the competitiveness, and especially on the defensive end of the floor. Effort, so much of defense. I talk about it all the time, but it's the truth. Talk to coaches. So much of it is being prepared, getting it, spreading your legs and getting into a stance with your hands out, ready to go, intense, trying to keep your body in front of the rim between you and the guy you're trying to guard. Honestly, it's so much of it is effort. And I'm not seeing the kind of effort on a consistent basis that I thought we were going to see.
Well, this will be a
Not
test.
yet.
This will be a test tonight. I'm still wrestling with like what kind of team are we looking for as far as a measuring stick for where the Suns are. You know, like Denver's one of the best teams in the NBA. I don't expect them to beat Denver. Would I like it if you could keep it within more than, better than 22? Yes. But I don't see them lose to Denver and think, oh, the Suns have issues. Utah is the type of team I look at. I'm like, can you beat Utah, please? I understand they're basically one rebound away from being 3-0, Utah. And they're probably maybe better than people were anticipating because people were anticipating them being the worst team in the league.
Yeah.
Memphis is kind of more of a middle-of-the-pack team, but that's just because they're in the Western Conference and it's loaded. Like, look at it this way. If they went out there and beat Memphis tonight, that's pretty significant. That we would lead the show with that.
Yeah, I think that honestly would be a step in the right direction. And I think how it happens as well matters to me.
Well, they would have to play defense. The Suns aren't going to beat anybody without playing defense this year. That's better than like Portland. You know what I mean?
And that's exactly why I'm disappointed.
Yeah.
That's exactly why I'm disappointed, Luke, because you think you would see that. You think you would see that kind of readiness. Get your legs out, stick your butt out, get your hands out there, and let's go. Let's play some, I remember I used to say this about D8. D8 stand there like this in the paint.
This is why people need to watch on YouTube. Because when he used to say that, we didn't have the YouTube
he
set
would
up.
stand with his feet right underneath his shoulders. There was no spread. There was no butt that was sticking. He'd stand there and his hands would be literally in front of him. I don't understand that. You're in the NBA. You're in a game. There's a large athletic dude that is right next to you. Get your base underneath you. Get prepared. I know you're tired. Fight through it. And this is really, again, I realize I'm oversimplifying the communication part of it. But, listen, there's a game plan, and you guys go over this stuff over and over and over again, when you're going to switch and when you don't. It's not that difficult to be ready to go out and give your all. And that's what I want to see the Suns start doing. Game in and game out. Doesn't mean you're going to win, but it certainly doesn't mean you're going to lose either.
Well, I think they're going to get better at this relatively soon. I do think there's an element of they've only played 4 games together. Now, you're right. I mean, they had the preseason. They had camp. It's not like they just met each other last Tuesday. But I do think it's going to get better. I don't know how much better, because there's a talent discrepancy when they play a lot of these teams in the Western Conference. And so it's going to obviously be more nuanced than did they win or not, because they're going to improve and still not win.
My expectation level is not for them to win.
I know. You're looking at defense. You're looking at effort
I'm
and
literally
defense.
looking at what you can control is your effort on the defensive end of the floor. That's what you so much. You can't make every shot based on Ernie's Ron Wolfley reporting. Just ask MJ, Michael Jordan. You're not going to make every shot. You're not going to do that. I understand. It's difficult to play the game and score the basketball, man. A guy in front of me, I'm going to give him everything I got. I'm going to fight that guy tooth and nail defensively. So much of that is a mindset and effort.
They are playing a team. Memphis right now is number 2 in the NBA in points per game. So this is a test for your defense. Now, it's 4 games. I get it. But still, they're number 2. They lead the Western Conference in points per game. They obviously have some talented offensive players on the Memphis Grizzlies, led by none other than Ja Morant. You got Jaren Jackson Jr. there too. I don't need to go down their roster, but they have some guys that can score. So if you could go out there and deliver a good defensive performance tonight, it's going to show up quickly. If you hold Memphis to like 105 points, they average close to 122 a game.
Okay. Once again, 108, 109. That's a step
Just
in the right
not
direction.
135.
Not 130.
Yeah. All right, that's it for us. We're going to leave now. Okay. I'm going to thank, I want to thank the Warrior Queen's back there.
Oh, yeah, the Warrior Queen.
Hoopie's back there.
Hoopie's back there as well.
Thanking Hoopie for sure. We're going to thank Rick and Jamal. They're back there as well. For Wolf, I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gambo coming up next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Peace and strength.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Do you cringe when you have to smile for photos? Are you lacking confidence because of broken, discolored, or missing teeth? Struggle to chew food properly or just function normally? Have you even forgotten how to smile? Well, ProSmile can change all of that with dental implants. At ProSmile, from start to finish, everything is done on-site with your implants by Arizona's top oral surgeons, cosmetic dentists, and an on-site lab to provide immediate teeth with the highest quality. The all-on-4 implants can give you back the confidence to laugh and smile and look good doing it. ProSmile Dental is the only practice. We have oral surgeons and cosmetic dentists available on-site every day. ProSmile is family-owned, not a national chain. They have locations in Phoenix and Scottsdale, and they offer multiple financing options, including interest-free financing or financing up to 10 years. So whether it's the all-on-4 implants, an issue with wisdom teeth, or even a smile makeover with on-site custom-designed cosmetic veneers, text PRO to 620-620 or go to ProSmileAZ.com to book your free consultation. And let's get you into a smile you'll love.
Home sellers, no matter your situation, consider all of your options before you list your home. Call Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. With Carol's guaranteed multiple cash offer program, receive up to 7 cash offers plus her guarantee sale offer, where Carol guarantees the price and time frame of your home sale, or she'll buy it. Sell with certainty and don't risk your hard-earned equity. Call Carol Royce today at 480-776-5231 or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
My name is Wes Hunsaker, and I'm a partner here at the law firm of Morris Hall.
I'm Andrea Klaus, managing partner.
I'm Tim Hall, and I'm thrilled to be part of this firm with wonderful partners, associates, and especially great clients.
We put clients first. I can't say enough about the team that we've got.
What estate planning is taking your assets, your legacy, and making sure that we plan for and protect that so that it goes to who you want, when you want, and how you want.
Estate planning is really caring about what impact you make while you're alive and caring about what happens when you're gone, not only to your estate that you leave, but to the people to whom you leave them or to the organizations.
If you have questions about a current estate plan or would like to review estate planning needs, you can reach out for a complimentary consultation.
We often say that estate planning is not just our practice, it's our privilege and it's our passion. Please come to see us.
Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm for over 55 years. Visit morrishall.com today.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and Arizona is finally cooling off, but before you kick on the heat, make sure your system is ready. Parker & Sons has been keeping Valley homes comfortable for over 50 years, and their fall HVAC tune-up is fast, affordable, and can save you from a chilly surprise. Call Parker & Sons because comfort specialist isn't just a slogan, it's a promise. Call Parker at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then our EP AIR for Parker & Sons.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns are back home tonight against the Memphis Grizzlies. Tip-off is at 7. Pre-game begins at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Game 5 of the World Series is tonight between the Dodgers and the Blue Jays. First pitch is at 5. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Join the football watch parties every Sunday with special guests, food and drink specials, and more. Only at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Don't go anywhere, Jesse. Straight up 2 o'clock on this Wednesday afternoon. Good afternoon and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only Sean Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo.
Burnsy, what's going on?
Jesse, are you okay? Do you require medical attention? Are you all right?
Yeah,
you need us to call anybody for you. Are you all right?
I'm just going to peel back the curtain here.
Okay, please do.
Yeah, you don't
tell
know
you
who's
what
playing
happened.
in the World
Peel
Series.
away.
So, Wolf's wonderful mother, Hoopy, was here, and I wanted to talk to her, and didn't get the update pulled up in time. So I blanked on the American League team here.
Forgot on who was playing. You work in sports, and you forgot who the Dodgers were playing in the World
We were
Series.
screaming in here, Blue Jays!
Yeah.
It's the Blue Jays, Jesse!
okay.
It's the Blue Jays!
Yeah,
All right.
it wasn't my best work, but
No.
we'll just, we're going to recover, and we're going to
Everything's gonna be
We're
fine.
going to go watch some tape.
We've all been there.
Wow.
We've all been. Yeah,
The
go back.
Dodgers are playing the Tigers.
Go back, get some coaching. Get coached
That's
up,
right.
and
Yeah.
go watch the tape. Right, go kind of review where the mistakes were made.
Yeah,
all that
exactly.
stuff. All right, Jess, you
It's almost like working in the news field and not knowing who the vice president is.
Yeah,
I'm kidding.
J.D.
I'm kidding. I was just kidding. All right, Jesse, you're free to go now. Go say hi to Wolf's
It was
mom.
nice to meet Wolf's mom. She told me when I went to meet her, she goes, "You are my favorite on the show, on all the shows." I go, "Really?" And it was so great because her kid does one of the shows, but it was so nice for her to say that to me.
She really said that to
Yeah,
you?
she goes,
Or,
"Yeah,
like,
oh my God, you come on right. You come on right after after
in
Burns
the
and Gambo.
caverns of your imagination. Did she say that?
5% of what he just said is correct.
She goes,
She did
yeah.
say, "You come on after Wolf."
She goes, "You're
That
my
is the
favorite
end
talk
of
show
the
host on the
truth."
show." She goes, "You're my favorite talk show host on the show." I go, "That's so great. That's so great. Thank you. Thank you."
The lies. It's just
That's true. Go ask her. She's right there. Go ask her.
I don't want to.
She said I was her favorite. She says I'm funny.
I don't want to. Well, I mean, you do amuse. You
Yes.
do entertain. That's for sure.
Yes.
You do that. Yes. Welcome in everybody to the Burns and Gambo Show. Sorry that was not my best straight up 2 o'clock. But we just had to figure out what was going on with Jesse.
What was going on
to
with
make
Jesse?
sure he
Like,
was
Jesse,
okay. Because, look, I'm not that interested in the World Series either, but I know who's playing in the damn thing, right? Like I gotta have that idea. And really, honestly, given where things are with this World Series, it suddenly has turned into an interesting World Series. And that is actually our top story of the day here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
That swing was huge. You know what I mean? That a sweeper is a pitch designed to generate pop-ups, in my opinion. And the swing that Vlad put on it was elite. And after last night and kind of all the recognition that went into Shohei individually, and he's on the mound today, it's a huge swing from Vlad. It's a huge swing to get us going. And I think that gives you some momentum. And, Shohei settled in, struck out quite a few in a row after that. But our at-bats there kind of just, it was a Blue Jay inning, you know what I mean? Varsh, Ernie, and then you kind of went to work. But the swing from Vlad was game changer.
This series has gotten very, very interesting now with the Blue Jays win last night.
It certainly is.
And to John Schneider's point, yeah, Shohei Ohtani had this kind of invincibility feel to him after the 18-inning game. Like,
Right.
oh my God, he is a god walking among men, and you can't beat him. And he struck out twice. They got to him. Vlad hit a home run off of him. They chased him in the 7th. Like it's our top story for a reason today. It changed the whole tone of the series last night. What happened?
There's no doubt about it. I mean, that was just a terrific game by the Blue Jays. Ohtani getting pulled in the 7th inning. They hit him. They got to him. Shane Bieber. What a great story Shane Bieber is. Like, they took a flyer on this guy, and they picked him up. I mean, he wasn't in the Blue Jays rotation very much this season. He wasn't even on the team halfway through. I mean, he was rehabbing from Tommy John surgery. They took a flyer on him and make a trade, pick him up, and just a low-risk disc flyer, and he goes out there and pitches just a terrific game. Didn't get through the 6th, but got them into the 5th. The Guerrero hit the 2-run home run off of Ohtani, just a missile out of the ballpark. I mean, that was game-changing. Barger had a big game. Their defense was terrific. Boy, Varsho is such a good center fielder, man. He runs down just about everything. He really does. And they got to Ohtani. Yeah, I mean, 6 hits, 4 runs, pitched into the 7th, only 6 strikeouts. And like you said, he wasn't able to do anything offensively. 0 for 3 with 1 walk and 2 strikeouts. They pitched to him.
Yeah, they did. They pitched to him, and I mean, look, we all know he's mortal. We all know he's.
I think we needed to see it just to make sure.
I know, but there's an element of truth to that a little bit. You know, like we needed to
see him bleed.
Remind us that he's actually vulnerable and that you can get to him because he had taken on this invincibility status about him. Now, Dave Roberts said after the game he didn't think the 18-inning game affected Ohtani today. Here's what he said.
I don't know. You know, Mark asked him in the 6th inning how much more he had. He said he had 3 more innings. So he's very, you know, self-aware of his body. I thought the 6th inning was one of his best innings. And where he was at, the way the ball was coming out, I felt good. And just kind of happened right there where, you know, Varsho gets a base hit, and then Clement hits a ball in the gap, and it just kind of happened right there where I just felt we needed to find a way to get a punch out.
But more than anything, it felt like you didn't want the 18-inning game to be the series, right? And you didn't. And we talked about that a little bit at the end of yesterday's show. Like, man, if you're the Blue Jays, you got to be really careful here, especially when the Dodgers take the 1-0 lead early. You got to be real careful that 18 innings doesn't bleed over into the next 9. Yeah, that was an epic. One of the most epic World Series games ever in the 18-inning affair. And you just want to make sure you get, and I think that's why Vlad's home run was so important. It's just, hey, that last night was last night. That's over. It's done.
On 3-1 became 4-1, became 5-1, became 6-1, and you felt like, man, he just that Jimenez at bat was incredible, just an incredible left on left against Anthony Bonda, the former Diamondback, like such a big base hit right there. It really was. I mean, it was a lot of just good timely hit. Guerrero hit the big home run in the 3rd. They needed that. Look, they're playing without Springer. Like, they're playing without Springer. They don't have him. What this is turning into is very quietly, I think, a really epic World Series. This is turning into a great World Series. It's going back to Toronto no matter what now. No matter what, it has to go back to Toronto. So they retook home field advantage by winning that game. This next one's going to be big. Like, usually the winner of this game is going to end up winning the World Series most times. I think the stats kind of prove that the team that wins – the winner of Game 5, they've won 67% of the time, so 31 out of 46. Gives you a good advantage right there. So Blake Snell on the mound, and then they'll go to the Blue Jays will go with that rookie, Savage, will pitch for them in the next game. But no matter what, it goes back to Toronto now.
We haven't had, and I'm not saying it's for sure going to go there because we'll see.
Go 7?
We'll see how it goes. We haven't had a Game 7 in the World Series since 2019. When the Nationals beat the Astros in 7. Before,
you know who closed that game out?
Who closed that game out?
Yeah.
That was our guy.
Daniel Hudson.
Daniel Hudson.
Our
right?
buddy Daniel. How'd he close that out?
And then before that, there were a bunch. There were the Astros beating the Dodgers. There was Lauren's Cubs when they beat the then Cleveland Indians. The San Francisco Giants when they won a series. But we haven't had one in a half decade. And it kind of, I hope
you
we
want
get there. Yeah, well, just because, you know me, I wasn't super interested in this World Series. I was worried it was going to be a Dodgers coronation, and just like I wasn't interested in that. Now it feels like something else. Now it feels like a series and a competitive one. And if we can, milk a 7th game out of this one, there was something else interesting that happened in baseball last night. We're going to talk more in depth about this, but just to kind of bring it back home for a second.
Okay.
The Winter League is a million miles away from the World Series, understandably so. But last night, Jordan Lawler played all 9 innings in center field in the Winter League last night.
Because there's no spot for him in the infield.
And that is interesting.
There's no spot.
Yeah.
He's landlocked. And you could say, no, he's got Cattell at second. You've got Perdomo at short. And then right now it looks Blaze at third. Now, that could change. But right now I think it's Blaze at third. You got Gurriel is out for a little while. He'll be out to start the season, probably miss, 2-3 months of the season coming off the injury. And then you've got a plethora of outfielders, Corbin Carroll, Jake McCarthy, Alec Thomas, and so you try to throw Jordan Lawler into that mix to see if he can play. It was interesting to me that it was center field, but center field you'll get a lot of action. If you can play center field, you can play left or right.
It's the best way to indoctrinate you into the outfield. I think like you could ease your way into it and just play left field, but it's almost like
there's no foul line.
If you can handle it in center field, then you can handle one of the corners, right? And so you might as well in the Winter League where it really doesn't matter. You might as well put him out there in center field and see what he could do. That might be not only is it the best use of resources when it comes to Mike Hazen and what you've got, but it also might be Jordan Lawler's last chance to be an impactful player for the Arizona Diamondbacks. It might be Lawler's last stand to be an impactful player for the Arizona Diamondbacks organization, because if not there, where?
Do you think that Jordan Lawler, Jake McCarthy, and Alec Thomas all are on this team when the season starts?
No, I do not.
Yeah, me either.
No, I do not think that's the case. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, is tonight the nights we see Jalen Green make his son's debut? We don't promise to answer that question, but we'll speculate on it next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
You don't have to be an athlete. Heck, you can play while you have a beverage. Dink and Dine Pickle Park in Mesa is the venue. The second annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is the event. Compete for the coveted golden paddle and your share of cash prizes. Text the word pickle to 620-620 and sign up now. Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is presented by Sanderson Ford, benefiting Operation Santa Claus. Text pickle to 620-620. Rates may apply.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a game plan for your appetite. Meet the Sonic Smasher, the QB1 of burgers. 2 hand-smashed Angus beef patties, always made to order with melty cheese and Smasher sauce. And this month only, buy 1 Sonic Smasher, get a free large drink when you order in the Sonic app. Hydration, covered. Flavor, elite. Open the app, call to play, and score yours now. Only at Sonic. Live free. Eat Sonic.
Swapping out your tires? There's nothing like it. With eBay, you find the feel you're looking for. From smooth highway rides to grip for rough terrain. Get all the tires you need at prices you'll love. eBay. Things people love.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
No, it's not too soon to start holiday shopping. Ulta Beauty's early Black Friday event is happening now through November 22nd. Shop $10 beauty minis from brands like MAC and Too Faced. Take 30% off Lancome and Touchland fragrances and body mists. With new offers dropping every week, our associates can help you find the perfect gifts. Head into Ulta Beauty today to shop our early Black Friday event. Ulta Beauty. Gifting happens here.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
one of the most influential guitarists ever, Steve Hackett, playing Genesis greats, Slam highlights, and solo material. Coming to the Celebrity Theater November 11th. And December 19th, experience the music of Pink Floyd, The Gilmore Project. Celebrating the release of Pink Floyd's Pompeii 4K. Tickets for both shows on sale now at celebritytheater.com. Brought to you by Danny Zalisco Presents.
YouTube TV customers, you could lose ESPN and the sports you love, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, the NBA, college basketball, and more. Take action. Go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN.
Will Mark Williams continue his great run for the Suns tonight against the Grizzlies? We'll be reacting to Phoenix-Memphis tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
Do you think Apache Junction would tip jar Let's Dance from David Bowie the way I would tip jar Let's Dance from David Bowie? I don't know. What do you think? Would Apache Junction tip jar that?
I would not have tip jarred that song, but you like it, so that's okay.
I do like the 3 David Bowie songs from this album. Under the Moonlight, the Serious Moonlight. Yeah, it's a good song. Yeah. Good. I don't know what Apache Junction would do.
Changes.
That's earlier, but there's something about this album that really spoke.
I like that album.
I like that album. There are like 3 songs on there that are really.
I got
really
the Bryan Adams Pat Benatar concert.
You know,
I saw
while I was watching the Suns game the other night.
Yeah.
They advertised Bryan Adams, and I'm like, that's your show. You excited about that?
Yeah, I think so. I like Bryan Adams.
It's not exactly.
I do like Bryan Adams. I like Pat
endorsement.
Benatar. Love is a Battlefield. I like Bryan Adams. I do.
Okay.
My wife's not very excited about going.
Well,
but it is what it is.
We've come to expect that. We've come to expect you two unable to agree musically on things like that.
Because I asked her the other day, like, hey, Duran Duran's coming in concert. Do you want to go see Duran Duran? She's like, who is that? So I played her a bunch of songs from Duran Duran. It's like, doesn't sound very good to me. I'm like, okay. I played her like A View to a Kill. And her name is
Rio. Hungry Like the Wolf.
Hungry Like the Wolf. I played her like 5 or 6 songs.
Yeah, none of them.
And she was just like, this doesn't sound very good. I'm like, okay.
Yeah. So that kind you're like, okay.
Everybody else want to go with me?
I
need a friend.
I saw Duran Duran a few years ago. I'm good.
Are they any good?
Yeah, they were good. They played all the hits. They played everything you want to hear. Tonight at that arena, it's not Duran Duran and it's not Bryan Adams, and God knows it's not the late great David Bowie.
It's Cedric Coward.
It's
Cedric Coward.
Cedric Coward
in action tonight.
More importantly, is it Jalen Green? Will Jalen Green make his Phoenix Suns debut? Nobody has said as much. I know you've been doing the Gambo thing, trying to work on it.
Yeah, last I heard was yesterday. Optimistic. I'll check on it now in a couple of minutes and see what we can find out.
Okay. Yeah.
But I do not know as of right now. I know yesterday they were optimistic that he would play, but that wasn't saying that he is going to play.
No, and I think we're all, like the 1-3 start. Okay, it has, depending on your point of view, it hasn't been what you expected, or maybe it's been exactly what you've expected. But they're in need of a little bit of an offensive injection. Something to give them another option when they're out there offensively. It can't just be Devin Booker all the time. And with no Dillon Brooks, he's been ruled out for tonight as well as for tonight's game as well. The sooner we're getting to that point where you'd really kind of like to see Jalen Green to give Devin Booker some help, and so you can really start to work on what this backcourt is supposed to look like when it's all whole, right?
Sure. I mean, two dynamic scorers with the basketball in the backcourt. A lot of teams have that now. The traditional point guard, I still believe in it. I still think you need it. I wish they had it here. I do like Colin Gillespie in a limited amount of minutes as a guy who could really help. But I want to see what those two guys could do because they are very different. Green's more of a downhill guy. He'll shoot, but he likes to attack the basket and get to the free throw line. He could score at the rim. Book's more the mid-range assassin guy, and he gets fouled a lot too. But I do want to see how it works because a lot of people aren't picking the Suns to do very well because of that combination. It's like, they're both good players, but like together it may not work. And we haven't seen that yet, so we don't know. But there is a lot of people that just believe that that's Jalen Green, good player. Devin Booker, great player.
Together, I'm not so sure you can find a way to make it work. Yeah. They've got to start figuring that out.
I think it's the number one question I have about the Phoenix Suns. Is exactly that.
Probably.
Is exactly what you said.
And then Mark Williams is, can he stay healthy?
Well, yeah, I mean, and that's a good number 2, but that's also the clear number 2. I mean, because it has been a while since we've seen Devin Booker paired with a point guard. And it's still going to be a while until we see Devin Booker paired with a point guard, because that's not Jalen Green, at least not in the traditional sense, right? And there are some people who believe that that's still the very best version of Devin Booker that you can get, is when he's next to a Chris Paul or when he's next to a Ricky Rubio. So, yeah, I mean, I'm not saying he can't do it, but is that the best version of Book? And can Jalen Green help unlock the best version of Book? Or I think the worry is that it's going to be too much like Booker and Beal, where you're just, okay, who's the alpha, who's the main guy, who's initiating, who's running the show,
well, and that's what I'm afraid.
Not, and
my fear is to
know, you know.
My fear is that anytime a great scorer goes to a team with another great scorer, you see a lot of deferring. Like, well, it's your team. I don't want Jalen Green to defer. I want Jalen Green to attack. And what happens is we saw it with Beal. We saw it like anybody. Chris Paul comes in. There's always a feeling out process of I don't want to upstage this guy. He's been here. It's his team. He's the All-Star. He's the Olympian. I don't want to upstage him. So you defer a lot. You kind of defer. I'm going to pass on. I want to make sure I get Book involved. I want to. Jalen Green's a streaky shooter, and sometimes when he gets on a hot streak, you got to ride that. And if it's shooting the ball 10 times out of 12, then that's what it is.
I don't think Devin Booker will have a problem with that in terms of feeding Jalen Green. But I understand exactly what you're saying. And that's what made Chris, I thought, just such a perfect pair for Devin Booker, because Chris was more than happy to set Devin Booker up. He was more than happy to set DeAndre Ayton up. The Grizzlies come in here. They lost their last game to Golden State on the road, 131-118. They're all beat to hell. They're missing a whole bunch of guys. Zach Edey, Brandon Clark, Ty Jerome, Scottie Pippen Jr. None of them are playing.
Mike Bibby's out.
Mike Bibby said Mike Bibby's not walking through that door. Desmond Bane's not walking through that door. They traded him in the offseason, right, in kind of a cost-cutting move. But they're hanging in there. They've got Kentavious Caldwell-Pope. John Morant is obviously still John Morant. Jaren Jackson is still Jaren Jackson Jr. And they've got this rookie in Cedric Coward, who I know we're just 4 games in. The early rookie talk of the league so far in the NBA. Like for a guy who barely played last year for Washington State because he was hurt. For a guy the Grizzlies moved up aggressively to get on draft night. For a guy who, just hasn't put a lot of basketball on tape the last year. He was kind of a mystery guy to everybody. And so far, he's been terrific for them this season.
Yeah, he has been very efficient, too. He shot 11 out of 16 on his 2-point field goals, 8 out of 11 from 3. He's got 7 assists, 5 steals, and just 1 turnover, or maybe no turnovers in 68 minutes. He's been very good. They're talking about this 3D wing guy that can just really, and they're saying there's talking Memphis, this is the steal of the draft. This is the absolute steal of the draft, this kid that they got from Washington State, like you mentioned. He had a great game, the season opening victory against New Orleans, 14 points, 3 rebounds, 2 steals, a block at the rim. Shot 5 for 5 in that game, followed that up with 16 points, 2 rebounds, 2 assists, 2 steals against the Heat. Then he had 27 points, 6 rebounds, 4 assists against the Pacers. I was like, where did this guy come from? Who's this guy? And sometimes you get that, right? Sometimes you get these kids. And now with the Suns, they might have these players. They're bringing them along slowly, but they got 3 players that they drafted, Malawach, Fleming, and Brea. They're not playing those guys the way Memphis is playing Coward, the way Utah played Ace Bailey in that game a whole lot. And they played 2 of their rookies a whole lot of minutes. One was only 20 or 21 years old. The Suns are doing it a little bit slowly. They want to make these guys earn their time. They're going to play, and they're going to have an impact on the season. I just think that they're really slow playing it a little bit to let them take their time. But this kid, Cedric Howard, has been everything in a bag of chips for Memphis.
This is another one of those games where it kind of feels like Sacramento, kind of feels like Utah to a certain extent. I know there are some people who think Memphis could be a play-in team in the West. It could be one of the top 8 teams or one of the top 10 teams
3
in the West.
years ago, we thought they were the future of the West.
We did. And obviously
Jaren Jackson and John Morant, wow.
But at the end of the day, they still have John Morant. They still have Jaren Jackson Jr. They still have this rookie. And even though they're all beat up, this feels to me like one of those games where maybe expect a win is the wrong way of phrasing it.
I agree.
But
I don't expect any wins.
But we certainly shouldn't expect a blowout either.
When they play the Brooklyn Nets, I'm expecting the Suns to win. But every other game is...
We shouldn't expect them to lose by 20 at home to the Memphis Grizzlies. Would you agree with that?
I'm going to say they can't get down by 20 in this game, and no, they can't. They can't lose by double digits.
I just don't.
But they certainly cannot get down. Yeah. This needs to be the game that they don't get down by 20.
It's not a win, but it's also not a hey. Don't do that again. Not against the Memphis Grizzlies because they're not that elite in the Western Conference.
Right,
they're not.
And if they get blown out by 20 , we'll bring in pizza. Oh no, wait, we already
brought in pizza. Yeah. Did you get pizza, Mitch? Okay, Mitch. Yeah,
Mitch, you get your pizza?
Mitch is properly lubricated with pizza grease.
I was just going
He's
to
good
say,
to go.
what is stopping us from just continually bringing in pizza if they fall
Well,
back?
if the Suns keep giving up 70 points in the
we don't want
first
to eat
half,
pizza every day.
Because
look, I'm just trying to create some potential branding opportunities here. Like if the Suns allow 70 points in the first,
kind of like how they would cheer for 2 missed free throws in the fourth quarter. You get the Chick-fil-A, but we don't want to root for the Suns. We don't want to incentivize.
We're not rooting
the
for
Suns to lose by rewarding ourselves with pizza, do we?
Sure.
Okay, I guess we
Let's do it the other way. If the Suns score 50 in the first half.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show. The Arizona Cardinals have had 13 players on the injured reserve since August. Where does that rank within the rest of the league, and is that a reason or is that an excuse? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Gillespie taps it to himself into the forecourt. He comes. Numbers to the Suns. It's Booker for the jam time. Colin Gillespie tipped it up into the air, then gave it to Booker for the dunk.
The Suns host the Grizzlies tonight at Mortgage Matchup Center. Our pregame begins tonight at 6. 7 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, back here to tell you about Global Credit Union and their locations all across the valley. A real commitment to saving you money when you do your banking as a member with Global Credit Union. You do your banking with a bank, you're not a member of anything. You're part of an organization that answers to shareholders and stockholders on Wall Street, which means they're not putting your interests in front of theirs. At Global Credit Union, it's about their membership, and it's about a real commitment to low to no fees on their accounts. It's a real commitment to providing you a better interest rate than you can at a bank. And because of that, the magic number for Global Credit Union last year was $195 million, as in $195 million saved collectively by the members of Global Credit Union. It makes a difference. They've got 10 branches throughout the valley, an easy-to-use mobile app. It is banking that benefits you. Check them out. Explore all the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my good friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can literally make your dreams come true.
Bick, you know I love your show and your listeners, and I want everybody in the audience to know that you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. This is not lip service. Come down, take a test drive, find what you like, then ask for me by name and get your hookup. Find out how easy it is to do business with a great family.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
1 great experience.
Hey, I'm here with Tim Lee, the owner of Moving Team 6. What separates you from other companies that are out there?
We have a protocol of how we do a move. It's more of a military style, and people are like, wow, who does this? I really believe it's people on our team. I'm a firm believer it starts with the people at the top. When the people at the top believe in everything they're doing, the people will follow.
The standard is the standard.
Yeah.
Go to movingteam6.com. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Do you have an estate plan that protects you while you're alive and when you pass away? Imagine becoming incapacitated after a serious accident or illness. Without a living trust, your family could end up in court, fighting over your money and even your medical care. A will does nothing to protect you while you're alive. And when you pass away, a will could send your estate into probate court, costing time, stress, and thousands in legal fees. That's why more Arizonans are turning to RJP Estate Planning to set up a living trust. It protects your assets if you're incapacitated and helps your estate avoid probate, so your home and other assets transfer smoothly to your loved ones. And right now, if you're 55 or over, you can save 55% on a living trust.
For your 55% savings, call 480-576-5457. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457. Offer ends October 30th.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns are back on the home hardwood tonight. They're hoping to end the current 3-game losing streak that they're on. They'll host the Memphis Grizzlies at Mortgage Matchup Center. Jalen Green is questionable for tonight with a right hamstring strain. Should he make his debut, it would be his Suns' debut and his season debut. Get it? Debut, because I said that 3 times now. Dylan Brooks, he remains out. He's dealing with groin soreness. The Grizzlies are going to be hamstrung as well, not literally or metaphorically, but they will be without Zach Edey, Brandon Clark, Scottie Pippen Jr., and former Sun Ty Jerome. Santi Aldama, and Vince Williams Jr. are both listed as questionable. Tip-off will be at 7. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And then Game 5 of the World Series is tonight from Los Angeles. It is a best of 3 now with both the Dodgers and Toronto Blue Jays tied at 2 games apiece. First pitch is at 5. This report is brought to you by CW7 Arizona. Don't miss the NASCAR Xfinity Series Championship, live from Phoenix Raceway. Hey, that's here. It's this Saturday at 3:30, only on CW7 Arizona.
Hey, it's Luke. Which Arizona Cardinals defensive players need to step up during the second half of the season? We're going to ask NFL vet Lorenzo Alexander tomorrow at 11. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, back here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Happy Wednesday to everybody out there. The Arizona Cardinals back on the practice field tomorrow. Everything's pushed back a week, or everything's pushed back to a day, pardon me. So today the coordinators met with the media. Tomorrow will be an interesting day. I believe Kyler Murray is scheduled to meet with the media tomorrow. I'm curious to see what he has to say.
I'm just really, really looking forward to Monday's game. And I don't know what to expect, but I don't know what to expect, but I believe that Kyler Murray should have a great game against the Dallas Cowboys. If he doesn't, that's not a good sign.
That's why I'm looking forward to Monday's game. I don't know what to expect at all. I don't have the first clue what's going to happen on Monday.
But what we
night.
do know, and this isn't a small sample size either anymore. This isn't a 2-game sample size. We got a 7-game, 8-game sample size of the Dallas Cowboys defense literally being atrocious.
Yes.
One of the worst in the NFL by far. They have the second worst defense in the NFL by every major category. They can't stop anybody. They can't stop the pass, can't stop the run, can't stop third down. Teams are scoring at will against them. This should be a game that Kyler Murray just lights them up. He should. It should be.
It should be, which adds to the curiosity factor with what's going to happen on Monday night. It's not so much about saving the season or getting back into the postseason race. It's about one guy, and it's about a team just trying to find their footing a little bit to give us a reason to believe that this thing isn't heading in complete rebuild direction. And it starts on Monday night, and it starts, like you say, against a defense that is just terrible. It also, one of the big stories of the week for the Cardinals was the guys they started to get back. The practice window for B.J. Ojulari opening up. The practice window for Garrett Williams opening up. Walter Nolan, maybe this is the week that he is back. There was a story today on cardswire.com from our guy Howard Balzer, and I saw it today, and I'm glad you wanted to talk about this because I thought this I didn't know what to make with this. The Arizona Cardinals, since August 26th, when the rosters were cut down to 53 players, they have put 13 different players on either the reserved or injured lists. That is the most in the NFL. No team has put more than the Arizona Cardinals' 13 players on those reserve lists. There are 13 other teams that have put at least 7 players on the reserve/injured list in the same time span. Detroit has done it 12 times. Dallas has done it 11. Houston has done it 9. Buffalo, the Chargers, the Dolphins, the Eagles, and the Steelers have done it 8. The Bears, the Giants, the 49ers, Tampa Bay, and Washington have done it 7 times. Is that a reason or an excuse?
No excuses here because we don't allow the Diamondbacks to have the excuse. Okay. I mean, they were out. No A.J. Puck, no Justin Martinez, no Corbin Burns, no Lourdes Gurriel. I could go on and on and on. Just no excuses, right? I mean, a disappointing season is a disappointing season, no matter how you figure it out. The thing that I looked at with this, and I took it from 7 to 13, and I know there's a big difference between Washington, Tampa, San Francisco, the Giants, and the Bears compared to having 13. But that's half the league has had at least 7 or more. Mm-hmm. Half the league. It's 14 teams, close to half the league. But if you add it all up, I think it's 14 teams have had somewhere. Did you just do the math?
I just did the 7 or
between 7 or more.
Yeah.
Has been almost half the league. So, it's just commonplace in the NFL. That's why you've got big rosters. That's why you have backups at every position and backups for those backups and backups for those backups and versatility. I got a lineman that can play guard, but he can also play center, and a tackle that can play left, but can also play right. And you just have to have that versatility. I got a safety that can play corner. I can play nickel. I can play dime. So you got to have that versatility because the injury is going to happen. It does happen. It just so happens that the Cardinals have been the most injured of any team in the league. Not by a lot. Detroit's 1 behind them. Dallas is 2 behind them. And then Houston's 3 behind them. I get it, but they have suffered a lot of losses. To me, the thing I thought about was the losses in the key areas where they're really struggling, and that is the defensive line. The defensive line has been an issue for them. Not having Walter Nolan, not having B.J. Ojulari, that has really hurt. Because we talked about it the other day. Do they need to blitz more? What do they have to do? They got to get more pressure with the 4-man front. They've got to be able to get not only sacks, but they've got to get quarterback hits. They've got to be able to get pressures, and that hasn't happened. And I think 2 of the guys in the last 4 years, 2 of the guys that you spent a first and a second-round draft pick on that you were hoping would really help that have not been able to play.
Yeah, and that is hopefully going to change soon with Walter Nolan. That is hopefully, Darius Robinson wasn't put on those lists, but he missed a couple of weeks due to injuries. Hopefully that there's a standard that he's able to reach when he's out on the field, so you can start to see that kind of production from your last 2 defensive linemen that you took in the first round. Because you're right, there is it matters what positions, and it matters what positions where you've been able. Now, I thought, mistakenly so, that the Arizona Cardinals had the depth on the defensive line to withstand some of those losses. Like when Walter Nolan got hurt, it was one of those, okay, but they got Dalvin Tomlinson, they got Calais Campbell, they got LJ Collier, they got Dante Stills, they got Darius Robinson, they got dudes. They'll be okay.
We thought they would. We totally thought they would.
And we were wrong. And that's where I don't have much sympathy for the injuries, because you have to. I mean, I don't know how you plan for it, but you do have to prepare. You're going to lose guys.
You're going to lose guys, yeah.
You're going to lose guys. And so
you
your
don't know
depth
who
has
or
to
where.
be tipped. And that's why, when you see, and in the preseason, if it sounds like we're obnoxiously pointing out positions where they look thin, that's the reason why. When you lose a Sean Murphy Bunting and a Star Thomas before the season even begins, and you don't address the cornerback slot when the season does begin, you get nervous. You get nervous when a guy when Garrett Williams leaves the field, when Will Johnson leaves the field. Oh my God, who's going to play corner now? Because if you don't have enough depth going in, you have to assume guys are going to get hurt, and that's where you're worried not enough has been done.
So I went back to my draft notes in April, and we talked a lot about 7 players were drafted, 6 on defense, completely different than the year before when they went 6 offense and 6 defense. So in the last 2 years, they've drafted 12 players for their defense, 12 players on defense they drafted. And I wrote in my notes I wrote in my notes, so balance last year, not this year. They added 2 more to that defensive line with high picks, Nolan and Birch. After adding Calais, Sweat, and Tomlinson, this is a completely new defensive line, which is just what the doctor ordered. And then we questioned, how many can be impact players? Do they fill immediate holes or provide depth and starters for the future? So it's one of the main things we talked about is they've got a lot of depth now. They added Tomlinson. They added Calais. They added Sweat. They added Birch. They added Nolan. And he was like, okay, this is a lot better than running like nothing against them. Dennis Gardeck out there and saying, go get him, Dennis. Like honestly.
Yeah, true.
Like after we got done with the draft and free agency, like, oh, damn. Oh, yeah, this defensive line, woof, they're going to wreak some havoc. They spent money in free agency, invested draft picks, and it wasn't, the same old line from last year, and it just hasn't materialized.
Nick Rallis today, the Cardinals defensive coordinator, this is current from today, on being the healthiest they've been in a while.
Simple answer is, you got good players on the field. That's always good. But yeah, we'll take it day by day and see what we have. We're still working through that throughout the entire week. We'll still have our meetings today on what could potentially comes Monday night. Almost said Sunday, Monday. But anytime you can get, high-level players out there, it's going to help you win games.
The good news is, it's not all doom and gloom necessarily for the Cardinals today. The Ringer, and actually it was yesterday, the Ringer put out their midseason all-rookie team. Will Johnson got one of the corner spots. I've never seen something so predetermined as Will Johnson's greatness, right? Like the minute they picked him, it was like, oh, yeah, they got the steal.
I'll never forget when
right?
we were sitting there on the draft, and I broke the story that they were going to draft Will Johnson. And you're like, ooh, we got to unpack this.
Yeah,
because we were genuinely – this wasn't like, honestly, like Will Johnson was the guy we would have wanted going into that round. There's been guys that they drafted, you're like, who did they draft?
Mm-hmm.
Why did they draft that guy?
Yeah, there was no why about it. We knew the risks, but there was also, we knew the upside too. And it's nice to see the upside paying off with Will Johnson and how he's played. There haven't been a lot of great draft picks for Monty Austin Ford, at least ones that we know to be great right now. Will Johnson is in that category.
Do we get that first interception this week? I'm going to say we get the first interception this week
by a corner or by Will.
By a corner. Well, I'll say it'll be Will.
Okay.
There you go.
All right. If you want to stay up to date on all of our contests on Arizona Sports, from tickets to the Cardinals to the Suns, Innings Festival, and more, text the word contest to 620-620. We will send you the latest on all of our giveaways. Again, text contest to 620-620. We know what the immediate future holds for Sam Levitt. He's out for Saturday. The not-too-distant future, now everybody's starting to speculate on it. We'll talk about it next on Burns and Gambo.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. One word that I think needs to be ratcheted up for this to be turned around is the aggressiveness on both sides of the ball. And you go back to a fourth down call and the quarterback sneak that failed with Jacoby Brissett in a game that the Cardinals lost again by a couple of points. Was that aggressive? No, it wasn't aggressive. On the defensive side of the ball, the Cardinals have not generated much of a pass rush, but they also haven't been very aggressive in bringing extra rushers. Their blitz rate is among the lowest in the league. Mm-hmm. These are the things that I think need to change.
Yeah, I totally agree with that.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As director of diamond sourcing, it's my job to make sure every single diamond is worthy of a Shane Company engagement ring. Our team travels the world to see diamonds in person and handpick each one. That type of dedication only comes from working for a company that's been a family business since 1929. No matter your budget, your diamond is guaranteed to be the most beautiful because a friend wants you to pick from only the best. Drop by your store or shaneco.com and see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Bunker to Bunker, the golf show, is celebrating fall's return with their annual Turkey Gobbler two-person scramble, presented by Shady Ray Sunglasses, on Saturday, November 15th at the Victory Course at the Verado Golf Club. Proceeds benefit the Society of St. Vincent de Paul of Arizona. Open to the public. It's good fun and a great value with breakfast, golf, competition holes, team prizes, a big raffle, and a bounce-back golf coupon. All for just $149. Space is limited, so sign up today at Bunker Golf FriesGolf.com.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Annuities, not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Homeowners, are you wanting to move but feel stuck? Call Carol Royce of Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Many home sellers face a catch-22, risking owning 2 homes or none at all. Skip the stress with Carol's Guaranteed Sale Program. No double mortgages, no getting stuck. Carol will guarantee the sale of your home at your agreed-upon price and time frame, or she will buy it so you can move with certainty. Call Carol Royce today, 480-776-5231, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical is proud to team up once again with Arizona Sports for Character Counts. We're celebrating high school athletes across Arizona who show integrity, commitment, and academic excellence. With over $100,000 in scholarships already awarded, we're excited to keep the momentum going. Nominate a standout student athlete today at CharacterCountsAZ.com. We'd love to share their story, and they could win $10,000 from Parker & Sons.
At Fry's, you never compromise. You get high quality and low prices. Like you never compromise your meal with our spring salad mix that's guaranteed fresh. And you never compromise your budget with low prices in every aisle. Fry's shoppers never compromise. Fry's. Fresh for everyone.
It's BOGO week, so use your card for buy one, get one free deals on Kroger brand apple juice, Screamin' Sicilian pizza, and more participating items. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
There's never been a better time to experience Sun Devil football.
Pressure coming, Levitt throwing for the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown by Jordan Tyson. The Levitt to Tyson connection clicks again.
Don't miss your chance to be a part of the action, tradition, and unmatched atmosphere at Mountain America Stadium this season. Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
YouTube TV customers, you could lose ESPN and the sports you love, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, the NBA, college basketball, and more. Take action. Go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll, presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, welcome back, Burns and Gambo on this Wednesday. Here is Lauren. She's got today's social media poll question of the day. Earlier today, she was helping Mitch with some shopping. That was interesting.
Shopping?
Yeah, Mitch was like, should I buy this shirt? Should I buy that shirt? They were like video chatting
Oh,
each other.
okay.
All right. We're a tight family here on the Burns and Gambo show.
We got a hot date coming up or something, Mitch? we got a hot date?
Now when Mitch actually tells you what this is for, it's going to be so much more comical.
Okay.
You'll see it on Friday.
On Friday, Halloween. It's Halloween.
Oh,
yeah.
Are you? See, now I'm bummed. I'm off Friday because actually I have a wedding to go to.
Somebody's getting married on Halloween.
Someone's getting married on Halloween.
Spooky.
A very close. My son is in it. My daughter and daughter-in-law are both bridesmaids in it. So like it's a really close family friend. But yeah, they're getting married on Halloween. So I won't be here. So I won't.
Somebody in the Addams family?
No, it's not. No, it's not.
I didn't think I could snap loud enough for
is Wendy getting married? Wendy's getting married.
No,
it's the thing. Thing's getting married.
The thing is not getting married. Poor Garrett. I don't know if I would want to refer to him as Thing, but I won't be here. So you're coming in costume?
Yeah, but I won't. I'll tell you off.
Is anybody else coming in costume for the show?
I was coming in costume until my 1-inch curling iron could not get here in time.
Oh, you were going to come in costume too?
Yeah, I was going to come as Miss Frizzle.
I'll think about it. I'll think about it.
I'll be sorely
I mean, I know
disappointed.
you've got the Reaper costume hiding somewhere.
I have that. I also have the Sandlot, the kid from Sandlot.
Oh, Squints?
Squints. I got Squints from Sandlot. I could do Squints, possibly.
I'll feel really left out if everyone's in costume and I'm not here.
We did one where my wife went as Wendy Peppercorn, and I went as Squints.
I remember that years ago. I do remember that. Yeah, that was a good costume. I got a Bob Ross costume if anybody wants to borrow that. That's what I went as.
Oh, Bob Ross, yeah.
I went as that last year, yeah. Lauren, poll question. What do you got for us?
Poll question today is about the Arizona Cardinals. If the Cardinals sell at the trade deadline, whose potential departure would hurt you more? Calais Campbell or Budda Baker?
Oh, it's not close.
Budda.
It's Budda.
Budda. Nothing against
we
Calais.
love Budda Baker.
Yeah.
It's Budda.
There's been no talk of this, has there? I have not.
Blasphemy!
I have not read his name speculated upon.
Well, then stay tuned later in the show for your sound scripts, Bernsey.
Really?
Yeah.
Someone speculating on Budda?
Two.
Really?
2 people speculating on Budda.
Well. Budda would hurt a lot more. Nothing against Calais. Budda would hurt a lot more. He's running away with this, isn't he?
He's running away with it. He is the 82% favorite in this poll question.
Nothing against Calais, but it's just sort of a different deal. All right, thank you. That's the poll question. You can find it on our X account at Burns and Gambo. One word is where it's at. Kenny Dillingham today asked if Saturday's game against the Cyclones is a battle of the walking wounded.
No, it's a battle of two really good teams that are frustrated, probably, that, we're not winning more games. So it's a battle of two teams that, I know Coach Campbell, and he's one of the best coaches in our league, and he finds ways to win for a long time, and he's not an excuse maker. He's a guy that just finds ways to win, and I hope that from that perspective, it's the battle of two teams that want to win a football game really badly, that feel like they're close, and leaning in on that piece, not the other piece.
Sam Levitt is one of those players, obviously. Kenny referenced today, Gambo, quote, we took 6 guys to media days, 4 aren't playing right now.
Right.
They still want to be a part of it. They still want to be out there. The Sam Levitt question is starting to get traction. We talked about it on our show yesterday. I heard Wolf and Luke talking about it driving in. There was a story this morning on AZ Central from Michelle Gardner, the talented beat writer who covers ASU athletics for the Republican AZ Central. And look, this question isn't going to get answered anytime soon.
Nope.
But clearly it's the one that's starting to get asked quite a bit. It's Sam and his future, and whether it's in an ASU uniform, in an NFL uniform, and somebody else's uniform, people are starting to talk about it a little bit.
I think what Sam Levitt has done so far is given ASU one of those historic seasons, like Jake Plummer and so who was it in 80? So they made the Rose Bowl in 86 with Jeff Van Rapphorst, 96 with Plummer. They won a couple of conference championships. Rudy Carpenter had that one great year, and they won the conference title. He's given himself that. Like in ASU history, one great season that will always be remembered. You got a Big 12 championship in the Big 12's first year with you in it. You took the team to the playoffs, had an epic game, and almost knocked off Texas. To cement his legacy here as one of the truly greats, you got to play longer, right? You've got to be, the longevity's got to matter too. And I don't know if we'll get that if he decides to go to the NFL, if he decides to transfer. Now, that may not mean anything to him.
No.
And it probably shouldn't mean anything to him. What's best for you what Sam Levitt has to decide is this. If I'm not going to go to the NFL, I'm not going to go to the NFL because my projection is I'm a 4th-round pick, a 5th-round pick. I'd rather go back to college. Where are you best suited to play? Is it here or is it somewhere else? And you've got to figure that out. You're comfortable here. You know it here. You know the coaches. Do you want to go somewhere else? Look, he came here, didn't know anybody, didn't know the coaches, and lit it up.
Yeah.
So it's not like you can't do it again, but he's got to decide what is best to help me get to the next level of where I want to go. And that's ultimately what he should make his decision on.
It is, and you do worry a little bit, at least I do. You worry a little bit about somebody coming and making him a real sweetheart offer. But then you're also reminded of the fact that he gave up a lot of his he got NIL money, but then he reinvested NIL money into the program so they could go out and get other players. Michelle did bring up a good point, and maybe this is a little in the weeds when it comes to this, but one thing that's different about this year's transfer portal is that there's only one. You know, we've had 2 for the last several years. So a player like, let's say, Sam Levitt could sit out the first transfer portal, look to see what his team did in the transfer portal, and then decide to leave in the next transfer portal. You can't do that now.
Right.
Now there's just one.
January.
That's just January. January 2nd through the 11th or something along those lines.
So we got a few months.
So we got a few months, but you also staying is based off of faith that your team is going to do it right in the transfer portal. And if you do stay after the one window, there's no second to bail you out. So it does add a slightly different wrinkle of, hey, I really believe in what's going on here. I'm going to stay. I'm not going to leave because I don't have another opportunity to leave if they don't do the things that I want them to do.
Yeah.
Which is interesting. I never really thought about it that way.
The other thing, the fact that you didn't factor in down the road is your NIL deals. Okay? He's got a really good NIL deal. He's got Adidas, and he's got, what I say the other one was?
Cold beers and cheeseburgers and Powerade, I think, yeah.
And cold beer and cheeseburgers. So he's got, now, can somebody blow you away with another NIL deal that's even more money? And you can say, hey, listen, you know, I don't know if I'm going to be a great NFL quarterback or not. I'm going to try to be, but if I can pocket another $500,000 or something like that, do I want to take that? That also becomes a factor. But that could also be why ASU, it's imperative that ASU keeps Sam Levitt. It's imperative for their chances next year that Sam is the quarterback. So they're going to have to step up again and try to entice him to stay.
If you want to stay up to date on all of our contests on Arizona Sports, from tickets to the Cardinals, Suns, Innings Festival, and more, text the word contest to 620-620, and we will send you the latest on all of our giveaways. Again, contest to 620-620. Suns and the Memphis Grizzlies tonight, what to expect? We'll talk to our Suns guru and co-host of Arizona Sports Tonight, Kellen Olson. He'll join us next on Burns and Gambo.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader, including Cardinals play-by-play.
Hit by Josh Sweat and dragged down for a sack.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, back here for Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria, or online all the time, libertygmcaz.com, with this promise: nowhere can you buy a GMC for less than you can at Liberty GMC. They've got all the deals on the best trucks, the best SUVs, all the good stuff that GMC makes, and that includes the Terrain, the absolutely great SUV. You can lease one, a 2026 GMC Terrain, for $299 a month for 39 months. And, of course, that also includes the Sierra, the best-looking truck out there on the market, the best-performing truck out there on the market in terms of the tech and the toys that you can haul around and the fun that you can have in it. $13,000 in savings right now at Liberty GMC on a new 2026 Sierra 1500, plus another $6,000 in savings on the Sierra Heavy Duty right now. It's at Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that, and third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Protect your home and auto with a bundle from Progressive so you can stop worrying about them and invent new things to worry about, like snakes in your bedroom. Sure, that sounds incredibly irrational, but now that we've mentioned it, you are a little worried. The odds of one snake, let alone snakes plural, are so slim. But you might want to check. Oh, you're not near your bedroom. Guess you'll just have to sit there and worry about it. So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Feel that chill in the air? Now's the perfect time to layer up. The outerwear shop is now open at Untuckit with sharp new jackets and vests made for this season and beyond. You'll find all the right layers to keep you warm and looking sharp, including cozy sweaters, sweatshirts, and more. But hurry, fall weather won't wait, and neither should you. So don't miss the outerwear shop, open now at Untuckit.com in more than 80 stores worldwide. Untuck It. Shirts designed to be worn, untucked.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-329-2121. That's 800-329-2121.
Do you have an estate plan that protects you while you're alive and when you pass away? Imagine becoming incapacitated after a serious accident or illness. Without a living trust, your family could end up in court, fighting over your money and even your medical care. A will does nothing to protect you while you're alive. And when you pass away, a will could send your estate into probate court, costing time, stress, and thousands in legal fees. That's why more Arizonans are turning to RJP Estate Planning to set up a living trust. It protects your assets if you're incapacitated and helps your estate avoid probate, so your home and other assets transfer smoothly to your loved ones. And right now, if you're 55 or over, you can save 55% on a living trust.
For your 55% savings, call 480-576-5457. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457. Offer ends October 30th.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Southwest Gas is committed to delivering safe, reliable, sustainable, and affordable natural gas service. Every thriving community starts with a strong foundation. From warming homes to fueling industries that drive our economy, natural gas provides the energy you can count on. Because energy does more than fuel your day, it provides comfort, reliability, and connection. Southwest Gas fuels the homes and local businesses that bring our neighborhoods to life. For more information about how Southwest Gas is supporting a sustainable energy future, please visit swgas.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns are back on the home hardwood tonight. They're hoping to end a current 3-game losing streak. They host the Memphis Grizzlies at Mortgage Matchup Center. Jalen Green is questionable tonight. He's dealing with a right hamstring strain. He would look to make his season debut and Phoenix Suns debut. Dylan Brooks remains out with groin soreness. The Grizzlies will be without Zach Edey, Brandon Clark, Scottie Pippen Jr., and Ty Jerome. Santi Aldama and Vince Williams Jr. are both questionable. Tip-off is at 7. Pre-game coverage starts at 6 right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And then Game 5 of the World Series is tonight from Los Angeles. It is a best of 3 now, with the Blue Jays and Dodgers both tied at 2 games apiece. First pitch tonight is at 5. This report is brought to you by Morris Hall Estate Planning. Whether you need adjustments to an existing estate plan or just need to get one started, the attorneys at Morris Hall are ready to help. For a complimentary consultation, visit morrishall.com today.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Suns insider Kellen Olson joins Burns and Gambo to talk Phoenix Suns basketball.
We'll start with questions. Remember to state your name and affiliate, please. Up next. Back here. Kellen, great. Sorry, Kellen.
My fault, everyone.
Courtside with Kellen. Brought to you by Southwest Gas. For almost 100 years, Southwest Gas has been there, helping turn neighborhoods into communities, houses into homes, and big dreams into reality.
Our weekly visits with our Suns guru, who, along with Gambo, both headed down to Mortgage Matchup Center tonight as the Memphis Grizzlies in town, and the Suns start a 3-game homestand, and I believe it's 10 of their next 14 that are in downtown Phoenix. So a lot of home games. Stand by for that. Get ready for it. Suns basketball 1-3 to start the season, but it's our weekly visit with Kellen Olson, who joins us here in studio, also co-host of Arizona Sports at Night with Mitch. Good to see you, Kel. Thanks for talking Suns.
Hi, good to see you guys.
Glad to have you here to talk about a basketball team that, in my opinion, for the first time this year, that was something that wasn't supposed to happen, right? Like everything, I would have said, okay. That was the one where I go, yeah, it's not okay. Utah's, I get it. They're big on the front line. That one felt like the first legitimate sort of, wait, what was that moment out of the Phoenix Suns?
It was, for sure. And I think we're going to learn here over the next 2 to 3 weeks or so. It's like, okay, playing hard, hustle, grit, moxie, all this stuff that you want to be your identity. How much are they going to channel that? Because they are playing hard. They're playing much harder than last year. We now have an agreement, by the way, on Empire of the Suns podcast and Arizona Sports Tonight. Whenever I reference last year, I will have a cold bucket of ice water dumped on my head because I'm done talking about last year. I'm done.
Okay.
Both in looking back on the horrors of last year, but also using it as like a comparable piece. It's like, of course they're going to play harder than last year. Any team would play harder than that team.
It's not hard
last year. So it's like getting above that bar, Gambo. That's easy.
Yeah.
But now it's like, how hard are you going to play? Are you going to play like hair on fire hard? Because that's how hard they need to be playing in these games right now. They're just not consistently. They do. Hey, when they're down 15-20, they look like a pretty good basketball team. But when they're not, they don't look like that good of a basketball team at all. So mainly the starts, like tonight. It's like, all right, can you stay within single digits the whole half? That would be progress.
Not get down by 20. They've been down
at.
in 20, and one of the things I looked for is I do want them to be more competitive and not get blown out by 15 or 20. They've been down in 20 every single game. Now, they're not whole. They haven't been able to put Jalen Green hasn't played yet. He's a dynamic scorer. Streaky player, but a very good basketball player. He's one of the most talented guys on their roster. He hasn't played yet. Dylan Brooks is going to miss his second game. Mark Williams is not 100% yet. They're bringing him along slowly. They're bringing the rookies along slowly. Those guys will have roles on this team, both Malawach and Fleming, but they're bringing them along slowly. So they're not whole. In the meantime, there's going to be some growing pains. And, somebody asked me the other day, you discouraged? I'm like, not really. I'm not discouraged. I expect that I said it after the Sacramento game. Like, they're still going to get drubbed in some of these games because talent-wise, they don't match up with a lot of these other teams. But like the Utah game, that could have went either way. This game tonight is a game I think could go either way. They need to win more of those games that could go either way than they lose.
Well, something we talked about last year and 2 years ago as well, Gambo, is like continuity disadvantage. Like even Utah, those guys have been together for a bit. Will Hardy's been their coach for a while. Mm-hmm. You look at Denver and how they just sleepwalk through everything that they do when you play Jokic this way and when you switch this or whatever. They were just doing it in their sleep because they've been together for so long and know how to play with each other. That's something that this group under first-year head coach, first-year GM, that they're going to have some growing pains for sure. Like the best version of this team, and this is the case you hope for most teams, but especially this one, like we're going to see the best version of this team in March. Like we're not going to see anything close to it right now, and that is to be expected. At the same time, you do want to see the team be a little bit more competitive, but that's part of what is so exciting about tonight is that we do have the possibility of seeing not their full starting lineup per se, but seeing Jalen Green and maybe even Mark Williams in it as well, and starting to see the more complete picture of what this team can be.
How do you think things change when Jalen Green shows up? Whether it's tonight or whether it's Friday against Utah, it's obviously coming soon. How does it change the equation when he plays?
It changes a lot. There are two main ways where Jalen is going to change the dynamic of this team offensively. The first one is just having a second option on the ball. Obviously, Jalen reminds me of the two guards that I watched when I was growing up, like watching Mitch Richmond, Allen Houston on the Knicks, like even Reggie Miller to a certain extent.
Allen was more of just a lights-out shooter, though. He could really.
But no, in terms of what they're doing in terms of productivity, right? Like Allen Houston averaged 2.4 assists per game through the 90s. He did not really move the ball that much at all. Reggie Miller even was at like 3.5 assists per game over that time. So when you watch even like Nick Anderson or Mitch Richmond or Eddie Jones, these guys were out there with their Mark Jackson or whoever, their point guard, and their point guard handled all the playmaking, all the passing, all that kind of stuff. Those guys were out there to score.
I think it was Chris Childs.
Yeah, sure.
With Allen Houston.
Yeah. Everyone had their point guard, and now the point guard thing is a whole other tangent, but it's like Jalen reminds me of those guys where it's like he's out there to score, and you can see it with his mentality sometime. And when we talked to him in Vegas after the trade happened, he said one of his biggest learning points in Houston the first couple of years was like, there's more to basketball than just scoring. And he was being completely honest in saying that, and just like, there's a lot of elements of the game that I need to get better at and I need to focus on instead of just trying to score the basketball. So that's number one. It's like, okay, when he's on the ball, can he turn more into the two guard of today's era? Because again, it's like taking a guy from 25 years ago and putting him in the league right now with some of the shot selection, tunnel vision stuff. And then the second thing is the second side stuff. Look, everyone was really frustrated with Dylan Brooks taking those shots. I understand it, but guess what? Book was seeing 2 or 3, throwing it to that second side. That's where Dylan was a lot. Now it's Jalen Green. And a lot has been made, Gambo rightfully so, about the player that he was in Houston, how productive he was. But he never played with someone like Book before who drew in the amount of attention that Book did. So he hasn't played on that second side as much, and that's going to give him a lot of opportunities to see more space that he's not used to.
Yeah, I like his ability to go downhill, attack the basket. He's a different player than Book. They've got to figure out. Look, the knock on getting Jalen Green was that people didn't like the combination of Book and Green playing together. And I get it. I get it. And we'll have to see. I don't know. I don't know if it'll work or not. Maybe, the Suns have tried to put a lot of combinations together in my time that was here, So it just can, Kidd and Hardaway, It's just, can this work? I don't know. But they need another scorer. And Jalen Green will give them that. The ability to take some of the pressure off of Book. When Book is blitzed and trapped, they have another guy that can not only score, but get to the free throw line, get fouled, get to the free throw. Because right now, it's another thing they're struggling at is free throws.
Well, right now, too, you watch these games, fouls are getting called at just a ridiculous rate right now. The numbers, free throws are way up, fouls are way up right now. And some of that is honestly the sloppy defense that is being played, and some of it is the officials. There was that silent moment in February, you guys remember, where they started calling fouls more, and we're like, wait a minute, did you guys make an announcement or something?
No,
or they called them less. It completely changed, and now they're kind of back to officiating the way that they used to.
And it'll change at the halfway mark of the season again.
So with that, you got to adapt to the league. This is what Brian Gregory and Jordan talk about. The league changes all the time, and the change right now is get to the free throw line because that's where you can make your money right now because they're calling way more stuff. The problem is they have one guy that gets to the free throw line, that's it. Devin Booker's taken half their free throws this year. They need someone else to take them, and that's where Jalen can help for sure.
Speaking of which, I'm in a weird space with Devin right now because I understand he is the singular focus of every single team that they're playing in terms of the attention that he's drawing. I also think he's got to be more responsible defensively than he's been so far this year to kind of set that tone. I didn't like his defensive game at all against the Utah Jazz. I just thought it was sloppy and all over the place. Where are we with Devin Booker right now in terms of being the poster child for yet another new regime and doing all the things that need to be done for that new regime?
Yeah, I want to see him get better on at least one end of the floor in tonight's game because, again, I thought defensively in the game against Utah, he was terrible. I hold him to a really high standard, and it's not just because of the Team USA stuff, even when we saw him 2-3 years ago. Now, again, it is one of those things where the offense-defense balance is hard. Mikal Bridges played his ass off defensively for this team, and then when we talked to him when he came into town with Brooklyn, he's like, yeah, doing offense a lot's kind of tiring. It actually wears you down a bit. And he wasn't the same defender that he was anymore. So I understand the workload that Book has. With that being said, jogging back in transition defense, not even contesting shooters. It's no. Enough of that. We're done now. Again, hustle, grit, and the guy leading the team is the guy that has to lead by example in that kind of regard. And then offensively, just take care of the ball more, get to his spots more, which is going to come with Jalen. I would hope Jalen's playing tonight, and if he is, Book's just going to see more space than he was seeing before.
Yeah, Kellen, good stuff as always, man. We appreciate it. You two enjoy your time down.
We'll be out there.
Today.
We'll be out there.
We'll be out there.
Yeah.
Go Suns.
7 o'clock, Suns and the Memphis Grizzlies tonight. Kellen, we appreciate your time. Kellen, Suns guru from ArizonaSports.com and Arizona Sports at Night, along with Mitch. When we come back, Monday Night Football looms. What are the big storylines going into that game between the Cardinals and the Cowboys? And how does Brian Schottenheimer really feel about his offense in Dallas? That's next on Arizona Sports.
NFL record for most punt return touchdowns in a season. Played 10 of his 13 NFL seasons for the Cardinals and officially retired a Cardinal this summer. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Love telling you about Pro Smile Dental. Their implant center is second to none, but I'll tell you what, they do everything. It's a full-service dental facility. I was in there today at their location right down the block on Tatum, right by Tatum and Shea in the PV area, setting my wife up for teeth whitening. They do great teeth whitening right there. So if you're one of those people like, man, I would love to get my teeth whitening done, all you got to do is text PRO to 620. I'll get you all the information for teeth whitening. Then we're setting up my son for his wisdom teeth. A lot of parents want to get the kids' wisdom teeth out around the holidays because, it's a couple days, turn turnaround time for you to heal up and everything like that. It's not right away. So you need like 2 days. So that's why people like to do it around the Thanksgiving holiday, the Christmas holiday, just so there's some time off. So if you're one of those people like, hey, yeah, my kid, 15, 16, 17, 14, want to get the wisdom teeth out, Pro Smile, they have surgeons, oral surgeons do it, okay? Not just a dentist yanking the tooth out. It's an oral surgeon that does it at Pro Smile, both locations, Scottsdale and Phoenix. They offer free consults, but if you're looking for some teeth whitening for yourself or you want to have one of your kids needs their wisdom teeth out, text PRO to 620-620. I'll get you all the info. That's text PRO to 620-620.
Join the Bud Light Football Face-Off Thursday, October 30th at Dirty Blonde in Chandler, starting at 5 p.m. Compete for your chance to win tickets to the Cardinals game versus LA on December 7th, plus a chance to go to Vegas for the final face-off where you could score a trip to the Super Bowl.
Let's go! On the CW, the NASCAR Xfinity Series playoffs are down to one final race.
Absolute chaos. My heart is pounding right now.
The title is up for the taking.
Survival is what it's all about in the playoffs.
Oh! And nobody
Contact made hard.
Tippers are flaring. Is going down without a fight.
These guys are out of control.
The NASCAR Xfinity Series Championship, live from Phoenix.
Coverage begins Saturday at 3:30 on CW7 Arizona.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. I don't know if you knew this, but anyone can get the same premium wireless for $15 a month plan that I've been enjoying. It's not just for celebrities. So do like I did and have one of your assistants switch you to Mint Mobile today.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. Intro rate first 3 months only, then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See full terms at mintmobile.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With a Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Charlie's battery is struggling to start. Not ideal before the tailgate, so he goes to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone,
where a friendly AutoZoner tests his battery for free. Looks like he needs a new one, so he gets the Duralast battery.
Have fun and stay warm.
And he makes it to the tailgate early enough to get his favorite spot. Free battery testing and charging. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
YouTube TV customers, you could lose ESPN and the sports you love, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, the NBA, college basketball, and more. Take action. Go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Alex Weiner. Cardinals GM Monty Ossenfort needs another diamond in the rough this NFL trade deadline. Diamondbacks Jordan Lawler makes center field debut in Dominican Winter League. And trust goes both ways with quarterback Jeff Sims set to make his next start at Arizona State. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
I know if the weather is nice, there's a place where you can find the Gambos every now and then out in Queen Creek. Olive Mill restaurant that Gambo.
I love the Olive Mill.
Out there in Queen Creek.
I love the Olive Mill.
Spent a lot of time out there doing some hiking and everything. So hello to everybody joining out there in Queen Creek as the Arizona Cardinals, the Dallas Cowboys on Monday Night Football. We've spent a lot of time. Talking about the Cowboys defense and how bad it's been, which is what prompted Brian Schottenheimer today when asked about his offense and how good his offense has been this year. I'll just let him speak for himself.
No, I think, none of us have done good enough. I mean, coaches, players,
head coach. None of us have done good enough. That's real. I mean, our scorecard is what it is, and that's not just, defensively, that's offensively. We're a football team that's 3-4-1. You can take the stats on offense and shove them up your as far as I'm concerned. I mean, is what it is. We want to win, and people talk about, hey, MVP and this and that. Dak Prescott doesn't want to win MVP. He wants to win a Super Bowl, and that's what we want to win. And we're not there yet. We've not played that consistently well enough to certainly be in that discussion, but it doesn't mean the journey stops. It certainly doesn't stop. It just, you get more focused, you get more intentional, and we got to do it together.
Yeehaw.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Just shove them, apparently. They're good offensively.
They're
very,
great
very
offensively.
good. Yeah.
The numbers, you said numbers today, and we knew they were. They could run the ball. They've got, between Williams and CeeDee Lamb and the tight end Ferguson, who, by the way, didn't have any catches last week, and Dak's having a good year. It's just defensively, they're atrocious. I mean, they are the polar opposites. One side of the ball is, the best in the league at what they do. The other side of the ball is the worst in the league at what they do. It's a recipe for disaster. You can't win that way.
Yeah, the numbers I sent over, and I won't go too deep into them. Second in the league in points per game, only behind the Indianapolis Colts. Second in the NFL in yards per game. Fourth in yards per play. First in passing yards per game. Second in sacks per pass attempt allowed. They're good. They're elite offensively, and yet they're only 3-4-1. And that's why when talking about what to look for in this game coming up on Monday night, this was from the Dallas Cowboys website. They were kind of previewing the game a little bit.
The rushing thing stands out to me.
I was gonna start with the home base.
Okay, go ahead.
Because they write maybe AT&T Stadium is exactly where the Cowboys need to be this week. They're 2-0-1 at home, but more importantly, they average over 40 points a game at home. The first time since 1973. The Cowboys have scored at least 40 in the first 3 home games. So that great offense, and that's the reason why I led with the offense and the soundbite from Schottenheimer there. The offense has been even better when they're at home, and they're home this week.
Yeah, and so very good at home. And then you look at the rushing, right? When the Cowboys run the ball, they win. The Broncos kind of limited them to 108 yards. They weren't able to win the game. Against Carolina, Dallas was held to just 131 yards. But in the 3 wins, they've rushed for 135, 180, and 152. The most they've rushed for in a losing effort is 121. So if Javonte Williams gets going, and especially at home with those numbers that they haven't lost at home yet this year, 3 games, no losses, they average 40 points. You factor that in with the success. If they run the ball, that's the way they win. Now, you can say all you want, they're going to score 40. I mean, it's very likely they could give up 30 to 40. They could lose 41 to 40. I mean, that's just how bad their defense is. And you almost feel like they have to score 35 or more to win a football game because their defense is just so atrocious.
Yeah, I'm sort of surprised, to be honest with you, given where you got this story from, the Dallas Cowboys official website. I'm sort of surprised there wasn't a Clayton Adams mention in there. I would have expected one.
Yeah.
That is, and I don't think we've brought, it's Wednesday at 3:22. I don't think we've brought his name up one time yet so far this week. It's early, and because they're on Monday Night Football, we've got an extra day to talk about it. But the run game success, the offensive success, the lack of offensive success for the Cardinals. I mean, I know that was a big talking point for
no Jalen Green tonight.
No Jalen Green tonight.
No Jalen Green.
Oh, that's a disappointment. Should we retroactively play the breaking news sounder? Cambo's never one to wait for that breaking news sounder. He just likes to jump in there and tell you what's going on. No Jalen Green. Oh, wow, that's disappointing.
Yeah, darn it.
It's disappointing. Okay, so we wait. They are being very patient and cautious.
Yeah,
this Suns bunch are, whether it's Kamon Malawatch, Rasheer Fleming, or in this case, Jalen Green.
Jalen Green, we're going to report that here. Jalen Green will not play in tonight's game against the Memphis Grizzlies. Jalen Green will be out.
That's a shame. That's too bad. Anyway, back to the Cardinals Cowboys. The Clayton Adams thing was something we talked a lot about the first 3 or 4 weeks of the season. The former run game coordinator, offensive line coach, now the offensive coordinator in Dallas, how much they miss him here, how much they like him there. Kind of hit a little bit of a snag for a couple of weeks when the offense wasn't as prolific. But it's hard not to look at the rushing numbers that you just pointed out. It's hard not to look at the offense that the Cowboys are trotting out there most weeks. It's hard not to look at Clayton Adams. And then, on the other side of the coin, what's not happening here with the Arizona Cardinals, and just I think the appropriate question to ask is just how much responsibility he has for the success there now and the lack of success here now.
I think it factors in. I mean, it's something we've talked about from day one. So it's like, here we are, and we were talking about that in September, and we're hitting November this week, and we're still talking about it. The Dallas Cowboys have had a lot of success offensively in running the football, and the Cardinals have had some struggles with that. Now, no James Conner and no Trey Benson, but even when Conner was here, they struggled in those 2 games before Conner went out. So. Yep. Yeah, I mean, I do think it has a factor. I mean, some coaches are very, very valuable. I know other coaches like to downplay, like, no big deal, it's fine. Let's look at the same player, the same personnel. But yes, some coaches matter. For whatever reasons, they do matter.
But that's the thing. When you have the same personnel and it doesn't work as well, and I know there's a myriad of other factors, but of course we're going to look at the coach. Almost like it was the same personnel as a year ago, for the most part, on the offensive line and at running back. And it just wasn't as successful, which is why one of the other keys they mentioned, too, is going to be the roller coaster running back ride for the Cardinals and what they're going to do at the position. We know how Dallas is buttoned up in the run game and offensively, but with Michael Carter being released and then re-added to the practice squad, then we found out yesterday he was getting some of the reps with the first-team offense. Bam Knight has been more prolific in the offense than Michael Carter has been. You still have Amari DiMercato in the mix, who was out last week, the last time they played with the ankle injury. The Cardinals, it feels very much like they're not that they're slapping it together at the last minute, but it does feel very uncertain how they're going to approach the run game against Dallas, because nothing really has worked for them all that well, hardly at all. And you factor in the injuries as well.
What do you think about Bam Knight?
I think he brings a little juice.
I think he brings some juice too.
I think he brings a little juice to the table that maybe Michael Carter doesn't, and I'd probably like to see more of him.
I think so too.
Carter.
I'm trying to think, like the last time he played, he had 14 carries for 57 yards. That's over 4 yards a carry. Mm-hmm. So he had 4.1 yards per carry. He had a long of 9, but he seems to be that guy that's not going to have a lot of those -2, -3 type. Like, he's going to move the ball a little bit. Like, you're not going, so you're in 2nd and 8, but that's better than 2nd and 11. So I just think that he's the type of guy, strong, he's built well. It's very hard to tackle him behind the line of scrimmage. I think he is, at the very least, is going to get you a couple yards. I like him. I'd like to see him get more carries.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, we'll react more to the news that Gambo had a moment ago about Jalen Green. He's not going to be playing tonight for the Suns. In the meantime, it would have been nice to see a little size on size in that game against Utah. If not, then when will we see Kaman Malawach? That's next on the Burns and Gambo show.
You don't have to be an athlete. Heck, you can play while you have a beverage. Dink and Dine Pickle Park in Mesa is the venue. The 2nd annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is the event. Compete for the coveted golden paddle and your share of cash prizes. Text the word pickle to 620-620 and sign up now. Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is presented by Sanderson Ford, benefiting Operation Santa Claus. Text pickle to 620-620. Rates may apply.
50 years in business for Christian Brothers. They are celebrating 50 years in business right here, all of it in Arizona, for your plumbing, electrical, and AC needs. And they're giving you a great deal right now to celebrate 50 years. They're celebrating 50 years in business, and they're making $50 worth something again. How about an AC and heating check for $50? How about a plumbing and electrical safety check for $50? Yes, each. $50. You want to have your plumbing checked? $50. Electrical? $50. AC and heating? $50. Just $50 to have one of the pros come out to make sure everything is working properly. Now, you may have some plumbing issues. You may have some drains that are clogged and not working properly. A toilet bowl is not flushing. You might have some areas where you're not getting hot water and you should be. Well, $50 and everything can be checked, just everything. And then you can get a list and say, okay, I want to do this, I want to do that, I don't want to do anything. That's fine. But for $50, you could have the experts at Christian Brothers come out celebrating 50 years and have an inspection done on any of your units, just $50. All you have to do is go online at cbrothers.com, that's cbrothers.com, or call them at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535.
Cardinals fans, football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Whether you're posted up at home or cheering with your crew at Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe, Kilt Lifter is the ultimate game day companion. Arizona's favorite award-winning amber ale, bold, smooth, and brewed for Sundays. This season, lift your game with Kilt Lifter.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
Now's the time to score big at Freeway Chevrolet. Get game day ready with huge savings because we'll triple your rebates on select new trucks and SUVs. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Offer available on new inventory only. Excludes EVs. Cannot be combined with any other offers or incentives. NCC rebate only. On approved credit. See dealer for complete details.
Freeway Chevrolet. I-10 and Ray.
Do you have an estate plan that protects you while you're alive and when you pass away? Imagine becoming incapacitated after a serious accident or illness. Without a living trust, your family could end up in court, fighting over your money and even your medical care. A will does nothing to protect you while you're alive. And when you pass away, a will could send your estate into probate court, costing time, stress, and thousands in legal fees. That's why more Arizonans are turning to RJP Estate Planning to set up a living trust. It protects your assets if you're incapacitated and helps your estate avoid probate, so your home and other assets transfer smoothly to your loved ones. And right now, if you're 55 or over, you can save 55% on a living trust.
For your 55% savings, call 480-576-5457. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457. Offer ends October 30th.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Don't take it personally, Lauren. It's fine. Phoenix Suns, they're back on the home hardwood tonight. They're hoping to end the current 3-game losing streak that they're on. They host the Memphis Grizzlies at Mortgage Matchup Center. You just may have heard it a few minutes ago, but per our own John Gambadoro, Jalen Green is going to remain out tonight for Phoenix. He's recovering from a right hamstring strain. Green was initially listed as questionable on the team's injury report. Dylan Brooks is out as well. He's dealing with groin soreness. The Grizzlies will be without Zach Edey, Brandon Clark, Scottie Pippen Jr., and Ty Jerome. Santi Aldama and Vince Williams Jr. are both listed as questionable. Tip-off is at 7. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And Game 5 of the World Series is tonight from Los Angeles. It's a best of 3 now, with both the Dodgers and Toronto Blue Jays tied at 2 games apiece. First pitch is at 5. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. We're looking for the next student-athlete to win a $10,000 scholarship. Text character to 620-620 to nominate a student today.
The Phoenix Suns host the Grizzlies tonight downtown. Pre-game at 6. 7 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Not the news that we were hoping to hear just a moment ago from Gambo. Jalen Green not going to make his Suns debut tonight.
Damn.
As a player who has not missed a game the last 2 seasons. Comes to Phoenix and he misses the first 5 at least. And now it's everything had been ramping up towards the idea he was going to play tonight. Everything. Just in terms of the not that it was a guarantee, but it felt like we saw some of the video from the game the other night against Utah, pregame warm-ups and shoot-around warm-ups and things like that. And they upgraded him to questionable, which was the best status designation he's had in a while. Everything about it kind of felt like he was going to make his debut, and now he's not. It just kind of makes you wonder, when is he going to make his debut?
Yeah. This is just a thing. You feel good. You feel good. You feel like he's going to play. You feel like he's going to play. You feel like you're making progress. You're optimistic. And then, he can't go. And so I don't know. I mean, I don't. They don't have an answer. If they don't, I don't have an answer. So I can't. People are asking me, is he going to play Friday? I don't know. I just, reporting the news that he's not going to play tonight. He's going to be out tonight, and that sucks because he's a good basketball player. He's one of the most talented players on that team. He might be the second most talented basketball player on that entire team. So to not have him again for another game, it's tough. They got to get him right. It's important. Training staff has to keep working with him. He's got to keep working. I know they were very optimistic he was going to play in the first 5 games. Very optimistic that he would play in those first 5. Now here we are, and you're approaching. So tonight is the 5th game, and he's not going to play in this one. So now you push it back a little bit more. So they were very optimistic he would play by game 5, and at this point he's not playing.
Yeah, so just kind of add it to the list of questions that we have about the Phoenix Suns. And I know it's really, really early in the season, and nobody's coming to any, whether we're talking about Jalen Green's health or Devin Booker's defense or any of the other stuff that we're about to talk about here. No one's coming to any definitive conclusions yet. Nobody would do that 4 games into a season, 5 games into a season. But there certainly are things that we're wondering about a little bit. And one of them we just got the answer to. Jalen Green's not going to play. Okay. Something else we're wondering about a little bit is Ryan Dunn. There was a good story this morning on Bright Side of the Sun about Ryan Dunn and how this is sort of maybe not the year for him, but like your rookie year, okay, it's your rookie year. You're just trying to figure out how to survive in the league. The idea is that by your sophomore year, you've kind of figured some things out at least, right? Like how the NBA works and what your place is in it, and you're kind of ready to take that leap. Ryan Dunn has not taken that leap so far this year, and they gave out, and again, it's early. Small sample size, all that stuff. Some alarming defensive numbers for Ryan Dunn. We all know about the shot. We all know about the three-point shooting. Some alarming defensive numbers from Ryan Dunn as well, where he just has not really made much of an impact outside of opening night against
that's concerning.
Sacramento. It is very concerning because that's his thing. That's his
thing. Right. That's his MO. That's what he's known for. Defensive guy, stopper. He's going to come in. He's going to put pressure on the ball. And so far, that hasn't been the case. And so again, trying to find his footing, trying to figure it out, sophomore slump, whatever you want to call it. We did it with Corbin Carroll a little bit, like going through that. Look, Ryan Dunn's a very talented guy, and look, I think a lot more highly of him, I think, than even Oso. Like, I think Ryan Dunn could have a regular spot in his lineup. We talked about Dunn and Brooks and Dunn. Okay, you've got 2 guys that could be stoppers right now. Ryan Dunn's his first look, and I know he's working on a shot, and I know he's worked on it, and I know he wants to be more offensive minded because he realizes that the only way he can stay on the court is if he's able to shoot the ball a little bit better. But you cannot get away from your bread and butter, and his bread and butter is that he is an on-the-ball defender. He is a pest on switches. He's a good on-the-ball defender. He's going to come up with steals. He's going to fight for everything. And so far, through the first couple of games, his defensive metrics have not been good.
Look, they pointed this out in their story and on Brightside, and it's the truest thing I think you could possibly say about Ryan Dunn, beyond the shooting, which we all know. He is not a power forward in this league. He is not.
No.
He is. And so to think of him as the starting 4 for the Phoenix Suns in some ways, it doesn't symbolize all the problems of the Suns, but it certainly symbolizes some of the problems of the Suns, right? Like Ryan Dunn, especially with more and more teams going with like bigger lineups and almost like traditional power forwards or 2 bigs out there. He ain't going to bang with those bodies.
Yeah.
He can't. And unless you're going to have elite shooting to allow you to survive in that regard, it's very, very hard for Ryan Dunn to be a starting power forward in this league with the skill set that he brings to the table. He's very miscast in that role. Very miscast.
Yeah, I think he's got I think the question really is Ryan Dunn the type of player, and time will determine this, right? Is he the type of guy that's only going to be a role player, like a 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th guy off the bench that comes in mainly for defensive purposes, or can he carve out a bigger role? And that we don't know yet, but this year is very important for him. His development is very important. That's why I worked on his shot so much, and he spent so much time on his offensive game. But, if his defense suffers a little bit, that's really going to hurt him because, again, that's what he is known for. His defense can keep him in the league for a long time because they're rare. The players like that are rare. But we're all a little surprised at the slow start.
Look, it's early, but if you're going to ask me right now what role is he trending to, I would say he's trending more towards the 8th, 9th guy on the roster than he is anything else.
Yeah.
It's early. It's early, and I certainly haven't decided that forever and reached that conclusion. It's just the early returns so far this year when we all expected him to take a big leap is that he's just not ready to take that big leap. But they don't have a choice. They don't have any other option at this point unless they want to get back into the idea that we need to talk about now a little bit for a couple of minutes. You have been adamant that they are not going to play Come On Malawach early, even though they're playing another team tonight that is giving real minutes to a rookie, right? And just, let's go see what you got. And we saw it the other night with Utah. There are teams who choose to do it differently than the Phoenix Suns. They're all going to have varying degrees of success. One of them tonight, and Cedric Coward, has played plenty of minutes so far as a rookie out of necessity. The Suns have not done that with Come On Malawach.
These guys will play more and more during the year, but they kind of want them to earn a little bit and do it the right way each day, and they are going to do that. I expect that they're going to do it. I think it's a little bit slower. I'm not against these guys playing a little bit here. I wouldn't be surprised if these guys got in the game now. But again, I think that it's going to be more of a slow play, and that as the year goes on, you'll see the minutes climb and the minutes become a little bit more. Right now, they're working on developing these guys and coaching these guys, and I do believe a little bit. First season, 82 games. I don't know. It doesn't hurt if you take a few games off and they don't have to play 82. They've got it. Those guys are talented players, and they don't have a lot of size. So you could almost make the argument you need those guys. You need Malawach, his size. You need Fleming and his size.
Well, that's the argument I was going with Fleming. I mean, especially when we're talking about Ryan Dunn. Right? That to me is very much a Ryan Fleming get him out there on the court and see what difference he can make, especially defensively with his long arms and his athleticism, what he can do. That's exactly where I was going with the Ryan Dunn conversation.
Yeah. I don't know. I think you're probably right. Right now, if I look at Ryan Dunn, he's probably trending more towards an 8 or 9 guy on the bench. He wants to be more, obviously, but he's going to have to play a lot better and a lot harder to prove that.
I hope we see Rasheer Fleming soon. I understand about Malawach. I do. I get it.
Fleming's 2 years older.
Fleming has played 100
more
college basketball games.
Uh-huh.
He's just, I think he's in a different category than Come On Malawach. And I think because the Suns literally have nobody like him on their roster. I mean, they don't. They just, he's one of one on their roster when it comes to that size, that athletic ability, that arm span, that arm length that he's got. I don't think there's really anybody else on the roster who can do the things that he does. I think that and his college experience, he should be playing more.
And they need,
he should be playing
We're
more.
going to talk later about all the 3-pointers they're taking this year compared to last year.
Oh, I got a theory on that.
But give me a guy who can get me those points in the paint. Give me those guys who could give you some offensive putbacks, grab that rebound and go up strong to the basket, score and get fouled. Fleming could be that type of guy.
When we come back from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios, it might be happening thousands of miles away in a stadium that only seats a couple of thousand people, but the future of the Arizona Diamondbacks and their roster decisions might very well be happening in that stadium. We'll tell you why next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
And Grayson Allen clears it to Gillespie. Quickly into the forecourt. Back to Allen. He's open for 3 left wing. That's good for Grayson Allen. And the Suns tie it at 130.
The Suns host the Grizzlies tonight at Mortgage Matchup Center. Our pregame begins tonight at 6. 7 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. Stock Exchange. But there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today. 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Pioneer Landscape Centers is now part of SiteOne, bringing you more inventory, better prices, and 14 Arizona locations. From hardscape to irrigation, we've got it covered. Visit pioneerco.com and order today. Again, that's pioneerco.com.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Smith with Oliver Smith Jeweler. Gold prices are at an all-time high, so if you've been procrastinating selling your watches, jewelry, or gold, you're in luck. Dad, you've been doing this in Arizona for almost 45 years. What should people know before they sell?
First, don't get scammed by those road shows that pop up in hotel ballrooms, please. We're a local family-owned jeweler, and we've been advising Arizona families for decades.
Does someone need an appointment?
No appointment necessary. We'll evaluate your watches, jewelry, or gold and give you a check on the spot in minutes.
Have you ever seen gold this high?
Never. Do yourself a favor, search your jewelry box, find out if there's anything in there that might have value or things that you aren't wearing and bring them in.
Weren't you an appraiser on Antiques Roadshow?
Yeah, that was the original reality show.
Sell your watches, jewelry, and gold with confidence. Visit Oliver Smith Jeweler in our 2 Scottsdale locations or online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
Hey, Vince Marotta here, letting you know that the biggest savings of the season have arrived at Earnhardt Buick GMC. General Manager Brad Gunlickson and his team are rolling out fall savings on their entire lineup of award-winning Buick and GMC models. Like on the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab, save up to $12,000 off MSRP, or while they last, get 0% APR financing on remaining 2025 units. Or go all electric in a 2025 GMC Hummer EV SUV or pickup model with huge savings up to $15,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of 0% APR on these too. All offers require approved credit and they do end soon. All this and more in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 11/3/25.
There's never been a better time to experience Sun Devil football.
Pressure coming, Levitt throwing for the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown by Jordan Tyson. The Levitt to Tyson connection clicks again.
Don't miss your chance to be a part of the action, tradition, and unmatched atmosphere at Mountain America Stadium this season. Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
YouTube TV customers, you could lose ESPN and the sports you love, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, the NBA, college basketball, and more. Take action. Go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN.
ASU Sun Devil football, looking to bounce back on the road at Iowa State. Listen to ASU at Iowa State Saturday morning on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
It's crazy to say this, at least in my mind, it's crazy to say this. But of all the things going on right now, between the Suns taking on Memphis tonight, the Cardinals are still days away from playing the Cowboys on Monday Night Football. ASU season is hanging by a thread with this game against Iowa State. No Sam Levitt and probably not Jordan Tyson either. We don't know that for sure, but it doesn't seem like it. Of all the things out there that I was looking forward to talking to the most, no lie, this is it. This is it. Jordan Lawler playing center field in the Dominican Republic in a Winter League game.
This excited you the most?
No, it's just because it's first of all, it did. It's not breaking sports news. It's not exactly a great time for Arizona sports right now. I mean, let's be honest about it, right?
This is a terrible year.
Suns are 1-3. Jalen Green's still not playing. The Arizona Cardinals are 2-5. They their whole season's on the line Monday against Dallas. ASU hanging on by a thread, right? Like admittedly, our fall is not off to a terrific start around here. I think we all recognize that as Arizona sports fans.
A tough year.
I know the Diamondbacks are months and months and months away, and I know this is Winter League baseball we're talking about. So understand when I say this. I've got the proper perspective. I'm keeping this in its proper place here. But Jordan Lawler playing center field excites me a little bit because it's them kind of thinking creatively and out of the box about how to handle their roster and how to maximize it. And because of that, I love it because there's just, you said it earlier, he's landlocked in the infield.
Yeah.
There's nowhere for him to go. This is a huge year for Jordan Lawler. Huge year. The fact that he's playing some outfield at the Winter League tells me they're creative and open to thinking about whatever it takes to get Jordan Lawler on a baseball field.
Yeah.
And I like that.
Yeah, it's only been one game because of the hurricane. He's
They've
in the
only
lineup
been able
again
to play
tonight.
He's in the lineup again tonight.
Yeah. My understanding from what I'm checking in, I heard he looked good. Okay, I heard we don't have video on the game, but I heard he looked good. Only one game because of the hurricane, but giving him a look in center field is interesting. You have Alec Thomas could play center, Jake could play center. They want to see how he plays in center field. Left is easier to cover than center. So if he could play some center, then he could play some left, right? Because, you got the foul line there. You don't have to worry about it. So they really want to get a look at him in center field right now. Now, I mean, if somebody calls and they make a trade for Alec Thomas, he could end up being your center fielder. Or Jake could play center and he could play left until Gurriel comes back. You could work that stuff out. But right now, like I've asked, can he play set left field? And they don't know. They just want to see how he plays in center field. So I think the majority of these games, he's going to be a center fielder.
Good. I mean, part of this, we saw what he did defensively. And that's, I don't know how to factor that into my opinion about this. Jordan Lawler, for the most part, has been a very good defensive baseball player in his time. He got the yips big time for about a week and a half with the Diamondbacks, to the point where you couldn't play him. Is that who he is? Is that going to define his career, or was that just a little blip on the radar? I don't know. But between Blaze Alexander and the little burst he gave the team for the 2 months that he played, albeit he kind of faded near the end, but he was pretty good for them. Cattell at second. The depth you have organizationally at second base with Tommy Troy and there are others down there as well. Geraldo Perdomo entrenched at shortstop. If Jordan Lawler really is a top 10, top 20 prospect in Major League Baseball, and he's at the age where it's time to get him his at-bats and time to see if he can make a difference at the Major League level, there's nowhere else to put him but in the outfield. And I'm glad they made that realization. Okay, let's play him out there and see if he can do it.
Unless Blaze struggles at third base. Look, we were somewhat excited about Blaze Alexander at third, but he showed more, say, first base, third base. Locklear didn't show enough to me at first base. Okay, didn't show enough. Blaze showed enough at third base to where if they said, hey, Blaze Alexander's on third base, okay, I can live with that.
His last 3 weeks were not good. Offensively,
Blaze?
His last 3 weeks were not good.
I know. That's what I'm saying. That's why I said maybe, Lawler can still be a third baseman because, look, do I think the Diamondbacks, in 3 years, do I think the third baseman that's going to be playing for the Diamondbacks is on the roster right now? Probably not. They had to go out and get Eugenio Suarez. I think they're going to have to continue to go that route to go get their third baseman unless they have somebody in the minors that I'm not familiar with. I think Blaze could be the guy that starts there, but he's going to have to play well to keep the job.
Yeah.
And you just don't know.
I also think the Diamondbacks just need some thump in the outfield. They don't have enough thump out there. They don't have enough, Corbin Carroll, Lourdes Gurriel, super streaky hitter when he's hot, sure.
He's 20 homers a year.
Yeah, he's fine. He's just fine.
Yeah.
He's not elite. He's not, top 15 or anything like that in Major League Baseball. He's fine. I think just about every single night, you could look at the Diamondbacks outfield and in general say to yourself, they could use more offensive production out there.
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't you agree with that?
Yeah.
Just whether it's Carroll, McCarthy, Gurriel, or whether it's Carroll, Thomas, McCarthy, whatever, whatever lineup they were running out there, it just felt thin. Tawa playing out there, it felt thin. I don't know if Lawler solves that, but again, this is the year for Jordan Lawler to show us, are you or aren't you? You have been one of the top prospects in baseball now for years, It's time to find out whether you can do that here and whether we can count on you here. And this might be his only avenue to do it. So I was excited by it. I can't wait. I'm glad to hear he did well out there. I hope he plays lots of games out there in the Winter League.
Yeah.
I hope he gets lots of experience out there.
I think this year to him is almost like the Kyler Murray year. And you could say, wait a second, Lawler's just a young... Lawler was drafted 5 years ago, you know?
It's a good point.
I mean, it's like Lawler's been in the organization for a long time, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. It's you can't sit there and say, oh, Jordan Lawler, like it's different. NFL, you go right to the NFL from college. Jordan Lawler went, right to the minors, but he's actually been here for a while. He's been here for a long time. He's been with this organization for 5 years.
Plus, it frees up resources. All right. If Lawler works in the outfield, be it center, left, wherever, it now frees you up a little bit more to trade Alec Thomas or Jake McCarthy if you want to. Or now it frees up money that you felt like you would have had to spend in the outfield to bring in a decent bat to help bring some balance to the lineup. You know what I mean? Like it suddenly kind of just checks another box. Okay, hey, third baseman, well, Blaze Alexander, check for now. We'll do it in pencil, but we'll say check for now. Adding an outfielder, Jordan Lawler, check, and when it comes to how you spend your assets, either through trade or financial assets, if you feel like you've got those two checked going into the season, then it allows you to spend your assets on the things that you really, really need. Starting pitching, more relievers, maybe address, Paul Goldschmidt or something else at first base, maybe the other side of it too with Pavin Smith if you're going to do something there. It just gives you the freedom to spend your resources on other areas and not just the outfield.
Yeah, because you clearly can't go shopping and get everything you want with the resource. They are going to the budget for the Diamondbacks is being figured out like right about now. They should know within the next few days what the budget is going to be. They'll all get together, Mike Hazen, Ken Kendrick, all the powers that be, and they'll figure out what the budget is. And again, I think the payroll will come down a little bit, but not significantly, but it will come down a little bit from where it was last year.
When we come back, we get you caught up on everything going on in sports. It is the 4 o'clock reset, and it is next here on Burns and Gambo.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings.
Mark Schlereth, our guest every week here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings.
We've talked a lot about Jacoby Brissett and Kyler Murray with you, likely going back to Kyler Murray this week, and I guess that's proper. You need to get to a resolution with this guy one way or the other before the end of the season.
This has got to be one of those situations for the next however many games. We have to make a decision, and this is a big boy decision. This is an adult decision. This is not about, hey, we spent a lot of money, so what? You know what? Where are you going, and how's he going to take you there? And if he can't take you there, then you have to make the move.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
If you're on the job day in and day out, you know living with pain in your knees, hips, back, or shoulders is miserable. The good news, QC Kinetics gets it. They understand guys like you.
They don't have the luxury of taking time off. They want to keep working. We are built for those guys that want to keep working and want to stay active. So the vast majority of who we see are the blue-collar guys like me and you.
QC Kinetics uses biologic therapies, just like pro athletes have used for years, to get you lasting pain relief with no surgery.
I want you to continue working. I want you to continue exercising. The joints are made to be moved.
The treatments at QC Kinetics are fast and non-invasive.
It's not a lot of time commitment on your part. There is no downtime or recovery time. You don't need short-term disability with what we do. We want to keep you active.
Call QC Kinetics now to set up your free no-obligation consultation. Learn how you can get real pain relief.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN.
Every time I turn around, my friends at Pure Talk give me one more reason to feel good about switching. This month, for instance, they're supporting Canines for Warriors, a terrific organization that trains rescue dogs and then pairs them up with combat veterans struggling with PTSD. The result? They're saving lives on both ends of the leash. This is why I switched to Pure Talk. I like being in business with an American wireless company who shares my values. Yeah, I appreciate unlimited talk, text, and plenty of 5G data for just $25 a month, and I bet you will too. But I think you'll really appreciate doing business with a company who gives back to the men and women who volunteered to defend our country. Just dial pound 250, say micro. With Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team, you can switch in as little as 10 minutes. Again, dial pound 250, say micro, to switch to an American wireless company who actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
My name is Wes Tunsaker, and I'm a partner here at the law firm of Morris Hall.
I'm Andrea Klaus, managing partner.
I'm Tim Hall, and I'm thrilled to be part of this firm with wonderful partners, associates, and especially great clients.
We put clients first. I can't say enough about the team that we've got.
What estate planning is taking your assets, your legacy, and making sure that we plan for and protect that so that it goes to who you want, when you want, and how you want.
Estate planning is really caring about what impact you make while you're alive and caring about what happens when you're gone, not only to your estate that you leave, but to the people to whom you leave them or to the organizations.
If you have questions about a current estate plan or would like to review estate planning needs, you can reach out for a complimentary consultation.
We often say that estate planning is not just our practice, it's our privilege and it's our passion. Please come to see us.
Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm for over 55 years. Visit morrishall.com today.
The autumn wind is blowing, and that means football and the fall sale at Brooklyn Bedding. Now through October 30th, everything in store and online is 25% off. Sheets, pillows, mattresses, adjustable frames, everything is 25% off. The game plan to score on this great deal is to get on over to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the fall sale at Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Phoenix Suns back on the home hardwood tonight. They're hoping to end the current 3-game losing streak that they're on. They host the Memphis Grizzlies at Mortgage Matchup Center. Per our John Gambadoro, Jalen Green is going to remain out for tonight for Phoenix. He is recovering from a right hamstring strain. Green was initially listed as questionable on the team's injury report. Dylan Brooks is out as well. He's dealing with groin soreness. The Grizzlies will be without Zach Edey, Brandon Clark, Scottie Pippen Jr., and Ty Jerome. Santi Aldama and Vince Williams Jr. are both questionable. Tip-off is at 7. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And then Game 5 of the World Series is tonight from Los Angeles. It is a best of 3 now as the Dodgers and Blue Jays are tied at 2 games apiece. First pitch is at 5. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Sundays belong to football watch parties with wall-to-wall action, special guests, food and drink specials, football promotions, and more. Only at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
4 o'clock reset time. Time to get you caught up on everything going on in sports. This halfway point of the Burns and Gambo show. Here is Lauren with all the top stories today. I was just told big fantasy football matchup this weekend between the two of yous. This weekend, you and Gambo.
Yes, I very much knew that information before you said it.
Yeah, I just found out. I looked at my roster just now. I looked at my roster and I play Lauren this week.
Would beating Gambo give you a certain amount of joy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right now I have a 59% chance of winning.
Yeah, we'll see about that.
That's what it says.
Lauren,
realize that thing changes as the games go on. Like, it is a horrible
totally.
prediction.
It's the worst tool ever. Literally the worst tool ever.
It's really bad. It's really, really bad.
Dumb. It's just dumb.
Fantasy not turning out really well for me either so far. What we got? What's going on in sports today?
Okay, so normally I would start the reset with something Arizona-based.
Yeah.
But instead, I'm not. I'm going to start it with this quote. from Brian Schottenheimer today.
Okay.
When he's talking about his offense and what he thinks of it so far this season.
No, I think, none of us have done good enough. Coaches, players, head coach, none of us have done good enough. That's real. I mean, our scorecard is what it is, and that's not just, defensively, that's offensively, we're a football team that's 3-4-1. You can take the stats on offense and shove them up your as far as I'm concerned. I mean, is what it is. We want to win, and people talk about, hey, MVP and this and that. Dak Prescott doesn't want to win MVP. He wants to win a Super Bowl, and that's what we want to win. And we're not there yet. We've not played that consistently well enough to certainly be in that discussion, but it doesn't mean the journey stops. It certainly doesn't stop. It just, you get more focused, you get more intentional, and we got to do it together.
He doesn't sound like a real happy guy.
Well, okay, because when you put yourself in a hole like this, like the projections are the Cowboys have to win 7 more games now to make the playoffs because of the way they've started. They have to win 7 games. You start to look at the schedule and who you've got coming up, you're like, there's not 7 wins there. Like, there does come a point where reality sets in. You have to lie to your players, and you have to lie to your owner, but you tell your wife you're not going to make the playoffs. Like, honey, what'd you tell you? I told them we got a great shot. We got to do this. We got to do that. What'd you tell the players? I told the players I got to keep fighting. We're in a good position. What are you going to tell me? We suck. Like, I mean, that's it. Like, at some point, your circle of trust, the reality sets in. You're not going anywhere this year. Your season's over.
It is amazing, the disparity between how good Dallas is offensively and how bad they are defensively. I know we like to say things like, I don't know if I've ever seen anything like that. I don't know if I've ever seen anything like that, where it's that wide, where the chasm between offense, defense, and where they are one of the elite offenses in the NFL, and they are god-awful defensively. And there's like no in between those two extremes. No,
were the Suns ever in that category? I mean, even with the 7-second or less Nash-era Suns, it was so good offensively, but
decent defensively. I mean, maybe not this bad, league worst.
Yeah.
Defensively, I don't think they were ever like that.
Okay. It's almost like Matt Eberflus is a bad coach. Who could have seen this coming?
I thought about you the other day when I was thinking about the Cowboys and how bad they were defensively because of all the love that Clayton Adams gets for what he did for that offense. Matt Eberflus, the former Chicago Bears head coach, is the defensive coordinator, and that tracks.
Yeah.
If they're that bad defensively,
they kind of did cut his legs out from under him. They traded Micah Parsons.
That too.
The
owner didn't help much.
No, not at all. And taking a trip around the NFL here, Lions edge rusher Aiden Hutchinson is signing a 4-year, $180 million extension that includes $141 million guaranteed. His $45 million average salary trails only Micah Parsons, who will earn $46.5 million among non-quarterbacks in the NFL.
I also feel like he is rapidly gaining on Patrick Mahomes as the NFL guy who is in the most commercials, maybe outside of Travis Kelce.
Yeah.
Like, Aiden Hutchinson is all over my TV when it comes to stuff that he is promoting.
No, he is, but I couldn't even tell you one thing he's promoting.
State Farm.
Okay.
There's something else he does.
Isn't he in one of those Applebee's commercials with
Dan
Campbell?
He's in one of those.
With what?
Dan Campbell.
Dan Campbell.
Okay.
Yeah. No,
it's the word in Detroit is like they've spent a lot of money.
They have.
They've spent a lot of money. It's like, okay, it's time to deliver. Like, there's a story in the Detroit Free Press. Aiden Hutchinson's deal done. Time for the Lions Billionaire Boys Club to finally deliver a Super Bowl.
That's a good point.
They are paying a lot of money to a Penei Sewell and a Amon-Ra St. Brown, and they've got Gibbs and Montgomery, and they got a lot of money tied up to a lot of guys.
Well said.
And Cam Scadaboo, more about
6 months.
Injury came out today. He suffered an open tibia fracture, a ruptured deltoid ligament, in addition to the right ankle dislocation. Brian Dable today said, quote, Cam Scadaboo is wheeling himself around the facility for meetings today.
Wow. Okay, anybody here ever break a bone?
I never have.
Yeah.
My entire life.
You broke a bone?
Yeah, my right pinky finger.
Right pinky finger. Mitch, you ever break a bone?
Mitch, did you ever break anything? No.
No? Okay.
You? Oh, you?
No, I never broke bones.
Really? Oh, that surprised me.
No, I mean, I spent.
Given how bad you said you were at boxing, I'm surprised you didn't break something.
Oh no, probably did break. Like, I was stitched up a lot. I mean, I remember laying on the table and getting stitched right after a match, and so I was stitched up. I would always bleed above my eyebrow right here. I'd always bleed right into my eye,
no broken bones.
and then into my mouth. I'd be tasting my own blood. Seriously, I would be. But I didn't break anything.
The story is that the breaks were all so clean and almost so perfect. 6-month recovery, says Ian Rappaport. Like it was a horrific-looking injury, but not a very complicated rehab. He'll be ready to go.
He's
6
wheeling
months.
himself around.
Or he's wheeling exactly. It goes
6 months is great because he's ready for OTAs.
Yeah, good.
Start of the spring.
Excited for him.
That's good. And the Chicago Bears have signed C.J. Gardner-Johnson today. It will be his 4th team since the end of last season.
Wow.
Seriously?
Yeah.
He's been around.
He's been on 4 teams?
I didn't know it was 4, but I knew he'd hopped around quite a bit. Yeah, wow. That's nuts.
And Joe Flacco suffered a sprain to his AC joint in his throwing shoulder and is now, quote, 50-50 for the game on Sunday. Which means Jake Brown.
I was going to say back in Jake Brown.
What did Flacco do?
He suffered a sprain to his AC joint on his throwing shoulder.
I mean, at his age, just walking around probably injures certain things. You do get to that point where you just...
Ow.
My first 3 steps out of bed are the worst 3 steps of my day every day.
That's true.
Those first 3
At least you get 'em
steps
over
out
with
of bed.
quick.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
Then you're fine. Then you're fine after that.
Then I get going, yeah.
And the Phoenix Suns, they're back in action tonight. They'll take on the Memphis Grizzlies from Mortgage Matchup Center. Jalen Green, as you reported, Gambo, out for this one, and so is Dylan Brooks.
Very frustrating. I will say the Suns were very optimistic that he would be playing by now. They were very optimistic. The hope was and the belief was that he would be playing by now. So I don't want to say it's a setback or anything like that. He's just not ready to go. And I think it's very disappointing. And this is, in a nutshell, this describes the history of sports in Arizona. Let's go get a guy who's never been injured. The Cardinals did it, and the Diamondbacks did it, and all of our teams. We saw how many guys did Monty Austinfort sign last year that were never injured, and all got injured. Corbin Burns, does he ever miss any games? No, comes here, he's out for this year.
Yeah.
Jalen Green, 2 years, never missed a game. He's out.
I'll be curious to see in the coming days, and I'm just speculating here, if we will come to find out he did suffer a setback. Because by all indications, he was there and ready to go. So I wonder. I know you're not reporting that. This is just me talking and me speculating. I wonder if we'll come to find out that he did suffer some sort of a setback with that injury. And if so, we need the current version of the Phoenix Suns, the one where Jalen Green and Devin Booker are sharing a backcourt together, to start as soon as possible so we can figure out how this thing is going to look with those two back there. Because I know how it looks with him not back there. And it's going to could be knife to a gunfight type stuff tonight against the Memphis Grizzlies with no Dylan Brooks and no Jalen Green.
And in the World Series, the Blue Jays got the win yesterday,
You're damn right they did.
6-2 over the Dodgers. They tied this thing up 2-2. Game 5 is tonight, and it will start in about an hour from now.
Game 6 would be Friday. Game 7, if necessary, would be on Saturday.
So it's Blake Snell against the rookie tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Yasavage.
So Blake Snell against Yasavage is the matchup.
Yep, which was the result that got us 11-4 in Game 1.
In Toronto. Yeah, this one's in LA, a little bit different.
Yeah.
Winner of this one wins the World Series about 65% of the time based on history when it's tied 2-2.
It's really nice to see the Blue Jays punch back. I was worried that 18 innings was going to be the death of them. It was nice to see them punch back in that game.
Yeah. I mean, look at us. We're rooting for Canada over the United States of America. And I don't
Who
care.
have we become?
Yeah.
And finally, we'll wrap up
I'll
this
buy
4
your
o'clock
maple
reset.
syrup and everything you've got.
Maple syrup is tasty. It is worth it.
I have nothing against Canada at all.
I love Canada.
I don't know what our tariffs are on them right now, but I'll pay it as long as Toronto wins.
I got nothing against Canada, man. That has nothing to do with this for me.
All right, and quickly, some hockey news. Yes,
Hockey
news. The Utah Mammoth have signed Logan Cooley to an 8-year, $80 million contract extension.
We finally hit the big draft pick. Finally. Yeah. And then they leave.
What's this wee stuff?
We's the wrong word.
We?
Yeah, the team finally nailed it in the draft.
There you
finally.
Go. That's the way to phrase it. The team. And, none of this wee crap.
Played his rookie season. He played with Arizona. Had 20 goals. Then he had 25 his first year in Utah. And now he's got 8 in 11 games. 8 in 11 games.
Gambo and Luke were telling me during the shift change here, I have not been paying attention.
Oh, they're on fire.
They've won 7 in a row.
They're one of the hottest teams. They are atop the Western Conference. They have 8 wins and 2 losses. Nobody has a better record in the 8-3. Nobody has a better record in the West than they do.
Let's do this hockey. And with that, that's your 4 o'clock reset.
Thanks, Lauren. We appreciate it. When we come back on the Burns.
First of all, I'll say this. They never would have paid him $80 million here. They would have traded him.
Yeah, they didn't have $80
They didn't have any
million
money.
to pay him.
No money.
Well, they were going to go $80 million more in debt than
can we
they
pay you
already were?
80? We'll give you
no.
80 a game. $80 a game. No, they would have never been able to afford him.
Coming up next from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios, the trade deadline is next week. Who potentially is on the block for the Cardinals? We'll talk about that next on Arizona Sports.
You don't have to be an athlete. Heck, you can play while you have a beverage. Dink and Dine Pickle Park in Mesa is the venue. The 2nd annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is the event. Compete for the coveted golden paddle and your share of cash prizes. Text the word pickle to 620-620 and sign up now. Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is presented by Sanderson Ford, benefiting Operation Santa Claus. Text pickle to 620-620. Rates may apply.
Truth is, the sooner you start, the better, but there's never a bad time to call Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation, Wealth and Tax, and get the ball rolling. At some point, I'll tell you, life comes quick. You know, it seems like yesterday my kids were being born and going to, Little League games and soccer games and lacrosse games, and now they're all grown up and, getting married and living on their own and doing all these wonderful things. And just life comes at you very, very fast. That's why you want to prepare for the future now. Yeah, you want to prepare for what's going to happen in 20 years today. So that way when 20 years comes, you're ready for it. That's why I recommend hiring a financial advisor like Stuart Willis. 5 locations in the Valley, local. You may have seen him on TV, the Asset Preservation Hour, giving people the advice they need. Financial planning, retirement planning, estate planning, tax planning. It's all together. It's all together. Now, you're going to love Stuart because he's one of those financial advisors that's around for you. Not a guy that checks in once a year. Hey, just wanted to make sure everything's okay right before you're supposed to renew. No, the type of guy that's going to be with you every step of the way because life comes at you fast and things change. Call him for a free portfolio review at 602-877-PLAN. That's 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters. And Mike, your company is a leading installer of artificial turf in the Valley, and artificial turf has become extremely popular in Arizona.
Absolutely. Less maintenance is what everyone is going for these days. So we can provide a lawn that'll last through every season, less watering, no mowing, one-stop shop. Call Turf Monsters.
623-263-7388, online at turfmonstersaz.com.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Smith with Oliver Smith Jeweler. Gold prices are at an all-time high, so if you've been procrastinating selling your watches, jewelry, or gold, you're in luck. Dad, you've been doing this in Arizona for almost 45 years. What should people know before they sell?
First, don't get scammed by those road shows that pop up in hotel ballrooms, please. We're a local family-owned jeweler, and we've been advising Arizona families for decades.
Does someone need an appointment?
No appointment necessary. We'll evaluate your watches, jewelry, or gold and give you a check on the spot in minutes.
Have you ever seen gold this high?
Never. Do yourself a favor, search your jewelry box, find out if there's anything in there that might have value or things that you aren't wearing and bring them in.
Weren't you an appraiser on Antiques Roadshow?
Yeah, that was the original reality show.
Sell your watches, jewelry, and gold with confidence. Visit Oliver Smith Jeweler in our 2 Scottsdale locations or online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
When it comes to Redbirds, your favorite team may dominate the gridiron, but Redbird Farms chicken rules the roost in flavor. With hand-cut, antibiotic-free, cage-free, vegetarian-fed chicken, Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Our standards exceed the highest industry norms for quality. Find Redbird Farms chicken at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
YouTube TV customers, you could lose ESPN and the sports you love, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, the NBA, college basketball, and more. Take action. Go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN.
Hey, it's Luke. Which Arizona Cardinals defensive players need to step up during the second half of the season? We're going to ask NFL vet Lorenzo Alexander tomorrow at 11. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
The Arizona Cardinals are on the road on Monday. Fair to say that the next time they play a home game in Glendale, because Glendale is where the Arizona Cardinals play their home games.
Where do they play their home games?
Glendale. They play their home games in Glendale.
You learn something every day.
Right? Like, seriously,
really, just
it's people. Someone driving around right now is going Glendale. I had no idea. Yeah, it's true.
That's
Glendale.
where they play. They play in Glendale.
It's fair to wonder who will not be on this roster. Who is right now? The trade deadline. It's funny. We basically don't have a show Monday because of Monday Night Football. Sorry to break it to everybody out there, but the pregame show kind of knocks us off the air. So when we start next week, when we start at straight up 2:00 on Tuesday, is also the trade deadline in the NFL.
Yeah.
Like the minute we hit the air. Now, the trade deadline in the NFL, obviously, it's not as impactful as it is in Major League Baseball or the NBA. We all know that. We all get that. But we've seen our fair share of moves so far. The Rams have added a corner. The 49ers have added a defensive lineman from the New England Patriots. And when people look at the Cardinals, people look at a seller. They figure they could move some guys maybe if they wanted to. And the 3 names that came up today in a piece that was done by Teo Mackey in terms of if you're looking at 3 guys who could go.
Hit me with your best shot.
3 players the Cardinals could deal at the NFL trade deadline. Jalen Thompson, Calais Campbell, Jonah Williams.
Is anybody going to want Jonah Williams?
I was kind of surprised he was on the list too, to be honest with you, because I had the same thought. Like maybe as a depth guy, but others that maybe Greg Dortch, Zay Jones, Will Hernandez, and then I thought this one was interesting. Dalvin Tomlinson.
You just got him.
I know, but he really. Have you noticed him? Have you felt him? You know, like
no,
not a lot. Not a lot. Like, boy,
he reminds me. I really hate to say this. He kind of reminds me of the guy that got for Buffalo, signed him with a 3-year deal, and then 2 years later he was gone.
Oh, what was his?
Such a. He had the one. Phillips was his Phillips.
Yeah, Phillips. It was Phillips.
Jordan Phillips. He had the one good year, and then they paid him, and he came in and he sucked. Like, he sucked. I mean, I was like, oh, yeah, well, guess who could say? And you're like, all right, you're paying him off for 1 year, like a contract year too, by the way. And then he was just terrible.
Yeah, I mean, I think to be fair to Dalvin, he had a more of a consistent career than Jordan Phillips.
Yes.
He didn't have just the one good year. But I would understand. He was somebody we were both really excited when they got him in free agency. Like, oh man, that's going to really solve some problems for them. And instead, now he shows up on this list, but not as one of the main 3. The main 3 and the main, like Jonah Williams, I don't know if he'd get much interest. You said it best about Calais Campbell yesterday. It would have to be what he wanted. And Teo in his story mentioned about Calais Campbell, and I had forgotten about this. Last season, the Dolphins got trade offers for Calais Campbell at the deadline.
Yeah, he said no.
He said no.
Don't
want to leave Miami midseason.
Right.
I don't want to go. And so I think it's fair to wonder, maybe even assume, he would say the same thing here in this situation. If the
Except this is the end. And like last year, he probably knew he was going to play another year. Now it's the end, and you start to think, okay, do you want to try to win a Super Bowl? Like there was a trade proposal I saw from a Philly site that said, look, the Eagles can really use Calais Campbell. Like they can really use him. And so they had a proposed trade, Calais Campbell, for a sixth-round pick. They said he's 39 years old, still productive. He's been a bit of a mercenary in recent years, moving from team to team. Grain of salt as always, but Pro Football Focus has Campbell graded as the 7th best defensive lineman in the NFL last season. He's 13th this year. Hasn't seen a big drop-off. Versatile, could play on the edge, in the interior. The Eagles could use both spots. It says the Eagles and Chiefs reportedly were interested in signing him during the free agency period, but he came to Arizona. So would he go to the Eagles? Like if I'm Calais, it would have to be a team I think could win the Super Bowl. It would have to be. And he still may say no. He still may say, I don't want to go. But it would have to be a team that, okay, I'll go there. It's 6 weeks, 8 weeks, whatever it is. I'll try to win a Super Bowl. Because you get traded in November, and, the season's going to end, 7-8 weeks later, and then you've got the playoffs, of course. But would he go rent a place for 3 months and try to win a Super Bowl with somebody?
The easy answer is I don't know, because we know Calais, but we don't know him. It's not like I can call him on the way home and ask him and see what he thinks about that. But I would think it'd be at least tempting to do it. All right, I mean, just looking at your environment, and especially you'd have to really be talking about teams like the two that you mentioned, the Eagles, the Chiefs. If the Lions were interested, like teams that legitimate. And as long as you're not talking about in the division either, because I'm sorry, I'm not sending him to the LA Rams or I'm not sending him to the Seattle Seahawks or anybody like that. It'd have to be a non-NFC West team that has a truly legitimate chance of going to the Super Bowl. And I think then and only then could we even have a conversation about whether he would think about it. And then beyond that, we'd just be speculating on his state of mind and whether he wants to leave. I know this, and not that he's the only good family guy on a football team. There's a lot of good family guys on any football team. I go to these games, and so do you. And about 2 hours before every game, Calais Campbell is down on that field, and he is playing with his kids, and he's having a good time. They're running around on the field, and he's running around with them. And like, would he? Is that important to him? Would he be able to do that somewhere else? Would he be willing to put that on pause?
No, probably not going to pick up his family.
3 months? Right, yeah, like not for 3 months, not the end of his career. So
yeah, I mean, think about Chris Paul, left his family in LA to come here, and like there are certain guys that will do that. They they like where they live, they love the kids who are in the school, they're comfortable, their wives go, they'll just pick up and just leave and then come back. But he's so close to the end though. Like could he? I don't know if he could do it, but again, when you look at Pro Football Focus, he's rated as the 13th the best defensive lineman right now. There's not a big slippage from where he was last year. That's somebody that a team could say, okay, I'll go. And now, 6th-round pick?
Yeah.
I mean, again, it's a 6th-rounder, but again, it's another draft pick that you can add to your arsenal.
I think the Jalen Thompson one is way more interesting. Way
more
interesting.
Well, what have we seen more than anything, I think, at the trade? If you look at the most recent trades, if I'm not mistaken, safeties and corners.
Yes.
Like, if you go look at all the players that have been traded, I haven't looked at this, but it seems like there's been a bunch of trades in the last 2 weeks. Almost the majority of them, I believe, are safeties and corners.
The majority of them. I don't know if I'd say the vast majority, but I think the majority of them.
Look it up.
I know there was the defensive lineman who got moved to the Niners, but the Rams got themselves a corner. I'm trying to think of some of the other ones so far that have been done, but I think most
Jets
of
acquired cornerback Jarvis Brownlee. I'd have to go through. I'd have to go look at the wall. But
he is interesting to me because he's a free agent, because of Rabbit Taylor Demerson.
Yeah.
Because you're getting Garrett Williams back, so you get some bodies that are going to be coming back in the secondary. I don't know if you're bringing him back anyway, and he's young. He's still only 27, 28 years old. You know what I mean? And I know he's a free agent, but he's the one that makes way more sense, I think, in some ways.
Right.
Like in terms of, maybe he'd be willing to move and he would want to go, and a contender might be interested in him, and all the things might line
Roger
up for them.
McCreary, defensive back, Greg Newsome, cornerback. It does seem like to me, I'm looking at it now, there are definitely quite a few defensive backs that have been traded.
Join Paul Calvisi, Ron Wolfley, and Cardinals legend Adrian Wilson from 6 until 7 on Thursday night for the Big Red Rage at Flanker Kitchen and Sports Bar located on the Great Lawn at State Farm Stadium. Fans can meet A-Dub, score some great giveaways and prizes. That's the Big Red Rage with special guest Adrian Wilson. Thursday at 6 from Flanker Kitchen and Sports Bar on the Great Lawn at State Farm Stadium. You can also catch the show right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. The Phoenix Suns, 4 games in, shooting a ton of threes. Is that a good thing? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Gillespie taps it to himself into the forecourt. He comes. Numbers for the Suns. It's Booker for the jam time. Colin Gillespie tipped it up into the air, then gave it to Booker for the dunk.
The Suns host the Grizzlies tonight at Mortgage Matchup Center. Our pregame begins tonight at 6. 7 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
How do you stay humble when you're America's #1 wiper blade? That's what we're currently dealing with at Rain-X. Is it even possible to humble brag when you bully Mother Nature like we do? Do we sound too conceited if we keep repeating how Rain-X is the #1 brand of wiper blades in America? No. We'll take a lesson from our wipers and just keep doing our job with humility. As America's #1 wiper blade. Rain-X. Outsmart the elements.
Do you have an estate plan that protects you while you're alive and when you pass away? Imagine becoming incapacitated after a serious accident or illness. Without a living trust, your family could end up in court, fighting over your money and even your medical care. A will does nothing to protect you while you're alive. And when you pass away, a will could send your estate into probate court, costing time, stress, and thousands in legal fees. That's why more Arizonans are turning to RJP Estate Planning to set up a living trust. It protects your assets if you're incapacitated and helps your estate avoid probate, so your home and other assets transfer smoothly to your loved ones. And right now, if you're 55 or over, you can save 55% on a living trust.
For your 55% savings, call 480-576-5457. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457. Offer ends October 30th.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
No, it's not too soon to start holiday shopping. Ulta Beauty's early Black Friday event is happening now through November 22nd. Shop $10 beauty minis from brands like MAC and Too Faced. Take 30% off Lancome and Touchland fragrances and body mists. With new offers dropping every week, our associates can help you find the perfect gifts. Head into Ulta Beauty today to shop our early Black Friday event. Ulta Beauty. Gifting happens here.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Per our John Gambadoro, Phoenix Suns guard Jalen Green is going to remain out tonight for Phoenix. He's recovering from a right hamstring strain. Green was initially listed as questionable on the team's injury report. Suns will be back in action tonight, hosting the Memphis Grizzlies at Mortgage Matchup Center. Green, not the only Sun out. Dylan Brooks is out as well. He's dealing with groin soreness. Tip-off is at 7. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and on the Arizona Sports app. And we've got Game 5 of the World Series tonight from Los Angeles. It's a best of 3 now, as the Dodgers and Blue Jays are tied at 2 games apiece. First pitch is just a half hour from now. And that is what's trending now.
The Phoenix Suns host the Grizzlies tonight downtown. Pre-game at 6, 7 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
It's so funny now. I was just laughing. I was thinking about the last couple of years where we would beg the Phoenix Suns to take more threes. Reasonably, like not Boston Celtics level taking more threes.
Yeah.
But just take more threes, right?
They were the mid-range assassins. Like, oh my God, you got to take more threes.
You're the mid-range mafia.
Right.
We get it. Okay. Will you please just take like 3 steps back and make it a 3, please?
Yeah.
Please. And again, I know you especially stylistically, you hate jacking up a bunch of 3-pointers as a style. But don't be bottom 5 in the league. Don't be bottom 10 in the league. Be somewhere in the middle, right? Well, here we are. And the mid-range mafia no more. I don't know what made me look at this today, but I looked it up. The Phoenix Suns so far are number 1 in the NBA in 3-point attempts per game.
Okay.
Number 1 in the NBA.
Now, I got a caveat to that.
Okay.
When you're down by 20-something every game, it's the easiest way to get back in the game.
We can caveat this thing to death, right?
They don't want to take that many threes, but when you're down by 20, you're sitting there, you're saying, okay, that's 10 2-pointers.
Yeah.
Or I could hit 7 and I'm in the lead. Okay, it's like the math number all of a sudden starts the math part of it takes control there.
There's no question that.
Yeah.
I think there's a whole bunch of things at play here. And again, it's only 4 games, so we're talking super small sample size. I don't know if this is going to last or not, but there's no doubt that's one of them. They're down by 20 in every single game.
Yeah.
Jack it, you shoot away, jack it up, do whatever it takes to get back in it. But I also think there's more at play here, and I almost think about it in like college basketball terms. You know how you get to March Madness sometimes, and you get a 3 taken on a 14 or a 5 taken on a 12. And what's their best chance of winning that game?
Threes.
What's the best
You got a bunch
chance?
of seniors who all shoot the ball well from 3.
Exactly. When you're a team in March Madness and the other team across from you just has more talent than you do, more NIL money.
It's a great equalizer.
It's a great equalizer. You know what? We're just going to jack up 63s and let's see if we make 50% of them. And if we do, you're going to lose.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to get eliminated. And I think because the Suns most nights face such a talent deficit, that I can understand why that's probably a big part of their game plan. Most nights. And then there's another thing at play here, too. And it gets back to something we were talking about after the Utah game. They're small. They're a small team. They got a bunch of 6'6" dudes out there. They're not playing the size that they've got. They're leaning into their more experienced, smaller players. And what do they all do? They shoot. They all so
Grayson Allen shoots 3s. Royce O'Neal shoots 3s.
Yeah.
Colin Gillespie is not going to try to take it in for a layup. He's going to shoot 3s.
Yep.
Book's going to shoot 3s. Like, they got a lot of guys that will shoot the 3. And, I think, when Chris was here, a lot of mid-range. Kevin Durant, big mid-range guy. Like, they really thrived in the mid. Bradley Beal, really good mid-range shooter when he was healthy. By the way, he's out again tonight, too. So everybody keeps calling Jalen Green Bradley Green now.
Oh, that's not.
I'm like, that's so
that's
unfair.
Not fair.
That's just we don't want to go down that road.
That's not fair. If he misses another 15 games, okay, that's fair.
Real
game.
deal green?
No, it's not yet. Come on, too soon. Too soon. What do you mean? Everybody? People on Twitter?
I've got some people on Twitter like naming him because they, 5 games in, and this is just again 2 years. 2 years doesn't miss any games. Comes here and he's missed 5 games. It sucks.
Yeah,
I want to see him play so bad because I think he could really help.
I am surprised though, given how much you hate that style of basketball.
The threes,
that it hasn't come up yet for you.
Because I want them to win and they're down 20, and I kind of understand that.
Oh, you're fine with it now.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to get wins here.
You're such a hypocrite.
I'm trying to get some wins.
Oh my God.
This lunch is going to be a costly lunch. It's not a cheap lunch. This is like, would you like to see the dessert menu? Of course I would.
Jambo, I'm going to make this lunch. Yeah. I'm going to make this lunch hurt.
Oh, yeah, of course.
It is going to hurt. And I know it
Would you like to see the drink menu? You're damn right I would.
I know it takes a lot to hurt your impenetrable credit rating and whatever level of American Express card you had over there.
The perfect credit rating.
I'm going to make it hurt when you take me out to lunch.
Exactly.
Oh, yes. Yeah. No, I don't want the lunch menu. I want the dinner menu. Bring me the dinner menu.
No, we didn't say dinner.
Where's the one?
It is a lunch bet.
It's a lunch bet.
It's a lunch bet.
I want the dinner menu at lunch.
You can have the lunch bet.
Expensive food is. Bring me the wine list, please. Where's the $200?
You have a happy hour special?
No. Yeah, I'll have
You're not getting a $200 bottle of Dom Perignon or whatever.
I'll have a bottle of Camus, please, with my lunch.
I don't even know what that is.
It's a very nice red wine.
Okay, you can have a glass of red wine. Whatever. Get
a bottle, baby. We're doing it up.
Yeah, bottle.
So the three-pointing.
Excuse me, can I have mushrooms on my steak, please?
Oh, mushrooms on top of both of the steaks.
Do you have any escargot? I love those little snails.
I'm gonna make it hurt.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
make it. Yeah, I mean, deserve it. If I spent a few $100, something's wrong. Something's wrong.
When the Suns inevitably go on that run where they've won, 5 of 8 games, 6 of 10 games. Then you talk about all the great things you're going to get.
If you ask for Grey Poupon, I'm leaving. I'm out.
I'm not going to.
I'm just leaving. Can I have the Grey Poupon?
No. So this is just how it's going to have to.
They're going to shoot a lot of threes because, when you get behind, it's the way you get back in the game. It's kind of like the great equalizer. I get it. I don't love the style of basketball. I hate teams that jack up 45 threes a game. It takes away from the beauty of the game. I think it really has hurt the game. I'd actually like to move the 3-point line back a little bit more. To be honest with you, can't do much in the corners, but you can change it elsewhere. And I'd like to see that because I think 2 teams rely way too much on the 3 and takes away from real quality basketball that I grew up with that I love.
It's funny. It's like I haven't. That's why when I looked it up today, I was surprised by it by a little bit. There have been so many other things the Suns have been doing that have been driving me nuts that I had barely noticed they've led the league in 3-point shooting. And by that, I mean the free throw disparity has been driving
second chance
me nuts.
points, offensive rebounds,
points in the paint has been driving me nuts. Like
it's intangibles.
It's just all those numbers on a nightly basis is the stuff that's driving me nuts about this basketball team to the point where I just really haven't even noticed that they've jacked up that they're taking like 46 3-pointers a night. More than the Knicks, more than the Boston Celtics, most of the NBA. I had barely noticed.
I haven't noticed as much either. I noticed they've had to rely on it. Like they got back in that game against the Jazz with book hitting 2 3-pointers. They got back into the game because Royce O'Neal started to hit a bunch of 3-pointers. So as you're watching it, you realize that they're hitting the 3. It's like Royce O'Neal came in and was just on fire, and he kept taking shots. At one point, after he hit 2 threes in a row, he's on a fast break with Book 2-on-1, and instead of giving it up to Book, he stops and shoots a 3, and he missed it. I'm like, you got Devin Booker on a 2-on-1. Like, you got to pass the ball to Book, and he takes the 3, and he missed it because he was hot. He was shooting a 3.
Yeah. Again, no Jalen Green tonight. No Dylan Brooks tonight. And we'll talk more about that over the course of what's left of our show here for the last hour and 20 minutes or so, because that's the Jalen Green thing especially. It's not fair to call him Bradley Beal, but it is very fair to be a little
Here's the guy 35 seconds ago, Jalen Beal.
You're just...
my timeline.
Well, that's your time. I'll be honest with you. Your timeline is a place I would never want to be. I would never want to be in your timeline.
The Twitter timeline?
Yeah,
I hate it.
You are a magnet for the stuff. I know.
You will never find a more wretched hive.
I mean,
of scum and villainy.
It's Moss Isley. Yeah, his Twitter account is Moss Isley.
Yeah, I mean, I've gotten death threats on my Twitter account. Like death threats.
Yeah, no, you
like that's how stupid some of these people are.
You can have that. You can absolutely have that. I don't want to be in your Twitter.
Well, don't have it, but like we're not envious that you're getting them.
Yeah, it's like
you have my sympathies that it's happening. I shouldn't be so callous to it, but
right. I know. It's just it's a cesspool for it's really like 90 to 95% of the people on here are fine, and I really enjoy the interactions. But the 5% that aren't, like they're just, it's hell. It's just hell.
Join the excitement at the second annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament. It's presented by Sanderson Ford. It's happening on November 14th at Dink and Dine Pickle Park in Mesa. Compete for cash prizes and the legendary Golden Paddle. Proceeds benefit Operation Santa Claus. Don't miss the epic mascot matchup at straight up noon, featuring fan favorites like Big Red and the Suns Gorilla battling it out on a pickleball court. Text the word pickle to 620-620. Register your team now. Again, text pickle to 620-620 and secure your spot. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, we got a whole new series in Los Angeles. Go Blue Jays. Next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Bickley and Morana mornings. One word that I think needs to be ratcheted up for this to be turned around is the aggressiveness on both sides of the ball. And you go back to a fourth down call on the quarterback sneak that failed with Jacoby Brissett in a game that the Cardinals lost again by a couple of points. Was that aggressive? No, it wasn't aggressive. On the defensive side of the ball, the Cardinals have not generated much of a pass rush, but they also haven't been very aggressive in bringing extra rushers. Their blitz rate is among the lowest in the league. These are the things that I think need to change.
Yeah, I totally agree with that.
Bickley and Morana, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, back here to say about the law firm of Berg Simpson. And, of course, if you've been in an accident, if you've been involved in an accident, I would highly, highly encourage you to call the professionals over at Berg Simpson. Their level of expertise, their level of experience is just on a different level than others that you could call. And certainly if you've been involved in a truck crash, you should call Berg Simpson. When you choose Berg Simpson to help you after a trucking crash, you're getting over 45 years of results and experience and reputation on your side. They have recovered over $50 million in trucking injury claims alone. And where it matters the most is that they have real commercial vehicle crash experience, because you're talking about some of the biggest trucking insurance companies out there. I mean, you need that experience. You lean on that experience when you're going up against those insurance companies. And they promise you they do not charge you unless they recover compensation on your behalf. Call Berg Simpson, 602-777-7000. That's 602-777-7000, or visit BergSimpson.com. Berg Simpson, good lawyers, changing lives.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
We're calling professional wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, where are you?
I'm on my way to practice in my Arrowhead Honda. Man, I absolutely love it. The team at Arrowhead Honda takes great care of their customers, and they're really like family to me. The game isn't until Sunday, but I feel like I've already won with Arrowhead Honda.
Head down to Arrowhead Honda today and score big with unbeatable deals and top-notch service.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
Hey, y'all. It's the Rocket Roger Clemens here. Spent a lot of time pitching heat, Years later, the pain in my joints remind me of those days, but I'm not looking to sit still, and I definitely am not interested in going under the knife. That's why I chose QC Kinetics.
Not just for elite retired athletes, QC Kinetics gives everyday folks joint pain relief using regenerative treatments that work with your body to help repair joint damage.
No surgery, no long recovery, whether it's your knees, hips, shoulders, or back. My friends at QC Kinetics will help you get moving again so you can get back to doing the things you love.
QC Kinetics medical professionals will look at your x-rays or MRI to determine if you're a good candidate.
I trusted QC Kinetics to help me feel like myself again, and I'm proud to recommend them to you.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-691-6641. That's 602-691-6641. 602-691-6641.
YouTube customers, YouTube TV customers, you could lose ESPN and the sports you love, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, the NBA, college basketball, and more. Take action. Go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll Update. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
An update on our social media poll question of the day. It can be found on our X account, formerly known as Twitter, the place where Gambo's getting Jalen Beal tweeted to him.
That's terrible.
Multiple times.
It's terrible.
That's deplorable. I hold Twitter to such a higher standard than that. Lauren is here with our poll question of the day. Hi.
Hi, guys.
What you got for us?
All right, this one is about the Arizona Cardinals, because if the Cardinals decide to sell at the trade deadline, which would be Tuesday, the day directly after Monday Night Football.
That's straight up 2 o'clock, no less.
With us. Spend your Tuesday straight up 2 o'clock with us, talking about the trade deadline. Whose potential departure would hurt you more? Calais Campbell or Budda Baker?
Budda would break my heart.
Yeah.
And it's not going to happen, but it would break my heart. That would suck.
And Budda is still running away with this one, and even more than before, 85% of our audience going with Budda Baker.
I do wonder if they'll make a move. They have in the last 2 years under Monty Ossenfort. They've sold and they've bought. In year one, they sold.
I think they have to make a move. Yeah, they need draft assets.
There aren't a lot of obvious.
But there's
guys
nothing they
to
have
move.
that's going to get him better than a 6th-round pick.
No.
I don't know what Jalen Thompson would get you, but like any move they make is probably for a 6th or a 7th rounder.
They sold Josh Dobbs in year one. They bought Baron Browning in year two. The trade deadline has been a thing for Monty Ossenfort, but I don't know what the obvious. But then the Joshua Dobbs thing, we didn't see that coming. I remember when that happened, it was like, wait, what?
Right.
You know, I mean, we knew Kyler was coming back soon, but he wasn't quite there yet.
Yeah.
You know, and so you knew it was at least one game of Clayton Tune. So it was a little bit of a surprise to see him get moved, but we'll see. Deadline's coming up on Tuesday, and it's right when our show starts, as we mentioned. It's straight up 2 o'clock. In the meantime, World Series crucial Game 5 coming up tonight. Not that far from
let's
now.
Let's go.
It's going to be on ESPN 620, I believe, is tonight's game. No, it's not good. I shouldn't have said that. Bad host. Bad host. It's not going to be on ESPN.
Sparky's Den will be on ESPN 620 at 6.
So bad. My bad.
Just restart the segment. We just
No. You know what? I make mistakes.
Yeah.
I made one right there. That's a boo-boo on my part.
We all make mistakes.
We all make mistakes, and I just made one of mine right there.
And you haven't even made the biggest one of the day. Jesse did that at 2 o'clock.
Oh yeah, Jesse didn't even know who was playing in the World Series.
Couldn't remember. I mean,
the
Mitch,
Dodgers and somebody help me. Who are they playing?
Yeah, Mitch, your services were sorely missing at straight up 2 o'clock. Poor Jesse.
What's Jesse's main show?
The Wolf and Luke show.
Okay, you got to cut that up and give that to them first, without like him knowing. Oh yeah, you have to cut that up and give it to Luke.
You do.
Yeah.
Yes, you do.
I'm playing that all day if I'm
yes,
that.
You do.
If one of you guys did that, I'd be playing that all day.
The Vlad home run last night against Shohei Ohtani.
Huge. Loved it.
Was just like the great equalizer for all of this myth-making, statue-building stuff that's been going on with Shohei Ohtani, and it's deserved. But Vlad, with that one home run, is like, yeah, you're just a guy. You're just a dude.
You know what the sad part is? Here's the sad part. Vladimir Guerrero is such a special player, but he's so overshadowed by what Shohei Ohtani is doing.
True.
Okay, most total bases in a single postseason, MLB history. Randy Arozarena, can never pronounce his name. 64 in 2020.
Okay.
Vladimir Guerrero Jr. this year, 50. 50, second.
Yeah.
Corey Seager's got 50. David Freese has 50. I'm sure Vlad's going to get on base again. Most total bases in a single postseason.
Which Corey Seager? Rangers Corey Seager or Dodgers Corey Seager?
Dodgers.
Dodgers Corey Seager. Okay. I was just curious.
Dodgers Corey Seager, 2020, 50. David Freese, St. Louis, 2011. Most total bases in a single postseason. He's second all time. And he gets overshadowed because what Shohei Ohtani is doing is just like incredible. Like you could make an argument, I hate to say it, but you could make an argument like the Blue Jays could win the World Series and Shohei Ohtani probably could get like MVP consideration.
Well, it's okay, but it's funny that you
like
mentioned
he's
that
been so good.
Because when this series started, there were a bunch of people who were, and one of my really good friends is in this category. He's probably listening right now, wanting the Dodgers to win so that it would compel baseball to do something about the financial inequity, and hey, if the Dodgers win, it's just going to mean all the other owners are going to be like, to hell with this. We're going to dig in deep and fight for a salary cap because we can't just let the Dodgers win this thing every single year. And I said to him, okay, hold on a sec. And this is another Vlad gets overlooked. Toronto gave Vladimir Guerrero Jr.
15 years.
$500 million in the offseason.
Like 15 years, right?
Yeah, it's not like the Dodgers are the only one. Now, they're doing it more often than everybody else. I'm not that stupid.
Well,
I know that,
circumventing it a little bit with the deferred money. And like Ohtani's making how much this year? $2 million?
Of course, but it's not like the Toronto Blue Jays are sisters of the poor either. But Vlad, to your point, gets overshadowed. He gets overshadowed by Ohtani. The money that the Blue Jays spend on
Toronto
Vlad gets overshadowed.
He's in Toronto. It's on an American market, but he is such a great player. But again, depending on what Ohtani could do, I could see the Blue Jays. I could see the Blue Jays winning the World Series and them giving the World Series MVP to Shohei Ohtani.
No way. I could see it being a conversation.
It's not like it hasn't happened before.
I know, but I could see it being a conversation. But I don't think it happened. It's
been a long time since it happened, but it did happen.
When did it happen? When was the last time it happened?
Bobby Richardson from the Yankees.
The last time they gave it to the player on the losing team.
Yeah, the World Series against the Pirates. I think it was the Look it up. World Series Yankees Pirates MVP. The Pirates won it on the walk-off home run, but I think Bobby Richardson got the MVP.
I'll take your word for it.
I don't have.
It's not baseball, but the Stanley Cup 2 years ago, when the Panthers won it the first time, Connor McDavid was named the series MVP.
I vaguely remember that. It happens.
It happens.
It happens. I'm not super worried
Bobby
about
Richardson?
it.
Yeah. What year was 60 or 60? 60? 1960.
You were no, you weren't.
I wasn't even born.
How's it feel to bring up sports references when you weren't born yet?
Yeah, it's definitely...
He brings up musical references from before he was born all the time. Yeah. I don't know why this is any
My
different.
wife has no understanding of why I like music like from before my time, because she doesn't like any music from before her time. I don't get... I like music from
before my time.
I like I love the Grassroots, that group, the Grassroots, and I like Bread. Groups from like the late 60s. I love those groups.
Yeah.
I think the music's awesome.
But this series is a brand new one. The winner tonight, I know what the odds say. It's like in a game 5 when it's tied, the winner of game 5, what is it, like 80% of the time, 75, 80% of the time goes on to win the series if they win game 5.
65.
So it's that low? Okay, I would have thought it was
I got the numbers right. I got the numbers. The winner of game 5 in the best of 7, tied 2-2, have won 31 out of 46. So 31 and 15. 67%.
Okay,
67.5%.
Not as much as I thought. But this series, it does feel like it's trending towards something we haven't seen in a while, and that would be a Game 7. It would be really, really cool if we could get to a Game 7 in this series. That would be really
I just want Toronto to win, and if they can win the next 2 games and there's no Game 7, I just want the Dodgers to lose. But the Dodgers will then lose and say, okay, let's go get more money. Honestly, if the Dodgers get Kyle Tucker this year, something's really wrong. Like, something's really wrong in baseball if they go get Kyle Tucker.
You don't think something's already really wrong?
It's really wrong, but like that would just cement it.
When we come back, the odds that the Arizona Cardinals are going to make the playoffs, they're not good. Next on Burns and Gambo.
8-time Pro Bowler, 3-time All-Pro First Teamer on the NFL's 2010s All-Decade Team. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
My name is Wes Hunsaker, and I'm a partner here at the law firm of Morris Hall.
I'm Andrea Klaus, managing partner.
I'm Tim Hall, and I'm thrilled to be part of this firm with wonderful partners, associates, and especially great clients.
We put clients first. I can't say enough about the team that we've got.
What estate planning is taking your assets, your legacy, and making sure that we plan for and protect that so that it goes to who you want, when you want, and how you want.
Estate planning is really caring about what impact you make while you're alive and caring about what happens when you're gone, not only to your estate that you leave, but to the people to whom you leave them or to the organizations.
If you have questions about a current estate plan or would like to review estate planning needs, you can reach out for a complimentary consultation.
We often say that estate planning is not just our practice, it's our privilege and it's our passion. Please come to see us.
Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm for over 55 years. Visit morrishall.com today. When it comes to Redbirds, your favorite team may dominate the gridiron, but Redbird Farms chicken rules the roost in flavor with hand-cut, antibiotic-free, cage-free, vegetarian-fed chicken. Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Our standards exceed the highest industry norms for quality. Find Redbird Farms chicken at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a game plan for your appetite. Meet the Sonic Smasher, the QB1 of burgers. 2 hand-smashed Angus beef patties, always made to order with melty cheese and Smasher sauce. And this month only, buy 1 Sonic Smasher, get a free large drink when you order in the Sonic app. Hydration, covered. Flavor, elite. Open the app, call to play, and score yours now. Only at Sonic. Live free. Eat Sonic.
This holiday season, elevate your event at Talking Stick Resort. From breathtaking views and a world-class golf course to 113,000 square feet of flexible event space, every detail sets the stage for an unforgettable holiday party. Whether it's cocktails under the stars or a fully produced banquet with state-of-the-art AV, Talking Stick has it all. Plus a luxurious spa for next-day recovery. Secure your celebration today. Talking Stick Resort, Scottsdale's premier destination for celebration. Life well played.
1877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Football season equals the tailgate season, which means the Ford F-150 at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvisi are just the best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. All right, so how? Why? Well, it's no one thing. It's the combination of everything, right? From smart tech to powerful engines. You want productivity? How about available built-in electrical power and a convenient tailgate work surface? You can customize the F-150 pickup to fit your needs. And right now, get 3.9% APR Ford credit financing for 72 months plus $2,750 in cash back on a 2025 Ford F-150 XLT 2.7-liter truck. Yep, get 3.9% APR Ford credit financing for 72 months plus $2,750 cash back on a 2025 Ford F-150 XLT 2.7-liter truck. But hurry, these deals won't last long at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. That's buyfordnow.com.
There's never been a better time to experience Sun Devil football.
Pressure coming. Levin throwing for the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown by Jordan Tyson. The Levitt to Tyson connection clicks again.
Don't miss your chance to be a part of the action, tradition, and unmatched atmosphere at Mountain America Stadium this season. Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns are back on the home hardwood tonight. They're hoping to end their current 3-game losing streak. They host the Memphis Grizzlies at Mortgage Matchup Center. Jalen Green has been downgraded from questionable to out for tonight's game. Green has been rehabbing his way back from a hamstring injury. Dylan Brooks is out as well. He's dealing with groin soreness. The Grizzlies will be without Zach Edey, Brandon Clark, Scottie Pippen Jr., and Ty Jerome. Santi Aldama and Vince Williams Jr. are both questionable. Tip-off is at 7. Pre-game coverage starts at 6 right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And then Game 5 of the World Series is tonight from Los Angeles. It's a best-of-3 now as the Dodgers and Blue Jays are tied at 2 games apiece. First pitch is just moments from now. And that is what's trending now.
Dreams there for those who sleep.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Thursday morning. We'll give you all the latest on the Cardinals as they get ready for their Monday night showdown in Dallas. Join us starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
I want to make it with you.
I love this song. Love this group. 60s, early 70s. Bread.
It's great, the things that make you happy.
It does.
It really.
Yeah.
I wish were the YouTube cameras on. I don't know if I had engaged the microphone because the cameras turn on when we turn on our mics in here. If you could have seen the look on Kimbo's face when he heard the first couple chords of the song,
yeah,
he was so happy.
Yeah, Make It With You, Baby, I Don't Want You. I guess my wife says Justin Timberlake did a remake of one of their songs.
Really?
Do you know that? Justin Timberlake did a remake of like a top bread song.
A bread song?
Yeah.
Didn't know that. Glad we could make you happy. You know what? We need a little more joy in the Arizona sports world. There's been a lot of joy lately.
He said he likes bread. I knew one bread song. This is the one bread song I knew, and I went, all right,
my
fine, this will work.
favorite bread song is Everything I Own. Everything I Own. That might be the one that Justin Timberlake did a remake of, my wife, because I love that's my favorite bread song, Everything I Own.
That's how to get you to listen to Justin Timberlake.
See,
Have him cover bread.
Everything I Own song, the year it came out. Let me see. That was 1972. Everything I Own by Bread. Great song. Great song.
Glad we made you.
This is a great song, too.
Glad we made you.
Terrific group. I love this group.
Yeah. 5 o'clock hour here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Very happy, John Gambadoro.
Very happy.
The World Series about to get underway. We'll keep you updated on that one here on the Burns and Gambo Show. In the meantime, the Cardinals. Tomorrow will be an interesting day.
Kyler speaks?
Yeah, and I don't want to oversell it. I don't know what he's going to say, but obviously he's been under a lot of scrutiny and a lot of attention, and a lot of people have been saying that Jacoby Brissett should start, not him. And I think we've all, I don't know if we're all accepting of the fact that Kyler is going to start, but clearly when he's healthy, he's going to, and it certainly sounds like he's going to be back this week. We might not all agree with it, but I'll be curious to see how he reacts to being threatened for his job for the first time in his entire career.
You've used that word a few times, threatened. I like the word.
Is it the wrong word?
I don't think so. The fan base probably doesn't think so. I wonder if he thinks so.
If he feels like he's been threatened?
I was the #1 draft pick. How much money they're paying me? You think this journeyman, nice guy and everything, you think this guy's a threat to me? Come on.
You might be right.
I mean, I wonder if he feels that way.
That's actually.
But I'd like for Kyler to be uncomfortable. I'd like to see uncomfortable Kyler. I'd like to see that. Not brash, cocky, confident. I'd like to see uncomfortable Kyler. Kyler, yeah, you're going to have to light up the Cowboys for people to believe in you. Oh, okay, you don't think I could do it? You doubt me? I want the uncomfortable Kyler to show up on Monday.
Yeah, but if your theory is correct and he was never really threatened by Jacoby Brissett, then maybe that version of Kyler doesn't come out. You know, like if I'm misusing that word and he's like, yeah, dude, I wasn't worried about it at all. I knew I was the quarterback and I knew I didn't have a thing to worry about.
Okay, so let me take it another step.
Maybe that version doesn't come out.
So what if it's not threatened by Jacoby Brissett? What if it's threatened by your future as the Cardinals quarterback?
Well, okay, see, now that I feel like he's kind of acknowledged in a joking way when he was asked about the new facility a couple of weeks ago. Yeah, I hope I get to see it. He jokes, hey, it's beautiful. I looked at the drawings. I hope I'm around to see it. That was the first
Well, if
time.
you're not here, we'll invite you. You can come in. We'll give you a tour for free. Free tour.
Anyway, I didn't want to oversell it because I don't know what he's going to say, and maybe he wasn't threatened by a thing. But I certainly feel like from our perspective, from our vantage point, and from the fans' perspective, yes, he was threatened a little bit. Today on ESPN, there was, and you're getting a lot of this, especially this time of the year right now in the season. There was a story in which they kind of looked at everybody's chances of making the playoffs relative to the trade deadline and who's going to make a move and who's not going to make a move. And when they got to the Arizona Cardinals, they project. This is ESPN's FPI, so they everybody's using a different system and a different metric. I saw one on The Athletic the other day that had it at less than 1% they would make the playoffs. ESPN's saying the chance for the Cardinals to make the playoffs are about 4.8%. They project the first round draft slot at number 7 for the Arizona Cardinals. Number 7. There was a mock draft, by the way, today on CBS Sports that had them taking
a wide receiver,
the Lemon kid out of USC,
yeah.
the wide receiver. Yeah, which would that surprise us?
Yes.
If it was really, it surprised you if it was a wide receiver.
I need a tackle.
Oh, but you need a lot of stuff. You need a lot of stuff. There's at least 3 positions where I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to go running back in the first round, but they might need a running back.
Mm-hmm. I wouldn't be surprised by a running back. I wouldn't be surprised.
They need a wide. They can use a wide receiver, but like here's the other thing: like Zay Jones and Michael Wilson played well when Brissett was here. Like maybe they don't need a wide receiver. Maybe they just need a better quarterback.
They don't.
But it might literally come down to you just need a quarterback in the first round.
And that might be the case too. And then they asked the question, adding, subtracting, or sitting it out being the trade deadline. And Dan Graziano said, more likely to trade away than to acquire at this point. The Cardinals aren't in give-up mode, but they play in a brutally tough division and have fallen behind. Their Week 9 game against the Cowboys could determine a lot about how they see themselves moving forward. Specifically, they could use offensive line help, but who couldn't? And then they talk about key position of need. They said wide receiver. I'm kind of fast-forwarding through all of it because there's part of this whole story that was really interesting to me. The who could be targeted part of the story.
Yeah.
Did you recognize the coincidence or even the irony of the name that they had suggested? Who could be targeted by the Cardinals? Colts wide receiver Adonai Mitchell.
Yeah.
The same guy who did the same thing that Amari DiMercato did, but for the Colts.
Right.
I saw
the week before. The week before. I didn't put 2 and two together until you said I had to go. Yeah.
I just laughed.
Yeah.
I laughed and laughed when I saw that. Like,
we could just trade them for each other. We'll give you DiMercato and you'll take Mitchell.
Of all the guys that they could target, that would be the one that they would target is the wide receiver who did the thing that might have undone the season for the Cardinals.
So the trade deadline's Tuesday. Monday's game, you lose. There's no reason to add unless you're adding somebody like Mike Hazen-wise. That's going to be a big part of your future. They did add Baron Browning last year, and they liked him, and they re-signed him, and they kept him. But more than anything, I think even if they win this game, you're only 3-5 and halfway through the season. I just don't see the Cardinals as adding. I see the Cardinals as get draft assets.
Yeah.
Get more draft assets.
It would be such – okay, let's say they win. And I think there's a decent chance they're going to. It's Dallas. Their defense is terrible, and Kyler always plays well there. Let's say they win on Monday. And I think this is where it's interesting what Graziano said about how they see themselves. That would be a really bold move to add. You know? I mean, because it'd basically be their way of saying, yeah, you know what? We lost 5 games in a row, and we lost them by a combined 13 points. We think we're right there. We think we're the kind of team that can rebound from a 2-5 start and make the postseason. And we're going to double down on that vision by giving up an asset. Give me the but.
You're giving up an asset.
You
want to give up a draft pick?
I'm just trying to think what it would say about them if they were to do something so bold.
That they're irresponsible.
Ooh.
You're going to give up a draft pick for a player on a team that's 2-5?
It feels very out of character for them to do it. Irresponsible is a good word.
It'd be irresponsible.
Feels very out of character for them to do something like, even if they win that game on Monday, to go adding a player at the deadline. Come on.
It would be irresponsible is the word. You've got Seattle coming up. You've got San Francisco coming up. You've got the NFC as a juggernaut. You're behind all these teams by a lot. I think you have the second worst record in the NFC. You're going to give up a draft asset for a player?
Yeah.
To what? To win 7 games? 8 to go 8-9? To try to go 8-9? I want a better draft position. I don't even want a player that's going to help me win games. I want a better draft position.
Now, as part of the same story, home. Look at the kids on the other side of the glass going excited. Davis Schneider. Solo home run off of Blake Snell.
He's got to be in Mustache, Not a Mustache one day.
Mustache.
He's got to be in it. Yes. That's what Jared should do. Mustache, Not a Mustache from World Series players. Let's see if those guys are actually watching the World Series. How about that?
Wow.
The games are so late. You're like Bickley and Murata. Are they watching the World Series? Mustache, Not a Mustache.
They're both awake right now. They're watching
I love how we spent $700 million for guys to go 0 for 12 combined.
That's what we got to do. There he is. Mustache, Not a Mustache. Each player.
That is a glorious mustache. It really is. Oh, did Vladdy just do it too?
Yeah!
Vladimir Guerrero
Yeah! Get him out of there! Blake Snell!
Back-to-back home runs. Vladimir spanked that ball.
Yeah.
Spanked that ball.
Oh, my God. That was out of New York second. Oh, my God.
He just... Exit velocity was infinity on that one.
Blake Snell has thrown 4 pitches.
4 pitches.
2 of them have 2 home runs.
Nothing. Oh,
yeah. That's the Blake Snell we all know.
Oh, Canada.
We stand on guard for thee.
Trade the whole team. This team blew today.
I'll do a parade in Phoenix with all the Canadians here. Let's go.
The Yankee lose.
No, that's not funny.
2-0 Toronto. Not even an out recorded.
Come on,
2-0
Bichette.
Toronto beating the LA Dodgers. That's fantastic.
Dave Roberts, Mustache, Not a Mustache.
Join Wolf and Luke next Monday at Backyard Desert Ridge from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Your pregame for Cardinals Cowboys on Monday Night Football. Stop by for your chance to win Cardinals tickets and Innings Festival tickets. Head to the contest page at ArizonaSports.com for complete details. Jalen Green is out for tonight. So what does it mean for tonight's Suns game against Grizzlies? We'll talk about it next on Burns and Gambo.
You don't have to be an athlete. Heck, you can play while you have a beverage. Dink and Dine Pickle Park in Mesa is the venue. The 2nd annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is the event. Compete for the coveted golden paddle and your share of cash prizes. Text the word pickle to 620-620 and sign up now. Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament is presented by Sanderson Ford, benefiting Operation Santa Claus. Text pickle to 620-620. Rates may apply.
The Lund Mortgage Team, helping you with all of your mortgage needs, refinance, new home loans, getting you pre-approved for a mortgage. They're helping so many people out right now. It's a great time to buy. A lot of houses on the market. We've even seen some of those prices come down because people have been sitting on their houses for a little long and they want to move them. So prices have come down a little bit. We're seeing some good seller incentives as well to try to get people to buy. So if you're renting right now, and you say, man, I would love to own a home. I would love to have the equity in my own home. Contact the Lund Mortgage Team, 623-889-0130. The Lund Mortgage Team will help you with all of your mortgage needs. I've been using the Lund Mortgage Team ever since I moved to the Valley. But yes, they can get you pre-approved for free. So if you don't own a home right now and you've always been thinking about it, well, you can do it. Contact the Lund Mortgage Team and let them help you. 623-889-0130.
Pioneer Landscape Centers is now part of Site One, bringing you more inventory, better prices, and 14 Arizona locations. From hardscape to irrigation, we've got it covered. Visit pioneerco.com and order today. Again, that's pioneerco.com.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Remember when they used to ask, what do you want to be when you grow up? At Bank of America, we ask every day, what would you like the power to do? When you work here, you help build businesses, inspire communities, and forge legacies. And now we've raised our U.S. minimum wage to $25 an hour. So the opportunity to do more also comes with competitive pay. Learn more at bankofamerica.com/25. Bank of America, proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. stock exchange. But there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. Private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today. 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Oh, it's here, the best time of year, and no, I'm not just talking about football season.
Wait, Wolf, what could possibly top football?
Robert, it's shade season, baby. I'm at the compound, on my patio, cool, comfortable, no glare on the TV, thanks to All Pro Shade Concepts.
That's exactly what we do. Our shade solutions block the sun, cut the heat, and keep your patio game day ready all year long.
Make your season complete. Visit allproshade.com today for a free estimate, because you gotta have shade.
YouTube TV customers, you could lose ESPN and the sports you love, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, the NBA, college basketball, and more. Take action. Go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN.
Hey, it's Wolf. Will Mark Williams continue his great run for the Suns tonight against the Grizzlies? We'll be reacting to Phoenix-Memphis tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
Shouting out the folks in Santan Valley, out there on the extreme edge of the valley. Santan Valley. We appreciate you hanging out with us here on the Burns and Gambo Show. The news that Gambo delivered to us about an hour and a half ago has been made official by the Phoenix Suns. Not that we doubted you. But Jalen Green will not play tonight. He's officially been ruled out for the game. Dylan Brooks has previously had already been ruled out for the game. And you said it, and I wonder to what level behind closed doors and behind the walls of the Suns there is frustration. I'm not going to say with Jalen Green. I'm just going to say about Jalen Green.
The process.
Because it's just...
Guy's never injured, always plays.
Everything about the last 48 hours was building towards him playing tonight.
Yes.
Right? Like, am I wrong?
No, they were encouraged. They were
Everything
optimistic.
about the last
Everything,
48 hours.
yeah. So then, and I reported that he wasn't going to play. I think it was a downer for a lot of people, and I think for the Suns too. I think it's just very frustrating. You want to get your team out there. You want to be full strength. You want to have everybody. You want to have Dylan Brooks. You want to have Jalen Green. You want to be like, okay, like you got off of a bad roster. You got off of a bad roster, went 2 years in a row without winning a playoff game. 1 year didn't even make the play-in tournament. You got off that roster. You built a new roster. You knew the roster wasn't going to win anything big, but you wanted to see a good team that played hard for the fans and competed really hard and gutted out some wins. And you saw that in the first game against Sacramento. But you've got 2 games in a row now, or 3 games in a row now. Was it 2 with Dylan Brooks? 2 games in a row now with Dylan Brooks.
Second, yeah.
You haven't had Jalen Green. You're still bringing Mark Williams along a little bit slowly. So I think it would be frustrating, if you're in that organization, because you want to okay, I want to see this. I want to see what it looks like. By the way, my son texted me at 5:13. 3 pitches to start the game. Blue Jays go back-to-back home runs, 2-0. I go, we're watching. We got it on, Q. We got it on. We're watching.
What does Q think we're doing here? Watching the Home Shopping Network or something?
No, he thinks we're doing a talk show host.
Well,
we're doing a talk show.
We can do both. We can multitask.
Yeah, we can multitask.
Talk and watch at the same
Has
time.
Q ever seen the studio?
Yeah.
It's cool.
hard not to watch.
I'll have to bring him in. Some guy on YouTube, because if you do watch on YouTube, you get this guy on YouTube is that was the most emotion I've ever seen Gambo give for a team. And it was because they were beating the Dodgers. We got genuinely excited. If you're watching on YouTube, you can see us. while the show's going on, so you could see our reaction instead of just hearing it. It's pretty
fun.
cool.
Yeah, it was fun. No, the frustration back to the Suns. It's just because it's just delaying the real version of you. You're tired of waiting to see. Now, I don't know if the real version of the Suns. It's going to be better than what we've seen. I don't think there's any doubt about that. How much better, I don't know. But it is going to be better than what we've seen. And the longer this goes, the more it delays it. I just hope that over the next 24 to 48 hours, we don't learn of some sort of a setback for Jalen Green. That's legitimately the thing, me to you sitting here right now doing this show, the thing that I would be concerned about as a Suns fan. Like, man, I hope he didn't tweak it and set himself back, because he basically has been dealing with this for a month, right?
Yeah.
For what's today? Today's October 29th.
Yeah.
Media Day was about a month ago, give or take, September 29th. I think it was September 26th when they had Media Day. He was ruled out shortly thereafter when they started training camp, and we found out he wasn't going to play in the preseason opener or China or anything like that. If he's had a setback, okay, I'm not trying to raise any alarms here.
Okay.
If he's had a setback and he's going to be out another month because of it, you know what I mean? That's now we're getting into,
now you're
okay, forget it. Forget it.
Most nights you're going to be out talented. If you take your second best player off the court and you don't have him, you're at such a disadvantage. The avenues to win a game are so slim. You've got to play a very clean basketball game. Got to clean up all the things that you've talked about. Got to be better at shooting the three. Got to be better at second chance points. Got to be better at offensive rebounds. You got to clean a lot of that up. You got to play a very clean game. And you almost have to hope the other team doesn't play well, because you're that shorthanded. You're going to go into this game tonight against the team that you could normally, on a normal night, have a chance to beat, be competitive with. Now you're taking two of your starters out of the game. Two of your best players in Dillon Brooks and Jalen Green are not playing. Again, it's the knife to the gunfight philosophy. Can they win this game tonight? Probably not. They'll try, but you're going up against John Morant and Jaren Jackson, and you are shorthanded. You don't have those two guys. With those two guys, you have a chance to compete against a lot of teams in the league. But again, you're devoid of a lot of talent with these two guys not playing.
There's no doubt, and it does. It was great to see Mark Williams play 31 minutes the other night. I don't know if that's part of the plan for him this early in the season or not. I don't know if that's something they're going to follow up and do again tonight. I don't know if this accelerates timelines on wanting to play Malawatch, which you've said many times they don't want to. They want to bring him along very slowly.
Fleming.
Or Rasheer Fleming. I'd love to see Rasheer Fleming.
Give me 20 minutes out of Fleming tonight. Let's just say.
I'd be all for it. I'd be all for it.
Give me 20 minutes out of Fleming.
Advocating for that for almost a week now. I get the Malawatch thing. I really do. I don't get the Fleming thing at all. I don't. I just don't understand. He's in a different category to me. So not that he's
think that Royce and Grayson is similar in so many ways.
Yeah.
I'd like to get something a little different out there.
Yeah. And I think Ryan Dunn has also been so... Now, this is a big night for Ryan Dunn. He had a really poor game against the Utah Jazz. Played himself right off the floor.
What was his minus number?
Minus 29.
Oof.
Played himself right off the floor in that game.
Ouch.
Okay, John Morant, go get him. You know what I mean? Go get him. Go. You're the defense. Go get him. And I know it's easier said than done, but you're the defensive guy. Go get him.
Yeah.
Go get him and go show us why you're that defensive guy.
Go be that dog on defense.
Go be that dog. So it's tough. And when I was speculating about Jalen Green, understand, I'm just talking about hypotheticals here. I don't know. I have no idea if he suffered a setback or not. But when I say that, I'm just saying hypothetically, if he has, and it's as bad as it was the first time around, you're just... You need to get him on the floor as soon as you can so you can start figuring out what your backcourt is going to look like with the two of them, because right now you have no idea how it's going to work. In theory, you have an idea of how Jalen Green and Devin Booker will work, but in actuality, you don't have the first clue how it's going to work.
You knew that because Jalen didn't play with them very much in the preseason, didn't play in the preseason, you knew that there was just going to be this prolonged amount of time to get them in sync, and now that's been pushed back even further. Now it's going to be even longer, for them to actually get some chemistry going together.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, the biggest headlines going into Monday Night Football between the Cardinals and Dallas, and next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
And Grayson Allen clears it to Gillespie. Quickly into the forecourt. Back to Allen. He's open for three, left wing. That's good for Grayson Allen. And the Suns tie it at 130.
The Suns host the Grizzlies tonight at Mortgage Matchup Center. Our pregame begins tonight at 6. 7 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Every day, reliable, comfortable, connected. Every day you rely on power. At APS, we work around the clock to deliver some of the most reliable power in the country. But with Arizona's extreme weather, outages can happen. Stay safe and informed with alerts by keeping your contact information up to date. And visit our outage center for updates online or on the APS app. For more ways to stay safe and informed, visit aps.com/brighter.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Brian's headed to the basketball court, but he's sick of this check engine light. So he goes to AutoZone for the free Fix Finder service,
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
where a friendly AutoZoner reads the light in just a few minutes and gives him a detailed report
No big, just a loose gas cap.
and gets him to the court with a tight gas cap and tighter defense. The free Fix Finder service at AutoZone. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Oh, the autumn wind is blowing, and that means football and the fall sale at Brooklyn Bedding. Now through October 30th, everything in-store and online is 25% off. Sheets, pillows, mattresses, adjustable frames, everything is 25% off. The game plan to score on this great deal is to get on over to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the fall sale at Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
In football, the best teams rise to the top. In medicine, the same is true. That's why Barrow Neurological Institute is consistently ranked among the nation's best in brain and spine care. From game day concussions to the most complex neurological conditions, Barrow delivers world-class expertise right here in Arizona. When it comes to your brain, your spine, your future, you want the very best on your side. Barrow Neurological Institute. It matters where you get your care. Visit barrowneuro.org.
We're here with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, what is that great ride you pulled up in?
Man, it's my Honda from Arrowhead Honda. Just like on the field, I know the importance of reliability and performance and trust my ride to Arrowhead Honda. Whether you're looking for a rugged SUV or a sleek sedan, Arrowhead Honda has you covered.
Head down to Arrowhead Honda today and score big with unbeatable deals and top-notch service.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns are back on the home hardwood tonight. They're hoping to end their current 3-game losing streak. They host the Memphis Grizzlies at Mortgage Matchup Center. Jalen Green has been downgraded from questionable to out for tonight's game. Green has been rehabbing his way back from a hamstring injury. Dylan Brooks is out as well with groin soreness. The Grizzlies will be without Zach Edey, Brandon Clark, Scottie Pippen Jr., and Ty Jerome. Santi Aldama and Vince Williams Jr. were both listed as questionable going into this one. We'll see if they'll be able to make it tonight. Tip-off is at 7. Pre-game coverage starts at 6 right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And then Game 5 of the World Series tonight from Los Angeles. It is now a best of 3 with both the Dodgers and Blue Jays getting 2 games so far in this series. This is your spoiler alert, I should say, if you don't want to know the score. All right, I've given enough time. Blue Jays got off to a really hot start. Davis Schneider went yard on the first pitch he saw, and then a few pitches later, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. went yard. So the Blue Jays are up 2-0 in the top of the second, and right now Addison Barger's at the plate with 1 on and 1 out. This report is brought to you by Ojos Locos Sports Cantina. Grab your crew, enjoy daily specials, cold beer, and the best sports ambiance in the Valley. 4 Valley locations, Ojos Locos Sports Cantina.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Thursday morning. We'll give you all the latest on the Cardinals as they get ready for their Monday night showdown in Dallas. Join us starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Brian Schottenheimer is the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys, and he doesn't care if his offense is doing well.
No, I think, none of us have done good enough. Coaches, players, head coach, none of us have done good enough. That's real. I mean, our scorecard is what it is, and that's not just, defensively, that's offensively, we're a football team that's 3-4-1. You can take the stats on offense and shove them up your as far as I'm concerned. I mean, is what it is. We want to win, and people talk about, hey, MVP and this and that. Dak Prescott doesn't want to win MVP. He wants to win a Super Bowl, and that's what we want to win. And we're not there yet. We've not played that consistently well enough to certainly be in that discussion, but it doesn't mean the journey stops. It certainly doesn't stop. It just, you get more focused, you get more intentional, and we got to do it together.
You can shove it where that sun doesn't shine.
I was gonna say.
Dak Prescott wants to win a Super Bowl ring. Listen, they're not going anywhere. They're not winning anything this year. So, that's why it's they've got to win 7 games probably just to make the playoffs because of the way that they've started. So these teams that put themselves in a hole, it's very difficult to climb out of. Every once in a while, there's a lot of people think the Ravens can climb back into this thing at 2-5.
That's why I've got this smile on my face, because when I was at the gym this morning, of course it was First Take, and they were having a Stephen A. Smith conversation about which team is more likely to make a run in the second half of the season. Lamar and the Ravens, or Dak and the Cowboys. And it's like one of the most ESPN conversations ever, especially on First Take.
Both teams have terrible defenses. The Ravens just are in a worse division. The Ravens are in a really bad division.
Worse conference. I mean,
bad conference.
Bad conference,
bad division. You might be able to win that division with 9 wins. So, that's why you have a chance there. Dallas can't win that division. There's no way. They'd have to get a wild card. But I think their record being what it is, I think that, again, they probably have to win 7 of their remaining games. This game, if they win this game, they might have some hope. If they lose this game to the Cardinals, for all intent and purposes, they're done. We look at the Cardinals at 2-5 and say, look, it's unlikely going to happen. We kind of know it. It is what it is. But you just got to play hard and let the chips fall where they may. You just have to. And if you're the Cardinals, you got to win this one and try to win against Seattle and San Francisco. Somehow you can put some things together and luck turns your way and start winning some of these close games. Maybe because you get to 500, you give yourself a snowball chance.
Despite Brian Schottenheimer wanting to stuff these numbers in places that we can't mention here on this very family-friendly radio show, it is very obvious that offensively the Dallas Cowboys are one of the most elite teams in the NFL, and defensively they're one of the worst, which is why when starting to kind of look at this game and how it's going to be won, a couple things kind of pop from the story that we were talking about a little bit earlier. I mean, number one, the Cowboys have a very prolific offense. It's even more prolific at home. They're averaging nearly 40 points per game when they play in their own stadium. And in particular, and this is something the Cardinals have struggled with. They certainly struggled with it badly against Jonathan Taylor and the Indianapolis Colts, and that's their run defense. When the Cowboys run the ball well, they win. They didn't run the ball well against Denver. They were limited to just 108 yards, but in the 3 wins for the Cowboys, 135 yards rushing, 180 yards rushing, 152 yards rushing. Call it the Clayton Adams effect if you want.
Yeah.
The former offensive line coach of the Cardinals, who's now the offensive coordinator of the Cowboys. But either way, that's job number 1 for the Cardinals on Monday night, is to stop Dallas's run game.
You have to stop the run game. You got yourself a chance. The Cowboys have played well at home. They score a lot of points. Probably going to be a shootout. You're going to need Kyler Murray to be on top of his game and get that offense rolling. But, usually in games with high-scoring offenses, usually it's one big defensive play that could swing the game one way or another. Is there a Will Johnson interception, the first one by a cornerback this year? Is it somebody, make a big play? Is it a special teams factor? Because, look, the Cowboys, the Cowboys can score a lot of points, but man, they give up a lot of points.
Well, yeah.
You know, that's the thing. So you're expecting you're probably going to get into a shootout. Now, if the Cardinals defense, can the Cardinals defense stop the Cowboys offense? Can they slow it down? Can they stop CeeDee Lamb and Ferguson? Ferguson was stopped last week by Denver, but Denver's defense is like top of the line, right? The Cardinals defense is not the Broncos defense. The Broncos defense gave Dallas fits in Denver. I don't know. I don't believe the Cardinals can do what Denver did. They just don't. They don't have what the Broncos are. A terrific pass rushing team.
The Cardinals, they did early on in the season. I mean, defensively, and with the Cardinals, we all know the issue. It's the fourth quarter defense where things have kind of failed them a little bit. But it feels like ever since the Colts game, they've just been kind of defensively, they've regressed. Defensively, they've gone backwards. Like early in the season, the first 3 weeks of the season, I would have gladly taken the Cardinals defense against the Cowboys offense and gone to see what they could do with it because I felt like they were playing at a good enough level. Not now. It just doesn't feel the same now, especially in the fourth quarter if it gets into that kind of game. I think the other thing, and we didn't talk about this the first time we talked about this article, so we'll bring it up here now. You mentioned the Cowboys defense. It's dreadful. It's awful. It's one of the worst in the NFL.
Yeah.
We've already talked about Kyler and his need to have a big game here because this is a building he plays very well in against a team that he's always played well against. I grow tired of asking this question, but I feel like it's got to be asked. Is this the Marvin Harrison Jr. game that we've been waiting on this season? I mean, we haven't had it yet. They're asking about it in the article, and if that defense is really that bad, I mean, Diggs is out. Two of their top safeties were hurt as well. Their secondary is an absolute mess.
This should be the game.
This should, if ever there were a game for Marvin Harrison Jr. in 2025 to have a hey world look at me game, this is the one, right? You would think this is the one.
Trayvon Diggs has a knee injury. He's out. This would be the game that you take advantage of their secondary and you do go to Marvin Harrison Jr. a lot and try to have a big game out of him. You expect CeeDee Lamb's going to have a big game for them. Dak and CeeDee Lamb are going to be a good combination. Zach and Ferguson are going to be a good combination. But it needs to be Kyler and Trey McBride, Kyler and Marvin Harrison Jr. to match that. You've got to match that. Marvin Harrison Jr. does not have a 100-yard game this year.
Nope.
I would expect that this will be the 100-yard game for Marvin Harrison Jr. This should be the game that he goes for 100 yards.
Closest he's come was against the Titans. 5 catches for 98 yards was the closest he got. Before that, or other than that, the next closest game he got was the opener against the Saints, in which he had 71 yards receiving. It's just like
you couldn't pick a better defense to play against right now. This should be a game that he feasts on. He should feast in this game.
I also kind of throw my hands up in frustration, like, man, it's been a year and a half, where we're waiting, wishing, hoping, wondering, and yeah, he's had his moments. Of course, he's had his moments, but we're going to wait for as long as it takes. You spend the 4th pick on the draft and somebody, it's not like we're going to give up on him at the end of the season or anything. But you do need to see some evidence here pretty quick that he can put up those kind of elite numbers. And like you say, if it's not this defense, then who? If it's not against this, then who and how is it going to happen?
Well, that's why I think this is you could say in many ways this is a great game for Kyler to come back to. This is also a worrisome game. Because if you can't do it against the Dallas defense, people are like, okay, like you should light this team up. Everybody does. They're the second worst defense in the NFL statistically in just about every category. Everybody's scoring 40 points on them and getting 425 yards a game. If you can't do that, something's wrong.
Yeah, which is why when we talked about this briefly yesterday, I know the attention on Marvin Harrison Jr., this feels like a big Trey McBride game. This feels like a big Trey McBride game. Just because Kyler feels so comfortable throwing to him, and that defense obviously is going to produce its big share of opportunities. This feels like a huge day for Trey. I hope it's a huge day for both of them, but I have a feeling Trey McBride is just going to eat in this game.
By the way, he does not have a 100-yard receiving game either this year.
No?
He does not. Trey McBride does not have 100 yards receiving in any game. The most he's had is 78.
Most likely to have a 100-yard receiving game against the Dallas Cowboys?
Oh, that's a good question, Mark. Who's more likely to have a 100-yard receiving, Marvin Harrison Jr. or Trey McBride? That's a good question. It's a good question.
Trey McBride. Mitch just went, Trey McBride.
He gets targeted more. He does get targeted more.
Sure, because it's Kyler.
Than Marvin.
Okay, because it's just Kyler's. He's got that thing, and he doesn't have the thing with Marvin Harrison Jr. yet.
He does not have. He's got 421 yards so far through the 7 games. He does not have a 100-yard game, and neither does Marvin Harrison Jr. It's time. It's time.
When we come back, after a reminder for you, speaking of the Cardinals, join Paul Calvisi, Ron Wolfley, and Cardinals legend Adrian Wilson, A-Dub, from 6 until 7 on Thursday night for the Big Red Rage at Flanker Kitchen and Sports Bar. That's located on the Great Lawn at State Farm Stadium. Fans can meet A-Dub, score some great giveaways and prizes. That's the Big Red Rage with special guest Adrian Wilson, Thursday at 6. From Flanker Kitchen and Sports Bar on the Great Lawn at State Farm Stadium. You can also catch the show right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM. Jalen Green out tonight. Dylan Brooks out tonight. Does that present an opportunity for a certain Suns rookie to get some run tonight? That's coming up on Burns and Gambo.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
This is it. When we talked about coming into this season, this was going to be a pivotal year for Kyler Murray. And I think Kyler Murray would say that himself coming into this season.
He's a competitor.
He would acknowledge that. He's a competitor. Exactly right. Well, you know what? Here it is. The die is cast over the last 10 games of the season. They need excellent quarterback play to win 6 of them. They're going to need excellent quarterback play. Not just good, but excellent. And we'll see if he's got that.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Love telling you about Sanderson Ford, 51st Avenue in Glendale, and you're going to love what's going on right now at Sanderson Ford. If you like to lease vehicles, you could lease. Check this out. This is a great lease deal. Like, I don't want to spend a lot of money on a vehicle. You don't have to at Sanderson Ford. You could lease a new 2025 Bronco Big Ben for just $399 a month for 36 months. You could lease a new 2025 Bronco Sport Big for just $299 a month for 36 months. Those deals are incredible. You're saying, okay, $299 a month for a brand new vehicle, $399 for a brand new. It's got to be a lot of money down, right? They asking for $10,000 down? No. The Bronco offer requires just $1,810 down. The Bronco Sport, just $1,920 down. Think about that. A new 2025 Bronco Big Ben, you could lease it $399 a month for 36 months, under $2,000 down, and you could lease a new 2025 Bronco Sport Big for just $299 a month for 36 months with under $2,000 down. Sanderson Ford, 51st Avenue in Glendale, or online at sandersonford.com.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
My name is Wes Tunsaker, and I'm a partner here at the law firm of Morris Hall.
I'm Andrea Klaus, managing partner.
I'm Tim Hall, and I'm thrilled to be part of this firm with wonderful partners, associates, and especially great clients.
We put clients first. I can't say enough about the team that we've got.
What estate planning is taking your assets, your legacy, and making sure that we plan for and protect that so that it goes to who you want, when you want, and how you want.
Estate planning is really caring about what impact you make while you're alive and caring about what happens when you're gone, not only to your estate that you leave, but to the people to whom you leave them or to the organizations.
If you have questions about a current estate plan or would like to review estate planning needs, you can reach out for a complimentary consultation.
We often say that estate planning is not just our practice, it's our privilege and it's our passion. please come to see us.
Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm for over 55 years. Visit morrishall.com today.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters. And Mike, why is the fall a great time for our listeners to get in touch with Turf Monsters?
Fall is great for planting season. So if you're looking to do some seasonal planting, trees, shrubs, whatever you need, we're a one-stop shop. We can do everything for you. We have the best reviews in the Valley. We showcase our work. We have the best installers. We want your business. Customer service is our number one priority.
623-263-7388. Online at turfmonstersaz.com.
Hi, I'm John Ray, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. Getting engaged? So friends, listen up. Shane Company engagement rings are protected with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. We stand behind the same quality we've offered since 1929. Our rings are crafted to last. It's why our warranty is the only one that protects your center stone. We also cover repairs, resizings, cleanings, and so much more. That's money you keep for you and your family. Because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
YouTube TV customers, you could lose ESPN and the sports you love, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, the NBA, college basketball, and more. Take action. Go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
What's on tonight is brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Game 5 of the Fall Classic is on tonight. And in the World Series right now, it is the Toronto Blue Jays. Thank goodness. 2-0 lead over the LA Dodgers right now. That game is in the top of the third as the Blue Jays got solo home runs, back-to-back home runs from Schneider and Vlad Jr. Take a 2-0 lead. Blake Snell, 4 hits, 2 earned runs allowed, 2 homers given up. Trey Savage, 2 innings, no hits, no walks, 4 strikeouts on 27 pitches.
Man, if Toronto could win this game, go back to Toronto needing just one, oof. You'd have to face Yamamoto in the next game.
Yeah.
But you know what? So what? Blue Jays got a little something going right now.
And
Let's
then,
go.
And then it would be Glasnow?
Glasnow.
In 7. And then I was walking by one of the monitors, and Dave Roberts had said that Shohei would be available to pitch in relief in 6 and
Bring him
7.
on. Bring him on. Rocked him yesterday. Come on, bring that guy on. Shohei.
I don't know if they rocked him necessarily.
I'll take it.
But a 2-run homer by Vlad went a long way. And then, of course, Suns basketball is on tonight. Gambo's all packed up. He's ready to get out of here.
Let's go.
Because he's dead and
yeah, I'm ready to go see the game without Jalen Green.
I feel like this one's hit you kind of hard tonight. Like, ever since you broke the news that Jalen Green was out, I feel like you have been
I feel like I'm the bearer of bad news.
And deeply affected by it.
I feel like I'm the bearer. Is that what it's called? The bearer of bad news?
The bearer of bad news, yes.
Yeah. I'm sorry I had to bring all the bad news to everybody.
Oh, that's fine. Not your
I
fault.
don't want to.
I
want good news.
I don't blame the messenger on this one.
I don't know. Burnsy's talking a lot about, like, you know, all this heavy bottles of wine for the lunch and, you know. Can I get crab meat on top of my steak?
I will. I will get crab meat on top of my steak. Yes.
Give any Schnells, escargot.
What's the most expensive appetizer on the menu?
I'll take 2 of them. Dessert, of course.
No.
We have 4 offerings for dessert today. Bring one of each.
Look, I'll tell you right now. I'm ordering dessert. I mean,
yeah, you should.
Yeah,
you should.
I'm ordering
if I lose
dessert.
this bet, you need to spend well over $100 on lunch.
I'm ordering
well over $100 on lunch.
We are not,
anything less than 100 is just wrong.
Seriously, we're not even a week into the season yet. We're not going to talk about this like the bet is over. We're not.
No,
we're
no.
With the 1 week ago from right now, the Phoenix Suns had yet to even play a game.
Right.
It was the opener against the Sacramento Kings. We're not talking about.
It's going to be the highs and lows, but I need Jalen Green to play.
Yeah,
I need Jalen Green to play.
And along those lines, okay, so you reported the news before anybody else. This is Jordan Ott pregame today confirming that Jalen Green is out, and he was asked if Jalen Green suffered another setback.
No, I think it's just day by day. That's what we've talked about by the soft tissue stuff. So. Obviously love seeing him out there and continue to progress, so we're getting hopefully closer.
Okay, how about a Dylan Brooks and Jalen Green update?
Groin strain, Dylan, we'll continue to assess him. He'll be day-to-day. And And then Jalen, obviously, you saw the update, continues to make progress. He's still in that same mode. We're, every day just assessing him, seeing him progress, and he'll stay day to day for the time being. But, that's kind of where we're at with those two moving into tonight.
Okay, can I play one more, and then I want to get your reaction to this.
Okay.
This is Jordan Ott. If he senses frustrations from Jalen Green.
Jalen wants to play basketball. He was born to play basketball. He's such a competitive, positive spirit person. When he doesn't get to do what he wants to do, there's going to be some frustration, and that's normal for the guys that I've been around. I don't think this is anything abnormal, but we also know we got to be smart with this, and it's an 82-game season. So he wants to get out there. He wants to get out there in the Suns uniform, and hopefully it's soon.
You're right, and that's the part. The point is you can't rush him along. If he's hurt, he's hurt. When he's ready to play, he'll play. You have an obligation to these players to take the best care of them possible. You're not going to want to put. He's a young kid. He's 23 years old. Might be a big part of your future. You certainly don't want to rush him out there and have him re-aggravated because you're in a rush to get him out there.
Yeah.
If it takes an extra game, 2 games, 4 games, whatever it is what it is. There's not much you could do about it.
Jordan Ott didn't really answer the if he suffered another setback question. He kind of danced around the answer a little bit.
Yeah.
So I again, that's my biggest fear here. It's like, if it's going to take another day, fine, it's going to take another day. If that's all we're talking about here, okay, fine. But if he suffered another setback, and like there was the last 48 hours just felt like a giant ramp up to him being available tonight, to the point where like I felt watching the game on Monday night against Utah that like it was like they were gearing us up towards a return for Jalen Green. I hope he hasn't suffered a setback, and the fact that he kind of danced around it. One more I want to play from Jordan Ott, and that is the plan for Kaman Malawach and Rasheer Fleming going forward.
Got to be honest with them up front. In July and August, September, this is, again, you look around, this is nothing new, but they still have to get better. And what their practice looks like compared to the guys that just played 45 minutes is different. So yesterday looked a little different for Rasheer and Kobe and CJ and Man. So, and today did too. Today looked different this morning than what those other guys did. So every day they got to get better. And all of us, that's the high-minute guys and the guys that aren't getting any playing time. Part of the low-minute guys or the guys that are out of rotation, we got to get back to work. So I don't think that is anything that they're unexpected at this point in the season. But we have to get creative as coaches, as an organization, and still get those guys reps.
So what was the season, a week ago today it started?
Yeah, a week ago tonight.
A week ago today. So that's 1 week off the calendar year of those guys not being forced to play a lot of minutes, not being out there. But, 4 games, if tonight's 5 games, at some point you are going to work them in. They are going to play more minutes. The thing is when, and that's the answer we don't know. We don't know when they're going to start playing those minutes. I think Fleming's going to be first, Malawach second. Maybe it starts tonight, maybe it doesn't. But they are going to end up playing more minutes.
Every time the Suns play one of these games like they're playing tonight against Memphis,